Chapter 1. 1 crow, misfortune. 2, bring luck. 3, shows health, while 4, wealth. 5 crows bring despair. 6, the reaper's call. Gerald Lyon, Superstitions of the Crow. Matteo dodged through the afternoon crowd, making sure to keep clear of the cartwheels and massive hooves of the cavallo that pulled them. Though not particularly fast, the massive 6-legged oxen could crush stones with their weight, so getting stepped on was not ideal for continued health. As he moved, his eyes took in the flurry of activity along the market street, registering 1,000 sights tangled in the confusing press. Clouds hung heavy overhead, threatening to pelt the city at any moment and adding a sense of urgency to the merchants trying to squeeze every last copper from the passers-by. Clutching the satchel he was carrying, Matteo hurried into an alley, sidestepping some trash and the rats feasting on it. As testament to the hardiness of the denizens of the dung pile that was the imperial city of Darrenfor, the rats did little more than hiss at him, warning him to steer clear of their meal. "As if I would want to eat that," Matteo muttered, covering the faint thread of fear he felt when he saw their jagged teeth. Getting to the corner, Matteo was about to turn right when his sharp ears caught the murmur of conversation between a heavy-breathing man and a coy woman. With a grimace, he stopped and backed up, trying to keep his steps quiet so he didn't disturb them. While that was the fastest way to his destination, there were some things in the back alleys that it was better not to disturb, especially where coin was involved. Ignoring the rats, which were angry at him for interrupting them again, Matteo clambered up a box and with a quick jump caught the protruding sill of a window. Despite his slight build, Matteo pulled himself up easily, swinging from the windowsill to a protruding brick and then to another windowsill. Soon he had climbed up to the roof of the building, where he stopped to push his dark brown hair from his face. This was one of his favorite moments, and despite his rush, he took a second to enjoy it. Up above the city streets, it was a whole other world. Open sky replaced the cramped maze, and the wind tugged at his shirt, filling his lungs with a strange sense of power. If one knew how to find their bearings among the crumbling maze of chimneys, it was possible to get just about anywhere in the city quite quickly. Still, like every part of the city, it was not without its own dangers. Just as criminal elements lurked in the sewers and on the streets, there were roving gangs that controlled the uppers, and getting caught by them was a bad bet. With a glance around, Matteo picked his way across the roof, crossing a plank bridge to get to an adjacent roof. As he moved, he kept his wits about him, listening for the sounds of other people and watching for disturbances among the birds that made the uppers their home. He was heading for the southern part of the sprawling city, and had almost arrived at his destination when the trouble began. A scrape of a boot on a shingle alerted him that he wasn't alone, and Matteo acted without thinking, dropping to his knees and lunging forward as a loop of rope dropped toward his head. Slamming into the ground, he let out a grunt and jumped up, spinning to face the bemused man who had been tucked away, out of sight between 2 tall chimneys. The thought of running flashed across Matteo's mind, but he quickly abandoned it and scanned the nearby rooftops, looking for other people. Unsurprisingly, he found 2 other men who had closed in from different directions, both of them holding ropes as well. This was a common tactic for the gangs that roamed the uppers, though from what Matteo could tell, these thugs didn't look like they belonged to a gang.
"Oi, you're a slippery one, ain't you?"
Seeing the 3 of them, Matteo started to get nervous. If it had just been 1 or 2, he would have been confident in his ability to shake them off, but the 3rd meant he could never keep his eyes on all of them at the same time, and from the sleazy grin on the face of the man who had tried to rope him, they knew it too. Suppressing the panic starting to rise in his chest, Matteo let out a short, sharp breath, as if trying to expel his worry into the air. His vision sharpened as time seemed to slow to a crawl, every single detail in his surroundings imprinting themselves in his mind. The way the men were dressed in rough workman's clothes, their stained shirts tucked into pants held up by leather ropes, the broken leather of their boots, and the hint of a dagger in the waistband of the man in front of him. The fumbling fingers as the man behind him tried to regather the rope, and the way their eyes kept shifting from him to each other, as if to make sure their companions hadn't decided to run. But it wasn't just the men. Every single detail, from the position of the sun and clouds in the sky above to the clothes lines stretched across the alley nearby, the condition of the tiles under his feet, and the slight smoke curling up from a chimney a few roofs over, though it was only for a second or two, Matteo saw everything in stark clarity. With a snapping feeling, like a rubber band stretched too tight and then released, the world resumed, and Matteo took a quick step to the left, even as another loop, thrown from the man behind him, slapped against the roof where he had been standing a moment prior.
"Ha! You failed too!"
The man in front of Matteo mocked his companion, even as he lifted his own noose. "You guys know how dangerous it is to operate in the Skyforest territory, don't you?" Matteo asked, quickly glancing between the men, his eyes narrowing. The man who had spoken earlier took a small step forward, causing Matteo to shift his position once again.
"And so what? What does that have to do with us?"
"They're not going to take kindly to you robbing people in their territory," Matteo said.
"Well, it's a good thing we ain't robbing you,"
another one of the men replied with a sneer. Blinking, Matteo felt a chill as he realized what their leers meant. Though it had been years since he lived on the street, he still remembered vividly the sight of other children being dragged away to be sold as slaves to the various guilds that needed hard labor. Swallowing, he pushed down his panic and let out a dramatic sigh. "They'll take even less kindly to that, yeah?"
"And who's gonna tell them?"
Leaping toward the edge of the rooftop, Matteo saw the man who had yet to throw his noose lunge forward. In that moment, a dozen thoughts flashed through Matteo's head, and he knew for a fact that if he continued forward, the loop would drop over his neck. The edge of the building was only a few feet away, and it was half a dozen feet to the next roof. But instead of stopping, Matteo continued moving forward, thrusting his arm up into the air beside his head. The thug who had thrown the noose this time was much more accurate than the others, and it dropped neatly over Matteo's arm and neck, cinching up as the thug tugged on it sharply. With the last of his momentum, Matteo threw himself over the edge of the roof, free-falling into the alley below. That free fall was arrested with a painful jerk as the man above him gripped the rope tightly and heaved. But Matteo, who was swinging along the wall, kicked off of it, putting all his weight into pushing himself down toward the alley below. He could hear the man above him cursing and the stomp of feet as the others rushed to aid him in pulling Matteo up. Just when it seemed as if Matteo's fate was sealed, the loose roof tiles proved the thug's undoing. He had braced his feet, but the added push from Matteo caused them to slip as the roof tiles shot out from underneath his feet. Before his friends could grab the rope, the man fell, Matteo's weight dragging him over the edge. Feeling the rope go slack, Matteo knew that his plan had worked. It had been a desperate gamble, but the only one he could come up with in the short time he'd had. Gritting his teeth, he kicked off from the wall once more as he started to fall again, launching himself horizontally across the alley into a pile of barrels. They were hard, and slamming into them bruised his shoulder badly, but it was better than falling face first into the hard cobblestones. He heard a scream and saw the thug flailing, and then heard a loud crunch as the man fell head first onto the rough stone alleyway. Scrambling to his feet, Matteo shrugged himself out of the rope that had wrapped tightly around him, wincing as he tried to use his left arm. He didn't think it was broken, but there was no doubt a nasty bruise would soon develop. Glancing up, he saw the other two thugs peering down at him, their faces ugly as they took in the scene below. A moment later, their heads disappeared, and Matteo decided he wasn't going to stick around to see if they were planning on coming down. Doing his best not to limp, he hurried out of the alleyway, his package still gripped in his arm. It wasn't until he had put a dozen blocks between him and the alleyway that he stopped to rest, his breath coming in big gasps as the panic he had been suppressing washed over him. Closing his eyes, he did his best to ride the feeling out, trying to remember the centering training his master had given him. Out of habit, he focused his mind inward, forcing his thoughts to coalesce into a single point. This was a trick his master Solomon had taught him when he first became an apprentice. As his focus sharpened, he saw a blurry image take shape in his mind, soon forming a sheet of bluish-gray paper with words written across it in black ink. Name, Matteo. Race, human. Status, normal. Rank, blank. This was his status, a mystical mental picture of who he was. Though anyone could call upon their status with enough training, only those with sufficient mental strength would be able to manifest it in front of their eyes, as Matteo was doing now. No one else could see it, and the amount of information on the sheet was limited, but somehow seeing the words helped Matteo calm down. When his breathing had finally settled, he forced his jittery legs to walk, sticking to the main streets rather than trying to take shortcuts through the alleyways or rooftops. By the time he arrived at his destination, his body was no longer shaking, and he had calmed down. Opening the door to the shop, he stepped inside, his senses nearly overwhelmed by the rush of hundreds of different herbs all displayed on stands throughout the room. There were racks of potion bottles and various other alchemical creations on the shelves that bordered the walls, and at the sound of the bell that announced his arrival, an elderly man with a pair of glasses walked out of the back room, putting down the book he was reading on the front desk.
"Ah, Matteo, I've been expecting you. Master Solomon mentioned that it would come in today."
"As soon as we got it, I brought it over," Matteo said, hurrying over to the desk and placing his package down. If the shopkeeper, Master Fellsmith, recognized that Matteo had just been through a harrowing situation, he didn't mention anything, his attention instead turning to the package Matteo had brought. With careful hands, he pulled it across the desk and began to unwrap it. Each of his movements was deliberate, steady, a habit no doubt picked up from the alchemy he practiced. Lifting the final fold, Master Fellsmith took a deep breath, his eyes closing, as if afraid of what he would find. For 2 long beats, he waited, before slowly peeling back the last of the wrapping, to reveal a simple-looking green book. Gold lettering stamped across the leather cover read, "A Treatise on Alchemical Principles." Underneath, in much smaller letters, were the words, "Grandmaster Joseph Fellsmith." Master Fellsmith's eyes were still closed as his fingers traced out the embossed lettering, and a smile spread across his face. When his eyes opened, they were filled with an excitement Matteo found hard to comprehend, wondering what the connection between the master alchemist and the book was. He kept glancing back and forth between them.
"This is incredible," Master Fellsmith said. "I thought the last copies had been burned."
Noticing the questioning look he was getting from Matteo, the master alchemist laughed and cleared the wrapping away as he admired the book.
"My great-great-grandfather, the first alchemist in our family, wrote this book. When the Empire took control, all alchemy not taught at the Imperial Institute was outlawed, and the books detailing how it's done were burned. This volume among them. It's practically a miracle your master was able to find a copy."
Nodding respectfully, Matteo thought it best not to inform the master alchemist that this wasn't an original copy, but instead one copied from his master's memory. "I'll let my master know you appreciated it," Matteo said, bowing.
"Please do," Master Fellsmith replied, retrieving something from his desk drawer.
After filling out the piece of paper, Master Fellsmith passed it across to Matteo. The paper was thick to the touch, with a golden sheen and the stamp of the imperial seal. The face of the current emperor dominated it. Though having seen images of what the emperor actually looked like, Matteo thought the artist had taken quite a few liberties.
"Tell your master to cash it quick,"
Master Fellsmith said with a grunt. "Who knows how long those bills will still work?" Sensing there was something big behind the master alchemist's words, Matteo looked up inquisitively. But Master Fellsmith had already returned his attention to the book. Disappointed, Matteo could only bow and tuck the check into the inner pocket of his shirt. Saying goodbye, he left the alchemy shop and began the journey back. Rather than risk a shortcut, he stuck to the main streets, grumbling as his trip took him twice as long. Still, it was better than being dragged off and sold into slavery. The closer he got to the center of the city, the cleaner the streets became. There were fewer merchants hawking their wares, and those who did so from the stoops of their shops, rather than stalls jammed into the streets. The smell seemed to calm down, and the loud din that filled most of the city dropped to a quiet murmur. Matteo even began to see soldiers patrolling the streets to keep the riffraff from causing any problems. One of the soldiers spotted him and gave him a wave.
"How are you, Master Solomon?"
"I'm doing well, Sergeant Frank."
"Good to hear. Good to hear."
Hurrying past, Matteo soon found himself on a quiet street with trees lining either side of the road. Chapter 2. There were only half a dozen shops, as well as a few private residences, and it was in front of one of them that Matteo stopped. The shop had a simple door with no ornamentation, and the sign read, Solomon. There was a private residence attached by a courtyard on the right side, and a bit of open space with some grass on the left, a rarity in the city. Opening the door, Matteo shut it behind him, making sure to be quiet. The first room he entered was nothing like what you would expect from a normal shop. There was a large wooden desk at one end of the room, and bookshelves covering every wall. A row of 3 chairs stood across from the desk, each tall-backed and hard, and as Matteo could well attest, quite uncomfortable to sit in for more than a few minutes. Seeing no one in the first room, Matteo passed through it to the hallway beyond that led back toward his master's office. This door was heavier, more ornate, and after pausing to straighten his outfit and get the check from his inner pocket, Matteo took a breath and knocked.
"Come in,"
came the quiet reply. Matteo opened the door and stepped into the room, feeling the soft carpet under his feet. The office was lined with rich wood, and dozens of bookshelves lay scattered around the walls. It was a big room, with a desk and 3 long tables arranged in a square. Sitting at the desk facing the doorway was Matteo's master, High Councilman Avarak Solomon. He was writing when Matteo entered the room, and the gentle scratch of the quill on his paper was the only sound. Matteo had been with his master for almost 6 years, ever since he had turned 8. His feet making no sound on the carpet, he walked forward, placed the golden check on the top of Master Solomon's desk, and stepped back to a respectful distance.
"Did he like the book?"
"Yes, master. He was quite pleased with it."
"And did you get in a fight?"
Swallowing, Matteo shook his head. His master still had not looked up, but clearly knew that he was injured. By this point, Matteo had stopped trying to figure out how his master acquired his nearly supernatural knowledge of his surroundings, and he certainly knew better than to try to hide it. "Not a fight, sir. Slavers." The word caused Master Solomon to pause, and after a moment he returned the quill to the inkpot, his eyes slowly rising to stare at Matteo. Master Solomon was a thin man whose life was entirely dedicated to cataloging and preserving knowledge. Despite being a high counselor for the city of Darrenfor, he rarely involved himself in anything that didn't revolve around his books or lost bits of knowledge. Now, however, as his piercing eyes bored into Matteo, the young boy saw a flicker of anger burning in Master Solomon's gaze.
"Matteo."
The fact that Master Solomon's voice was quiet and calm did nothing to lessen the fear that bubbled up in Matteo's heart.
"I believe I have instructed you to avoid the uppers."
"Yes, master, you have," Matteo said, knowing that if he didn't answer, It would just increase his master's ire all the more.
Given that I have asked you not to use those paths, explain to me your thought process behind making such a foolish decision.
Matteo's face flushed red, his eyes dropping to the carpet. You see, Master... Before he could continue, his master's voice interrupted him.
Stand up straight, Matteo. A man must face the consequences of his actions with his chin up and his gaze firm.
After swallowing, Matteo nodded, doing his best to straighten his shoulders and lift his trembling chin. His arms ached terribly, and meeting his master's stare only seemed to make the pain worse. I wanted to save time, Matteo said simply. Leaning back in his chair, Master Solomon didn't reply, waiting for Matteo to continue. I still have work to do tonight, but I also wanted to go see the soldiers practice.
Is there something out of the ordinary happening at the barracks?
Yes, sir, Matteo said, his voice growing eager. There's going to be an exhibition match between 2 silver-ranked duelists. Pursing his lips slightly, it looked like Master Solomon was about to disapprove, causing Matteo's excited expression to fade. Noticing his disciple's response, Master Solomon let out a small sigh and nodded.
I suppose it would be exciting for a boy your age, he said. Let's get your arm looked at and get our work done. If we can, I'll take you tonight to see the exhibition.
Thank you, Master. With a grunt, Master Solomon stood up from his chair, his thin body seeming to unfold forever until he stood at his impressive 6'11" height.
But in return, I'm expecting every word of your copy to be absolutely perfect.
Of course, sir, Matteo hurried to assure him. I won't miss a single thing. After accepting the potion his master pulled from one of the cupboards in his office, Matteo plugged his nose and chugged it down, shuddering as the bitter liquid filled his mouth and throat. There was a tingle as the potion reached his stomach, and Matteo's arm shivered, the pain magnifying. Thankfully, this wasn't the first time Matteo had drank a potion, so he knew what to expect. That still didn't make it pleasant, however, and he was incredibly happy when the pain faded, a faint numbness taking its place. While healing potions were quite miraculous, they followed a universal rule. The more potent, the more likely they were to make you gag.
Don't throw up on my carpet,
Master Solomon said, towering over Matteo. Yes, sir, Matteo managed to squeak out as he handed the empty bottle back to Master Solomon. With a bow, he headed back to the main room to begin his work. Within 10 minutes, the bruise was gone, and he had no trouble lifting the heavy tomes down from the bookshelves and taking them over to the table, where he had arranged a quill, an inkpot, and stacks of fresh paper. Master Solomon's main business was copying sections from books to deliver to noblemen, researchers, and anyone who was trying to find a particular piece of information. For the next few hours, Matteo would look up passages from various books and meticulously copy them down. Completed papers were placed in a stack for his master to double-check. Once Matteo had half a dozen, he would take them back to the office, picking up verified papers bearing his master's seal. The sun had just started to dip toward the city wall when Matteo heard the office door open and shut. His master's tall form appeared in the doorway. Noticing his greatcoat, Matteo was quite pleased and carefully finished the line he was working on.
Get your coat. We can get some food on the way, his master said.
Yes, sir. As Matteo hurried after Master Solomon, he couldn't help but feel excited. He enjoyed working with his master, and was particularly gifted in the sort of academic work he was required to do. But the thought of seeing duelists in action brought an excitement to his heart that dusty books simply couldn't provide. After stopping at one of the stalls along the road to get some food, Master Solomon gestured for Matteo to fall in beside him.
Do you know who the 2 duelists are?
Matteo instantly recognized his master's tone of voice and realized their fun outing was about to turn into a lesson. Suppressing the groan that rose up in his chest, Matteo nodded. Captain Laurel of the Council Guard and Captain Ors of the City Guard.
Do you know why they are dueling?
About to blurt out that it was an exhibition match, Matteo paused. While the answer on the tip of his tongue was obvious, his master had drilled into his head time and time again that anything done obviously by people with power likely had another meaning. Difficult to say for certain, sir, Matteo said, causing his master's lips to twitch. But if I had to hazard a guess, I would say there's some sort of disagreement between the two orders. While Captain Ors is representing the City Guard, he's part of the Silver Pennant, the Order of Duelists who oversee security for local merchants. Could it have something to do with the tension between the Merchant Guild and the High Council?
Is there tension between the merchants and the High Council?
Growing more sure of himself, Matteo nodded, his legs moving quickly to keep up with his master's long strides. Yes, sir. At the last council meeting, the Merchant Guild clearly wanted the authority to impose a tax among its members under the guise of collecting dues, but the council turned them down.
What would a fight like this have to do with whether or not the Merchant Guild can introduce dues?
The question stumped Matteo. But rather than just blurt out something random, he continued to think about it as they walked in silence. They were approaching their destination when Matteo finally spoke, his voice hesitant. Could it be as simple as embarrassing the High Council?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I think it has something to do with embarrassing the High Council, sir. Captain Ors has only just become a silver-level duelist, unlike Captain Laurel, who has been in the silver level for a considerable amount of time. A new thought struck Matteo, and his eyes widened. It's a message.
Oh? What sort of message?
Hearing the change in Matteo's tone, Master Solomon stopped and looked down at his disciple, his face impassive. The Merchant Guild is informing somebody among the council that they can get silver cards, Matteo said, which means that anybody who sides with them when the issue is brought up once more will have access to silver cards, allowing them to improve the strength of their duelist forces. When Matteo saw the smile on his master's face, he knew he had guessed right. Heaving a small sigh of relief, he followed Master Solomon to the barracks. There were stands set up next to the training ground, as it was fairly common for citizens to come and watch the duelists spar. Master Solomon and Matteo found seats in the front row of one of the stands, causing many of the people in the rows behind them to mutter under their breaths and move. When the duelists entered the training field, Matteo felt a flash of excitement. Captain Ors, the new silver-ranked duelist, was a young man with a handsome smile and long blonde hair who waved to the crowd as he entered, eliciting a cheer. Matteo was about to join in the cheer when he heard his master mutter,
"How unfortunate."
"What's unfortunate, master?"
"That young duelist has been ruined," Master Solomon said, his voice heavy.
Looking at Captain Ors once more, Matteo had no idea what his master was talking about. To him, it looked like the young man had made it to the peak. But if his master said otherwise, then there must be a reason. "I don't understand, master." For a moment, Master Solomon didn't respond, and Matteo wondered if he would just be left in the dark. But then with a sigh, Master Solomon reached down with one of his long arms and began to draw in the dirt at their feet.
"What do you know about duelists?"
he asked as he traced out the silhouette of a human. "Duelists use cards," Matteo said, leaning over, each containing a powerful skill.
"And what are those cards?"
"The root card and the limb cards. 1 root for the heart, 2 arms, 2 legs." As Matteo spoke, Master Solomon traced symbols on the figure's chest, arms, and legs.
"That's correct. Are you familiar with the ranks?"
"Yes, sir. Iron at the lowest, then bronze, and then silver, with gold above it." Noticing the way that Master Solomon's hand paused after he had traced out the symbol of gold above the head of the figure, Matteo suddenly felt uncertain. That's all I know, sir.
Understandable. There is a single stage above gold. Platinum. However, it need not be of your concern.
Straightening up, Master Solomon wiped off his finger and then gestured to Captain Ors, who was taking his position in the training ground across from his opponent.
A duelist utilizes what's called a card set. As you mentioned, they possess one root card, which, once slotted, cannot be changed. The root card grants an ability, as well as determining how quickly a duelist can advance. In addition to the root card, a duelist can possess up to 4 additional cards, 2 for the arms, called active slots, and 2 for the legs, called passive slots. Different cards have different requirements and can only be placed in either active or passive slots. However, the cards on the arms and the legs can be exchanged freely. In this case, it would appear that Captain Ors has slotted 2 silver cards, 1 passive, 1 active. The problem lies in his root card, which cannot support cards of the silver level. A mismatched set, where the root card is of a lower rank than the other cards in the set, puts strain on the duelist, shortening their lifespan.
Glancing at Captain Ors, Matteo didn't see any of that strain his master was talking about. The captain looked to be in high spirits as he waited for his opponent to enter the field. Master Solomon must have noticed the skeptical expression on his disciple's face, because with a sigh, he scuffed his drawing with his foot.
Remember this, Matteo. There is a natural order in this world, and power is no different. Unless the one who supports the system is strong enough to bear it, the entire thing will eventually crumble.
But, Master, can't he just switch out the 2 silver cards he slotted for cards that will fit his root card?
Of course he could,
Master Solomon said, a grim smile flashing across his face before vanishing as quickly as it had come.
People can do all sorts of things. The question is, will they?
As Matteo was thinking about that question, Captain Laryl entered the training ground. He looked to be in his early 40s, though for duelists that didn't mean much, as their root card drastically expanded their lifespan. The captain of the council guard was a thin man who walked with a deliberate pace, his gaze calm and unwavering. Though he had been a member of the council guard for over 25 years, Captain Laryl wasn't considered one of the council guard's strongest duelists. Instead, his value lay in his experience and unwavering dedication to his job. As he watched the older man walk forward, Matteo felt his heart clench. He had already noticed the wickedness hidden under Captain Orr's wide smile as the younger man greeted his older opponent. It was clear from the look on Captain Orr's face that he thought the fight was over already. Chapter 3. Master Solomon leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the 2 fighters, and Matteo didn't disturb him. The judge, who would be overseeing the fight, walked out and looked between the 2 men.
"The 2 of you have agreed to a friendly exhibition match,"
he said, his voice able to be heard clearly throughout the grounds.
"The rules are simple. You fight to first blood or until one person gives up. Being unable to continue the match will count as giving up. The match will be fought in a single round, 15 minutes long. If nobody has won within those 15 minutes, I will declare the winner based on points awarded for hits. Present the weapons you intend to use."
Captain Laryl unclipped the sword from his side, holding it out for the judge to see. After a cursory look, the judge nodded and gestured for him to take it back before turning to examine the spear Captain Orrs held out. To Matteo, it didn't seem fair that one person was using a sword and the other a spear, but this would be a fight of duelist power, not a competition to see which weapon was superior. With both weapons approved, the judge took a step back.
"Take your places."
Captain Laryl bowed, and after a moment of hesitation, Captain Orrs returned the bow. Then each retreated, taking up positions 20 feet apart. Looking back and forth between them to make sure they were ready, the judge raised his hand.
"I now declare this match underway. Begin."
Even as the judge retreated, Captain Orrs let out an explosive shout and lunged forward, a bright silver glow shrouding one of his arms as he activated one of his slotted cards. Not wanting to miss a thing, Matteo kept his eyes wide as Captain Orr's ability took effect. The silver light spread to his spear, and he dashed forward, threads of silver trailing behind him. It was a beautiful sight, and to Matteo it looked like he had transformed into a drill, shooting straight toward Captain Lero's chest. A flash of silver answered him as Captain Lero drew his longsword in a smooth motion, silver threads streaming out in an arc as he tried to intercept the incoming attack. With a deafening clang, the two weapons slammed against one another, and both of the duelists were forced back a few steps. Not wanting to lose his momentum, Captain Orrs shouted and spun, his spear whirling around his head to hack down at his opponent. Noticing that the silver energy that had been wrapped around his spear was fading, Matteo heard his master speak quietly.
Active skills have what's called a cooldown and can only be used again after a certain amount of time. Passive skills, on the other hand, like the one Captain Lero is using to keep his footing, have a static effect that persists permanently.
Matteo's eyes turned to Captain Lero, who was doing his best to ward off the fierce spear strikes coming his way. Each one seemed to shake the captain, his body bending as if he was being forced back. Yet his feet remained firmly planted in their place, and no matter how Captain Orrs pressed, his opponent didn't move back even an inch.
You might think of active skills as concentrated bursts of power. Passive skills, on the other hand, have a less explosive effect, but, properly leveraged, can be just as powerful.
The fighting was fierce, and the clang of the weapons clashing filled the training ground. The speed at which both men were moving was almost too much for Matteo to follow, and many of the exchanges looked to him like a blur of shifting silver. Finally, after nearly 3 minutes of non-stop fighting, Captain Orrs suddenly jumped back, gaining some distance from his opponent. Captain Lero hesitated for a moment, clearly caught off guard by his opponent's retreat, and then advanced forward, not wanting to let the spearman gain any range.
"Who do you think is going to win?" Master Solomon asked.
Wishing that he could just enjoy the fight, Matteo took a deep breath, and then put his mind to work. Captain Orrs has a slight advantage in both speed and strength, but both seem to be negated by Captain Lero's card abilities. However, Captain Lero isn't going to be able to win if he can't close the distance, and we've already seen what 2 of his abilities are. That silver slash he used at the beginning, and the ability to remain stable. We've seen Captain Orrs' first ability, his drill strike, but we don't know what his other abilities are.
"Reasonable observations," Master Solomon said. "But what do they mean?"
While this wasn't the first time Matteo had watched duelists fighting, he found himself at a loss. There were simply too many additional variables. Biting his lip, he watched as the 2 duelists clashed once again. As their blows rang through the air, Matteo had a thought and chuckled. Seeing his master look down at him, he pointed to Captain Orrs. "I think he is going to win."
"And why do you think that?"
"Because they wouldn't have sent him if they weren't confident."
"An excellent observation," Master Solomon said. "Indeed, when dealing with a conflict like this, it is often true that success and failure are not determined by the individuals themselves, but by the preparations that have been made beforehand."
Sure enough, a few minutes later, as Captain Lero found a gap in his opponent's defenses and lifted his sword to activate his slashing attack, a triumphant expression appeared on Captain Orrs' face. The older fighter clearly noticed it, but had already committed himself to his attack. Silver light shrouded his blade as he brought it down in a wicked arc, but Captain Orrs, who was off balance, shifted his weight, his body moving with impossible flexibility as he dodged the blow. At the same time, he shortened his grip on his spear and jammed it into Captain Lero's side, piercing through his armor. The older duelist had been caught completely off guard and was thrown to the side by the force of the blow, where he sprawled in the dirt. Though he was back on his feet almost immediately, blood was clearly visible on the tip of Captain Orrs' spear. Straightening up, Captain Ors held his spear in the air and let out a roar, announcing his victory. Laryl, on the other hand, was pale, his expression a mixture of grim stoicism and frustration at his defeat. The judge stepped forward to announce the results of the match, giving the victory to Captain Ors. Already Matteo could hear whispers in the crowd, even though both of the duelists were in the silver level. For Ors, who had just reached that level, to defeat Captain Laryl was quite a blow to the prestige of the Council Guard. It had only happened because the forces behind Captain Ors had given their duelist a card set that worked well against the older duelist. The reason for the defeat almost didn't matter. The general population wouldn't know or even particularly care about the machinations behind the fight. They would instead only remember that Captain Laryl had been defeated. With some sympathy, Matteo watched Captain Laryl bow to his opponent and walk out of the training grounds. Standing, Master Solomon patted Matteo on the shoulder.
"Come along. There's another place I'd like to go before we return home."
It took some time to make it through the crowds of people who had come to watch the match, so Matteo saved the question that had been gnawing at him since earlier until they were on a quiet street. "Master?"
"Yes, Matteo."
"You're a duelist, right?" There may have been a slight hesitation in his master's stride, though Matteo wasn't sure if he was only imagining it, before Master Solomon nodded.
"I am."
"What rank are you?" His master didn't immediately answer the question. Instead, he turned down a small alleyway that led back into a tangle of buildings and narrow streets, well off the beaten path. Unsure if he had made his master angry with his question, Matteo waited with bated breath until, stopping at a nondescript doorway, Master Solomon turned to look down at him from his imposing height.
"The question you've asked is one that is considered impolite. However, considering our relationship, I think it's okay for you to know. I'm a gold-ranked duelist, though all of my abilities, both passive and active, as well as my root card, are organized around the work I do. I don't have any of those fancy attack abilities."
Though he tried to keep it from his face, Matteo must have revealed how disappointed he was in his master's answer, because Master Solomon chuckled and patted him on the head.
"Come, we have someone to meet."
Matteo had expected his master to knock on the door, but instead Master Solomon simply opened it and stepped into the small room beyond. There was nothing in the room, save another doorway, but Master Solomon simply stood there quietly until the doorway opened and a man with a black mask emerged. In his hand were 2 robes that he passed to Master Solomon and to Matteo, gesturing for them to put them on. Once both master and disciple were wearing their robes, the masked man turned around and led them down the hallway he had emerged from until they reached a set of spiral stairs descending into the ground. They took these stairs, the only sounds the shuffle of their feet on worn stone and the sound of their breathing, like scattered heartbeats in the air. There were lights set at the top of the walls, metal sockets that held glowing stones. Working in a bookshop, Matteo was quite familiar with these stones, called glow lights, as they provided light without any of the heat or flame that was so dangerous around parchment and paper. They were expensive, however, so seeing them every dozen feet, studying the wall of the descending staircase, Matteo found himself rather awed. When they finally reached the bottom of the stairs, Matteo estimated that they had gone down at least 200 feet. This put them well below the city, and below the sewer system as well. Racking his brain for what could be down this far, Matteo caught sight of an etched pattern on the archway that they walked under after leaving the stairs. The catacombs. He only realized he had said the words out loud when the masked man and his master both looked at him, causing him to quail and retreat half a step. After a tense moment, the 2 men turned away and continued to walk through the passage they had entered. It was nothing like what Matteo had imagined when he had read about the catacombs. Rather than a dank, dirty passage filled with the corpses of the deceased, the air was bone dry and the passage clean. The piles of bodies Matteo had imagined were nowhere in sight, locked away behind closed doors that led into small alcoves off the main passage. For half an hour, they walked through the twisting turns of the catacombs until they finally arrived at a large room. There were 3 others already in the room, also masked and wearing the cloaks Matteo and his master had on. The guide stepped to the side and gestured for Master Solomon to proceed. Nodding his thanks, Master Solomon held out his hand, stopping Matteo, and then pointed toward the ground, telling Matteo to stay where he was. Taking a deep breath, Matteo nodded and watched as Master Solomon walked forward, his long strides bringing him to the center of the room, where the other 3 figures stood around a small table. There was a simple box on the table, and Master Solomon reached for it, cracking open the lid and peeking inside. Even though Matteo couldn't see what the box held, it was impossible to miss the gentle white mist that spilled out of it. But as soon as the mist started to form, Master Solomon shut the box tightly and slipped it inside his cloak. Reaching out, his long finger traced something on the table, and the others, after regarding it, exchanged glances and then nodded. Watching the pantomime playing out before him, Matteo was completely lost, but knew better than to ask his master as they began their trek back through the twisting passages of the catacombs. They left out of the same entrance they had arrived from, and it was only when they were back on the street that Matteo finally worked up the courage to ask his master what all of that was about.
"Nothing you need to worry about, Matteo. You'll know in due time."
Sensing a mix of emotions in his master's voice, Matteo swallowed and didn't press further. His master had always been calm and even-tempered, and even in the most strenuous circumstances seemed completely unruffled by whatever life could throw at him. This was the first time Matteo had noticed sorrow in his master's demeanor, and he found it frightened him. That night, as he lay in bed, recalling the exciting fight he had gotten to witness, Matteo couldn't help but feel that there was a great change coming. The adults around him, though each had tried to hide it in their own way, had been giving off subtle clues that things were not as calm and peaceful as they appeared on the surface. But no matter how Matteo worried at the puzzle, he didn't have enough information to piece the clues together. Finally, frustrated, he fell into a fitful sleep, waking the next morning as the sun was peeking its way up over the city. One of his first tasks every morning was to prepare breakfast, so he did, banishing the worries from the night before and hurrying to the kitchen to begin. Master Solomon liked a hearty breakfast, so Matteo prepared 6 eggs, 5 slices of thick toast, and 4 large slabs of ham, as well as porridge, baked beans, and some sliced fruit. Carrying all of the food out to the dining room table, Matteo arranged the plates, poured drinks, and then rang the small bell by the door. His master, who had been up for hours working in his office, walked in a few minutes later, carrying an open book that he placed next to his plate as he began to get his breakfast. Matteo waited until his master had gotten all of his food, just in case there was something his master wanted him to fetch, and then, once his master began eating, sat down for his own food. They ate in silence, as Master Solomon hated being interrupted when he was working. Once Master Solomon was done with breakfast, he noted his place in the book he had been reading, and then closed it, a signal to Matteo that they were about to discuss what would happen that day. Putting down his fork, Matteo wiped his lips with his napkin and sat quietly as he waited for Master Solomon to speak.
"We have a council meeting today," Master Solomon said, "a particularly important one. It will likely take the majority of the day, so try to get your chores done before mid-morning. You'll be accompanying me, and I'll have you in the council chamber with me. This evening, I'll be asking you to prepare a summary of the meeting for distribution."
Chapter 4. It was always Matteo's job to take notes on the council meeting so that his master could review them afterward. But it was a different matter if those notes were going to be distributed. There were numerous important people in the city who paid his master to keep them abreast of important happenings, and this was the first time Matteo had been tasked with writing the missive that would be distributed to them. Feeling an equal sense of nervousness and excitement, Matteo nodded. "Yes, sir."
"I want you to pay particular attention to the delegation that will be coming," Master Solomon said, his lips turning down slightly. "Of particular importance is Adjudicator Uthric Voors. He will likely be the primary spokesperson for the delegation."
Matteo had never heard the name Uthric Voors before, but as soon as Master Solomon mentioned adjudicators, his breath caught in his throat. These were the Emperor's secret guard, shadowy figures cloaked in frightening rumors. They had authority to carry out the Emperor's direct will, and their presence was enough to make anyone nervous. The fact that the Emperor's delegation included an adjudicator was not a good sign for the free city of Darrenfor. If he noticed Matteo's nervousness, Master Solomon didn't say anything as he pushed his chair back, took his book, and left for his office. Matteo was a bit slower, his mind racing as he tried to figure out why an adjudicator would be coming to their city. As he hurried to clear the table and do the dishes, his mind would not stop churning. Darrenfor was a free city, one of the many city-states scattered around the edges of the Empire that, while under the protection of the Empire, didn't owe allegiance to the Emperor himself. Matteo knew that the winds of change had been blowing for some time. It could be heard in the way the people spoke. But historically, the Empire cared little for what the city-states did or how they operated themselves, so long as the hefty tax they paid for protection never stopped flowing. About mid-morning, just as he was packing up the last few books to be distributed that day, Master Solomon came out of his office and called for Matteo to get his coat.
"We shouldn't keep the councillors waiting," Master Solomon said.
A carriage had pulled up outside, causing Matteo to look at his master in surprise. He wasn't quite sure how wealthy Master Solomon was. Though he had an inkling that the man's fortune was enormous, Master Solomon was a notorious skinflint, rarely spending money on anything besides his food, his clothing, and his books, and Matteo could count on one hand the number of times they had ridden in a carriage when going somewhere in the city. Taking another look at the carriage, however, he immediately realized what was going on, as located discreetly on the door was the crest of House Tessin. The footman jumped down and opened the door, and Master Solomon climbed aboard, Matteo following after him. Inside they found Earl Tessin, another of the high councillors like Master Solomon, and a jovial man whose smiling lips hid any trace of the thoughts running through his head.
"Thank you for the ride," Master Solomon said, settling down in his seat.
"I'm just glad you finally accepted my offer," Earl Tessin replied. A moment later, the carriage began to move, bumping along the cobblestones as they headed for the city hall.
"This must be your apprentice," Earl Tessin said, gripping tightly onto one of the straps to avoid being jostled. "Quite the good-looking lad."
"Indeed," Master Solomon replied, looking down at Matteo. "If only good looks translated into ability."
Matteo had been with his master long enough to sense the teasing tone, despite the fact that there was nary a smile to be seen on Master Solomon's face. Laughing, Earl Tessin winked at Matteo.
"Don't let his negativity get you down, kid. I'm sure you're twice as smart as your master was at your age."
Knowing better than to join in the conversation, Matteo just smiled and bowed his head, and the two men began to converse about other things, particularly the arrival of the delegation from the Empire. Matteo listened quietly, gathering as much information as he could, carefully squirreling bits and pieces of the conversation away for later. The fact that he was present as the conversation was happening was clearly intentional on his master's part, and Matteo had long since learned that everything Master Solomon did had a purpose. 20 minutes after leaving their house, the carriage arrived at City Hall, a grand building with soaring marble pillars and an imposing domed roof that sat right in the center of Darrenfor.
The council chamber was on the second floor, with 360-degree glass windows that looked out over the city. There were very few buildings in the city taller than the city hall, and as they climbed the wide marble staircase that led up to the council room, Matteo couldn't help but feel awed by the grandeur of it all. He had been in this building countless times, but every time the impressive architecture and ornate carvings took his breath away. The council room itself had a massive wooden table, with chairs arranged around it, each one an exact copy of the other, save for a number etched into the top. There was already a collection of people sitting at the table, and Master Solomon greeted each as he walked to his seat, the chair with a number 1 carved in its back. Matteo took up his position behind his master, a place from which he could see both the faces and bodies of all of the other people seated at the table. There were a dozen chairs across from his master's seat that didn't have numbers. These were where the imperial delegation would sit. Slowly, other counselors filtered into the room until each of the 15 seats had been filled. The meeting was supposed to begin precisely at noon, but as the top of the hour approached, there was no sign of the imperial delegation. Matteo could feel Master Solomon tensing, as his master hated tardiness. With an uncanny precision, at exactly noon, Master Solomon pulled a small pocket watch from his coat, looked at it, and then closed it with a snap.
"Let us begin today's meeting," he said, his voice heavy in the silence.
"Are you sure that's wise?" one of the other counselors asked, gesturing to the empty seats.
"If they want to be here for our meeting, they should have been on time," another counselor snapped, slapping the table with the palm of his hand.
"It would be common courtesy for us to wait,"
the counselor beside him spoke, giving him an arch glance before she turned to Master Solomon.
"I suggest that we give them a few minutes."
Master Solomon nodded and looked around the room at the other counselors. "Do the rest of you agree?" Most of the other counselors nodded, though there were a fair number who shook their heads no. Opening his watch again, Master Solomon looked at it, and then held up 3 fingers. "The meeting will begin in 3 minutes," he said. A few of the other counselors grumbled under their breaths, or turned to their neighbors to talk, but Master Solomon didn't move, maintaining his stare at his watch as the minute hand slowly ticked around. After the first minute, everyone else at the table fell silent, and when 3 minutes had passed, Master Solomon shut his pocket watch with a snap. "Today's council meeting will begin," he said. "The first item on our agenda was to be presented by the imperial delegation, but as they are not present, we will shift that to the end. The second item on our agenda is a question regarding the use of the waterways. Councillor Beck, if you would present your report." The councillor Master Solomon had gestured to licked his lips and stood up. It was clear that he was quite uncomfortable with the situation, but under Master Solomon's intense stare, he began to stammer out his report. He was just getting to the end when the sound of voices from the stairwell caused him to pause. The imperial delegation had finally made their appearance. As they entered the council chamber, Councillor Beck paused and turned to look at them. Leading them was a hunched man who gave Matteo the impression of a vulture. He wore no symbols on his clothing, but he didn't need to. From the way the councillors tensed, it was obvious this was Uthric Vurs, adjudicator of the Empire. The adjudicator had a gaunt face and deeply sunken eyes that darted this way and that as he stared around the table. Though Vurs' eyes only scraped past him, Matteo could feel his chest constricting, almost as if it had been squeezed. Walking up to the table, the adjudicator bowed slightly, just enough to make it seem as if he were greeting them. Straightening up, Adjudicator Vurs opened his mouth, but Master Solomon held up his hand, interrupting him. "Please wait. Councillor Beck was in the middle of his report. Councillor, if you would please continue." The adjudicator's eyes narrowed as Councillor Beck gasped, but Master Solomon clearly wasn't going to back down, despite the heavy stare the adjudicator was sending his direction. Caught between Master Solomon and the Imperial Adjudicator, Councillor Beck clearly wished to be anywhere else. After clearing his throat a few times, he quietly finished his report, cutting it short by a good bit, and then sat down, sweat dripping from his face. Everyone clearly expected Master Solomon to acknowledge the Adjudicator, since Councillor Beck was done with his report. But it didn't catch Matteo by surprise when, instead, Master Solomon closed his eyes for a moment, as if thinking through what he had heard, and then asked a few sharp questions, which Councillor Beck answered with some exasperation. With his question satisfied, Master Solomon looked around the table at the other councillors. "Does anyone else have questions for Councillor Beck on this issue?" He was met with stony silence, but he still waited a full minute before making a slight note on his list, and then, looking up, his eyes meeting Adjudicator Voors. "Thank you for your patience, Adjudicator Voors. It's good to keep order in the council hall. As you are not here, your item has been pushed to the back of the agenda. We have..." Glancing down, Master Solomon ran his finger down the list in front of him. 17 other items to address first." There was pin-drop silence as Master Solomon slowly looked up, his expression completely calm. Standing next to him, Matteo did his best not to shiver. Even though Adjudicator Voors wasn't looking at him, the pressure the thin, vulture-like man gave off was dreadful. Master Solomon didn't seem fazed by it at all, however, and for a moment Matteo thought that his master would actually insist on dealing with each of those other items one at a time before allowing the Imperial Adjudicator to speak. To everyone's relief, however, Master Solomon smiled dryly and gestured to Adjudicator Voors. "However, it's clear to me that we aren't going to be able to proceed with the other items unless we hear yours first. I believe you have come to present something to the council. Why don't you and your attendants have a seat?" Staring at Master Solomon for a few seconds, Adjudicator Voors pulled out the indicated chair and took his seat. Those with him hurried to do the same. Clutching the armrests of the chair with his thin, bony fingers, the Adjudicator looked even more like a vulture to Matteo. When he spoke, it was in a dry, raspy voice.
"Indeed. I've come with a message of utmost importance," he said, his eyes fixed on Master Solomon, who returned his stare calmly. "As you know, the Empire has been in a period of stabilization for the last 10 years. The Great War ended with the Empire's complete victory and the absorption of 3 nations. Over the last 10 years, those nations have been folded into the Empire, their armies retrained, and their citizens re-educated to our standard. Darrenfor is one of a dozen city-states who were likewise granted protection by the Empire during that war, and for the last 20 years you have enjoyed the peace and prosperity the Empire brings."
Pausing for a moment, Adjudicator Voors looked around the room at the other councillors, each who looked tense, as if afraid of what he was going to say next.
"Unfortunately," Adjudicator Voors continued, "there are those in this empire who do not seek its stability. Our great empire's ambitions have not been quenched, but before we can continue in our divine mandate, it is essential that the empire become a unified whole."
Master Solomon had been listening to this quietly, seeming completely at ease, but Matteo noticed the slight twitch in his master's hand at Adjudicator Voors' words, a clear indication that Master Solomon didn't like what he was hearing. The Adjudicator didn't appear to notice, and instead gestured for one of the people with him to hand over a scroll. Waving the scroll for all of the councillors to see, Adjudicator Voors' lips curled up in what Matteo could only assume was meant to be a smile.
"I have been tasked with ensuring that Darrenfor is indeed part of the unified whole."
"Do you have reason to suspect we're not?" one of the councillors asked, leaning forward. With a hollow chuckle, Adjudicator Voors shrugged.
That's what we're going to find out. There have been disturbing rumors across the entire empire of traitors, those who would undermine the stability of the empire and tarnish the legacy of the emperor. I'm sure you would all agree that such behavior cannot be tolerated. But never fear, I will ferret it out. If there are subversive elements in this city, I will find them, and when I do, I will cut out the tumor, so that your city might be a whole and productive part of the empire once more."
A different counselor, who clearly had been stewing this entire time, slammed his hands on the table and stood up, nearly knocking his chair over in the process. "You have no authority here. If there is an investigation to be done, we will do it." Adjudicator Voor's face contorted as he turned his attention to the erupting counselor.
"I have authority wherever I go," he said, his voice quiet and sinister. "And this grants it to me."
As he waved the scroll once more, Matteo saw Master Solomon straighten up.
"I presume those are your orders from the Emperor," he said, reaching out his hand. "May I look through them?"
Chapter 5.
"Of course," Adjudicator Voor said.
Seeing his master flick his finger, Matteo hurried around the table to retrieve the scroll that Adjudicator Voor held out for him. He kept his eyes low, not wanting to be noticed, but when the adjudicator handed him the scroll, his bony fingers maintained their tight grip, causing Matteo to freeze. It was only for a second, but Matteo's heart pounded in his chest. Then Adjudicator Voor let go of the scroll and turned back to face the rest of the counselors. Holding his breath, Matteo hurried back to his master, who took it, unrolled it, and began to read over its contents. Though his expression didn't change, Matteo noticed his grip tightening and knew that his master was growing angry. After reading it over twice, Master Solomon rolled it back up and nodded.
"This all looks to be in order," he said.
"We've been instructed to assist Adjudicator Voor in establishing an investigative unit in the city. We're to provide him with a place to stay and access to all of our records, as well as material help as he needs it. Councillor Tesson, would you take the appointment to assist Adjudicator Voor?" Looking slightly stricken, the always-smiling Earl pointed a finger at himself.
"Me?"
"Yes," Master Solomon said, nodding as he gave Matteo the scroll. "Please give this to Councillor Tesson." Nodding, Matteo walked around the table and handed it to the Earl, who glanced at Adjudicator Voor with a terrified smile. "Of course. It would be my honor to assist the Adjudicator and his team in their investigation."
"Good. I'm glad I could rely on you,"
Master Solomon said as Matteo returned to his place. "Now, if there isn't anything else, let's continue with our agenda." Across from him, Adjudicator Voor shook his head. For the rest of the long council meeting, the adjudicator sat quietly, his eyes drifting from one counselor to another. The entire meeting was strained because of the added pressure the presence of the adjudicator placed on the counselors, and it was with considerable relief that they hurried out after Master Solomon had called an end to the meeting. Because Earl Tesson had to stay and assist the adjudicator's party, Master Solomon and Matteo were alone in the carriage as they headed back to the shop. Master Solomon remained quiet the entire time, his eyes closed and no hint of an expression on his face. When they finally entered the shop, Master Solomon locked the door and gestured for Matteo to accompany him back to the office. Watching him lock that door as well, Matteo started to feel as if something was wrong. "Take a seat." Shivering slightly at the heaviness in his master's voice, Matteo hurried to sit as Master Solomon took his seat behind his desk, steepling his fingers together as he leaned back in his high-backed chair, his eyes closed. Matteo watched his master breathlessly, and they sat in silence for a full 5 minutes before Master Solomon spoke. "Please produce a record of the meeting," was all Master Solomon said when he finally spoke. Yes, sir. For the next hour, the only sound in the room was the scratch of Matteo's quill on the paper. Ever since he was little, Matteo had had a unique ability. Anything he heard or saw was captured in his mind, seared into his very soul, and with a bit of thought he could recall it once more. He wrote with his eyes closed, and in his head it was as if he was in the council room once more, listening as each person spoke in turn. In between the sentences of dialogue that he wrote down, he also wrote details that he had noticed that might be of particular importance. The way different council members reacted to what was being said, the shift of tone, or who their eyes went to while they were speaking. When he had finished, he waited for the last page to dry, and then took the papers to his master, standing there in silence as Master Solomon read through them.
"Well done, Matteo,"
Master Solomon said when he had finished and put the papers down on his desk.
"I know I had said that you would be writing your first report from this. Unfortunately, the situation is much more dire than I anticipated. Can you tell me why the adjudicator has come?"
Though an answer rose readily to Matteo's lips, he stifled it, holding it back as he tried to think through the question. On the surface, it was obvious why the adjudicator had come. He had stated it plainly himself. There were rumors of seditious elements in the Empire, and no doubt adjudicators were currently heading to all of the other major cities in the Empire as well. Adjudicator Vurs had talked about the peace the Empire had experienced over the last 10 years, peace won through brutal war, and how the Emperor's ambitions had begun to surface once more. This meant the Empire was starting to look toward war again, and it would be more important than ever that it be unified in its purpose. All of this seemed easy enough to understand, but Matteo knew he must be missing another piece. His master didn't rush him, and Matteo once more went back through the encounter with Adjudicator Vurs. The reaction of the counselor stood out to Matteo as he re-examined the memory, and with a slight shiver, he realized what was happening. When he opened his eyes, Master Solomon was looking at him, a rare smile on his face.
"What do you think?"
he asked. Desperately hoping he was wrong, Matteo took a deep breath and answered, "I think the Empire doesn't want the free cities to exist anymore."
"How did you arrive at that conclusion?"
"Because the rumors of traitors are just that, rumors. The free cities provide the Empire with a significant portion of its material wealth through trading with other nations. In return, the Empire's military protects us. However, our agreement with the Empire says that they cannot station troops in our cities or on our lands, which means that if the Empire wants to expand, the free cities stand in their way. We serve as trading hubs, and a huge amount of wealth and information flows through here to the capital. It's only by changing the agreement that the Empire will be able to continue to expand its borders." Master Solomon's smile widened ever so slightly, and he gestured for Matteo to continue.
"Good so far. Keep going."
"The adjudicator has been sent not to find traitors, but to create them, giving the Empire an excuse to bring us under their heel."
"Exactly right," Master Solomon said. "This is a threat against our city's sovereignty, and one that I'm afraid the Empire will not be willing to negotiate."
"What if we were to just submit?" Matteo asked. "I mean, can't we just tell them they can put troops here?"
"No," Master Solomon said, shaking his head. "Even if we were foolish enough to allow the Empire to establish a troop presence in our city, and they were foolish enough to agree to it, they would never be able to trust that we wouldn't stab them in the back. After all, imagine if they had deployed to the border to fight Afris. How devastating would it be if we suddenly cut their supply line? No, the Emperor is too good a strategist to leave something like that as an open variable."
"Then what are we going to do?" Matteo asked. For the briefest moment, the expression on Master Solomon's face seemed to turn sorrowful. But then his expression returned to normal, and he waved his hand.
"That is not something for you to worry about," he said. "I will prepare the report to send out.
I believe you have a few deliveries to make, so why don't you go and do that?"
"Yes, sir." Bowing, Matteo left the room, not noticing his master's eyes following him. Gathering the packages he was going to deliver, Matteo took a deep breath and stepped outside, locking the door behind him. As he made his way through the city, it was clear that word had started to spread already. The High Council didn't operate in secret, as that was against the principles upon which the city had been founded. While that was normally a good thing, in times of crisis, it could be a problem. There was a certain franticness to the way people were moving that set Matteo's teeth on edge, and twice he was nearly run over by carriages moving much too quickly down the road. His first few deliveries went well, but when he got to his last delivery, located at an inn, he heard something that set off warning bells in his head. There were two men speaking quietly to one another over their drinks. Their voices were hushed in the crowd, and shouldn't have been noticeable in the din. But Matteo just so happened to be standing near enough to their table that he could pick up their conversation as he waited for the innkeeper to write out the check.
"Are you sure?"
one of the men asked, and the other, a burly man with a thick beard, nodded as he took a drink.
"Completely. I'm telling you, my nephew is part of the unit."
"But why would they be coming here? Isn't that a breach of the treaty?"
"Ha! You think the Empire cares about treaties right now? I'm telling you, things are going to get bad. We need to leave this city as soon as possible."
"Oh, come on. Now you're just being an alarmist."
"Alarmist?" the bearded man growled. "You think I'm being an alarmist? Do you know what the unit my nephew is in does? It's an engineering unit. They dig trenches for defensive fortifications. The only reason they'd be coming here is if the Imperial army is about to set up for a siege."
By that time, the innkeeper had returned, and Matteo was forced to walk away, as much as he wanted to stand there and continue to eavesdrop. It was with a heavy heart that he made his way back to the shop. Unlocking the door, he was stunned to see his master dressed in his coat, standing in the shop's main room. "Sir, is something wrong?" Regarding Matteo silently, Master Solomon just gestured for him to follow. Together they left the shop. Walking behind his master down the darkened streets, Matteo couldn't help but feel that his master's tall, slim form somehow stretched in the darkness, becoming like a giant. The strange air he had noticed the other day seemed to shroud his master's shoulders, and each step of his long stride caused that feeling to grow. It didn't take long for Matteo to figure out that they were headed back to the same building they had been to the day before. Sure enough, they soon arrived in the narrow street in front of the simple wooden door. Opening it up, Master Solomon gestured for Matteo to enter, and then entered behind him after looking around to make sure no one had witnessed them go in. Pausing after he closed the door, Master Solomon looked down at his disciple, his gaze unreadable.
"I'm sorry, Matteo," he said.
"Sorry? What are you sorry for, Master?" Taking a deep breath, Master Solomon didn't answer. The door leading into the hallway opened, and the figure in the mask appeared once more, handing them each a cloak.
"I'll explain when we get there,"
Master Solomon said, and they began their long, silent trek through the hall, down the stairs, and into the twisting passages of the catacombs. When they arrived in the room where they had met the other figures before, Matteo immediately noticed that their numbers had tripled. There were now 9 figures waiting for them, each one dressed in a mask and robes. The last time they had been here, they had operated in complete silence. This time, however, one of the robed individuals stepped forward.
"Are you sure about this?"
intoned a deep voice.
"I am,"
Master Solomon replied. Though the figure clearly wanted to say more, they just shook their head and stepped back. A growing feeling of disquiet had filled Matteo's chest, and it spiked as his master turned to look at him.
"Matteo, I had hoped that the situation would not become this dire, but I'm afraid the worst has come to pass. There is much I cannot explain, but I'd ask for your trust."
"Of course, sir," Matteo said. "Of course I trust you."
"Then come."
Following his master, Matteo walked into the center of the room as the 9 robed figures spread out around them, taking up positions around the room. The way they moved gave Matteo the feeling that they had done this before, and the beating in his heart intensified as Master Solomon stopped in front of the table that stood in the center of the room. A small vial appeared in Master Solomon's hands, and uncorking it, he placed it in front of Matteo.
"When I give the command, you'll drink this," Master Solomon said.
Bluish-green, the liquid in the vial gave off a faintly sinister feeling. And though he wanted to ask what it was, Matteo swallowed his question and nodded. His master was strict and demanding, but it never once harmed him, and Matteo found the thought that he would do so now inconceivable. Walking around the table, Matteo's master pulled the box from the night before out of his cloak and set it down in front of him, leaving it closed. His hands rested on the table, and he stared across at Matteo.
"Drink."
Without hesitating, Matteo reached for the potion and swallowed it down, gagging slightly at the surprisingly sweet taste. A strange impression, as if the potion was a living thing, burrowed into his mind as the liquid slithered down his throat. Rather than a liquid, it seemed almost to be like a gel. But before Matteo's thoughts could go any further, he found that everything around him began to grow hazy. Thick fog rolled into the room, covering his vision and muting the sounds he could hear. Blinking, he tried to maintain his awareness, but his vision began to blur, and he was forced to clutch at the table to keep from falling over.
"Matteo."
The sound of his master's voice gave him something to focus on, and peering through the fog, he saw his master's face. Though he knew that he and his master were only separated by the 3-foot-wide table, for some reason he felt as if his master was shouting from a long way away, the words faint as they drifted into his ears.
"Matteo."
With every ounce of his concentration, he tried to focus on his master, to speak, but words never seemed to reach his lips. He wanted to tell his master that he had done it, that he had drunk the potion, but he found himself unable. Chapter 6.
"Matteo, relax. Listen to what I have to say. You will not remember this until later in your life, but it is exceptionally important that you hear every single word I am about to speak."
Matteo had no idea what his master was talking about. His thoughts were entirely too clouded. But he could feel the impact of his master's voice, as each word Master Solomon spoke etched itself into Matteo's soul.
"We are the Order of Solomon, guardians of knowledge, keepers of the contract. By becoming my disciple, you have entered into that lineage, and by virtue of your talent and hard work have been chosen as the next Solomon. What I am about to tell you is the history of our lineage. Like you, my master took me as an apprentice at a young age. The Order of Solomon does not pass to blood relations, but instead to those of us who are blessed by the God of knowledge. Only children who have the ability to perfectly capture everything they observe can be trained in our line. Though it would have been better to wait until you were older, circumstances will no longer allow it. And so, we have been forced to act. Listen now, as I recount the wisdom of Solomon."
Matteo felt as if his whole being was faded, little more than a discolored stain. His surroundings were just as vague, splotches of color seen through dense mist. Yet as he focused on his master's voice, his master's figure became clearer and clearer and clearer, until it was as if Master Solomon was the only real thing in the entire world. Time seemed ephemeral, slipping past at an incredible rate, while also dragging slowly, meandering this way and that as his master's words elongated and slurred. It was an experience like nothing Matteo had ever encountered in his life. But as Master Solomon spoke, an incredible history unfolded before Matteo's eyes. a line of scholars stretching back thousands and thousands of years into ages untold, passing down the secrets of their order from one master to one apprentice, continually accumulating knowledge until the present day, a knowledge that those in power feared. Sometimes the order remained hidden, concealing themselves among the populace and revealing itself to no one, save the sole apprentice who would carry the mantle. Other times, as now, the Solomon would enter the world, helping to shape and guide it. Though his brain was completely muddled, of one thing Matteo became certain. Adjudicator Uthric Vurs had not come to seek out traitors, but instead to eliminate his master. That was the only reason Matteo could think of that would force Master Solomon into passing this knowledge down. The thought caused the disquiet in Matteo's chest to turn into pure dread. But his master's sharp voice brought him back to focus.
"There is no time for thought, Matteo. You must focus."
Shocked out of his swirling emotions, Matteo mechanically nodded, his mind honing in on his master. For who knows how long Master Solomon spoke to Matteo, each word fixing itself permanently on Matteo's head, until finally he fell silent. Matteo watched as his master opened the box, reaching in to pull something out. It looked like a simple card, about the size of a hand, and covered on both sides with delicate scrollwork. It was white, making it hard to see through the fog. But before Matteo could get a good look at it, he saw his master place it on his forearm and the card vanish, slotting into Master Solomon's arm. Something tugged at the back of Matteo's mind, but his master had told him there wasn't time to think, so he brushed it aside, focusing as Master Solomon swept the box aside. He wasn't sure what had happened to the table, but he saw his master step forward, his fingers curling into a fist that he held out between them. Faint words, no more than whispers, rolled out of Master Solomon's mouth. Matteo could barely grasp them, yet strangely he knew he would remember them. There was something about this hazy world that simply wouldn't let him forget. When the time was right, they would fall from his lips, just as they fell from his master's. The air shivered, and the thick mist clouding Matteo's mind churned, as if it wished to swallow Master Solomon whole. His voice rose in concert with the mist, until it echoed deafeningly in Matteo's ears. Part of him wanted to shout for his master to stop, but right now he only had a single job: to focus. That is exactly what he did, concentrating on the hand held in front of his chest, until that was all that existed. A swirling, white hand, glowing with the brilliance of a star. Unaware of how much time had passed, Matteo suddenly noticed something in the center of the hand. A single point of black, the complete antithesis of the glowing white. The point grew and grew as he continued to focus on it, as if it was sucking in the remaining vestiges of his mind. From less than a pinprick to the size of a coin, then to the size of the fist, until finally it began to devour everything in Matteo's sight. The darkness carried a heavy, shifting feeling. Without warning, Matteo felt as if he tumbled forward, falling into pitch black. It took him a moment to realize that his eyes were simply closed. When they snapped open, he saw himself in a strange landscape of shifting shadow. He was still underground, of that he was sure, but somehow it felt like he was staring at the world inverted. Everything that should have been solid was hollow, and everything hollow looked as firm as rock. Disoriented by this strange space, he looked around and saw a sight that caused his breath to seize in his chest. There, sitting on its haunches, where his master should have been, was a great cat. Its eyes, like deep pools, stared at him with detachment and the faintest curiosity. Realizing it had been noticed, the cat cocked its head to the side, a low rumble emanating from its throat. It was big, easily as big as his master, its body slim and built for speed. A tail lashed behind it, and after matching gazes with Matteo for a moment, the cat's mouth opened, and it spoke in the same voice as his master. "You must choose." An invisible force Matteo couldn't defend against grabbed his body, spinning him around and revealing 9 pillars, each with an animal atop it. Distances were hard to judge in this world, and Matteo didn't know whether the animals were all small or if the pillars were simply very far away. But he saw them arranged in a circle around him, each one staring at him with beady eyes. There was a horse, an elephant, a cat, like the one that sat in his master's place, a monkey, a dog, a rat, a pig, a lizard, and an empty pillar. It took Matteo a moment to realize that there wasn't an animal resting on the 9th pillar, though he saw the symbol of a bird of some sort, wings outstretched, etched near the top.
"You must choose."
The words reverberated in Matteo's soul, causing terror to settle over him and pushing him to blurt out the name of one of the animals. Yet despite how scared he was, a curious feeling had overcome Matteo, and his eyes didn't seem to want to leave the empty pillar.
"Your time grows short, young Solomon. Pick before it's too late."
Again, the cat's insistent voice came, pressing on Matteo like a physical force as it tried to pry a word from his lips. Just as he felt as if he were reaching his limits, a shadow fell over him, and the pressure lifted. He felt sharp talons on his shoulder, and turning his head with some difficulty, he saw a crow perched there.
"He has not chosen,"
the cat hissed, though Matteo couldn't tell if it was anger or fear he heard in its voice.
"But I have."
The voice, coming from the crow, sounded like steel drawn from a scabbard, the clash of weapons and the bloody impact of flesh slamming into flesh. As simple as the words were, they nearly overwhelmed Matteo's spirit, and visions of battle raged through his mind.
"You would break the pact?"
This time Matteo knew it was fear.
"Don't play with me, cat. I know. I wrote the pact. And it is time."
Vaguely, Matteo was aware that all of the animals that had watched him from their pillars had approached, crowding around in a loose circle, yet none dared step too close. Each was massive, from an elephant that towered through the ceiling to the rat, which was easily as tall as his waist. It was only the crow, sitting on his shoulder, that was of normal size, yet despite that, none of the other animals dared get near.
"The choice is not yours,"
the cat hissed. But before it could continue, Matteo's mouth moved, a word leaking from his lips as his brain finally caught up to the situation. "Crow?" There was a clink of chain, and Matteo gasped in pain as black feathers sprang from the crow's wings, shooting around him before joining together to form a heavy black chain that sank into Matteo's flesh. He could feel the chain attaching to his heart, adding a curious weight to it. With a gasp, he found himself back in his own body, staring into his master's terrified eyes. Vaguely, as if from miles away, he could hear faint sounds. But no matter how he strained, he couldn't make heads or tails of them, and they all stopped when Master Solomon released the fist that he held in front of Matteo. For a moment, Master Solomon stared at him, a strange expression on his face. Relief, fear, deep sorrow, and anger were all present there. Matteo didn't understand. He tried to ask Master Solomon what was wrong, but the words wouldn't come. With a deep sigh, Master Solomon took a step back.
"Matteo, I leave you with this. It has been a delight to watch you grow. I wish I could watch you grow forever. When you wake, you will not remember any of this, but when the time comes, and your soul has the strength to bear it, it will manifest once more. Know that I wish I could bear this for you, but no one else can carry your fate."
Hesitating as if he had more to say, Master Solomon let out a painful, rattling breath, and his hand slowly stretched out to touch Matteo lightly on the forehead.
"Sleep."
With that final word, Matteo's vision faded, the fog boiling in to cover his master's face. Soon, There was nothing but darkness. Matteo felt as if he was floating in a river, drifting along in the pitch black. Though there was no water surrounding him, Matteo could feel something trying to pull him along, sweeping his consciousness from the world. Without the strength to resist, Matteo had the strangest dream. He dreamed of a room deep underground in the catacombs, beneath the city, where his body was subjugated to a strange ritual. 9 individuals cut deep gashes in their palms, dripping blood onto the floor, where it ran through channels toward where he stood in the center. He wanted to scream and yell as the blood came close, but there was nothing he could do. His master, cold and impassive, towered over him, chanting something that caused the blood to come closer. As it passed through the channels between him and the 9 others, the blood began to twist and rise, transforming into chains that rose up to wrap around his body. At the same time, he could hear a loud cawing, filled with fury and the promise of destruction. But all of it was so disorienting that he didn't understand. Finally, after the last chain had wrapped around him, completely binding his body, his master took out a dagger and cut one of his fingers. Matteo wanted to yell at him, tell him not to do that. After all, that was the hand Master Solomon wrote with, and it wouldn't do to injure one of his fingers. Yet Master Solomon wouldn't stop, and blood began to drip in heavy drops as his master reached out to touch his forehead. That distant anger, cawing so loudly in Matteo's ear, let out a horrendous shriek as Master Solomon's blood was spread on his forehead, and with a shudder all of the chains vanished, sinking deep into his flesh to bind his soul and heart and mind. A deep silence followed as the cawing was suppressed, and in his dream Master Solomon let out a sigh, his hand dropping to his side. Of everything that had happened, the sigh unsettled Matteo the most, and as if attached by some sort of ethereal tether, he found his dream following Master Solomon and the others as they carried Matteo's body up, around the curling stairs, and out into the city. A cart was there, waiting, along with a fat man dressed in shabby clothing that had once been fashionable. Gold rings glistened on his fingers, and when he smiled, he revealed a mouthful of gold and silver teeth. Even though he was dreaming, Matteo felt his breath catch. This was Master Fig, one of the most notorious flesh dealers in the city. He bought and sold slaves by the hundreds, if the rumors were to be believed. In a daze, Matteo watched as his body was dumped into the cart. Coin exchanged from Master Solomon's own hand into the fat, greasy palm of Fig. Flashing his signature smile, Fig tapped the side of the cart and then hopped up on it as the driver directed the horses down the street. Matteo's brain was still fogged from whatever it was that he had drunk, and he felt like he didn't understand what was happening. He kept looking back and forth as his field of view was dragged away with the cart. Soon, his master and the other cloaked individuals were lost in the darkness, and time streamed by. Master Fig and the cart arrived at the city gate, where he passed a small bag of coins to one of the guards on duty. And then they headed out into the deep darkness outside the city wall, with Matteo still trying to make sense of what was happening. A flicker of movement caught Matteo's eye, and he saw a black shape perched on the edge of the cart. Even as he looked at it, the crow turned its head to stare at him with red, unblinking eyes that felt as if they would swallow him whole, dyeing his entire being in their bloody glow. His spirit shaken, the dream shattered, and once again Matteo found himself drifting along in darkness. He had never had a dream as real and vivid as this one, and a small piece of him wondered how it was possible that his mind was still operating, even though he had been drugged. Chapter 7. The next thing Matteo registered was his body being roughly grabbed and dragged. He could feel his mind slowly starting to reawaken. But even as he regained his faculties, his body continued to ignore his commands. He wanted to sit up, to open his eyes, but the darkness that drowned him was so thick, he was starting to wonder if he even had a body anymore. There was another bump, and then a few faint voices filtered into Matteo's ears, each seeming to come from an incredible distance.
"We got a good batch this time, huh?" "We'll have to wait and see, but they certainly show promise. Then again, promise doesn't mean much in the gorge. Gotta see if they'll survive first." "Well, sure, but their soul strength seems higher than normal, especially this one, and the girl."
"Do you know who she is?"
"I heard a rumor."
There was a pause, and then the same voice continued hesitantly.
"Is it really okay that we're putting a slave brand on her?"
"Orders are orders.
Besides, and don't tell a soul I told you this, but the root card we're slotting into her, it's from her."
Despite Matteo's interest in what the two voices were talking about, the words faded as the darkness around him surged, assaulting his mind with wave after wave of weight that pressed down on him, trying to drag him into slumber once more. Fighting against the impulse to surrender to the darkness, Matteo suddenly felt a sharp pain stabbing through him. A glowing seal suddenly manifested in the darkness, carrying a faintly sinister feeling as the white glow illuminated the darkness. Instinctively, Matteo wanted to fight against it, but he found himself helpless as the seal pulsed, burning itself into his mind.
"Hold him down! How is it not taken yet? He's just a kid! Shut up and hold his arms!"
The white seal continued to pulse, sending waves of power through Matteo's flickering consciousness, until with a dreadful, sinking feeling, Matteo suddenly realized it was too late. The seal had taken residence in his mind and wasn't going to go anywhere.
"There, finally. Do you have the card?" "Are we really slotting an iron-ranked card? Given his soul strength, he should be able to support something a lot higher."
"Do you have a higher-ranked card?"
"Well, no, but it just seems like a waste. The card we gave the girl.
Look,
we've got orders. Just shut up and get the card."
A fierce pain radiated through Matteo, tearing apart the words, and once more the darkness swept over him. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Matteo's body suddenly jolted, and his eyes opened, blinking in the darkness. This time the darkness was different. Rather than the cloying, oppressive darkness of oblivion, this was the darkness of closed eyes. He could feel things pressed in all around him, and as he moved, trying to sit up, he heard a groan and realized that he was pressing on someone's stomach. Jerking his hand back, he fell to the side, his head slamming into someone's thigh. His instinct was to kick and thrash, to work himself free, but taking a deep breath, he did his best to calm himself down as he tried to figure out his situation. Slowly but surely, the faintest hint of light drifted through the wall, which was made of cracked and broken boards. It was still too dark for him to see well, but carefully feeling his way around, Matteo realized he was in a room of some sort, along with dozens of others. Whoever had put them in here clearly hadn't paid attention, or didn't care about their personal space, as they had just been heaped in, however they fell. Matteo's mind was still groggy, the after-effects of the potion not having completely worn off. But despite his disorientation, he made himself get to his knees and crawl forward, doing his best to avoid the other bodies until he reached the wall. Everyone else seemed to be completely out of it, and so, shoving them aside, he made a little space for himself.
"Weak one, aren't you?"
The voice rattled in his soul like a rusty iron chain. Shivering, Matteo suddenly realized he could feel the faint presence on his shoulder. It was only by covering his mouth that he kept himself from screaming. Memories rushed into his head, bringing with them deep, gut-wrenching pain. Feeling like he was about to retch, Matteo gasped for air, breathing in the foul stench that filled the room. He didn't think it was him, It was clear that many of the people in the room hadn't bathed in a long time, their bodies reeking of sweat, and worse.
"You might want to look for an exit," the voice said. "Probably not too healthy to stay in here, especially once the others start to wake up."
Remembering how disoriented he had been, Matteo knew the voice was right and began to feel around, trying to find an exit. It took him almost 20 minutes of feeling along the wall, pushing bodies out of the way, and when he finally did find it, it appeared to be locked. By this time, the strangeness of the situation had started to wear off, and after thinking for a moment, Matteo felt up and down the door. When he had pushed on it a moment before, it felt like it was blocked up at the top, and sure enough, he found a latch higher than it should have been. With trembling hands, he undid it, practically falling out of the door as it swung open. Grateful for the fresh air, he breathed in deeply.
"Look lively. You don't want to be caught off guard."
Once again, the voice was right, and with a groan, Matteo pushed himself to his feet, swaying as he looked around. The building he had just come out of was one of a dozen, and in front of him lay a long and narrow gorge. The area where the buildings were located looked to be about 500 feet wide, and then the earth sloped up steeply, eventually reaching sheer cliffs that towered so tall Matteo couldn't estimate their height. He had no idea where he was, but it was slowly starting to settle in that the dream he had been dreaming hadn't been a dream at all. Glancing down, he saw that his clothing had been stripped away, replaced with a dirty burlap tunic. A vision of Fig cackling greedily as he fingered Matteo's fine clothing sent a spike of rage through Matteo's heart, followed by a deep sense of betrayal. Before he could process it, however, he heard a loud voice and saw a muscular man striding toward him.
"We've got one out already."
The man was dressed in dark clothing that covered him from the soles of his feet to the tips of his fingers and stretched all the way up to the top of his neck, leaving only his head exposed. Gloves covered his hands, and as he got closer, Matteo saw a few knives sheathed across the man's chest. A short, cleaver-like blade hung in a sheath behind the man's back, and on his belt were 3 pouches with half a dozen loops that held vials. Another man dressed in the same gear emerged from behind one of the buildings.
"Already? We just finished putting the last one in there. They're not supposed to wake up till morning."
"Then what should I do with them?" the muscular man asked.
Turning, Matteo saw the other speaker was dressed the same, but had a thin face and hooded eyes. Instead of a cleaver, he carried a rapier at his waist, and had at least 3 more daggers than the first man.
"Should I throw him back in?"
Fearful that the muscular man would carry out the threat, Matteo stumbled backward, causing the thin-faced man to laugh.
"No, don't bother," he said. "He was lucky enough to get out, so let him be."
A fraction of a second before the muscular man's hand closed around Matteo's shoulder, he knew that the man was going to move. Before that thought had even registered, however, the muscular man had crossed the distance between them, latching onto Matteo with a steel-like grip. Immediately, Matteo felt as if all of the strength in his body had drained and he could barely move.
"Sit down,"
the large man said, exerting pressure downward that forced Matteo to the ground,
"and don't move. You'll stay here till I come back. If you don't—"
The man didn't finish his sentence, but drew a thumb across his neck. Shaken, Matteo frantically nodded, feeling as if the black-clothed man would carry out his threat at once. With a grunt, the man let go of Matteo's shoulder and walked off. Though part of Matteo was screaming at him to jump up and run away, he wasn't so foolish, and he remained exactly where he was, moving as little as possible. Without another word, the man walked away, leaving Matteo panting in the dirt.
"Huh. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought you were."
Hearing that strange voice once again, Matteo glanced from side to side, trying to see who was speaking to him. There was a sound like the flutter of wings, and then, as if emerging from shadow, a crow appeared in front of him. He stood on the ground 3 feet away, and the first thing Matteo noticed was a thick black chain that looked as if it had been forged from feathers, stretching from him to the crow. The chain was spotted with rust, and every time the crow shifted it jangled, the sound worming into Matteo's mind as if it hadn't come through his ears. Dumbfounded, Matteo looked at his chest, where the chain vanished. He could see it, and even feel a sort of weight that mirrored the chain's movements, but it passed through his flesh as if it wasn't even there.
You can keep staring, but it's not going to change.
Who are you? What is going on?
Matteo asked, his voice a whisper. With its red, beady eyes, the crow observed Matteo for a moment, and then shook its head.
You don't remember anything, do you?
Frowning, Matteo closed his eyes, trying to recall what had happened before he had woken up in the room with all of the other people. His last memory was downing the strange liquid his master had given him, and the faint dream of being carried from the city in Fig's cart. A shudder ran through him as he tried to regain his shaken equilibrium.
Well, in that case, I guess introductions are in order. My name is Corvus. I am your contract spirit, the crow said, shifting his head to the side and extending one wing, almost as if he was bowing.
Contract spirit? What is that?
Not what, but who. My name is Corvus, and I don't intend to repeat it again. You and I have been bound together through an ancient pact, fated to walk hand in claw until your dying day. Unless one of us kills the other first, of course.
The words sent a chill down Matteo's spine, but then the crow cackled and shook his head.
Only joking, of course. We can't kill each other. No, our lives are bound together. What you suffer, so will I, though not in the same manner.
What does a contract spirit do? Matteo asked. I've never heard of a contract spirit before. It was hard to tell if Corvus narrowed his eyes or not, but Matteo got the distinct feeling that the crow was cursing at him, even though no sounds came out of Corvus's beak.
Did you not complete your training?
Training? What training? Matteo asked. Even though he racked his mind, he couldn't think of what Corvus might be talking about, and considering he had never experienced forgetting anything in his entire life, he was certain that this training Corvus mentioned had never happened. Shaking his head, he stared at the crow. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I haven't received any training related to contract spirits.
Maybe this was a bad choice, Corvus muttered, and then hopped closer. I'm a contract spirit, which means I can grant you abilities beyond those of mortals. You are the heir of Solomon, the great sage. I am a great spirit, and have accepted the contract offered me to watch over you for the rest of your life, however long or short it might be. Through our bond, you will gain access to many of my abilities.
Spreading his wings, Corvus revealed his chest to Matteo, his dark feathers glimmering in the moonlight. A shimmering field appeared in front of the feathers, mirroring what Matteo had seen when his master taught him to pull up his status. Rather than listing the young man's status, however, it contained 6 lines that took Matteo a moment to figure out. Totem, crow, name, Corvus, type, contract spirit, domain, unknown, rank, unknown, abilities, locked, 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 locked. Swallowing, Matteo stared at Corvus' chest, as if he could see right into it. The information contained in the spirit's status didn't give Matteo much beyond what he already knew, and actually left him with more questions than answers. As he focused, however, Matteo began to see 5 crimson chains wrapped around the crow's body. One was tied tightly around Corvus' chest, straining as if it was holding back a tremendous force, while another 2 wrapped Corvus' wings, weighing him down. 2 more of the bloody-looking chains were tied around the crow spirit's legs, completing the set of 5. Even as he looked at them, Matteo's mind couldn't help but flash back to the faint memory of bloody chains crawling along the ground toward him as his master stood above him. Desperate to understand what he was looking at, Matteo tried to focus on the memory, but it slipped from his grasp, vanishing into the recesses of his mind. Stunned, Matteo felt his gut clench. He had never forgotten anything in his entire life, and the feeling of being unable to recall something made him physically sick. With bile rising in his throat, he leaned forward and heaved while Corvus watched him with disdain. Letting out a huff, the crow retracted his spread wings.
Until you have mastered your root card and advanced to a high enough level to break these chains, you won't be able to use any of my abilities. You're a duelist, but you'll need to stabilize your rank before your soul can bear the power of the connection without overdrawing your life force. What a mess. Why anybody performed the binding ceremony on a child, I don't know.
Chapter 8. Slowly recovering, and happy that he hadn't actually thrown up, Matteo wiped at his lips with a shaky hand, trying to breathe as deeply as he could. It was only once he had calmed down that he actually caught what the crow had said. With wide eyes, he pointed at himself.
I'm a duelist? Can't you feel it? Corvus asked, tilting his head to the side. Your root card has been set.
A mixture of excitement and horror bloomed in Matteo's heart as the bits and pieces of the conversation he had heard filtered into his mind, landing with a resounding boom. With frantic hands, he pulled his burlap tunic aside to stare at his chest. There, glimmering with a faint light, was a black symbol that seemed to dance on the surface of his skin. The symbol showed a spread-eagle human figure with a faint aura around their bodies. Oh no. Oh no. Desperately wishing that his suspicions weren't true, Matteo concentrated, opening up his status. Name, Matteo. Race, human. Status, slave. Rank, blank. Root, heart of iron, iron. Active, blank. Active, blank. Passive, blank. Passive, blank. What he saw took the breath right out of him, causing Matteo to stare into the air, despair growing in his heart until it had nearly overwhelmed him. Standing in front of him, Corvus didn't say a word, his red glowing eyes boring into Matteo as if he could see every bit of the turmoil in the young man's mind. It's iron-ranked, Matteo mumbled, his voice but a whisper. His master's words echoed in his mind, reverberating with ever-increasing force. Matteo had always wanted to be a duelist, and had even begun to plan how he would save up for a powerful card. Now that choice had been removed from him, and a card of the lowest possible rank had been planted in his heart, forever limiting his ability to grow. Idly, he noticed his status as a slave, but even that didn't bother him as he mourned his bleak future. The last bit of hope in his heart was crushed as he opened up his root card, reading over it as the black-bordered card materialized in front of him. Heart of iron, iron. Increase your recovery ability for each other iron-ranked card slotted. Suppressing the sob that rose in his chest, he bit his lip so hard it began to bleed, filling his mouth with a rusty taste. Fitting, considering his rank. It wasn't that Matteo didn't know how rare it was to have a card at all, but every one of his dreams had involved a card of silver, or even gold rank, ensuring that he would be able to soar in the future. Those who carried iron-ranked cards were condemned to work as soldiers, hunters, or other menial tasks, forever subservient to the higher-ranked duelists. On top of that, the rate at which Matteo could improve in his cultivation was tied to the rank of his root card. After what seemed like an hour, Matteo took a great big shuddering breath, forcefully pushing aside the despair that clouded his mind. He couldn't change his situation right now, which meant that his only option was figuring out how to make the best of it. Corvus must have seen the ruthlessness flashing across his face, because the spirit let out a cackle and hopped closer, his voice cutting through Matteo's thoughts.
What a mess this is! Ha, kid! You've been cast aside, enslaved, and forced to become the lowest-ranked duelist possible. What are you going to do?"
There was a mocking quality to the crow's words that caused Matteo to still, his thoughts cooling even further. A feeling that Matteo hadn't felt in years began to creep up in his heart, freezing it into a glacier. Though the last 6 years had taught Matteo much, he had never forgotten the desperate struggle for survival that had enveloped his early years on the street. And now, the wolf that had been hidden in his heart began to rise once more. Survive. The word was short, clipped, and barely audible, but it fixed itself in the air like a nail. Corvus nodded, his eyes glittering like rubies in the night.
"Good. If you had said anything else, I may have just killed you myself. You've been dealt a bad hand, kid, but believe me when I say I've seen people do more with less. I've done more with less. Stick with it, and you might find that this is the best thing that has ever happened to you. Besides, you got lucky. That card of yours is rarer than you know."
Frowning at the certainty in Corvus' voice, Matteo looked at the ability again. Rare? It's iron-ranked. That means there are hundreds of thousands more just like it.
"Sure, but not all cards in the same rank are created equal," Corvus said, shaking his feathers. "You'll understand soon enough. But before you collapse into a puddle of self-pity, know that even if you are stuck with an iron-ranked root, you'll still be able to crush your opponents under your boot, because you have me."
The way Corvus spoke was so matter-of-fact that for a moment Matteo found himself nodding along. There was an edge of confidence in the crow's words that couldn't be shaken, and even when Matteo gave him a skeptical look, the spirit wasn't bothered.
"You can side-eye me as much as you want, kid, but it's true. With each rank you advance, you'll gain access to better ways to use your cards, while at the same time beginning to gain access to my cards. You've seen the chains, right? Each seals a card that can overturn the world, and as you unlock them, you'll have the chance to use both your own cards and mine."
That was certainly good news, and Matteo straightened up, his eyes bright as he stared at Corvus. If what the crow spirit said was true, by the time he reached the highest rank, Matteo wouldn't just have 5 cards like everyone else, but would have double the number, giving him an incredible number of abilities. Though he would be limited to the lowest rank abilities because of his root card, having a large quantity of abilities was a strength in and of itself. "What sort of abilities do you have?" Matteo asked, causing Corvus to sigh and cover his head with a wing.
"Typical kid, focusing on all the wrong things."
Hopping up onto Matteo's lap and then onto his shoulder, Corvus tapped Matteo on the head with a black wing. It was strange, because though Matteo could definitely feel it, it was more like the echo of a tap than an actual tap itself.
"Close your eyes. Focus your breathing.
You at least know how to meditate, right?" Eyes wide, Matteo shook his head, causing Corvus to groan.
"They really contracted me to an idiot kid. Well, I guess it's my fault for jumping at it. Listen, I'm only going to explain this once, so if you don't get it, it's your own fault.
Sit cross-legged. Straighten your back, hands on your knees, relax your arms, keep your head straight, close your eyes,
and breathe. I don't care how or in what pattern. Just breathe."
Feeling like he was back under the tutelage of his master, Matteo quickly complied. Arranging his legs under him, sitting up straight, resting his hands on his knees, he closed his eyes and breathed in through his nose, and then out through his mouth. He had never practiced meditation before, but was familiar enough with the concept from the texts he'd read that he knew approximately what to do. For the next few minutes, he kept his eyes closed and continued to breathe until he felt Corvus's wing tap his head again.
"Now send your mind in toward your heart. Try to grab hold of the chain that connects us. This is the soul chain, formed by my feathers, and represents our bond. It cannot be broken. No, don't use your hands, just your mind. Once you're able to feel it with your focus, follow it along, link by link, until you reach me.
It took some time, as Matteo didn't know what sort of sensation he was looking for, but after 10 minutes had passed, he felt something faint in his chest. The weight of the chain seemed to get just a little bit heavier, and as he continued to focus, it grew heavier still, until it almost felt as if the chain had become solid. In his mind, the first link appeared, hanging in the void. He could see the beginning of the second link, and ever so carefully his mind began to creep along the chain, his focus shifting from the first link to the second, and then to the third. At the fourth link, he felt the chain shake, and he lost control, his mind snapping to his breathing, realizing that he had shifted, causing himself to lose concentration. Matteo took a deep breath and tried again. Little by little, link by link, he crawled along the chain with his awareness, until, with one final push, he saw a feather at its end. His mind touched the feather, and with a shimmer, 5 cards appeared, each bound by a blood-red chain, hanging in front of him. The cards were dark, black almost, and gave off an oppressive feeling that caused Matteo's mind to tremble. The central card was the most oppressive, and seemed to suppress the 4 other cards underneath it, allowing Matteo to understand that this was the root card.
Well done,
Corvus's voice rumbled in Matteo's head. The sound shook Matteo's heart, and, with a shudder, he lost his grip on the chain and lost sight of the feathers. His eyes snapped open, blazing with anger, but before he could reprimand Corvus for interrupting him, he saw a faint glimmer in the crow's chest. Focusing on it caused the same image he had seen in his meditation to appear. The root card, with 4 other cards behind it, bound by blood-red chains.
This is my root card, Corvus said, which you will be able to access once you have reached the iron rank. Typically, until your soul is at the foundation stage, you wouldn't have a root card of your own. But your new masters have forcefully planted a card in your heart. That means you'll die in the next few weeks unless you manage to form a foundation. Unless they're idiots, they'll help you build a foundation for your root card to settle in, at which point you'll unlock access to my root card as well. Unlocking the other cards is just as simple. All you have to do is raise your rank. Each rank will allow you to access another one of my cards. Though they cannot be changed, having an extra card will make you stronger than anyone else at your rank. If you fail to rank up, however, then you'll forever be stuck, unable to access my abilities. A sense of anticipation was beginning to swell in Matteo's chest as he focused his attention on the black cards. The chains locked the guards in place and prevented him from being able to see what was written on them, but he could only imagine they were truly powerful. Can you tell me what sorts of abilities you have? I could, Corvus said, a bit of humor mixed into his grim voice, but I think it's better that you pay attention to your surroundings.
Unbeknownst to Matteo, the night had passed and morning had arrived. The first rays of sunlight were just beginning to shine over the edge of the gorge, and as he looked up, Matteo heard a bang and scream behind him. Turning his head, Matteo heard another scream and someone scrambling. More and more shouts filled the air as the people in the huts began to wake up and find themselves in an unfamiliar, crowded situation. Their thrashing as they tried to figure out their surroundings woke up the others, and soon the insides of the huts were little more than furious brawls. In silence, Matteo sat where the black-clothed man had put him, watching as the minutes ticked by, until finally that same man stepped forward and opened the door to the nearest hut. The bright light streaming in caused everyone inside to freeze for a second, and then scramble for the opening, fighting to get out. Shaking his head, the man in black waited until most of the people were out of the hut before letting out a sharp whistle that caused everyone who heard it to clutch their heads in pain. Because he was further away, it wasn't so bad for Matteo. But still he could feel a sharp assault against his mind as the sound echoed through his ears.
"Get up! Form a line!"
the man yelled, and Matteo could see similar things happening near the other huts. The man in black clearly didn't like how slowly the confused children who had tumbled out of the hut were responding, and reaching down, he grabbed a skinny kid by the leg, lifting him up and tossing him toward where Matteo sat. Dressed just like Matteo in a burlap tunic, the kid clearly reminded Matteo of one of the street urchins he saw skulking around the alleyways of Darrenfor. Used to such rough actions, the boy tucked his head, protecting himself with his arms as he landed on the ground and rolled over, coming to a stop next to Matteo. Still disoriented, he looked up and saw Matteo staring down at him, and with a half-hearted smile he scrambled backward, his head practically spinning as he tried to get his bearings. Before he could, another kid, a chubby young woman, slammed into his back, nearly crushing him. She, not nearly so composed, began to wail, tears streaming down her face. The other kids, not wanting to be thrown, all began to hurry over, some limping, many sporting bruised lips and black eyes from their pell-mell exit of the hut. Matteo thought about getting up to join the line, but he clearly remembered the instructions he had been given, and so he remained seated, not daring to move. Once all of the kids had made it over to where he sat, the man in black walked over, and when he saw Matteo, he grinned.
"Stand up," he commanded before looking over the kids once more. "My name is Sergeant Lore. You can call me Sarge."
He paused for half a beat, and Matteo, quicker on the uptake than the other kids, shouted, "Yes, Sarge!" catching Lore off guard.
"Huh. We got a smart one, I see."
Not liking the look in Lore's eyes, Matteo quieted down, kicking himself for rushing to stand out. Chapter 9. Lore was about to continue when a commotion in another group caught his attention. A large young man, who was nearly as tall as the men in black, was protesting fiercely, demanding that they let him go. As Matteo watched, he saw the thin man in black who Sergeant Lore had spoken to earlier size up the kid and then nod, pointing down the gorge.
"If you want to leave, feel free."
Sneering, the young man strode past the thin man and began to make his way away from the huts and down toward the other end of the gorge. He had gotten 20 steps when the thin man, moving with a languid grace that reminded Matteo of a serpent, lifted a hand and pointed. Immediately the young man let out a dreadful shriek, and a symbol on his back that sat at the base of his neck glowed with white light. The young man's body froze in place, even as terrible screams continued to echo from his throat, as if his body was being crushed into pieces. Despite the clear pain in the tall young man's voice, his body didn't budge 1 inch, and the thin man in black drew one of the daggers from its sheath on his chest and turned, hurling it straight toward the young man's back. Matteo wanted to yell out, but before he could, the dagger had already arrived, burying itself in the young man's spine. With his screams turning into a choking cry, the young man fell to the ground, blood spurting from the wound, and soon his shaking body stilled. With a completely indifferent expression, the thin man turned around and clapped his hands, the sound rolling like thunder through the gorge. Many of the children had begun to cry out when they saw one of the others cut down in cold blood, but the sound shocked them into a terrified silence.
"There's always one," the thin man said, looking around. "My name is Captain Bevan, and no matter who you were before you appeared here, you are now slaves. But don't worry. By His Majesty's Imperial grace, you have been saved from a life of drudgery for a truly glorious purpose. You have all been selected to be trained as soldiers, and not just any soldiers, the best of the best, members of the Imperial Army's Iron Wing unit. You have not only been given route cards to ensure you grow into duelists, but you will also be given the best training available to turn you from worthless slaves into the finest tools in the Empire. As your compatriot has demonstrated, we have no tolerance for those unwilling to accept their position. You will not be coddled. You will not be spared. If you don't wish to die, pay careful attention to always obey. You have 2 options: obey our every word, or die. Escape is impossible thanks to the slave brands on your backs, and the only way to leave this gorge is as a member of the Iron Wing Advanced Recon Unit. Have I made myself clear?"
The children were silent as Captain Bevan looked around, but that didn't bother him at all. And he clapped again, shocking them from their thoughts.
"Remember, you are neither recruits nor full members of Iron Wing. Currently, you're all just a bunch of slaves being put through our paces to see if you qualify for the recruitment test. You will be assigned a number by the instructor in front of you. Your only task for today is to listen to your instructor's every word. That is all."
Everything that had happened in the last 24 hours had been incredibly disorienting, and the threat of death loomed heavy over Matteo. But he found a surprising amount of solace in Captain Bevan's last words. If he wanted to get through the day, all he had to do was listen to Sergeant Lore. As he turned to look at the sergeant, however, a certain fear seized him. He could feel Corvus's weight on his shoulder, and glancing over, saw the crow there picking at his feathers. As if he knew what Matteo was afraid of, Corvus ruffled his wings and cocked his head to stare at Matteo with one beady red eye.
"Don't worry, kid. None of them can see me. A benefit of the soul contract, you might say."
Sure enough, Sergeant Lore stepped forward and stared directly at him for a moment, then began to number the kids. When he came to Matteo, he didn't look at all surprised by Corvus's presence, leading Matteo to believe the crow was telling the truth.
"You're number 13, he said, his finger poking Matteo's chest. "Don't forget the number."
Stepping around him, he poked the thin young man beside Matteo.
14. If you forget it, I'll kill you."
The last in their group was the chubby young woman, who quailed back when Sergeant Lore towered over her.
"And you're 15. All right, that's the lot of you. Get in line and follow me."
The kids rushed to obey, resulting in a tangled mess as each one tried to insert themselves into the line as fast as possible. Watching them, Sergeant Lore frowned, and then stepped forward, his fists slamming into the chest of one of the kids, sending him tumbling.
"You're number 5. Why would you stand in the first place? I said get in line."
The abrupt violence paralyzed the children, until Matteo, who had realized what they were supposed to do, stepped out of line, grabbing the thin kid and chubby girl on his way to the back of the line. Half sobbing, the girl stumbled after him, but the thin boy seemed to pick up on what he was doing. Getting to the back of the line, Matteo stopped, pushing the chubby girl forward. Tears were streaming down her eyes, and she nearly tripped, only saved by the thin boy, who grabbed her arm and pulled her into place behind him. Up at the front of the line, another 2 kids had gotten kicked or slapped out of their place, and the children were starting to realize that they were supposed to line up by number. It was a mad scramble. But because they were at the back of the line, Matteo and the other 2 children were able to stay out of it. When they had finally arranged themselves according to the orders they had been assigned, Sergeant Lore looked over them and then nodded.
"That wasn't too hard, was it? Follow me."
Turning, he strode off down the gorge, the kids trailing behind him. After a few hundred feet, the gorge began to widen, turning into a canyon. They were led to a building made of stone and ordered to line up outside. Seemingly at random, Sergeant Lore pointed to 5 of the children, Matteo included, and gestured for them to come with him. He brought them into the building, where they were given 3 hard loaves of bread and a pail of water.
"Take these out and give them to the others," Sergeant Lore said. "I'll be out in a second."
The other children hesitated, holding their pails in one hand and balancing the loaves of bread in the other. Immediately, Matteo realized what the problem was and let out a low cough. He remembered where each of the others had stood in line and realized that if each of them gave a loaf of bread to 2 others, they would be able to make sure everyone got to eat. Because he didn't know how much time they would have, he thought it best to hurry. As he headed for the door, he called out quietly, "Just find 2 people to give bread to," he said. "Maybe the people next to you in line?" Going to the back of the line, Matteo offered the hard bread to the 2 kids who stood behind him, putting down the bucket of water in between them. The thin kid started in right away, gnawing on the bread.
From the look of it, he was quite used to eating things like this, a clear sign that hardship wasn't a new concept to him. Number 15, however, was an entirely different matter. After staring at the bread for a moment and trying to bite it, she grimaced. Matteo didn't care for the toughness of the bread either, but he knew they would have to eat it.
"We'd better eat quick," he said quietly. "I'm Matteo, by the way." Giving him a sharp glance, the thin young man struggled to swallow the mouthful of dry bread he had managed to gnaw off the end of the loaf, and then nodded. "Eric's the name." Both of them turned to number 15, who was still staring at her bread with sorrowful eyes. "Huh? Why are you staring at me?" "Your name," Eric said. "What's your name?" "My name is Rose," she stammered. "Well, Rose, you should probably eat that as fast as you can." "But it's so hard." Thinking for a moment, Matteo looked down at the bucket of water, and then dunked the end of his loaf into it, leaving it just long enough for the bread to start getting soggy. Pulling it out, he took a bite, shuddering slightly as he did. It certainly wasn't the worst thing he had ever eaten, but it took him a moment to get used to it. In the last few years, he had gotten used to the fine food at Master Solomon's house, but the memories of scrounging for scraps in the alleyways of Darrenfor were clear in his mind. "Oh, that's a good idea," Eric said, joining Matteo in dunking his bread. Rose was much more hesitant and clearly hated the idea, so Matteo grabbed her bread and dunked it for her before shoving it back into her hands. "I'm serious," he said. "You need to eat." He wasn't sure what it was that drove him to such conclusions, but he had always had a sort of sixth sense about such things. The way Master Solomon had described it, it was because his brain naturally collected all of the information that surrounded him, allowing him to make subconscious, instinctive guesses about how everything would play out. While he wasn't always right, he knew that trusting his intuition was better than not. To her credit, Rose did her best to choke down the bread. Eric had finished his in record time, and he watched with interest as Matteo grimly chewed through the last soggy pieces of his loaf. "This is so gross," Rose said as she tried to shove the bread into her mouth. "But it's still better than going hungry," Matteo said. "I'm sure you'll be thankful for it later." As he spoke, he noticed that Eric had wandered away and was slipping through the various groups with a casual gait Matteo recognized instantly as the thieves' walk. He had seen it many times, usually just before someone's purse was lifted. One of the children, fed up with how hard the loaf was, tossed it to the side and sat down, beginning to cry. Eric swooped in, grabbing it almost as soon as it hit the ground. Gripping it tightly, he tore a large chunk off the back, which he deftly tucked out of sight as he crouched down next to the other kid. "You dropped this," he said, shoving the bit of bread that remained into the kid's hand. Then, standing up, he casually strolled back over to the group where Matteo and Rose were standing watching him, and dipped the new piece of bread he had acquired into the bucket. "No use letting it go to waste," he said with a smile and a wink as he began to eat it. Just then, the door to the building opened, and Sergeant Lore strolled out, looking around. Many of the kids still hadn't eaten any of their bread, while others were doing their best to chew it. There were only a few who had been willing to dip the bread in the water to get it soggy, allowing them to eat it in the few minutes he had been in the building. With a hard smile, he waved his hand. "Empty your hands and line up. Breakfast is over." Though the kids wanted to complain, they all remembered how quickly he had resorted to violence earlier, and they hurried to comply, lining up and facing him in their numbered order, their bread, or what remained of it, left behind next to the buckets. Eric had shoved the last bit of bread in his mouth as he ran over, and Rose, seeing him, had done the same. She stood at the end of the line, her already puffy cheeks bulging out with the bread she had forced into her mouth. Giving her an amused glance, Sergeant Lore inspected everyone, then looked back at the bread they had left. "Waste," he said. "We don't like waste here. But you lot are lucky, because I'm a nice guy. Had it been any of the other instructors, they would have beaten you for failing to eat your breakfast. I'll give you a warning. If you don't finish your breakfast next time, I'll give you a pounding instead. Am I clear?"
There were some straggled yeses, causing Sergeant Lore's face to harden.
I said, am I clear?
Chapter 10. Yes, sir. This time all the children shouted together, except for Rose, whose mouth was still full of bread, making it so she could only mumble. Sergeant Lore didn't seem to notice, and after nodding, he gestured for them to follow.
Fall in. We're going to start our training.
For the rest of the day, Sergeant Lore led them from one part of the gorge to another, running them through obstacle courses, up steep slopes, and through dozens of brutal exercises, completely exhausting their stamina. The kids who hadn't eaten were the first to drop, collapsing into piles on the ground. The first one to fall was treated to a heavy kick as Sergeant Lore yelled at him to get up. The second to fall was kicked even harder, causing his lip to bleed. And after that, the kids did their very best to keep themselves on their feet. The exercise was too much, however, and by the time evening had started to come, every single one of them was exhausted, in pain, and filled with a gnawing hunger that chewed at their stomachs. Dinner was a loaf of bread, just like breakfast, and this time every single one of them wolfed it down ravenously. The other kids had seen Mateo's trick and dunked their hard bread in their buckets of water as well. Though Eric took another stroll, he didn't find any extra bread, quite to his disappointment. Once dinner was done, the children were led back to the hut they had come from and told to sit down on the ground outside. Walking down the line, Sergeant Lore stared over them, his attention like a heavy iron rod that hung over them, always poised to lash out with a painful blow. Unsure what he wanted, they could only straighten up as best as possible. After reaching the end of the line, he stared at Mateo for a moment before letting out a sigh and shaking his head.
How many of you here know what a duelist is? Just raise your hand.
Seeing every hand go up, the sergeant nodded.
Good. That saves me a lot of trouble explaining.
Each of you has a root card that we implanted before you woke up, but none of you have formed foundations, which means that those cards are going to kill you within 2 weeks. Never fear, however. Because I'm so kind, I'm going to teach you a foundation-building method. Sit up and close your eyes. If anyone falls asleep, that's fine, but know that if you don't master this method tonight, you likely won't have enough time to build your foundation before the card sucks your life away.
That thought terrified all of the children, and they did their best to keep themselves awake as Sergeant Lore began to explain how establishing foundation was achieved. Mateo found his explanation familiar, and quickly realized that the first step involved visualizing his status, something his master had taught him to do a long time ago. After that, it was simply a matter of getting the status to actually materialize in front of him so he could activate the card in his root. Despite the pain and exhaustion shrouding his body from the day's frantic activity, Mateo found it easier than he imagined it would be to focus himself. Normally it would take him a minute or so to call up his status, but now it came together in less than 30 seconds, hovering in his mind. Getting it to manifest in the real world was a bit harder, but he still managed to do it within a few minutes, causing a faint sound that echoed through his body, like the chiming of a bell. Name, Mateo. Race, human. Status, slave. Rank, blank. Root, heart of iron. Iron. Active, blank. Active, blank. Passive, blank. Passive, blank. After the sound faded, his status vanished from his mind, and as his eyes opened in surprise, he found himself staring at the translucent screen hanging only a couple feet from his nose. Unable to help himself, he reached out slowly, afraid that if he moved quickly he would lose his focus and the screen would vanish. Over the next half an hour, the other kids slowly opened their eyes, staring in shock and wonder at their own status screens. Clearly there was something about the exhausting workout they had been put through, or maybe even in the food they had eaten, that had allowed them to condense their focus, activating their status windows.
It looks like most of you have gotten it, so we'll move on to the next step, Sergeant Lore said, walking up and down the line of kids. For the next 2 weeks, your job during your free time is to pour all of your mental energy into your root card slot. Doing so will allow you to build your foundation. Incidentally, this is exactly how you will advance to the next ranks as well. Just focus your attention on your root slot until you can't anymore.
Following the instruction, Matteo began to concentrate on the root card slot on his status sheet and felt a sort of heat streaming out of his body. It was a bizarre feeling, one that made Matteo slightly uncomfortable, but after a few minutes he got used to it. One of the kids down the line suddenly let out a sharp yell, as if he had been burned, and flopped over on his back, gripping his skull. With a disdainful snort, Sergeant Lore strode over and jabbed the kid's neck, knocking him out and silencing his yells.
That is what it looks like if you overdo it. So once the heat gets too high, I recommend stopping. You'll be doing this every day. So once you're done for today, go into the hut and get some sleep, Sergeant Lore said, a not-so-pleasant smile on his face. We've got a big day tomorrow, so be ready to go when I wake you up.
As the door closed, Matteo's mind churned, trying to figure out his options. Despite his exhaustion, there was nothing he wanted more than to slip out of the hut and escape the gorge. But he knew that escape would be impossible with a slave brand imprinted on his back. Though he didn't know exactly how they worked, he knew that such brands carried a bit of magical power that could be used to track him down, and he had no doubt he would be caught if he tried. Not wanting to get crushed in the tangle in the middle of the floor, Matteo moved over to one of the walls, where he lay down. Corvus had been so silent all day that Matteo had often forgotten he was even there, but as he closed his eyes, he felt the crow's claws on his chest.
"Looks like you got yourself in quite a pickle," Corvus said. "Not very nice of your master to throw you in here."
"I'm sure Master Solomon had a reason," Matteo said. If Corvus had a response, Matteo didn't hear it. As darkness closed in around him and sleep claimed his exhausted mind. He was woken by a loud banging and the sound of Sergeant Lore's voice yelling at them to wake up. Jerked from his deep sleep, he stared around before his mind snapped into focus, and he hurried to get up and join the other kids as they rushed out of the hut. Even though it had only been a single day, they didn't need Sergeant Lore to tell them to line up according to their number. Eric, behind him in position 14, was staring around with hard eyes, clearly used to having his sleep interrupted. Rose, on the other hand, was still trying to rub the sleep from her eyes when Sergeant Lore gave them the order to move out. For 3 hours before the sun rose, Sergeant Lore made the children run, jog, and walk. They moved through difficult terrain, running up rocky slopes covered in loose rocks that caused more than one child to slip, skinning their knees on the rough ground. Sergeant Lore didn't care one bit, and using his fists and feet liberally, he encouraged them to get up and keep going. I don't care if you have to crawl this course. You were going to finish it. Before breakfast, too, he bellowed, hauling one kid forcefully from the ground and throwing him back into line. Let's go! He set a punishing pace, though he never moved too fast for the children to keep up. Gasping as he staggered along, Matteo heard Corvus clicking his beak, a clear sign of disdain.
"How are you so weak?"
Corvus asked, staring at Matteo with one of his beady eyes. With no energy to respond, Matteo ignored the crow, though that seemed to just encourage Corvus to continue mocking him.
"I don't think I've ever seen an heir of Solomon as weak as you. Maybe you were a slug in your last life. You better speed up, or you're going to catch another fist," Corvus said.
Gritting his teeth, Matteo struggled over a pile of rocks, wincing as he slipped and slammed his elbow into the rocky ground. He could feel the gravel cutting into his skin, but he had no time to brush it off as he saw Sergeant Lore heading for him. The sergeant moved up and down the line, making sure all of the kids were able to keep up, while controlling the pace so no one fell behind. Poor Rose at the back suffered more than anyone. She was the least in shape, and by the time they finally arrived back at the gorge for breakfast, she was cut and bleeding in a dozen places. She was so tired she had to practically crawl the last half-mile. But despite the tremble in her chin, she gritted her teeth and did it.
Breakfast was another hard loaf of bread, and then the children were given an hour to rest. Most of them fell asleep on the spot, and Matteo, wanting to join them, lay on his back, covering his eyes with his hand. Before he could fall asleep, however, he felt Corvus's claws pinching at his chest. "Ow! Stop that," he said.
"Then sit up, kid. There's no point in wasting an opportunity like this."
"What do you mean?" Matteo asked, in no mood to listen to a spectral bird.
"Meditation. That's what I mean. Sit up and start. When you're exhausted like this physically, it's the best time to train your mental abilities."
"But if I don't rest, I'm not going to get through whatever comes next," Matteo said. Though he couldn't see him because his eyes were covered, Matteo had the distinct impression that Corvus was smiling at him, and it wasn't a pleasant smile. He knew that it wasn't possible for a crow to smile, but the feeling remained strong. With a groan, he uncovered his eyes and pushed himself into a sitting position.
"If you want to survive in this place, you're going to need as much strength as you can get," Corvus said, hopping down from Matteo's chest with a flap of his wings as the young man pushed himself up. "And that means meditation. Besides, I have a feeling you're not going to be doing much more physical activity this morning."
"How is meditation going to give me strength?" Matteo asked, speaking under his breath so that the others wouldn't think he had gone crazy.
"This is why I hate dealing with dumb people," Corvus complained. "Look, chances are good that they're going to be giving you more than just a root card. Elite units like this one are made up entirely of duelists, which means you're going to have to start meditating eventually, or you'll be forever stuck at the iron rank. Learning how to do it now is going to save you a whole heap of trouble in the future. The earlier you get started, the stronger your foundation will be, which will improve your advancement as well. So sit up straight and get started."
Though Matteo didn't know whether Corvus was telling him the truth or not, the bird's words made sense. He dragged his feet under him, placed his hands on his knees, did his best to straighten up his back, and began to breathe. He was afraid that if he closed his eyes, he would just fall asleep because of the exhaustion that shrouded his body. So he kept them half open, even as he focused his attention on the chain that linked him and Corvus. Surprisingly quickly, he felt his focus zoom in on the chain. He was about to move to the second link when he heard Corvus's voice, as if coming from a long distance away.
"Don't be so quick to move on. The deeper your understanding, the stronger our bond, and the more power you can use. For now, just focus on the first link of the chain. Do your best to memorize it and understand everything about it."
Following along with Corvus' words, Matteo began to examine the first link, his mind zooming in on it until it was the only thing that he could see. The link was made from a feather, but not just any ordinary feather. An iron feather. Idly, Matteo wondered if it was linked to the iron-ranked cards Corvus possessed. Before he could think about that mystery any more, a sound jerked him from his meditation, and blinking, he realized Sergeant Lore was calling them all to line up. Seeing that Rose was sleeping nearby, he quickly shook her to wake her up before running to get in line. Sergeant Lore was surprisingly lenient with the children who were still struggling to wake up, though a few of them earned themselves kicks when they still hadn't gotten up after his third shout. The children were all exhausted, though Matteo found himself surprisingly alert, considering everything he had been through. Dirty, covered in blood, practically starving, and incredibly tired, the kids were in no shape to continue physical training, and just as Corvus had said, Sarge led them to another building where they were ordered to sit on benches. "All right, it's time for orientation," Sergeant Lore said. "Pay attention. If you fall asleep, you'll have to stand in the squat position until I'm tired. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Now let's begin." Standing in front of them, his arms behind his back, Sergeant Lore swept the group of 15 children with a cold gaze. "As you learned on your first day here, you have been selected as recruits for the Iron Wing Battalion, the Emperor's finest. We deal in clandestine missions, advanced scouting, and target elimination. Once you have passed the initial test, you will be recruits. but you will not yet be a part of the battalion. Only when you pass the recruitment test itself will you become a trainee. Then, for the next few years, until you pass the trainee test, you will be honed into the greatest weapon the Empire has. For the next 6 months, it is my job to whip you into shape. Once I have done that, you will be granted the opportunity to take the recruitment test itself. Now for the exciting part. Does everybody know what this is?" Stretching out his hand, Sergeant Lore clenched his fist, and a faint silver band ran around it, quickly forming an impressive-looking gauntlet. Gasps rose from all the children, as they realized the sergeant in front of them was a silver-ranked duelist. Chapter 11. "That's right, I have not 1, not 2, but 3 silver-ranked cards," Sergeant Lore said, pleased with the awestruck looks on the faces of the children in front of him. Any exhaustion that Matteo had felt had been banished by the sight of the gleaming strands of silver. The same was clearly true for the others, as they all leaned forward, focused on Sergeant Lore's next words. "I am a full-fledged member of the Iron Wing, and if you become one too, you will have access to cards like this. The training is difficult, brutal even, and you'll have to risk life and limb in order to succeed, but the rewards for those who succeed are incredible. On the other hand, what awaits you if you don't is simple." Grinning widely, Lore reached down and picked up a rock, lifting it up so that the children could see it. His grin widened as his fingers tightened, crushing the rock into dust. "The only thing that awaits you if you fail is death. So I recommend you succeed." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed his gauntlet and clapped. "All right, then. Introduction is out of the way. Now I'll be explaining how the structure of the military works, as well as the requirements for entry. Let's begin." Even as he listened to the sergeant explain to the children how the army operated, Matteo found himself troubled. He remembered clearly his master telling him that those who used higher-level cards with a lower-ranked root card were shortening their lives, whether unwittingly or not. Clearly, the sergeant didn't know this, or he just didn't care to share it with the kids. Considering that Matteo had an iron-ranked root card, he would never be able to slot a higher-level card unless he was willing to trade some of his life force for it. Despite being lost in thought, Matteo still listened to Sergeant Lore talk. The sergeant's speech was dry, and he spoke quickly, dumping information onto the kids' exhausted minds without regard for whether they were managing to retain any of it. At first, the kids paid close attention, but eventually, one of them couldn't hang on and dozed off, falling from the bench with a thump. Without pausing, Sergeant Lore walked over, grabbed the kid by the leg, and lifted him up before tossing him to the side. Slamming into the ground, the young boy let out a cry before freezing, realizing what had happened. Sergeant Lore gestured for him to stand up, and then, with rough hands, forced the boy into a squatting stance. Though there were a few times when he wanted to fall asleep, Matteo managed to keep himself awake the entire afternoon as Sergeant Lore droned on. 6 of the other kids hadn't managed to stay awake, however, and had been forced into squatting stances to join the first. Every time one of the children who was squatting fell over, Sergeant Lore would pick them up, slap them, and put them back in their stance, until eventually one of the kids collapsed completely, falling unconscious. The others, trembling, watched as Captain Lore walked over and kicked the kid in the side. When the kid didn't rouse, he grunted and crouched down. "Weakling," Matteo heard the sergeant mutter, and then he whistled. Half a dozen seconds later, a black-clothed man appeared and dragged the kid away, leaving the others shaken and terrified. "All right, that's enough for today. Let's begin our afternoon training." For the next 2 weeks, the kids were put through a brutal program. Woken early in the morning, they would run across the wilderness until breakfast, and then after wolfing down a loaf of bread and drinking as much water as their stomachs could fit, they would be forced to sit and listen for 4 to 5 hours to Sergeant Lore's droning voice. If they fell asleep, they were forced to squat, holding the position until Sergeant Lore was done. Afterward, there was more physical exercise, followed by dinner, and then another run. To cap off the night, they would sit and meditate until they couldn't anymore, and then crawl into the huts for a few hours of sleep. By the time the first week was over, 7 of the original 15 kids had collapsed and been dragged away. Surprisingly, Rose, who Matteo had expected to fall out at the very beginning, had managed to keep herself awake and moving the entire time. Her chubby cheeks had thinned noticeably, and a haunted look in her eyes spoke to the damage being done to her mind. Still, she possessed a steel-like resilience that caught Matteo off guard and impressed him considerably. Though he didn't dare do anything too over-the-top for fear that he would draw Sergeant Lore's ire, Matteo did his best to help her, even going so far as to give her bits and pieces of his own food when she began to cry from hunger during their mealtimes. Eric, the thin, wiry kid, stuck with them too, though if Matteo had to guess, he thought it was likely because it was easier to hide in a group than alone. During the second week, the kids began to successfully build their foundations, starting with Matteo, who felt the change wash over him during one of his morning meditation sessions. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Matteo's head, washing away his fatigue and filling him with strength. Immediately, a trickle of heat began to filter out of his heart where his root card was located, spreading to every inch of his body. The scrapes and cuts that covered his body began to heat up, itching slightly, causing a feeling of discomfort to shroud him. At first, he didn't notice anything particularly different, apart from being more alert than normal during the afternoon's lecture. It was only when he realized that his energy wasn't depleting quite as fast during the workout that he realized his root card had taken hold and was beginning to exert its effect. Though slight, the effect of his iron-ranked root card was significant over time, and when they sat down to meditate that evening, Sergeant Lore gave him an appreciative nod. That night, when everyone was sleeping, Matteo sat against the wall of the hut and focused on his connection with Corvus, trying to see if the bird spirit's root card had unlocked. As the 5 cards bound with crimson chains appeared in front of him, Matteo drew in a sharp breath. The first card, Corvus' root card, was starting to shine, pressing against the powerful bloody chains and letting off waves of pressure. How do I unlock it?
"Break the chain,"
Corvus replied, gesturing to the chain with his wing. Stabilizing his heart, Matteo sent his focus forward, trying to overpower the chain. He was secretly terrified that doing so would hurt, but as soon as he touched the chain in his mind, it melted away, the blood dividing into 4 streams that spread out and joined the other 4 chains binding the other cards. With a grimace, Matteo realized that the other chains would be much harder to open up, but that was a problem for later. Right now, he was just excited to see the card he had unlocked. With a flash, the dark card brightened, revealing a feather motif carved in black iron. Shaking, the card began to change, revealing a simple-looking card that held a stylized crow with outstretched wings. In one claw, the crow clutched a crown, and in the other a bow and 3 arrows. Blinking, Matteo looked closer, noticing that what he had thought was simple at first wasn't. Each of the crow's feathers seemed to be made from a different weapon, and under the crow was a battlefield, so filled with corpses that Matteo had first thought it was a sea. Written on the battlefield was a simple sentence that flowed into his mind like quicksilver. Iron Tyrant. Iron. All iron-ranked cards slotted are considered to be part of a set. Once slotted, cards cannot be removed or replaced. Immediately, Matteo felt like ripping his hair out. Before he had undone the chain that surrounded the iron-ranked card, it hadn't impacted him. But as soon as the chain melted away, the words on the card imprinted themselves on his heart like an inviolable law. It was common practice for all duelists to change out their arm and leg cards for improved versions as they found them, but Matteo had just lost that opportunity, potentially forever. Shooting an accusing glare at Corvus, Matteo was met with a proud stare.
Clearly, you know nothing about cards, kid. There isn't a better card than my heart card.
Though he wanted to protest, Matteo bit his tongue, forcefully swallowing the scalding words he wanted to hurl at Corvus. Through the connection he shared with the crow spirit, Matteo could tell that nothing he could say or do would change the reality of the situation. Closing his eyes, he let out a tired sigh and did his best to sleep off his disappointment. To everyone's surprise, Rose was the next to build her foundation, managing to do it the very next night, and the following day had no trouble keeping up with the exercise. One by one, each of the kids managed to complete the task of building their foundations, and by the end of the second week, all 8 kids had become iron-ranked duelists. All this seemed to mean, however, was that their training was increased as Sergeant Lore pushed them to their limits. After another week had passed, they were woken up at the normal time and went for their run through the mountains. Every single one of the children was dragging, and when they finally arrived back at the camp for breakfast, Sergeant Lore brought them to a different building. This one was larger, and there were 6 other groups of children there as well, all looking just as miserable as Matteo's group. The sergeant told the kids to wait for him as he walked over to speak quietly with some of the other instructors. Matteo recognized Captain Bevan, along with a couple of the others, and with a start realized that this scattered group of around 35 kids was all that was left of the children who had been brought into the camp originally. One more group arrived after them, 4 kids straggling into the camp behind an annoyed-looking instructor.
"Everybody gather up," Captain Bevan said. "Congratulations. You've made it through the first part of the camp. Each and every one of you is a duelist, which, considering your age, is an accomplishment worth being proud of. Now the hard part begins. We'll be reorganizing the teams to fill them in, and you'll be divided into small groups and each assigned an instructor. You'll stay in those groups for the next 6 months, so make sure you pick carefully. If your group fails, you fail. And rankings won't be individual, but will be based collectively on how your groups do. It should have already been explained to you that the Imperial Army prioritizes results above all else. That means resources are tied to the results you get."
Reaching down to a bag at his feet, he pulled out a familiar-looking loaf of bread and held it up.
"Each team will get rations for the day and the equipment they need in order to complete whatever training they're doing. They'll be distributed at the beginning of the day, and then you'll be observed by the instructor assigned to your team. Instructors will not interfere, but will simply observe and give you missions. The instructors have already been told who their teams are, so pay attention as they direct you. Good luck."
All of the children were so exhausted from their past week of training that when Captain Bevan stopped talking, they just blankly looked toward their instructor. Matteo was no different. The last week had sapped every ounce of energy from his body, and every time he had tried to rest, Corvus had been insistent that he meditate. Matteo was convinced that it wasn't doing anything but increasing his exhaustion by adding mental fatigue to his physical fatigue, but if he didn't do it, Corvus wouldn't leave him alone, making it impossible for him to rest, so he had grudgingly gone along. The only saving grace had been that his root card increased his recovery wholesale.
13, 14, 15, you're a team.
Sergeant Lore's words snapped Matteo out of his daze, and with some surprise he looked around and saw Rose and Eric looking back at him. Quickly scanning over the group, Matteo realized that Sergeant Lore had simply been too lazy to bother with creating the teams and had just assigned the numbers next to each other into groups. Still, it could have been worse. Matteo consoled himself, though looking at Rose, who was trembling where she stood, he wasn't quite sure how. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Eric and Rose, trying to find words to say. Nothing came to him, so he settled for a nod before he turned back to Sergeant Lore, who was bringing over a bag.
"Here you go,"
he said, dumping it in front of them.
"Come with me and I'll show you your room. I've been assigned as your observer, so you'll be seeing a lot more of me."
As he followed Sergeant Lore, Matteo glanced over his shoulder, seeing that there were other instructors approaching the other groups. Together with Eric and Rose, he followed the sergeant to a large barracks that was comprised of a single room filled with bunks.
"You'll be sleeping in here. Every morning you're required to be at the mess hall at first light to get your supplies and your mission. Any questions?"
This was the first time Matteo had heard the sergeant ask a question, and he was so thrown off by it that he nearly missed the opportunity. After waiting for a few seconds, the sergeant shrugged and looked like he was about to turn away, but Matteo raised his hand. "Excuse me, sir?" A bemused expression crossed Sergeant Lore's face, as if surprised to hear Matteo speak. "Are we allowed to pick any beds, sir?" His forehead furrowing slightly, Sergeant Lore looked back at the room and then nodded. They were the only group in the room currently, but there were others on their way, so Matteo grabbed Eric and Rose and hurried into one of the corners. He had no idea what kind of environment the barracks would be, but given everything they had experienced so far, he expected it wouldn't be comfortable. "We'll take these 3 beds, sir," he said, speaking for Eric and Rose, who were just staring at him in a daze. The beds he had pointed to were set in the corner of the room, with a wall behind them. With a slow smile, Sergeant Lore nodded.
"Fine. They're yours."
Just then, another group entered the room, and Sergeant Lore gestured for them.
"Come on. Come with me."
Chapter 12. Following Sergeant Lore out of the barracks, Matteo, Eric, and Rose walked with him to an empty part of the training ground, where he sat them down on a bench and began to talk to them about how the Iron Wing teams were organized.
"Because of the nature of our work, the Iron Wing Battalion operates in teams. Each team, called a feather, is comprised of 3 individuals. Never fewer, never more. Feathers might be grouped together for bigger missions, but in the base unit there are always 3 people. The 3 of you have now been lumped together, for better or worse, and unless all of you pass the recruitment test, none of you will pass it."
From the corner of his eye, Matteo could see Eric stiffen and shoot a glance over at Rose. At the same time, he heard Corvus sigh.
"Sorry about your luck, kid. Looks like you're going to have a hard time of it."
Sergeant Lore gave the 3 of them a moment to process what he had said before he continued to speak.
"The 3 members of a feather each have a different role. One is responsible for information gathering, one is responsible for combat, and one is responsible for support. You will have to decide among yourselves which roles you choose to take. Many feathers opt to rotate the responsibilities, making sure each member of the team is well versed in the requirements of all 3 roles, while other feathers choose for their members to specialize heavily. How you do it is irrelevant. That you do it is what is important. Remember, the maxim of the Imperial Army is results at all costs. Even though you have yet to join the Imperial Army officially, you will be expected to operate in this same way. Now let me explain what each role is required to do. The support role exists to ensure that the feather has everything they need in order to complete their objectives. This includes material support, as well as supporting the other 2 roles as needed. You might think of this role as the person responsible for the team's logistics. Additionally, this is the member of the team who will write the reports and maintain contact with the feather's wing. The second role is that of combat specialist. This will be the member of the team responsible for leading the charge when it comes to combat. While every member of a feather is expected to know how to fight, it will be the combat specialist's role to come up with the tactics the team will use. Finally, we have information gathering. This will be the member of the team who scouts and handles any other information gathering necessary for the team's success. You have the rest of the day free, though my suggestion would be to use it well and establish an understanding among yourselves. Tomorrow morning, you will be assigned your first mission." Without giving them a chance to ask questions, Sergeant Lore turned and walked away, leaving the 3 kids staring at each other. For a full 2 minutes they were quiet, until finally, with a sigh, Eric scratched the back of his head.
"Well, this is terrible,"
he muttered, glancing at Rose once more. It was clear that even Rose knew what he was talking about, as her face flushed and she looked down. "Nothing we can do about it," Matteo said. "So, Let's make the best of it, all of us. Why don't we get started with some introductions? Since the other two didn't protest, Matteo started, tapping himself on the chest. My name's Matteo. I'm 14, and up until a week ago, I worked at a bookstore in Darren. Of the 3 positions that Sergeant Lore identified, I think my skill set is best suited for either the information gathering or support roles. I really don't know much about fighting. I can fight, but I don't like to, Eric said. I think I'm probably best suited for that information gathering role. My name's Eric. I'm 15, and I'm from Darren too. Just not no shop. I'm one of the copper kids. Recognizing the name as one of the large gangs of children who roamed the slums of Darren, Matteo nodded. I figured as much. Yeah? What's that supposed to mean? Eric asked, his eyes narrowing. Just means that you move like one of them, Matteo said, meeting Eric's gaze squarely. You look like you know how to spot a mark and lift a purse without anyone the wiser. Ha! You're right about that, Eric said, giving Matteo a curious look. With their introductions out of the way, both of the boys looked over at Rose. Matteo wasn't expecting much, but to his surprise, Rose sniffed and lifted up her face. I can fight, she said. Taken aback, both of the boys looked at each other. Sorry, did you say you can fight? Matteo asked. Though hesitantly, Rose nodded. Yes. Okay, hold on, are you serious? Eric asked. Sniffing again, Rose wiped her nose and nodded more firmly this time. Yes. There was nothing about the young woman that gave Matteo any confidence that she was telling the truth. He had watched her bumbling at the back of the line for the first few weeks, barely keeping up with the others, and though she had managed to set her foundation before anyone besides Matteo, that didn't count for anything when it came to fighting. Seeing that the boys didn't believe her, Rose bit her lip and then stood up from the bench. Let me show you, she said. Walking out in front of them, she took up a stance with one foot extended in front of the other. Her hands stretched out in front of her, palms open, and she let out a breath, sinking ever so slightly to lower her center of gravity. Ha! With a shout, her foot kicked out, and she spun, following it up with a second kick and a rapid set of punches. Matteo and Eric both watched, their mouths open, as Rose finished her demonstration and came back to her resting position. What is that? Eric asked. Why were you just flailing like that? It's not flailing, Rose said, a spark of anger rising in her eyes. It's called martial arts. It's my family's art. I take it back, Corvus spoke from Matteo's shoulder. I take it all back. You picked up a gem. You better assign her that combat position, kid. She might just be your ticket out of here. Martial arts? I've never heard of anything like that, Eric said, scoffing. Besides, what use is punching and kicking when somebody can just stick a blade in you? Believe me, in a real fight, all that fancy footwork isn't going to be of any use. Oh, yeah? Then how about you come and try me? Rose said, an edge to her voice Matteo had never heard before. Scoffing, Eric stood up and swaggered out to stand in front of Rose. He was a good 6 inches taller, but she didn't give ground as he got close. Fine, you want to try it? Let's see how good this martial arts of yours actually is. Come on, do we really need to fight? Matteo asked, looking between them. Yes, Rose said, glaring at Eric, who just smirked back. She turned around and took a step away, and Eric, with a mean smile, reached out and grabbed her hair, gripping it tightly. In a real fight, people... That was as far as he got before he found his arm twisting and force slamming into his ankle, lifting him from the ground. With a short scream, he spun in a circle before face-planting into the earth. The hand that had been gripping Rose's hair was now locked at a painful angle, and before he could register what was happening, her heel slammed into the earth right in front of his face. If this was a real fight, you'd be dead, she said as she straightened up. Matteo stared at her in absolute shock. He had barely seen her movement, as she had turned, grabbed Eric's hand, swept his legs with her heel, and then pinned him to the ground. Rose caught sight of his wide eyes and shivered, as if she was coming back to herself. Letting go of Eric's hand, she quickly backed up, her face flushing bright red.
I'm sorry, I didn't... That was awesome!
Eric said, jumping to his feet and rushing over to grab Rose by the shoulders. How did you do that? Can you teach me to do that? That was amazing! With every sentence he spoke, he shook Rose until she was completely dazed, forcing Matteo to intervene between them. When Eric had calmed down slightly and Rose had recovered some of her wits, Matteo patted her on the shoulder. "You'll have no complaints from us if you want to take the combat position," he said. "I would just ask that you teach us how to do that too." Rose's face was beet red, and she mumbled something under her breath. Though he couldn't hear it, Matteo took it to be an agreement, so he turned to Eric. "Given your experience, I think you'll make the best information gatherer, and I'll take the supporting role. Does that sound good to everybody?" "That sounds great to me," Eric said, shooting a glance at Rose. "What do you think, Rose?" If he wasn't in exactly the same boat, Matteo would have been amused by how abruptly Eric's attitude toward Rose had switched. Up until now, he had been thinking of her as nothing but a dead weight, someone who was going to drag the team down. But now she had revealed a new side of herself that caused him to wonder what else he may have missed.
I'm fine with that,"
Rose said. It was curious to Matteo how Rose could be so hesitant and reserved in interactions like this, but then so quick and confident in combat. Unable to help himself, he asked her about it. "Rose, where did you learn to fight like that? You said it was your family's martial art?"
"Yes," Rose said. "My uncle is the one who taught me. I belong to the Kratz merchant family."
"A merchant family?" Eric interrupted. "Then how did you end up here?"
"The caravan we were with was raided," Rose said. "The last thing I remember was smelling smoke, and then when I woke up, I was in the hut with everybody else."
"Poison, probably," Corvus said to Matteo. "It's a common way of defeating soldiers more powerful than you."
"And what about you?" Eric said, looking at Matteo. "You said you used to work in a bookshop? How did fancy pants like you get stuck in this hellhole?" It took Matteo a moment to answer. He wasn't sure if mentioning that his master had paid a slaver to take him away was how he wanted to represent his master. After a moment of silence, he shrugged. "Sort of the same as Rose?" "Last thing I remember was a bunch of fog and getting really tired," he lied. "Then woke up here." "You two are lucky," Eric said, reaching up and touching the back of his head. "I got jumped. One of the other gangs came after us, and they had weapons, bats mostly. But one of them hit me in the back of the head when I was trying to run. Left me a nasty bruise, too." The three kids exchanged glances, an odd sense of camaraderie forming among them. All three had been taken from their homes, thrown together into the gorge, and made to suffer through the terrible training Sergeant Lore had forced on them. "Well, we need a leader," Eric said. "I'm the oldest, so I should probably be the leader." That was fine with Matteo, but before he could nod, Rose protested.
"Just because you're older doesn't mean you should be the leader.
Matteo should be the leader." "Huh? Me? Why him?" Eric and Matteo, who had both spoken at the same time, looked at each other and then back at Rose. The stubborn look was back in her eyes, and despite her trembling bottom lip, Matteo suddenly had the feeling that she was going to get what she wanted.
"Because he's smarter than you,"
Rose said, causing Eric's eyes to widen.
"Smarter than me? What are you talking about?" "Don't you remember? At the beginning, he was the first one to realize we were supposed to get in line by our numbers. After that, he was always the first to obey the sergeant's commands, and he figured out how we could dip our bread in the water to make it possible to eat it in the short amount of time we had. Plus, he was the first to build his foundation."
Matteo was listening to Rose list off all the various things he had done. Matteo felt his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He hadn't imagined that Rose was paying such close attention to him, but she had clearly been observing his every move. When she was finally done, Eric held up his hands. "All right, fine," he said begrudgingly. "I get it. Matteo, you're the leader. If you screw up, then that's it. You only get one chance." Hesitating, Matteo thought about turning it down. Though there were clear advantages to being the leader of a feather, the responsibility of their failure would also land squarely on him.
"Just accept it, kid. It's bound to happen anyway. While you're an idiot, you make those kids look like a pile of rocks."
Shooting an annoyed glance at Corvus, who was perched on his shoulder, Matteo nodded. "Fine," he said, looking at Eric and then at Rose. "I'll take the responsibility of being the leader, but that means you both have to listen to me. I don't want to have to be fighting you. We're in a dangerous enough situation as it is. We don't need to be struggling against one another."
"As long as you don't give me any stupid orders, we'll be fine," Eric said.
"We'll both listen to you," Rose replied, earning an annoyed glance from Eric. "Good. In that case, let's go rest. We need sleep more than anything else, so let's head to the barracks and get as much sleep as we can. We have to be up bright and early tomorrow to make sure we're on time." On the way back to the barracks, Matteo, who had picked up the bag they had been given, opened it up and looked at what was inside. He found a single dagger, a long coil of rope, some flint and steel for starting a fire, a waterproof pouch, a water skin, and 2 loaves of bread.
"Really? Only 2 loaves?" Eric grumbled. "But there are 3 of us."
Chapter 13. Getting out one of the loaves, Matteo tore it up, dividing it into 3 pieces. The smallest piece he kept, the largest he gave to Rose, with the remaining piece going to Eric. Seeing Eric's frown, Matteo sighed and explained his reasoning. "We're going to be assigned a mission tomorrow, and we don't know what it's going to be. If the last week is anything to go by, we are not going to be comfortable. I think we should keep this extra loaf of bread for tomorrow morning to give ourselves as much strength and energy as possible. If we only get 2 loaves of bread tomorrow as well, this will help us."
"Well, if we get 3?"
Eric asked. "Then we'll still have an extra loaf," Matteo replied. "Better to keep it for a time when we need it, rather than just gobble it all up now. Oh, Rose, we have 1 dagger. Do you want it?" After considering it for a moment, Rose shook her head. "No, I think if it's a matter of close combat, I'm good with my hands and feet." "All right, then, Eric, you take the dagger."
"Why me?"
Eric asked. Starting to get annoyed with the constant questioning, Matteo stopped, causing the others to stop as well. "Listen, look, I don't mind explaining myself, but lose the attitude. It's not going to help any of us. I want you to take the dagger because, as an information gatherer, you're going to be scouting away from the 2 of us. That means that if you get into a dangerous situation, you're going to need every edge you can get in order to survive. If you don't want the dagger, that's fine, I can keep it, but I think it'll be better served with you."
"I'll take the dagger,"
Eric said, nodding. Getting it out of the bag, Matteo handed it over to him and watched him as he concealed it inside his burlap tunic. When they got back to the barracks, there were numerous other teens who had had the same idea, and countless kids were sleeping on the beds. Heading over to their corner, Matteo realized suddenly why Sergeant Lore had smiled at him when he had claimed the beds in the corner. 2 of them were occupied, leaving only 1 remaining. The other beds were scattered throughout the room, but there was no way Matteo was going to allow his team to split up like that.
"What are we going to do about them?"
Eric asked quietly. Thinking for a moment, Matteo took a deep breath and then walked over and shook one of the kids awake.
"Huh? What?"
"Hey, you're in our beds," Matteo said, trying to sound as confident as possible. He felt bad as the kid looked around, still disoriented, but he felt as if he didn't have any other choice. "These 3 beds are ours," Matteo said. "Go find a different bed."
"What are you talking about?"
the kid said. Before he could sit up, Eric grabbed his feet and jerked, sending the kid sprawling onto the ground. By this time, many of the other kids in the barracks were looking in their direction, wondering what was going on. Doing his best to maintain his composure, Matteo nodded at Eric, and then walked over to the other bed. The thump had woken the kid in the other bed, and his feet were already on the ground by the time Matteo got in front of him. Keeping it as short and simple as possible, Matteo jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "These beds are ours. Find a new one."
"Yeah? Says who, pipsqueak?"
As he spoke, the kid who had been sleeping stood up, proving that he wasn't actually a kid at all. He looked to be about 16 and was a clear head taller than Matteo, his body big-boned and thick. Stepping forward, he crowded into Matteo, forcing him back a step, at the same time reaching out to shove Matteo's shoulder. Caught off guard by the sudden violence, Matteo stumbled backward, but before he could fall, he felt a hand grab his shoulder and spin him to the side as Rose stepped up to the teenager, her fist slamming into his gut with enough force to double him over. Caught off guard by the fierce attack, the teenager collapsed to the ground. Rose retreated, her face pale and her fists clenched tight. Her eyes darted from side to side, and from the tension in her shoulders, Matteo could tell just how frightened she was. The young man on the ground looked up, anger burning in his eyes.
"You better finish this, kid," Corvus said. "Otherwise it'll get bad."
Matteo knew exactly what Corvus was talking about, but he still hesitated. Rose had managed to catch the teenager off guard, but he was a lot bigger than both of them and would likely be able to overpower them. Even if Rose won, there was no way she would avoid taking some hits. On the other hand, if he were to attack while the teenager was on the ground, it would only escalate the situation, and he was afraid that those surrounding them would get involved. His hesitation, as he tried to weigh the best solution, cost him. As the teenager surged to his feet, Matteo heard Corvus click his beak disdainfully.
"Too late now."
Fury burning in his eyes, the 16-year-old took a step forward, his fists coming up. Though his stance was sloppy, he had both height and reach on Rose, and as he advanced, she stepped back. There wasn't much room for her to retreat, however, and soon she was forced to stop because of the bed and the other kids. The teenager didn't speak, but Matteo could see that if he got his hands on either of them, it was not going to turn out well. From the corner of his eye, Matteo could see Eric, standing off to the side, a blank expression on his face, as if he wanted nothing to do with what was going on. Like most kids who grew up in the street, Eric knew when to cut his losses, and the expression of indifference on his face clearly indicated that he didn't want any part of this fight. Kicking himself for not being more decisive, Matteo glanced at Rose, whose hands were trembling, and then took a breath and stepped forward. With a growl, the teenager launched a fist that Matteo managed to duck. He wasn't so lucky on the next one, and his opponent's knuckles glanced off his cheekbone, rattling Matteo's head. Lunging forward, he tried to wrap his arms around the older kid's legs to bring him to the ground, but a knee in his stomach killed all of his momentum. Just when Matteo thought things were going to go really poorly, help arrived from an unexpected corner. A booming voice caused all of the children to freeze, including the teenager.
"What is going on here?"
The teenager reluctantly let go of Matteo and stepped back, and looking up, Matteo saw two of the instructors had entered the room. A moment later, Sergeant Lore walked in after them.
"I asked, what is going on here?"
"They're fighting over a bed, sir."
The three instructors walked over, looking between Matteo and his older opponent.
"Seems a bit one-sided to me," Sergeant Lore said.
"It's not my fault," the teenager snarled, stabbing an accusatory finger toward Matteo. "This pipsqueak attacked me." The fact that Matteo was the aggressor clearly caught the other instructors off guard, and Sergeant Lore covered his eyes with his hand as he sighed.
"Listen," Sergeant Lore said after rubbing his forehead, "fighting is not against the rules. Being a fool is.
Do you really think you can beat him?"
Realizing that the sergeant was addressing him, Matteo took a deep breath and then shook his head. "Not by myself, sir," he said. There was a spark of something akin to curiosity in Sergeant Lore's eyes, but it was quickly replaced with coldness.
"One of the first rules of the Iron Wing is that we don't pick fights we can't win," he said. "Am I clear?"
"Yes, sir," Matteo replied, looking down at the floor.
"But actions have consequences. You wanted to fight him for his bed.
So let's see it."
Surprised, Matteo and the teenager both stared at Sergeant Lore, who frowned when they didn't immediately jump into action.
"What are you waiting for?" he said.
"You wanted to fight? So fight."
With a nasty grin, the teenager cracked his knuckles and lunged toward Matteo, who was still staring in shock at Sergeant Lore. At the last moment he ducked, his opponent's first punch glancing off his skull, causing stars to jump into his eyes. Lunging back to try to get out of the way, Matteo found a bed behind him, blocking his retreat. The teenager's attacks weren't precise, but he was flailing with all his might, and each of the hard punches that landed on Matteo hurt. Driven back onto the bed, Matteo kicked, one of his feet somehow connecting with his opponent's chest and forcing the teenager back. With a growl, the teenager lunged for him, but Matteo had bought himself enough time to scramble out of the way. He jumped off of the bed and circled, racking his brain for a solution. Not wanting to give him a chance to recover, his opponent spun and lunged, raining down blows that Matteo did his best to block.
"What are you doing, idiot? At least put up a fight!"
Corvus's words echoed in Matteo's mind, but he honestly didn't know what to do. It wasn't as if he had ever been trained to fight before. He had spent the majority of his life on the streets, hiding, as he had been too small to fight with anyone, and while Master Solomon had taught him to fight with words and ideas, physical education had never been part of his training.
"Stop thinking about how you can defend yourself," Corvus said, his voice growing deeper and grimmer. "You're fighting a losing battle, so defense just means you'll lose slower. If you're going to lose anyways, you might as well deal as much damage as you can."
Corvus's words were accompanied by a faint, rusty smell, one that Matteo knew well. Even as he tried to avoid the older boy's flailing fists, a memory rose unbidden into his mind. A sight he had seen many years ago as a small child. A dog, one of the strays that roamed the back streets of Darrenfor, laying in a pool of blood. It had stolen a bit of food from one of the residents of the slum, and in fury he had enacted vengeance, beating the dog to death with a stick. Matteo could still remember every one of the dog's pained yelps and the stomach-churning crunch of its bones as they broke. The memory was as fresh as if it were yesterday, but above all of the brutality of the memory, there was something else. The look in the dog's eyes had changed as it realized it was going to die, and with a frenzied lunge it had bitten the man's leg, leaving a deep gash where its teeth sank into his skin.
"If you're going to die, it's better to leave a mark."
Corvus's words, tinged with blood and a hint of madness, grew in Matteo's mind, swelling like a bloody wave as they swept away his reason and indecision. Though he didn't see it, the dark chain that connected him and Corvus glowed with a rusty light as the crow's eyes flashed bloody red. A low growl escaped Matteo's mouth, and suddenly, instead of blocking as he had been before, he lunged forward. His opponent was breathing heavily from the exertion of throwing so many punches, but he still had the presence of mind to step back as Matteo came after him, throwing out a punch that slammed into the side of Matteo's head. Stumbling off balance, Matteo fell to the ground, but then lunged forward once more, grabbing at the teenager's ankle as he threw his weight into the older boy's legs. Still off balance from his punch and shocked that Matteo had pushed through it, the teenager fell to the ground with a thump, trying to scramble to get free. Before he could, a sharp pain in his leg caused him to scream. Filled with rage, Matteo had bitten the boy's thigh with such force that the tang of blood filled his mouth. His fists slammed down as Matteo wailed on the older boy. "Ow! He's biting me!" Furious, the older boy punched Matteo in the head, causing his head to snap back, ripping a piece of the boy's flesh off of his leg as he did so. The rusty glow of the chain grew stronger as Matteo tasted blood, and the terrible fury that filled him only grew stronger, washing away both pain and reason. All Matteo could think about was inflicting as much damage as he possibly could before he lost the fight. Rage was the order of the day, and Matteo was lost in it, his fists falling like pistons as he overwhelmed his opponent's defenses. In the midst of his rage, he felt a large hand grab the back of his neck and haul him into the air. He could barely see out of one of his eyes, as it was so puffy and swollen from one of his opponent's punches, and he was bleeding from at least 3 other places on his face. His shoulders and chest were bruised as well, and as he was lifted up, the rage receded like a wave, and pain filled its place.
"I said, that's enough,"
Sergeant Lore's voice echoed over the pounding sound of blood that filled Mateo's ears. With a thud, he felt the hard ground as the sergeant threw him down. Mateo's head was ringing, a fierce headache pounding at his skull, and it took him a few moments to collect his bearings. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one painful as his cut lips sent drops of blood rolling down his chin. Barely able to see, he saw a figure laying on the ground across from him, not moving. Sergeant Lore towered over him, staring down at him with hard eyes. Mateo thought he was about to be reprimanded and lowered his gaze. But after a long moment, the sergeant just turned and left, taking the other two instructors with him. Rose hurried over to Mateo, Eric trailing warily behind her.
"Mateo, are you okay?"
Every breath brought pain with it, but the pain gave Mateo something to focus on, allowing him to shake himself free of his daze.
"What happened?"
he asked, his voice a whisper in the silence that filled the room.
"What happened? Is you mauled that kid?"
Eric said, his voice filled with disbelief.
"You fought like a rabid dog."
The memory of the dead dog flashed through Mateo's mind, causing a pained chuckle to escape his lips. Slowly pushing himself up, he got to his feet, staggering slightly before Rose supported him. Eric stood off at a distance, clearly uncomfortable with the situation.
"Where did he go?"
Mateo asked, looking around for his opponent. Chapter 14.
"You smacked him in the jaw and his temple hit the bedpost. He stopped moving after that, and after breaking up the fight, the instructors dragged him off," Eric said.
"They took him away," Rose added.
"Are you okay?"
Still unsure what had happened, Mateo limped toward the bed they had been fighting over. Just then the door opened up, and Sergeant Lore stomped in, carrying a bucket of water and some rags. With a thud, he put the bucket down in front of Mateo and Rose.
"You made the mess. Clean it up,"
he said, throwing the rags at them. "Yes, sir," Mateo said, each word sending waves of pain through his pounding skull. It was only after Sergeant Lore had left that he realized how strange the air in the barracks was. Everywhere he looked, the other kids were staring at him, a whole host of expressions, from fear to shock to deep wariness on their faces. Picking up one of the rags, he dipped it in the water and dabbed at his lip. He was going to be in dreadful pain the following day, but everything he knew about Sergeant Lore told him it wouldn't matter one bit. He would be expected to keep up with the training, just as he had before.
"That was a good job, kid."
Corvus, who had flown to one of the bedposts, seemed quite pleased as he ruffled his feathers.
"You've put the fear in them, so let me give you a piece of advice. Now is the best time to capitalize. Make sure nobody else is foolish enough to challenge you."
Taking a deep breath, Mateo nodded, and holding the bloody rag to his lip, climbed up on the bed. All of the eyes in the room were on him as he looked around, thinking about what he should say. Finally, he settled for something simple. "This bed, and those two beds, are ours." Many of the kids ducked their heads to avoid his gaze, clearly frightened of the ferocity he had shown. And it wasn't just them. Rose and Eric seemed wary as well, as if he might suddenly fly off the handle and attack them. Climbing down from the bed, Mateo slowly cleaned up the floor. After a moment of hesitation, Rose grabbed one of the cloths to help him as well, while Eric went to lie down on his bed. In silence, the two kids cleaned up. Mateo was surprised at the amount of blood, and by the time they were done, the water in the bucket was a deep red. Mateo didn't know what to do with the bucket, so he took it outside the barracks, dumped it in some rocks nearby, and stretched out the rags on the edge of the bucket to dry. Returning to the room, he collapsed into his bed, falling asleep almost instantly. That night, he had fitful dreams. Dreams of bloody battles, massive armies of soldiers clashing together, their cries filled with pain and desperate anger. It was early in the morning when he woke, to the rattle of a chain.
"Time to get up, kid. You wouldn't want to be late for your first day."
The words snapped Matteo out of his stupor, and with a gasp he sat up. There was no one else awake in the room, but through the window Matteo could see the dark sky just starting to turn gray. Then a wave of dull pain washed over him, and every movement of his head sent new waves of pain down his spine. Worse, he could barely see out of one eye because it was still puffy, though not completely closed like it had been the night before.
"Look sharp. You're already on that sergeant's bad side. You wouldn't want to add to it by being late."
With a groan, Matteo rolled over, his feet hitting the floor with a thud. For a moment, he just sat there, trying to get the pounding in his head under control. He knew Corvus was right, however. He had already caused enough trouble, and being late would just cause more. They had been ordered to report at first light, which meant they only had a few minutes. Stumbling over to Rose's bed, Matteo was surprised to see she was already staring at him. The sound of him getting up must have alerted her. Eric, on the other hand, seemed to be sleeping soundly, and Matteo had to shake his leg before he woke up.
"Huh? What? Why'd you wake me up?"
Since it was painful to speak, Matteo just pointed at the window, where the sky was starting to turn gray. "We don't want to be late," Rose said, and with a grunt, Eric got out of bed. "Do you want me to carry the bag?" Rose asked, but Matteo shook his head. The bag was his responsibility, and he was going to carry it. When he picked it up, however, it felt lighter than he remembered from the day before. And with a frown, he opened it up, noticing that the bread they had saved was gone. "What happened to the loaf of bread?" he asked. Though no one answered, Matteo knew exactly what had happened when Rose shot an accusatory glance at Eric. "Did you eat the bread?" Matteo asked. "I was hungry," Eric replied nonchalantly. The flippancy of the answer set Matteo's teeth on edge, and he felt his blood begin to boil. Taking a deep breath and forcing down the anger, he turned and walked away, not trusting himself to engage with Eric in that moment. Rose followed after a moment, leaving Eric standing where he was, looking after them.
"Kids like that need to be taught a lesson," Corvus said as he rested on Matteo's shoulder. "If it were me, I'd have beat his scrawny head in."
"Please stop talking," Matteo said quietly, rubbing his forehead. He would have liked to beat Eric's head in as well, but in his current state, he wasn't sure he could beat anyone's head in. It was still mostly dark when they arrived at the place where they were to meet Sergeant Lore, and after waiting there for 20 minutes in silence, the sergeant appeared, a faint expression of surprise in his eyes when he noticed the kids were actually there. It was obvious he had not expected them to make it, and though there were a few other instructors around, there were no other kids.
"Ha! I knew it," Corvus cackled. "It's an old trick. Run the recruits hard, then give them a bed to sleep in so you can punish them when they oversleep."
Sure enough, the other instructors soon headed toward the barracks, and while Sergeant Lore looked over Matteo, Eric, and Rose, Matteo could hear shouting in the distance as the instructors woke the kids up.
"Here's your rations for the day," Sergeant Lore said, "and your mission as well. You guys are lucky, because you got an easy one."
Taking the bag and the piece of paper Sergeant Lore handed to him, Matteo peeked at the rations they had been given, his face hardening when he saw only 2 loaves of bread. Sergeant Lore had clearly said this was their rations for the day, which meant they were going to be short 4 full loaves.
"You can get water from the barrel,"
Sergeant Lore said, gesturing to a large barrel filled with water that stood nearby.
"I'll be observing, but I won't be assisting. So you're on your own for the rest of the day."
"Yes, sir," Matteo said, with Eric and Rose adding their voices a moment later. Matteo fished the water skin out of the bag and walked over to the barrel, filling it up to the brim. Taking a long drink, he gestured for Eric and Rose to come over as well. "You better get something to drink," he said. "I have a feeling it's going to be a long day." Each of them drank as much water as their stomach would hold, refilling the water skin each time. While they were drinking, Matteo opened up the folded piece of paper Sergeant Lore had given him and scanned over the mission. They were to take the northern path out of the gorge and forage for food, returning with a minimum of 2 desert rabbits, or the equivalent weight in other edible plants. Taking a deep breath, Matteo showed the paper to the other two. Rose read it with some difficulty, but Eric just looked at it blankly. "I don't know how to read," he said defensively. "Sorry," Matteo said. "Let me read it to you." After reading out the order, he tucked the paper into his bag and got out the 2 loaves of bread. "This is all the food we've been provided," he said, "and because we don't have the extra loaf we were saving from last night, we're going to be pretty short." Eric had the decency to look at least a little bit guilty, but Matteo could see the excuses building in the young man's mind from the expression on his face. "Eric." "Huh? What?" "Can you use your dagger to divide them up? 3 pieces for each of us." After staring at Matteo for a moment, Eric nodded and took the loaves, getting out the dagger he carried. He carefully cut the bread into 3 equal-sized chunks, and then further divided each of those chunks into 3 pieces. Letting the other 2 select the bread first, Matteo took the 3 pieces that remained and dipped one of them in the barrel, eating it quickly. The other kids were starting to arrive at the training ground, so he gestured for Eric and Rose to follow him, and then began to lead the way toward the northern path. The path was steep and rocky, a series of switchbacks rising up the slope before cutting into a large crack that ran down the cliff face that surrounded the gorge. At the top of the path, they were stopped by a man dressed in black who held out his hand. Thinking quickly, Matteo got out the orders he had been given and handed them over for the soldier to read. With a nod, the soldier handed them back and waved them through, and the 3 kids hurried past him. It was still early in the morning, but already the day was dry and growing hot. The gorge was located in a relatively barren set of mountains. Matteo had no idea where they were or how far away from Darrenfor, as he had not been able to locate a single geographic feature he could use as a point of reference. After exiting the crack that led to the gorge, Matteo and the others found themselves in a dusty brushland. Low bushes, sparse grass, and trees that dotted the area provided little cover against the fierce sun that had risen over the horizon. The air held a faint chill, indicating they were quite high up, and along the horizon Matteo could see what looked like a large band of green, some sort of plain that stretched into the distance. "Either of you know anything about catching rabbits?" Matteo asked, turning to look at Eric and Rose. "Never caught a rabbit." "Caught plenty of rats, though," Eric said, as Rose shook her head. "We have 2 options," Matteo replied. "We can either try to kill rabbits with a rock, by throwing it, I mean, or we can attempt to rig up some sort of trap. Either way, we're going to have to move further out if we want to find anything. Rabbits are not likely to stick to the beaten path." Turning to look at the wild country around them, Eric sighed. "You think they would have at least given us some training," he said. "This is the training." "How is this training?" Eric asked, looking at Matteo. "They turned us loose out here, and they're observing to see what we know." Turning around, Eric scanned the area, looking for Sergeant Lore. There was no one in sight, so he turned back to Matteo, a skeptical expression on his face. "Do you really think he's watching us? I bet he just said that to try to make us behave." "And do you really think you could see him if he didn't want you to?" Matteo asked. 9 out of 10 he's got a card that helps him hide. But enough of this. We need to catch those rabbits. While we're at it, we can look for plants that'll be useful." "How do we know if they're useful?" Rose asked, following along behind Matteo. "If we can't recognize them, we can test them," Matteo said. "But please, keep your eye out for a short shrub with wide green leaves that have a jagged edge." In silence, the kids moved through the underbrush. Though they tried to move quietly, only Eric was actually able to do it. Both Rose and Matteo were constantly stepping on small sticks or brushing up against plants and causing the bushes to rustle. Eric, on the other hand, seemed to have an instinctive knowledge of how to avoid making noise. After a few minutes of walking, Matteo gestured for Eric to move to the front, which he did with relish. The three of them continued through the underbrush until Matteo suddenly called for them to stop. "This is the plant I was referring to," he said, crouching down next to a small shrub. After examining it for a moment, he began to pick off the leaves, rolling them together in his fingers. "What's that for?" Rose asked, crouching down beside him. "Pain relief," Matteo replied, sticking a roll of leaves in his mouth and starting to chew. Once he had mauled the leaves, he rubbed them between his hands and then dabbed them on the cut above his eye and on his lip. He also had a cut on his cheek that he rubbed the leaves into, hissing as his wounds stung. Almost immediately he could feel the numbness settling into his face, and he let out a sigh. "It's not perfect, and it would have been a lot better if they had been processed properly, but it'll do in a pinch. This is called Maiden's Worry. It's a pretty common plant, and it forms the base for a lot of healing potions." Crouching down next to him, Eric picked off a leaf and chewed it, nearly spitting it out as he tasted the bitter sap on his tongue. "Ah, that's gross." Even as he spoke, he stuck his tongue out, causing Matteo to flash a crooked smile. "Can you feel the numbness? That's why we use it. These large leaves are the ones we'll want to use. So we should collect some just in case we have a need for them in the future. The small ones aren't nearly as effective, and they're a lot more bitter too, so we'll just leave them." Chapter 15. After collecting a few handfuls of leaves, the kids stood up and moved out again, soon spotting more. They stripped a few of the small shrubs of the mature leaves, and Matteo stored them in his bag for later. Watching him, Eric looked around with interest. "What other plants are useful?" he asked. Glancing at Eric, Matteo pointed toward another bush. "It's not in season right now, but the berries on that bush can be eaten," he said, causing Eric to walk over to it and examine it with interest. Matteo was having trouble getting a handle on Eric. Sometimes distant, Eric would occasionally exhibit deep interest in things he wasn't good at, like Rose's martial arts and Matteo's knowledge about plants. Matteo had never actually handled most of the plants he was identifying, but he had read a staggering amount of books, many plant compendiums among them. He only had to see the plant for the image of the page referencing it to pop into his head, delivering to him information on the plant's characteristics and uses. For the first half of the morning, Matteo and the others combed through the scrub brush, as Matteo pointed out which plants were edible and which were dangerous. By the time mid-morning had come, they had already collected enough roots that they wouldn't need to find any rabbits, but after talking it over, they decided to try anyway. So they moved their search further from the path. Eric went first after Matteo had explained what he should be looking for, while Matteo and Rose followed behind. They didn't have the same ability to stay silent that Eric possessed, so out of fear of scaring the rabbits away, they kept a healthy distance between them. Eventually, they arrived at what appeared to be a small spring, where water bubbled up out of a hole between a few rocks, dripping down into a small pool. The overflow trickled away into a crack in the ground. Eric had been the one to spot it, and had led them over to it. After looking around the pool for a little while, Rose called them over. "Matteo, is this what you were talking about?" Crouching, Matteo saw a few small black pellets. "I think so," he said, frowning. "I think that's rabbit poop." Recoiling slightly, Rose moved back as Matteo stretched out a finger and squashed one of the pieces of scat. It didn't crumble, but instead flattened slightly. Wiping his finger on the dirt and then on his tunic, Matteo looked around. "These are fresh," he said. "They haven't had time to dry out yet, which means there are probably rabbits somewhere around here. Let's see if we can find some tracks." This proved to be futile, as the ground was much too hard to locate any tracks. But after nearly half an hour of hunting, Matteo saw Eric waving at him from a distance and came over. "I think I found them," Eric said quietly. "About 100 feet that way. There are a few burrows, and out front I saw some movement in the underbrush. I bet that's where they are." Let's get Rose and decide how we're going to catch them, Matteo said. Once the three were all together, Matteo outlined the two different plans he had in mind. The first possibility, he said, is probably the easiest. We wait until they're nearby, and then we hit them with rocks or sticks. Problem with that plan is that rabbits are skittish, and they move really quickly. So unless we're really accurate, we're probably not going to be able to hit them. The other plan is that we can set traps. However, the problem with that is that even though we do have bait, it's pretty unlikely the traps will work quickly, which means we might not catch anything before we have to return.
What if we did both? Rose asked, scratching her nose. I mean, what if we put out some bait and used it to lure the rabbits into one area, then threw something at them?
That's a great idea, Rose. Let's do that. Any issues? Seeing Matteo look at him, Eric shook his head. Nope. Better than any plan I had. Since Eric was the quietest, he took a few of the edible roots they had dug up and carried them to a spot nearby. Meanwhile, Matteo and Rose both hunkered down to wait. For the next hour, nothing happened, and Matteo started to find himself growing antsy. He had heard about how important patience was to a hunter, but there was a distinct difference between reading about it and actually doing it. It was almost too much for him to bear, but he forced himself to stay still. Unfortunately, he couldn't even meditate, as the sound of his breathing would have scared the rabbits away. Rose was also having trouble, though she did her best to keep herself still, even going so far as to close her eyes as if she was taking a nap. Eric, surprisingly, had the easiest time of it, his body almost completely motionless as he watched. Another half an hour passed, and just as Matteo was about to give up, he saw Eric's hand move, slowly rising into the air. Unsure what Eric was doing, Matteo turned his head and saw a rabbit poking its nose out of the underbrush. With cautious hops, it made its way out into the little clearing where the roots had been piled. Keeping his hand raised, Eric didn't throw the stick he held, maintaining his position as a second rabbit came out after the first. Turning his head to the other side, Matteo saw Rose was sitting up, her eyes fixed on the rabbits. He and Rose were closer together, with only 6 feet between them, while Eric was 15 feet away on the other side of the rabbits. They watched as the rabbits began to sniff at the roots. Clearly wary, finally one of them, after looking around a few times, bit at a root. Eric's arm flashed, the stick he was holding whipping through the air toward the rabbits. His throw flew true, and the rabbit, which had just put its head down to bite onto a root, didn't see it coming in time. The other rabbit let out a squeal, leaping into the air, its entire body turning in the opposite direction. Hearing the squeal, the first rabbit tried to hop to the side, but the stick slammed into its body, stunning it. Following up his throw by charging over, Eric lifted his dagger as the other rabbit took off, running directly away from him. Its path happened to pass between Matteo and Rose. Hesitating slightly, Matteo lost his chance to grab it, but as he lunged to his feet, the rabbit swerved away from him, bringing it into Rose's range. With a shout, her foot lashed out, slamming into the rabbit's side and sending it tumbling over and over. The first rabbit was struggling to its feet when Eric's dagger pierced its neck, killing it instantly. Flushed with excitement, Matteo raced over to where the other rabbit lay, only to find that its back had been broken by Rose's kick. Swallowing, he looked at Rose, who was hurrying toward him, making a mental note to never fight her. He picked up the rabbit by its legs and waved it in the air as Rose approached. "We got it. Good job." "I can't believe that worked," Eric said, staring at the blood on his dagger. "This means we can complete our mission," Rose said, excitement filling her voice. But Matteo shook his head. "No," he said. "We need to do it again. We need to get more rabbits." "What? Why?" "We need food," Matteo said. "The fact that they are not giving us rations means that the goal of this whole exercise is for us to learn how to live off of the land. If all we do is get the 2 rabbits and turn them in, then tomorrow all we'll have to eat are 2 loaves of bread. Instead, if we can catch some more rabbits, we can cook them and eat them ourselves. We need meat if we want to maintain our strength. We can eat the roots, too, and as long as we have 2 rabbits to turn in, we'll have completed the mission while filling our bellies. I think we should take a different approach, though.
We were lucky this time, but we aren't going to be lucky every time. Carrying the rabbit Rose had killed over to Eric, Matteo showed him how to bleed them, and they hung the 2 rabbits from a stick, talking as the blood pooled below. "All right, time for the next part of the plan," Matteo said, brushing off his hands. "Yeah? What are you thinking?" Eric asked. "I think you should go out and hunt the rabbits yourself," Matteo said. "Bring Rose with you if you want, but I think you'll be more efficient hunting them by yourself than we will." Eyes narrowing slightly, Eric placed his hand on the hilt of the dagger at his waist. "Sounds to me like you want me to do all the work," he said, his expression growing cold. Taking a deep breath, Matteo looked at Eric with as much calmness as he could muster. "Eric, if I go hunting, we're pretty much guaranteed to fail. Rose, too. If we all go hunting together, we'll waste another few hours, maybe even more. By yourself, it's highly likely you can sneak up on more rabbits and kill them the same way you just did. That is called efficiency. In the meantime, Rose and I will prepare these rabbits, cooking them so you can eat them. Unless you're planning on eating raw rabbit." From the glance Eric gave the rabbit he had killed, Matteo thought he might actually do it. But then Eric shook his head. "Fine," he said, "but I get a whole rabbit." "No." Matteo's voice was hard and caught Eric off guard. "What do you mean, no? If I'm doing the work, I deserve to get a whole rabbit." "Not if I'm cooking it," Matteo replied. "Feel free to cook it yourself if you want it. Otherwise, we split it evenly." Flashing a disgruntled expression, Eric didn't answer. Instead, he turned and stalked off into the brush. With a sigh, Matteo asked Rose to help him fetch some firewood, explaining what it was he was looking for. Over 2 hours passed, with no sign of Eric, and Matteo could tell that Rose was starting to get worried. Rather than reassuring her, as he didn't know what to say, Matteo just went about his work, starting the fire and peeling the skin from the rabbits using a sharp rock he had found. Since they only had 1 dagger, he'd had Eric make the cuts before leaving, so he was able to get by with a rock. Rose didn't know what to do, so she just sat by the fire, occasionally standing up to look around for Eric. The sun was just starting to begin its descent toward the horizon when Eric returned. His face was dirty, and it looked like one of his elbows was scraped, and from the sour expression on his face, he wasn't very happy. Still, he threw down 3 rabbits and squatted by the fire. "I want a whole rabbit," he said. While Eric had been gone, Matteo had skewered the first set of rabbits and roasted them over the fire. He handed one to Eric and the other to Rose before borrowing Eric's dagger to begin preparing one for himself. No one spoke as they sat around the fire, and the only sound, besides the crackling flame, was Eric's and Rose's chewing. When they had finished and the rabbit had been cooked, Matteo instructed them to toss the bones into the fire, which had been reduced to little more than embers, which he covered with dirt. Packing everything up, he led the way back toward the gorge, eating his rabbit along the way while the others munched on some of the roots they had found. They had filled up their water skin in a small water hole, which had allowed them to stay hydrated throughout the day, and having eaten their fill of meat, they arrived back at the entrance to the gorge, where they were met by the same soldier who had been there when they left. He looked over them, nodded, and jerked a thumb for them to pass by. Soon they had made it back to the training ground, where they found Sergeant Lore waiting for them. The sergeant was sitting nonchalantly on one of the benches, and for a moment Matteo wondered if Eric had been right. Maybe the sergeant hadn't followed them. Sergeant Lore's eyes were on the 2 rabbits that hung from Matteo's pack, and as they approached he stood up. "It looks like you were successful," he said. Matteo had long since finished his rabbit and discarded the carcass, even going so far as to wash off his mouth to get rid of the grease. Still, they hadn't been able to eliminate the smell of cooked meat from their hands, and Matteo could see Sergeant Lore's nostrils flaring slightly. Taking the 2 rabbits off of his pack, Matteo handed them over, with a few of the roots they had gathered. "There are no extra points for going above and beyond," Sergeant Lore said dryly, accepting the food the team had gathered. "But still, Well done. It seems you understood the mission correctly. Be back here tomorrow morning at first light for your next mission.
Yes, sir. Though they hadn't spent the entire day exercising like they had in the first few weeks, all 3 kids were tired, and they headed back to the barracks right away, intending to get some rest. The barracks were empty when they arrived, and both Eric and Rose lay down to sleep immediately. Matteo wanted to join them, but Corvus was having none of it.
"You don't have time for rest," the crow said, staring at Matteo from his blood-colored eyes. "You may have survived today, but that's not enough. It's your job to plan for the future, to make sure these kids don't drag you down. After all, you know what will happen if you fail, right?"
The image of the unmoving teenager who had been dragged away by the instructors after their fight flashed across Matteo's mind, and his breath caught in his chest. Corvus was right. This was a matter of survival, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. So what should I do? Meditate?
"Yes, but not right now,"
Corvus replied. "There's a saying. The triumphant general makes many calculations in his tent beforehand."
You need to start calculating, or you'll end up only being able to react, which means you'll always be operating from a disadvantage.
What do you mean? What is there to calculate? Matteo asked.
Simple. Examine how your team did today, figure out what the weaknesses are, and then come up with plans to shore them up. You've been blessed with a perfect memory, so use it.
Chapter 16. Feeling as if he could hear a hint of his master's voice in Corvus's rough words, Matteo closed his eyes, beginning to review everything that had happened that day. Once he began, he found that there was a lot to consider. The way he and the others had interacted, the dynamic between the team and the ongoing power struggle between him and Eric. Rose clearly just wanted to get along, while Eric was used to operating by himself. But it wasn't just the others. The more Matteo thought about it, the more he realized his own flaws. He lacked decisiveness, and often, because he had so much information, he failed to act as quickly as he should. When the rabbit had run between him and Rose, he had been closer, but his moment of hesitation had caused him. If Rose had not been as skilled as she was, and if the rabbit hadn't jerked toward her at the last moment, they would have lost it, and it would have been Matteo's fault. A feeling of failure began to well up inside of him, but before it could properly take hold, Corvus' voice cut through it.
You are not a victim of your circumstances. Master the challenge. Become unshakable as iron.
Corvus' words rang like a law in Matteo's mind, causing Matteo to fall into a deep trance. Almost instinctively he began breathing as if meditating, while his mind focused in on the various problems he had identified, considering variables, establishing plans, and then assessing them for likelihood of success. Oblivious to time passing, Matteo only awoke when the chain that connected him and Corvus rattled. As his eyes snapped open, a wave of fatigue rushed over him, nearly causing him to collapse.
That's enough, kid, Corvus said, his voice heavy. If you don't want to be useless tomorrow, you better get some sleep.
Struggling to keep his eyes open, Matteo glanced at the window, and was shocked to find it was completely dark. The beds throughout the room were filled, and all of the other kids were in a deep sleep.
Don't worry, I'll wake you up, Corvus said. So get some sleep.
Happy to comply, Matteo laid down, sleep consuming him as soon as his head touched the pillow. The next morning he was woken, not by the chains, but by Rose's poke. Blinking his eyes, he stared up at the ceiling, finding himself surprisingly refreshed. On top of feeling fairly well-rested, he also realized that nearly all of his aches and pains were completely gone, and the swelling had all but vanished as well. Realizing this was the work of his root card, Matteo wondered if he needed to reevaluate its usefulness as he sat up.
"It's time to go," Rose whispered. And with a nod, Matteo slid out of his bed, picked up the bag, and joined her and Eric at the door. Though it had never been explicitly stated that the teams were in competition, it was pretty clear they were. So they didn't wake the other kids as they slipped out of the barracks. This time, they weren't alone at the training yard, as a few other teams had already arrived, their drooping eyelids and slumped shoulders a clear sign of their exhaustion. Most of the kids weren't getting enough food, and those who had arrived early weren't getting enough sleep either. Though Matteo felt bad for them, it was all he could do to support his two teammates, so he hardened his heart and paid them no mind. It was no surprise to him that they got exactly the same task as they had the day before. This time there was only one loaf of bread, but that didn't bother any of them. From the looks on their faces, both Eric and Rose were excited to go out and find their own food. After making their way out of the gorge, they found a new place to hunt. Then, while Rose and Matteo began scavenging for roots and other edible plants, Eric disappeared into the bush to begin his hunt. The goal this time wasn't just to catch a few more rabbits, but rather to find some good hunting areas where they could set snares. Matteo had never set a snare before in his life, but he had read numerous books on wilderness survival during his time with Master Solomon, and he was pretty confident he'd be able to do it. The easiest sort of snare to set was a deadfall trap, so while Eric was out hunting for the rabbits themselves, Matteo kept an eye out for a path they might use. About lunchtime, they joined back together. Eric arrived carrying a long pole, along which were strung 6 rabbits. "If you know where to look, these things are everywhere," he said, dumping the rabbits down next to the fire Matteo had started. Rose, who clearly felt like she wasn't pulling her weight, offered to help skin the rabbits, but Matteo shook his head. "Instead," he said, "can you slice those roots really finely? I'd like to toast them over the fire. They'll be easier to eat." Later, after they had finished cooking 3 of the rabbits, they set the extra ones up to smoke. Matteo had earlier piled up a bunch of wood that he would use to feed the fire, cooking them over the next 3 to 4 hours. His goal was to create something akin to jerky, though he wasn't sure how successful he would be. With his belly full, Eric looked around. "So what do we do now?" he asked. "I'm glad you asked," Matteo responded with a smile. "I've had some ideas." "I'm not sure I like the sound of that," Eric said, glancing at Rose, who giggled. Ignoring the quip, Matteo held up 3 fingers. "As far as I see it, we have 3 things we absolutely must do before our recruitment test. First, we need to learn how to move like Eric." Noticing the cloudy expression that crossed Eric's face, Matteo hurried to clarify. "I don't anticipate that either of us is going to be able to do it as well as you, Eric, but being able to move quietly seems like a really important skill. So even if we're not as good, it would probably benefit our whole group if Rose and I understood at least the basics of it. Rose, the same is true for martial arts. Your ability to fight is clearly a lot better than mine, and I'm not sure about Eric, but I have a feeling that he'd benefit from learning some of your techniques as well. Finally, I can teach you everything you need to know about how to identify plants and survive in the wilds. That's the first thing." "Okay, that makes sense to me," Eric said, nodding. "Me too," Rose added. "Good. Then here's the second thing. I think we need to continue our physical training." Even the thought made both Rose and Eric recoil as they remembered the brutal physical training regime they had been forced through in the first week in the gorge. "Look, I know. I feel exactly the same way about it as you do," Matteo said, holding up his hands. "But they didn't have us do all of those exercises for nothing." "They had us do those exercises because they wanted to see us suffer," Eric snapped. Shaking his head, Matteo disagreed. "I don't think so. I think they did it because they needed to make sure we could operate at a bare minimum of physical fitness, likely for what's coming later. If we start training ourselves, then later, when we have to do it, it won't be nearly as hard." Groaning, Eric threw up his hands and flopped over on his back. "Ugh, I hate how much sense you make." Though she didn't look happy about it, Rose agreed. "My uncle has a saying, 'Suffer now or suffer later,'" she said. "It would be better to suffer now."
Even more so because we have a relatively stable food supply, Matteo said. We can hunt in the mornings, and we can exercise in the afternoons. That brings us to our third thing, which is that we need to build up a stockpile of food. We don't know if we'll have missions that will prevent us from foraging, and if we do, it's going to be imperative that we have enough food that we can survive. Part of building up our supply will also be mapping this area. It's unlikely we're going to be allowed to range too far from the gorge, so understanding the area around the gorge is going to be imperative. We haven't seen any other teams, which means, most likely, they're being sent to different areas, but it's only a matter of time before we do run into one. So we need to understand the landscape, as well as where food sources are, and most importantly, water.
How are we going to do that? Eric asked, sitting up with a frown. To make a map, don't you need paper?
Reaching up and tapping his head, Matteo smiled. I've got it all here, he said. I can draw the map any time. In addition to food, though, we're also looking for a few other things. Specifically, 2 more daggers. It'd be nice also if we could get some proper clothes. It looks like Rose's shoes are just about worn through. Looking at the thin slippers on her feet, Rose nodded. I think they are. All right. Then tonight, I'll ask Sergeant Lore, Matteo said. The idea must have made Eric nervous because he drew back, his eyes widening as he stared at Matteo. Are you sure that's a good idea? He asked. I'm not sure how else we'll find out what we need to know, Matteo said, and as long as we're completing our missions, he shouldn't care if we ask questions. If the 2 of you are okay with what I've set forth as our plan, we should get started. Eric, on our way back to the gorge, would you mind giving us a demonstration on how you move so quietly? Sighing dramatically, Eric nodded. Fine, sure, I guess. It took them nearly 3 times as long to make it back to the gorge as it had taken them to come out. At first, that was because Eric didn't actually know how he moved so silently when he was sneaking around. It was something he had picked up from many years of hard-won experience and watching the older kids in the gang he had been part of. Slowly, though, with questions from Rose and Matteo, he put his technique into words. Unsurprisingly, Rose caught on quick. Her martial arts training had given her strong control of her body, and she was able to mimic Eric's style of walking almost completely by the time they arrived back at the gorge. Matteo, on the other hand, was terrible. Though he could conceptualize what Eric was doing, he found it almost impossible to get his body to follow along. All he had earned by the time they got back to the gorge was numerous scornful glances from Eric and a large dose of frustration. Rose kept trying to encourage him, but that almost made it worse, as her method of encouragement was demonstrating her nearly flawless technique. The entire time, Corvus sat on Matteo's shoulder, offering unhelpful suggestions and cackling when Matteo failed. Even though they were back earlier than they had been the day before, Sergeant Lore was sitting on the bench waiting for them when they arrived. After handing over their 2 rabbits, Matteo bowed slightly to the sergeant. May I ask you a question, sir? Giving Matteo a long look, Sergeant Lore put the rabbits down and nodded. Go ahead. I was wondering, sir, if there's a way to get equipment. I already gave you your bag. It should have everything you need, Sergeant Lore said. I was wondering about better clothing and another dagger, sir. Why would you need any of those things? Sergeant Lore asked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he leaned forward. Though Matteo's heart jumped as he felt the weight of the sergeant's stare, he kept his face calm and spoke in an even voice. Our shoes are starting to wear through, sir, and only having 1 dagger is limiting our range of activity. While we can operate as we are, we would be able to operate better, be more efficient in our missions with better gear. There was a long pause as the sergeant and Matteo stared at one another. And then with a smile that looked like the sun breaking through a dark cloud, Sergeant Lore nodded. Of course. I'll introduce you to the quartermaster. The building to which Sergeant Lore led them was one of many that dotted the gorge. There was no one around except for a man dressed in black, leaning against the doorpost, idly chewing a piece of straw. When he saw Sergeant Lore bringing the children over, he straightened up, his piercing eyes examining each of them in turn.
"It's a bit early, don't you think?" he said, his voice gruff.
With a shrug, Sergeant Lord jerked a thumb at Matteo and the others.
"We've got some live ones,"
he said before turning to introduce the children to the man.
"This is Quartermaster Beers. If you need supplies, you can talk to him."
Having completed the introduction, he turned around and walked away, leaving Matteo, Eric, and Rose alone, facing Quartermaster Beer's sharp stare.
"Hello, sir," Matteo said, bowing slightly.
"Well, you better come in,"
the quartermaster replied, turning and walking back into the building. Inside, they found a wide room with shelves against each wall. A desk stood in the middle of the room, and the quartermaster sat on the edge of it as he gestured to the items on the shelves.
"Everything in here is available. Of course, it's also got a price."
Noticing a small placard by each of the items, Matteo frowned. The first item that caught his eye was a red potion that glittered like a jewel. This was undoubtedly a healing potion, but the placard in front of it read 150 points, and he had no idea what sort of points it was talking about. Noticing his expression, Quartermaster Beers clicked his tongue and straightened up, walking around his desk to sit down.
"Let me guess. Your instructor hasn't told you about points,"
he said, opening up a book. "That's correct, sir," Matteo replied, turning to face the quartermaster.
"I hate how everybody leaves it to me,"
Beers muttered under his breath.
"Listen, because I'm only going to say this once. Everything you do in the gorge is observed. This will last until you graduate and become a full-fledged member of the battalion. Points are assigned or deducted based on your actions. Every mission you complete gives you 10 points, and there are other actions you take that will increase the total number of points you have or reduce them, depending on the action. The better you do, or the kinder your instructor is feeling, the more points you'll get. If you get on an instructor's wrong side, they'll deduct points for every little thing. Am I clear?"
"That doesn't seem fair,"
Eric blurted out, quickly adding, "Sir?" when he noticed the quartermaster's stare.
"Fair? It's not fair. It's completely arbitrary and entirely up to the discretion of the instructors. But nobody cares about your opinion, kid. So deal with it."
Chapter 17. Grabbing Eric's shoulder and tugging him back, Matteo nodded. "Thank you, sir. I appreciate you explaining it to us. Can I ask, is there a way to check how many points we have?"
"Yes, I've got a record here,"
Quartermaster Beers said.
"I can take a look. You're number 13, right? Hold on."
Flipping through his pages, the quartermaster found the page with Matteo's record and ran his finger down the column.
2 successful missions is 20 points, and over the course of your stay here, 5 discretionary points have been added. You have 25.
"And is that 25 for our feather, sir?" Flashing a smile, the quartermaster nodded.
"I can see why the instructors like you, kid. Yes, everything in the gorge is done based on your feather, and it'll be the same in your battalion. You succeed together, you fail together. You get points together, you lose points together. So remember that."
"Thank you, sir," Matteo said. "Do you mind if we look around for a little bit?"
"Look around for as long as you want. It's not like we're going to get anybody else in here," Quartermaster Beers said. "Just know that if you try to steal anything, I'll cut your hands off before dumping you out in the wilderness for the beasts to eat."
After casually dropping the threat, he closed his book and walked back to the doorway, where he leaned on the door jamb and chewed on his straw, ignoring the kids, who began to peruse the shelves. Rose wandered around randomly, looking at this and that as things caught her eye, while Eric seemed to be entirely focused on anything that was shiny and looked valuable. Matteo's approach was different. Starting from the top left shelf, he worked his way around the room, looking at each thing in turn and mentally cataloging it. It took him roughly 20 minutes, and after he was done, he spent a few minutes staring blankly at the wall as he organized the information in his head, sorting everything into categories. All of the gear was randomly distributed throughout the store, making it hard to know what was available. Additionally, there were multiple items that appeared in different locations, and in each one, their price was subtly different. The more time Matteo spent in this training camp, the more he realized just how meticulously it had been arranged. The camp was one giant test, and when the quartermaster said their every move was being observed, Matteo didn't doubt it at all. There were dozens of small traps and tests scattered throughout their experience, and it was clear that they were being judged on more than just their ability to survive. The 25 points they had wasn't enough to buy even the cheapest item, which started at 50 points, but Matteo made note of a few of the things he thought would be useful. There was a dagger for 75 points, a set of camping gear that included a couple of tarps, rope, stakes, and various other things necessary for pitching tents for 150 points, and a number of weapons, each of them costing 300 points or more. Since they didn't have enough points to buy anything, the other kids soon got bored, and since Matteo was done memorizing everything in the store, they left. On the way out, however, Matteo paused, bowing again to the quartermaster. "Thank you for explaining everything, sir. I do have one question."
"Yeah, go ahead."
"I wonder, sir, if there are other ways to earn points. If we gather additional resources on our foraging missions, can we exchange them to you?"
"You want to barter, huh? Well, it depends what it is. If you can get me something that has actual value, I'll consider it," Quartermaster Beers said. "But I don't want any rabbits."
"Thank you, sir. Have a good evening." Rose and Eric had already gone some distance before they realized Matteo wasn't with them. But he soon caught up, and the three returned to the barracks to plan what they would do next. Even though it hadn't yet been 2 weeks since they had been dumped into this gorge, all three of them were adapting well, helped undoubtedly by the fact that they were finally getting adequate food and sleep. Many of the other kids weren't in nearly as good shape, but a few of the other feathers had started to catch on, and as the evening wore on, Matteo made note of the teams that appeared to have been able to forage enough food. There were 16 teams in total, but only 7 of them, including Matteo's team, looked like they were succeeding in their missions. Matteo didn't expect the others to last very long, and sure enough, only a few days later, 3 of the teams didn't show up when it was time to go to sleep. That put a sense of urgency in the rest of the teams, which redoubled their efforts. As the week wore on, that urgency paid off. So far, the only missions they had been given was the same foraging mission they had first received. After a week and a half of completing the same mission over and over again, Matteo, Eric, and Rose had settled into a simple routine. They had begun to wake up earlier than the others, slipping out of the barracks to go to the training ground and practice, doing many of the exercises that had been drilled into their bodies in the first week. Usually, after about an hour, Sergeant Lore would saunter up and hand them their orders for the day before yawning and leaving. He had stopped giving them any food after the first week, but thanks to Eric's surprisingly competent hunting ability, they had managed to stockpile enough food that they didn't go hungry. Their diet consisted of berries, roots, edible greens, and rabbit, of which there seemed to be a never-ending supply. They had been staying in their hunting grounds, operating in a roughly 4-square-mile area to the north of the gorge, where they would spend the morning hunting for food and exploring the terrain. After lunch, they would divide their time between lessons. Rose was teaching them basic self-defense, including how to punch and kick properly, as well as some grappling techniques. Both of the boys picked up on it fairly quickly. Eric because he was naturally athletic, and Matteo because he remembered everything Rose said. Though he still lost most of the fights against Eric, and every sparring session against Rose, he was pretty happy with his progress. After they were done with their combat lessons, they would practice moving silently with Eric, trying to sneak up on rabbits without being seen. Then, as the sun began to set, Matteo would talk about the survival techniques he had read about. Their days were full, and the kids tried not to waste any time, spending every waking moment training themselves. Matteo could see that Eric was starting to get a bit restless with all of it, though Rose seemed used to such a rigorous lifestyle. Matteo, on the other hand, took to it like a fish to water. In his early days as an apprentice under Master Solomon, his life had been like this, though the tasks he did were different. If he hadn't been doing chores, he'd been reading books or reciting from memory to answer his master's questions. Every waking moment had been poured into learning with absolute focus, and he brought that same intensity to the new tasks that were before him. Corvus seemed content to observe for the most part, only speaking up when he thought Matteo was doing something particularly stupid. After 2 weeks had passed, Matteo gathered Eric and Rose together for a meeting. "I think it's time to start buying some things," he said. "We had 25 points, and we've added 140 more from our successful missions over the last 2 weeks. I want to suggest that we buy the camping supplies." "Camping supplies?" Eric asked. "Why would we need to do that? Shouldn't we buy the dagger? Or maybe even 2? That way you don't have to keep using mine?" "Well, I think the dagger is important. I think the camping supplies are more important," Matteo said. "I think it would be better if we saved up for a weapon," Rose interjected. "After all, we're not going to be fighting rabbits forever, and it'd be nice to have a weapon to be able to defend ourselves." "That's an astute observation," Matteo agreed. "But I still think the camping supplies are the best bet." Kneeling down, he began to make a list in the dirt, adding the prices to each item. "If you look at the way the store is structured, things like weapons require more points," Matteo said, "while the survival gear has fewer. Healing potions cost 150, the same cost as the stuff to make a tent. That tells me we're likely going to be sleeping outside before we'll need the healing potion. The weapons start at 300. We'd have to wait another 3 weeks before we can afford even the first one. What happens if during that time they have us start staying out overnight?" "Do you think they would?" Eric asked, looking faintly nervous. "I think it's very likely. I think by this point it's pretty obvious they're forcing us to learn survival skills. We've spent the last couple of weeks learning how to hunt, and by now all of the remaining feathers are able to complete the mission without any issue. My guess is that in the next couple of days they're going to switch into having us stay out overnight. While we can do it without the tent, it'll be a lot more comfortable if we have some camping gear. The other thing is that we can get better clothing for cheap as well. Clearly they're more concerned that we have the necessities than that we have weapons, which means their missions are probably going to allow us to avoid fighting for at least a little while." "I think that makes sense," Rose said, looking over at Eric, who shrugged. "You're the smart one," he said with a smirk. "So if you say a tent is better than buying blades, sure. Then let's go shopping." Standing up, Matteo brushed off his hands and led the way to the quartermaster.
"I wondered if you'd be back," he said. "What can I get for you?"
"Before we do any shopping, sir, I'm wondering if we can purchase items on credit." Slowly, Quartermaster Beers lost the smile on his face, and he leaned back in his chair, staring at Matteo.
"Credit, huh? I'm not opposed to the idea, though my interest is steep. What is it you would be buying?"
Taking a deep breath, Matteo pointed at the tent. "We'd be buying a tent, sir, as well as 3 pairs of boots, 3 pairs of pants, and 3 shirts." Crossing his arms over his chest, Quartermaster Beers gave Matteo a pointed look and then gestured toward the wall to the left of him.
"Don't you want a weapon? If you get a weapon, you should be able to earn points faster."
Filing that information away for later, Matteo shook his head. "Higher risk, less reward, sir. I'm confident that with proper survival gear, we'll be able to pass any of the missions coming up. We think proper clothing and camping gear is more important." Biting his lip, the quartermaster shook his head and pulled out his ledger.
"Kids like you are the most annoying,"
he said to Matteo as he opened to the page that recorded their points.
"Let's see. It looks like you have 185 points, including the extra discretionary points you've gotten. Buying all of the clothing and the tent is going to cost you 310 points, meaning you owe me 125. Every week, I'm going to add 5 points. How does that sound? Additionally, you're not going to be allowed to buy anything else while you have an outstanding debt. Do you agree to those terms?"
Instead of answering right away, Matteo turned and looked at Eric and Rose. Rose gave him a firm nod, while Eric just shrugged. "Yes, sir," Matteo said. "We'll take the deal."
"Wait here while I get the stuff."
A short while later, Matteo, Eric, and Rose emerged from the quartermaster's building dressed in their new clothing. Rose looked especially happy, while Eric kept touching the fabric of his shirt as if amazed by its quality. Their clothing was thick, designed to be tear-resistant, and would serve them well in the rugged landscape. At Matteo's recommendation, they had not discarded their burlap tunics, instead keeping them to use as an extra layer of protection. After packing up all of the camping gear and adding it to his bag, they returned to the barracks, where they drew considerable attention from the other children. Most of the teams didn't interact, preferring to keep to themselves. But seeing Matteo take off his boots, one of the kids who slept nearby couldn't help himself.
"Hey, 13, where'd you get those boots?"
Matteo didn't know the name of the kid who spoke, but his number was 18, and he was part of one of the more successful groups which had managed to adapt rather quickly. "They're nice, aren't they?" Matteo said.
"Yeah,
"But that's not what I asked." 18 stood up and walked over, his eyes fixed on the shoes.
I asked you where you got them."
"And am I supposed to tell you just because you ask?" Matteo said. Seeing Rose jump up from her bed and walk over to stand beside Matteo, 18 hesitated. Though there hadn't been many other fights since Matteo had laid a kid out over the bed he slept in, word had gotten around that Rose could handle herself in a fight. So even though 18 was bigger than Matteo by a good bit, he still paused.
"Look, I'm not trying to start a fight. I just want to know where you got the boots."
"Fine. But you'll owe me a favor," Matteo said.
"Yeah, sure, whatever,"
18 replied, not seeming to think it was a big deal. Closing his eyes for a moment, Matteo took a deep breath and gestured for 18 to come a step closer. "There's a quartermaster," he said, "and you can buy this stuff from him." After telling 18 where the building was, Matteo watched as he quickly gathered up the other two members of his feather and ran out of the room. Other kids had been listening too, and soon there was a mass exodus as the kids all rushed out of the building, heading for the quartermaster. Seeing Rose looking at him after the room had emptied out, Matteo shrugged. Chapter 18. "They're going to find out anyway," he said. "And besides, my guess is that now that we're not losing feathers anymore, they're going to be issuing us new missions, which means they'll probably tell everybody about the quartermaster. By telling everybody first, we've earned ourselves a little bit of goodwill."
"Goodwill?" Eric said, snorting. "If you think we've earned any goodwill, you're more naive than I thought. All we've done is give away our advantage."
"Then why didn't you say something?" Matteo asked. Sitting up in his bed, Eric laughed and pointed at Matteo.
"Because I'm not the brains of this outfit," he said, "and every time you have that look on your face, it means you're scheming something."
"It's true," Rose added, "and that's why I was looking at you. I don't care that you told them about the quartermaster. They would have found out eventually, like you said. Instead, I was just wondering what it was you were planning." Looking rather sheepish, Matteo scratched his cheek. "It's not really a plan so much," he said. "I just have a sneaking suspicion that the other teams are going to help us out with some of our gear problems. But for now, I'll keep it to myself." "Well, that's no fun," Eric said, flopping back on his bed. It was a while before the other teams came back, and when they did, every single one of them had new items. Most of them had additional daggers, and a few seemed to have figured out that they could buy things on credit. Number 18 swaggered over to where Matteo lay on his bed, a short sword at his side.
"Thanks for letting us know," he said. "Thanks to you, I was able to pick up something nice."
Sitting up, Matteo looked at the short sword, and then glanced at the other kids spread out through the barracks. Everywhere he looked, the children were showing off their new items to each other. "Wasn't that short sword a lot of points?" he asked. "We didn't have enough for it."
"Well, I guess you'll just have to work harder, won't you?"
18 said, his chest puffing up as he swaggered away. The next morning, Matteo, Eric, and Rose got up to do their training as normal, but after an hour had passed, Sergeant Lore didn't come out to give them their mission. Instead, half an hour later, as the rest of the teams gathered, the instructors all came out together. Without needing to be told, the kids lined up, taking their places in front of the instructors. Captain Bevan looked over them and then spoke, his voice echoing through the gorge. "You should be proud of yourselves," he said. "I don't know who it was who figured out you could buy equipment from the quartermaster, but clearly you've all made use of it. Here I thought I was going to be able to do you a favor by telling you about it. You'll be getting a new mission today that will expand on what you've already learned. Your current missions have involved leaving the gorge during the day and returning at night. From now on, however, you'll be staying out in the field for 3 days at a time. The difficulty of these missions is harder, but I'm sure you're all up to the task. Never fear, though. If you're not, that's fine. You always have another option." Pausing, he grinned widely and drew his thumb across his neck as the instructors each came forward, handing over the missions to the kids they were in charge of. Matteo, opening up the paper, scanned over it once before reading it aloud to Rose and Eric. Mission: Boar Hide. Collect 1 boar hide to turn into your instructor. Mission duration: 3 days.
Boar hide? Are there even boars around here? Eric asked.
Closing his eyes, Matteo stood silently for a moment while the other 2 kids just watched him. This wasn't the first time he had done this, so rather than interrupt him, they waited for him to finish his considerations. When he was done reviewing his memories, he opened his eyes and nodded. "I think I know where we can find some boar," he said. "Come on." They already had all their gear, so they began to make their way out of the gorge, passing by the guard after showing him their mission assignment. "How are we going to capture a boar?" Eric asked as they left the crack that led to the gorge. "All we have is a dagger." "We can use traps," Matteo replied. "And you said you know where to find these things?" "Not precisely, but I have a good idea. We've been sticking close to the gorge so far, but if we go another mile or so, there's a larger body of water. That creek we saw in the distance. We should start with looking around there, because we're likely to pick up boar tracks. However, this mission isn't quite that simple." "What do you mean?" Rose asked. "Don't we just have to kill a boar? We can forage like normal and then just hunt a boar." "2 issues with that," Matteo said. "1, boars are dangerous, really dangerous. We're not going to be able to kill them the same way we can kill rabbits. 2nd, we're likely to not be the only people in this area looking for boars." "Wait, you mean we might be competing with the other teams?" "I'm not 100% sure," Matteo said. "After all, we haven't actually seen any other teams while we've been out here. Everybody seems to have been spread out. But my guess is that boars are not as plentiful as rabbits, which means everybody's going to have to move out of their areas and into new territory. If we happen to choose the same location as another group, then yeah, we'll be in conflict. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen, just that we should be prepared for it if it does." Eric led the way as they headed further away from the gorge. They knew the area around them well, having spent a few weeks wandering around it as they hunted for rabbits. They moved quickly, leaving the area and starting to venture into new territory. "Remember, we can only travel for a day at most," Matteo said as they stopped to eat their lunch. "Ideally, we'll find a boar closer than a day's travel, but the fact that they gave us 3 tells me we might have to go quite a distance." "That's fine," Eric said. "We've got the rations for it." Checking his pack, Matteo nodded. They had managed to store up a considerable amount of food over the last 2 weeks, providing them a great buffer that would allow them to travel quickly without worry that their rations would run out. At the same time, he wanted to be careful that they didn't eat through them and leave themselves high and dry for the next mission. It was his job to manage the supplies, and he took that job very seriously. After a quick lunch, they continued to travel, stopping every once in a while to leave trail markers to ensure they wouldn't have any issue returning. Eventually, the scrubland gave way to a forest. At first, it was just scattered trees, but the further in they went, the denser it became. They had spotted the creek from a distance of a few miles, a thin band of silver that zigged and zagged its way through the edge of the forest. Once they got there, they paused to refill their water skins and look for boar tracks. They found them almost immediately, and it was with considerable excitement that Eric led the way, tracking them through the woods. Though they didn't spot the boar themselves, they did manage to locate a path that the boar used often to go to a spot along the creek where there were a bunch of berry bushes growing. The berries weren't ripe, but Mateo still grabbed a couple, intending to test them to see if they were edible. As excited as they were to begin their hunt, however, the sun was starting to go down, and it seemed wise to wait until the next day. Retreating across the stream, they hiked back for about half a mile to a spot they had seen that was relatively flat and open. It was there they set up their tent, using cord that they stretched between trees to hang the tarp, making a temporary lean-to. There were 2 thin blankets that had come with a pack of supplies, and Eric and Rose wrapped themselves in these, lying down to begin sleeping while Mateo sat up for first watch. Letting the fire die down so it wouldn't impact his vision, he worked on creating bags out of the burlap tunic he used to wear. He wasn't very good at handicrafts, though he knew theoretically how to make a huge number of things. By the time his watch was over, he had an ugly but serviceable bag. Waking up Rose, they swapped places, and after wrapping himself in the blanket, Mateo spent some time meditating on his connection with a chain. He could feel that he was starting to get close to completing the first link, and with a few more days of meditation, he was confident he would have completely memorized its appearance. He meditated all the way through Rose's shift, and only lay down when Eric got up, quickly falling fast asleep. He was woken the next morning as Eric poked him. The sun had yet to peek up over the horizon, but it was time to go. Quietly, they packed up their camp, hiding traces of their fire as best they could, and then began to move toward the path where they were hoping to catch a boar. Along the way, they talked about the method they would use, eventually deciding on setting a trap to immobilize the boar and then attacking it from behind. Once they had found the spot where they would set their trap, they all got to work. Mateo scoured the woods for a large log, and then he and Rose dragged it over to the path. Using a sapling, they bent down to suspend one side in the air. A rope was attached to the end of the sapling, which, with the log, created a small archway the boar would have to pass through. While they did this, Eric looked for long, sturdy branches, eventually hacking down a few saplings to produce some sturdy sticks and then sharpening the ends to make makeshift spears.
"It would have been better if you had hardened them over the fire," Corvus said from Mateo's shoulder as Eric handed him one of the simple spears. Unsure what Corvus was talking about, Mateo waited until the others had moved away before asking, "What do you mean?" "You can use heat to dry out the sticks, and if you scorch them slightly, they'll get tougher," Corvus said. "Better piercing power. As it is, you stab these into a boar, they're liable to snap in half. But it'll be a good learning opportunity at least."
Filing away the piece of advice for later, Mateo and the other 2 took their positions. They had chosen a spot with a few trees whose branches were close enough to the ground that they could climb up in them. Mateo and Rose each climbed up into a different tree, while Eric stayed on the ground, hiding behind a third tree. The 3 formed a triangle around their trap, and Mateo was the one who held the rope. By pulling it, he would be able to shift the position of the sapling, which would cause the heavy log to come crashing down. He didn't think it was a strong enough trap to kill the boar, and that's where the other 2 came in. Both Eric and Rose each held 2 spears, ready to stab into the boar after it had been stunned. The most important thing, according to the books Mateo had read, was to not allow the boar the space to charge them, as its sharp tusks would make short work of their unarmored bodies. So long as they could keep clear, however, he thought it would be possible to eventually tire the beast out, and if their spears were able to pierce its skin, it would eventually bleed to death. Sitting in the tree, Mateo did his best to practice everything Eric had taught him about hiding, starting with controlling his breathing. The forest was quiet. The smaller animals and insects had been scared off by the activity, but as time passed, sounds slowly began to return. Mateo listened to the cries of the insects, and then eventually the chirps of the birds in the upper branches of the trees. The stillness of a forest was never actually stillness, as there were always little sounds here and there.
As Matteo focused on blending in, he found a surprising variety among the sounds he was hearing. He was so focused that he almost missed the boar coming down the path, and it was only Corvus' voice that brought his attention back to the present. "Hey, kid, you're gonna miss it if you don't pay attention." Realizing he had been drifting off in thought, Matteo swallowed and gripped the rope a little tighter. Sure enough, there was a boar coming down the path. A great big ugly thing, with large curling tusks and a huge scar over one eye. Close to 3 feet tall and almost 4 feet long, the boar looked like a savage beast to Matteo. Its hide was scarred all over, traces of battles fought and won, and it moved with the calm air of an apex predator, as if confident that nothing in this area would prove a challenge for it. As it walked, its head was held low, its large nose snuffling at the ground as it looked for things it could eat. With bated breath, Matteo watched as the boar came close to the trap they had placed along the path. Just before it got to the obstruction, the boar stopped, beady eyes squinting as it examined the path. Just when Matteo was afraid it might shift directions and go a different way, the boar let out a snort and trotted forward, passing underneath the structure. Afraid that he was going to release the trap too late, Matteo jerked the rope just as the boar's nose passed under the log. With a springing sound, the sapling the rope was attached to whipped up into the air, freed from the great weight of the log it had been supporting. That log fell with a thud, a loud crack echoing as it slammed into the hard skull of the pig. His heart pounding in his chest, Matteo let go of the rope and grabbed his spear, jumping down from his branch. Across from him, Rose was doing the same, and with a yell, she charged forward, the spear she held in her hands stabbing toward the boar's neck. Chapter 19. They had already talked about where they would be targeting the boar, and Rose's job was to deal as much damage with the first strike as possible. A beat later, Eric rose from his position, darting toward the boar, who had been stunned by the falling log. The log hadn't done any lasting damage, that was obvious, but as it rolled off the boar's skull, it happened to catch one of the boar's tusks, twisting its head to the ground under its great weight. Furious, the boar jerked its head back, trying to free it, but that only lodged the tusk in further. With its head down, Rose had a perfect angle to strike it. But as she stabbed, her spear glanced off of the boar's tough hide, scraping a furrow along it and causing the boar to squeal in pain, its legs kicking frantically. Matteo was still a dozen feet away, and Eric about the same. Both boys rushed forward as Rose yelled and tried to stab the boar again. Once more, the soft tip of her wooden spear failed to find purchase, and she was forced to dodge backward as the boar's flailing legs turned in her direction. Realizing they were running out of time to wound the boar before it got free, his heart clenched anxiously. "The skin on its neck is too thick," Corvus said. "Aim for the fleshy area right behind its front leg." At the last moment, Matteo, who had been aiming for the back of the boar's head, jerked his spear to the side, jamming it into the folds of skin behind the beast's front leg with as much force as he could muster. The spear sank in, though not far, and then began to bend as the weight of his charge pressed it forward. Realizing it was going to snap, Matteo threw his weight to the side as the boar jerked, breaking the spear off like it was a toothpick. Off balance, Matteo stumbled and fell, rolling to the side. Rose, however, had seen where Matteo's strike landed, and she switched her target as well, driving one of her spears deep into the opposite side of the boar, piercing through its ribs and sinking her spear into its intestines. That sent the boar into a frenzy, and with a dreadful squeal, its legs pushed against the ground as its head twisted mightily, ripping apart the tree trunk that had fallen on top of it and trapped its tusk. One good eye glared murderously as it spun, looking for Rose, who had done the most damage to it. "Rose, run!" Matteo yelled, but instead Rose took 2 steps back, her spear extending in front of her as she lowered her center of gravity. Eric, his face pale with fear, danced back and forth behind the boar, clearly frightened to engage with it, and Matteo couldn't blame him. Staggering to his feet, he watched as the boar pawed the ground, and then charged, letting out a squeal that seemed to electrify Rose. Her face was just as white as Eric's, but rather than fear, Matteo saw determination in her eyes.
The boar's head lowered as it got ready to slam into her, but at the last moment, Rose stepped forward, moving to the right, the tip of her wooden spear darting forward like a snake. With unerring precision, it pierced into the boar's good eye socket, sinking deep into the creature's head. The pain caused the boar to swerve, but Rose maintained her grip on the spear and took a step forward, driving it in with all her strength. Then the boar's body hit her, and like a rag doll she was thrown back, tumbling head over heels until she slammed into a tree. Blinded, the boar whipped its head from side to side, trying to dislodge the spear stuck in its eye socket. Terrified that Rose had been killed, Matteo ran toward her, tripping on a root and then scrambling on his hands and knees as he tried to get close to her. To his surprise, she stood up and limped forward, clearly favoring one leg. "Eric, give me your spear," she snarled. Dumbfounded, Eric ran over, handing her a spear. The blinded boar was still turning in circles, desperately trying to dislodge the obstruction in its eye, and Rose stood just outside the range of its whipping head, the new spear held in her hand. Matteo wanted to ask her if she was all right, but there was something about the expression on her face that made him think twice. She watched the boar carefully, and then, stepping forward, she struck, her spear sliding into the boar's mouth as it squealed and piercing through its throat. This new wound bled grievously, and after jumping back, she held out her hand to Eric, who placed the last spear in it. This spear wasn't needed, however. As soon the boar, its strength drained from the 2 bleeding wounds, collapsed to the ground. A full minute passed before its shuddering body finally stilled, and with a deep breath, Rose, who had maintained her stance the entire time, planted the end of her wooden spear on the ground and straightened up, letting out a deep sigh as if releasing a flood of tension from her body. "Rose, are you all right?" Matteo asked. Reaching down to feel the bruises on her leg, Rose winced. "Yes, I'm fine," she said. "That was incredible," Eric said, staring at her. "You just killed that boar, all by yourself." Staring blankly at Eric, and then at Matteo, and then at the dead boar, Rose blinked, and then her face flushed bright red. "The trap helped," she mumbled, causing the 2 boys to look at each other and laugh. "Barely," Matteo said. "Seriously, how did you do that?" "It's not the first time I've had to fight a wild animal," Rose said sheepishly. "When my uncle was training me, he would often take me out into the forest and make me fight against creatures like this. I've never fought a boar that was so big, though."
"She's a good one," Corvus said, flying over to land on Matteo's shoulder. "You better keep her close. The way she was able to focus during that fight is better than a lot of soldiers. That street kid, however, you'll need to watch. Do you see him, shaking like a leaf?"
Matteo, who had also been shaking like a leaf, didn't respond, and instead started to help the other 2 deal with the boar. Using Eric's knife, they skinned it and butchered it as best as they could, taking as much of the meat as possible. Matteo also took the tusks, as well as some of the longer leg bones, intending to see if he could fashion some makeshift weapons. If nothing else, he figured he could always offer them to Quartermaster Beers to see if he could get some extra points. It took them almost 2 hours to finish packing everything up. Then, after pausing by the stream to wash up, they began their trek back toward the gorge. They had divided up the meat and skin, doing their best to distribute the weight of the boar among their packs, but the load was heavy, slowing their travel. Rose was limping from the bruise on her leg, though Matteo had given her some herbs to chew to try and lessen the pain. As they traveled along the path, they talked quietly, joking with each other, elated at their success. The fight against the boar had been fraught with danger, and it had been Rose's outstanding performance that allowed them to come through virtually unscathed. Still, Matteo felt it necessary to chide Rose a bit. "It was really dangerous what you did," he said during one of their pauses. They had stopped by the edge of the path to rest for a moment before continuing, figuring that they had the better part of 2 days to make it back to the gorge. "I know," Rose said, nodding, her eyes downcast. "But this is all I can do." Sensing that she wasn't done talking, Matteo waited as Rose gathered her thoughts. Looking up, she stared at him and then Eric, her eyes clear and firm.
We each have our specialties, right? Eric has been doing most of the hunting up until now, and also does the scouting. Mateo, you take care of all the supplies, cook all the food, keep track of everything, and set the plans. If I'm honest, I feel like I've just been freeloading up until this point. All I'm really good for is fighting. So, it's only fair that when it comes time to fight, I'm right there at the front.
I understand that, Mateo said.
And that kind of attitude is really admirable, but you also have to remember, if anything had happened to you, we would have been in huge trouble.
He's not wrong, Eric said. I'm pretty sure I almost peed myself when that boy looked at me.
Chuckling, Rose snuck a glance at Eric. Don't worry, you could have frightened it away with how badly you were shaking.
Hey, at least I wasn't rolling around on the ground like this guy, Eric protested, jerking a thumb at Mateo. I mean, he's still got leaves in his hair.
Reaching up, Mateo felt a dried leaf that had stuck to his hair after he had fallen over during the fight. Picking it out of his hair, he tossed it aside, grumbling as the other kids laughed. Look, I'm not saying this because I don't think you did a great job. I know, Rose said, lifting up her hand to stop Mateo. I understand what you're saying, too. We're all in this together, and we either come out of this in one piece together, or we're all dead. I get it. Sometimes, however, retreat just isn't an option. Taking a deep breath, Mateo nodded. He knew that Rose was right, and also knew that his own cowardice was a major problem. He liked to disguise it as wisdom and consideration, but at the end of the day, it was really just a lack of courage. His instinct, when the first attacks failed to pierce the boar's skin, had been to throw down his spear and run the opposite direction. After his attack had failed, he would have done exactly that if Rose hadn't put herself in the boar's path, facing it head-on. He could feel Corvus sitting on his shoulder, eyes fixed on Rose with an approving stare.
You could stand to learn from her, Corvus said. There's nothing wrong with retreating when a battle is lost, but abandoning it early is one of the gravest sins that can be committed on the battlefield.
After their rest was over, the three kids picked up their heavy packs and began walking again. Just as they were starting to exit the forest, Mateo heard the chain that connected him to Corvus rattle, and the crow suddenly took off, wings stretched wide as he flew into the air. Mateo watched as the chain stretched out, seeming to grow longer as Corvus got further away. Taking a quick loop over Mateo's head, Corvus dropped back down, landing on his shoulder.
Careful, kid. You've got company ahead.
There was a grim note to Corvus's voice that caused Mateo to pause, stopping in the middle of the path. Rose, who was walking behind him, nearly bumped into him as he called out for Eric to stop. "Eric, come back here," Mateo said, his eyes scanning the path ahead. Looking over his shoulder nervously, Eric didn't see anything but still stepped back to where Mateo and Rose were. Unslinging the pack from his back, he placed it at his feet as his eyes swept the few trees ahead of them. Catching a hint of movement from behind one of the trees, he realized what Corvus had been warning him of. "There are people hiding up there," he said quietly, causing Eric to curse under his breath and drop his pack, pulling out the dagger he kept at his waist. Rose moved more deliberately, dropping her pack and stepping forward in front of the two boys, her spear held loosely in one hand. There was a sound from up ahead, as 6 figures emerged. It was 2 of the other feathers, 6 kids in total, and swaggering at the front was 18, his hand resting on the sword tucked into his waistband. His team didn't have any other equipment, but the other feather carried 2 daggers. Hearing Eric draw his breath, Mateo grabbed Eric's arm, whispering in a low voice, "They're not going to let us go." Glancing down, Eric saw the bundles of meat and hide at their feet and swore again, a stubborn look coming into his eyes as he gripped his dagger tightly. Mateo, who was also holding one of the bloody spears they had recovered from the boar, called out to 18, "There are more boar back that way, if you want to try your hand at them." Scoffing, 18 shook his head.
"Looks like you have a boar right here," he said, "which will save us the trouble of having to hunt it ourselves."
Despite knowing that response was inevitable, Mateo felt his heart clench. They were outnumbered 6-3, and the other side had more weapons. The kids who didn't have blades were armed with sticks, just like Mateo and Rose.
As confident as he was in Rose's ability to fight, it only took one errant slash from a dagger or a sword, and she would be crippled. Or worse. Racking his brain for a solution, Matteo wet his lips. But 18 didn't give him the opportunity to plan as he drew the sword from his waistband.
"Why don't you drop everything you have and hit the road?" he said, leering at Rose. "That includes those boots and fancy shirts."
Noticing Rose tensing, Matteo heard Corvus cackle.
"Not going to be able to talk your way out of this one, kid. Better get to it."
As much as he hated to admit it, Matteo knew that Corvus was right. Without saying anything further, he stepped forward and swung his spear, aiming to stab 18 in the shoulder. His strike caught everyone off guard, and he almost succeeded, but at the last moment 18, who had been expecting an attack from Rose, jerked his sword to the side, hitting Matteo's spear with such force that he nearly ripped it from Matteo's hands. With a snarl, he started to step forward, only to find Rose's spear jabbing into his chest. At the last moment, Rose jerked her spear back, clearly not wanting to kill a fellow human, but the force of the blow still sent 18 tumbling backward. Chapter 20. Matteo was not so naive. Even as Eric let out a loud yell and charged forward, his dagger waving like a wild man, Matteo pounced forward, slamming down his stick as hard as he could on 18. The two other members of 18's feathers rushed forward, but Matteo ignored them, even as one slammed a club into his shoulder, jolting his grip on his spear. His blow had been blocked by 18's raised sword, but Matteo lifted his spear once more, slamming it down with as much force as he could muster. Eric was dancing back and forth with one of the two kids with daggers, while Rose was beating the ever-living tar out of the other. As soon as the kid had dropped the dagger he carried and cowered back, Rose kicked it away and turned her attention to the two kids beating on Matteo. They saw her coming and drew back, clearly wanting nothing to do with her. Matteo, his body bloody, was still doing his best to stab 18. Unfortunately, the interference allowed 18 to stagger to his feet, and now he faced off against Matteo, a murderous look in his eyes. "I'll cut you to pieces," he spat, and lunged forward. Matteo, his face pale and his hands shaking, responded by doing exactly the same, as if he was going to impale himself on his opponent's sword. At the last moment, his spear jerked across his body, shifting the blade just enough to the side that it didn't impale him, but only cut across his ribs. This was a technique Rose had been drilling them on, a method of closing the distance against your opponent and striking hard and fast, but instead of using his fists or his elbow, as Rose had taught, Matteo used the sharp end of his stick. He had shortened his grip on it, and now, as he jabbed it forward, it nearly stabbed 18 in the throat. Jerking his head to the side, 18 stumbled, lifting his sword to try and take another swing. Matteo was eminently grateful that 18 didn't have any training, otherwise he had no doubt he would have lost his life in the first exchange. As it was, he stayed close, pressing in toward his opponent, ignoring the stinging in his ribs as he stabbed over and over again. Seeing 18 swing his sword down, Matteo threw himself into the strike again, this time managing to slip close enough. Though the hilt of the sword slammed painfully into his shoulder, he didn't care. His mind was entirely focused on one single thing, stabbing his spear through his opponent's gut. He was so focused that he didn't see the frantic look in 18's eyes transforming into terror. Rose, who had been beating on the others like a schoolmaster disciplining unruly students, had taken control of the rest of the fight, but couldn't quite manage to find the time to assist Matteo. Finally, with a heavy shove, 18 managed to gain some distance, drawing back far enough that he could bring his sword back into play. Matteo was bleeding and bruised, his body trembling and his breath coming in great gasps. Corvus, who had long since abandoned his shoulder, sat on a branch nearby, observing him as he slowly shifted his weight from foot to foot, getting ready for the next round. With a growl, 18 stalked to the side, circling Matteo.
"You'll have one chance, kid."
Corvus's voice filtered through Matteo's awareness, but he didn't even blink, his eyes locked on his opponent.
"When he strikes, take a step back and to the right and stab low, aiming for his waist. When he blocks, angle up 45 degrees and lunge hard."
If he had heard the words, Matteo showed no indication. A moment later, when 18 lifted his sword, let out a yell, and stepped forward to attack, Matteo's body moved as if controlled by someone else. A step back and to the right caused 18 to take another step forward, his sword starting to fall. When Matteo's spear jabbed toward his waist, the blade cut down across 18's body to hack the end from it. Rocking back on his heels, Mateo's legs coiled as the tip of his spear rose to 45 degrees, and with a loud shout, he lunged forward. The weight of the blade had carried it down past where his jab had been, and though 18 tried to lift it back up, he wasn't strong enough to reverse the momentum in time. Because of the position of his feet, he couldn't turn his body either, so he was forced to lean back, hoping the spear wouldn't reach his chest. Mateo's lunge took him forward, but he failed to land a solid strike, the tip of his spear skipping off 18's chest. "Forward!" The word cracked like a whip through Mateo's mind, like a blast of hot air that rushed through the chain connecting him and Corvus. Mateo's foot slammed into the ground as he continued his charge. Driving forward, the tip of Mateo's spear slid along the top of 18's angled chest, stabbing straight through the bottom of his chin as Mateo slammed into 18's legs. The charge had taken every ounce of Mateo's strength and had been so quick that no one had a chance to respond. Stumbling over his opponent, Mateo, who was completely disoriented as his focus snapped, struggled to his feet. He could hear a gasping sound, but that soon fell silent, and as he looked around wildly, he saw all of the other kids staring at him in horror. Feeling that something wasn't right, Mateo took a small step backward, nearly tripping as he stumbled over 18's arm. Glancing down, he saw blood pooling at his feet and realized that 18 wasn't moving. He was dead. A mix of dreadful emotions began to roil in his stomach, but Mateo clamped down on them hard. "Well done, kid. It was you or him, and I'm glad it was him." Doing his best to keep the bile from rising in his throat, Mateo stooped, picking up the gleaming short sword, its edge tinged red with blood. His blood. He straightened and swept the gathered children with a fierce gaze. "Drop your weapons," he said, his voice cracking as he took a step forward. Without hesitating, the other kids all complied, daggers and clubs clattering to the ground. "Not you, idiot," Rose hissed, glaring at Eric, who had dropped his dagger as well. Mumbling something under his breath, Eric picked up his dagger, holding it tightly in front of him. Though rather than point it at the kids who had attacked them, he held it between him and Mateo. "Drop all your stuff," Mateo said. One of the kids looked like he wanted to protest, but Rose, a grim expression on her face, turned around and smacked him in the side of the head with her spear, causing him to fall to the ground with a thump. His eyes lighting up, Eric quickly moved between them, picking up the daggers and threatening them with his own until they had dropped everything of value they carried. A couple of them had looked like they wanted to run, but Mateo had stopped them in their tracks, threatening to hunt them down if they even thought about it. They left the 5 kids standing around 18's body with nothing but their burlap tunics, and even took the 2 bags hidden behind the trees where the ambush had first been set. Neither Rose or Eric spoke to Mateo, but he didn't care. He was holding himself together with an iron will at this point and felt as if he might collapse with every step. After they had traveled close to 2 miles, Rose shared a glance with Eric and then tugged on Mateo's arm. He had been walking mechanically in a daze, simply focusing on putting one foot in front of the other as he tried to shake the feeling that threatened to overwhelm him. Mateo, we need to stop for the night." Looking at her blankly for a moment, Mateo nodded and put down his pack. Eric found a spot a bit off the road, and they worked quietly to set up their tents. Sitting down as Eric started the fire, Mateo got some maiden's worry leaves from his pack and began to chew them. He had already stemmed the bleeding, but now, as he peeled his shirt back to try and dress the wound, Rose let out a hiss. The skin along his ribs was laid open, a deep gash that nearly showed bone. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was that bad," Rose said, coming over to assist him. "It's fine," Mateo said, waving her away. "Really, it's fine." "Maybe we can get a healing potion," Eric said. "I mean, we've got some extra stuff to trade in." Looking over, Mateo saw that Eric was starting to go through the packs the other teams had. As he spread things out over the ground, it became clear that theirs was not the first feather the 2 groups had tried to rob. From the looks of it, they had been successful in their other attempts, and after a quick calculation, Mateo let out a low whistle. "That's at least 3 group stuff," he said.
They must have robbed 3 other feathers before us. Well, they won't be doing that anymore, Eric said with a cackle. The cavalier attitude Eric displayed sent a twinge through Mateo's heart, but then he felt a firm grip on his shoulder.
It's okay, Mateo, Rose said, her voice somber. You did what I should have done, and if I had, you wouldn't have gotten wounded like this. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm the one who has failed. Taking a deep breath, Mateo shook his head, but Eric jumped into the conversation, his voice hard. Oh, come on, Mateo. I know it probably doesn't feel good, but we're all going to have to do it eventually. The bitterness in Eric's voice caught Mateo off guard, and as he looked up, Eric continued, I mean, why do you think we're being trained? Come on, this is the Iron Wing. Who do you think our enemy's going to be? It's not like we're going to be hunters fighting against animals or beasts. Who do you think we're going to be fighting against? Sure, it's unfortunate that your first kill had to be another kid, but I saw the look in his eyes. He wasn't going to stop until you were dead, and after you, the rest of us. The Rose probably could have beat him. And I should have, Rose said. I should have been the one to fight him. No, Mateo interrupted, his voice hoarse. If you had fought him, me and Eric would have been overwhelmed by the others. It was correct to have you fight the rest. And, Eric, you're right. We can't avoid this. I'll be fine. That night, Mateo took his watch as normal, using the time to think carefully about everything that had happened. After Rose woke and came to replace him, he retreated to the tent, where he sat to meditate before catching a few hours of sleep. By the time morning had come, a semblance of peace had settled over his soul, not because he was happy with the situation, but because he recognized that he didn't have another choice. The other 2 were relieved to see him back to his normal self, and if they noticed anything different about him, they didn't mention it. Returning to the gorge, Mateo caught sight of the feather that had been spared. The 2 kids who had been with 18 were nowhere in sight, and Mateo could only assume that the instructors had dragged the body off. Stopping in front of the barracks, Mateo took a deep breath and looked at Rose and Eric. We'll split up here, he said. Don't forget the plan. Standing up straight, Eric gave a mock salute, and Rose nodded, her expression serious. Without another word, the 3 of them split up, Mateo heading to look for Sergeant Lore. He found the instructor sitting in front of the large building that served as the headquarters for the training camp. There was no doubt in Mateo's mind that the sergeant knew everything that had happened already. The faint curiosity he could see in Sergeant Lore's eyes was undoubtedly because the sergeant was wondering what he was going to do. Walking up to Sergeant Lore, Mateo took a deep breath and then bowed. I'm here to turn myself in, sir.
Oh? What'd you do? Sergeant Lore asked.
I killed one of the other potential recruits, Mateo replied, doing his best to keep his voice calm. We had a fight out in the wilderness outside the gorge, while we were on our mission. Glancing at the pack Mateo carried, Sergeant Lore's eyebrows rose.
Is that a boar skin?
He asked, changing the subject. Yes, sir. We completed the mission.
And what's this about killing someone?
On the way back, we were stopped by 2 feathers. Things got a little bit heated, and 18 ended up dying.
He ended up dying because things got heated?
I killed him, sir, Mateo clarified. To his surprise, Mateo found it easy to keep calm. An icy stillness seemed to have settled over his heart and mind, and even as the silence grew and Sergeant Lore stared at him, Mateo found his breathing even. There was a sound at the door to the office, and Captain Bevan walked out.
Something the matter, Sergeant?
He said, noticing the awkward air between Sergeant Lore and Mateo.
It seems so,
the sergeant said, his eyes never leaving Mateo.
We've got a fratricide on our hands.
Oh, really?
Captain Bevan's voice grew hard, and he took a step forward, his glare adding to the weight Mateo was already experiencing.
Did I hear that right, soldier?
No, sir, Mateo said. It wasn't fratricide. That caught the 2 men off guard and caused Captain Bevan to let out a short laugh.
And can you tell me why not?
We weren't companions yet, sir, Matteo said. We are neither recruits nor full members of the Iron Wing. Currently, we're all just a bunch of slaves being put through our paces to see if we qualify for the recruitment test. Captain Bevan had been about to interrupt him, but when Matteo spat out the very words he had said when he welcomed the children to the gorge for the first time, he choked on his words.
"Then why are you here?"
he asked after he recovered. Because I have deprived the Iron Wing of a potential recruit, which merits punishment, Matteo said. It was a risky venture, but the longer the conversation continued, the more confident Matteo was in its success. Having let 5 of the other kids live, hiding the fact that he had killed 18 would have been foolish. Besides, even though Matteo had no idea how it was happening, he was sure they had been observed somehow during the mission, which meant the instructors likely could have stopped the fight before it turned deadly. Yet they hadn't. Which meant one of 2 things. Either the children weren't being observed, or, and this was more likely, they simply didn't care. Chapter 21.
"What do you want me to do with him, Captain?" Sergeant Lore asked,
hiding a smile by scratching his chin.
"Throw him in solitary for a few days to reflect on his actions,"
Captain Bevan said, giving Matteo an inscrutable look.
"And put the 2 kids in his feather through additional training."
"Thank you for your leniency, sir," Matteo said, bowing. That seemed to annoy the captain, but he just shook his head and went back into the office. Sergeant Lore stood up and brushed his hands off on his pants, not bothering to hide his smile as he stared down at Matteo.
"Well, come along. You're lucky the captain was feeling generous."
Sergeant Lore took Matteo to one of the small huts where he had first woken up. They appeared to have been cleaned out, and after being sent inside, Matteo heard the door lock from the outside. He wasn't sure if he was going to be getting food or not, but the sergeant hadn't searched him, which meant he should be fine, as he had squirreled away some of the rabbit jerky and his water skin. Sitting down in the darkness, Matteo crossed his legs and closed his eyes as Corvus hopped down from his shoulder. The bird moved, not like a typical crow, but with an odd swagger that carried the same attitude Matteo had seen in the boar as it walked through the woods. Folding his wings tight against his sides, Corvus stared up at Matteo, his crimson eyes glowing in the darkness, even as the rest of his body seemed to melt away.
"You're gutsy, kid, I'll give you that. But guts aren't enough. That brain of yours seems to be crammed full of all sorts of useless information. None of it is going to help you. You were lucky enough to pick up some good teammates, but even that isn't going to be enough."
Sensing there was something behind Corvus's words, Matteo frowned. "What do you mean?" he asked, leaning forward.
"If you think this is brutal, you're in for an unwelcome surprise when you get to the actual training camp," Corvus said. "No, this is just designed to figure out your temperament and your skills, and to determine if you have the grit to stick it out. The Iron Wing training camp is 100 times worse. The competition is cutthroat, and not only will the other feathers stick a knife in you at any opportunity they can get, but they're going to be good at it too. Not like that fool waving his sword around. You want to survive there? You're going to need knowledge that's suited for the environment."
"How do you know so much about the Iron Wing training camp?" Matteo asked, his eyes narrowing. Corvus just let out a cackle that sounded like rusting chains rubbing together.
"Maybe. I read it in a book."
Realizing he wasn't going to get anything out of the crow spirit, Matteo took a deep breath. "Fine. First, do you know anything about these slave imprints?"
"Maybe, maybe not," Corvus said. "I do know that there's no slave imprint that is perfect, and anything that's not perfect can be broken. Don't look at me like that, kid. If you want to break it, you need strength in the gold rank. Why do you think I keep telling you to focus on your meditation? The sooner you hit gold, the sooner we can get out of here and go have some real fun."
I'm starting to get the distinct impression that your idea of fun and mine are vastly different, Matteo said, causing Corvus to cackle again.
Be that as it may, we're stuck together, kid. For better or worse. Believe me, things could be a lot worse. Enough messing around. You have 3 days, and I've got stuff to teach you, if you're willing to listen.
Taking a deep breath, Matteo nodded. I'm always willing to listen, he said.
Then open your ears. These are the 13 stratagems of the Crow.
The way Corvus spoke changed suddenly, his voice becoming deeper, and with every word that spilled from the Crow's mouth, Matteo could feel a shiver in the chain linking them.
Life is war, and to master war is to master life. Your mastery of this art determines life and death, not just your own, but the life and death of those around you. Hence, there is nothing more vital than this. Engrave what I am about to say on your very soul, and you will rise undefeated.
Turning, Corvus strutted in front of Matteo, somehow managing to remind Matteo of a school teacher.
In war, there are 5 considerations. The path, which represents harmony and purpose. The elements, or external circumstances. The terrain, that is, the obstacles and advantages that surround you. The leader, determined by skill and temperament. And the rule, the level of training to which your forces have been subjected. Know these constraints. Apply these constraints. Victory will be yours.
Corvus' words filled Matteo's mind like a billowing cloud, and as the Crow continued to speak, Matteo felt as if the world was peeling away around him. He sat in the darkness as if he had become disembodied. The chain connecting him to Corvus rattled, and suddenly his vision was filled with countless scenes. Sometimes he was high above in the sky, sometimes low, down on the battlefield itself. The words Corvus spoke painted a picture, illustrating each and every one of the maxims that imprinted itself on Matteo's soul. As he continued to listen and watch, Matteo's breathing evened out. He fell into a meditative state, caring for nothing in the world but the sound of Corvus's voice. Hours passed, but still Corvus spoke, never hesitating, never wavering. He delivered the entirety of the 13 stratagems of the Crow in one fell swoop. It was late in the evening, as the light of the moon trickled in through gaps in the hut's wall, that Corvus stopped. But Matteo didn't budge from his spot, continuing to meditate. His perfect memory allowed him to capture each and every word. But due to the deep soul connection he shared with Corvus, the Crow's words became more than just memory. It was as if Corvus had been preaching a scripture of war. Like a meditative monk, Matteo internalized the 13 stratagems in a way he never had with his master's teaching. Line by line, it was imprinted into his subconscious, always accompanied by the rattling of the rusty chain. Matteo didn't wake until the following day, having spent the whole night meditating on the 13 stratagems Corvus had laid out. After waking up, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling a deep clarity in his thoughts and an equal exhaustion in his body. Letting out his breath, he lay back, resting his head against the ground, and then got out some of the rabbit jerky he had hidden to eat. He had only managed to get a few bites before he felt Corvus' claws on his chest, and the beady-eyed bird pecked at him. "Get up, lazy bones. Time to start training." "What do you think I've been doing this whole time?" Matteo grumbled, earning himself another sharp peck.
"It's not enough to train your mind. You need to train this weak body of yours. You've managed to make it through 2 fights, thanks to desperation, but there's a limit to that. As soon as you run into an enemy with any real training, you'll be dead. So get up and get to work."
He hated to admit it, but Matteo knew Corvus was right. He had made it through 2 fights. Both of them had left him wrecked, and it had only been luck that had allowed him to come out on top. Luck and the strange sort of madness that had overtaken him. For the next 2 days, Matteo fell into a simple routine,
exercising to exhaustion, meditating, and then catching a few hours of sleep, only to get up and do it all again. Time slipped away like sand through an hourglass, drifting into nothingness as Matteo focused all of his energy and attention on training. He was in the middle of a round of physical exercise when he heard the lock on the door open. Sitting up, he brushed sweat from his forehead as the door creaked open and Sergeant Lore stepped inside. If he noticed the water skin, he didn't say anything. After observing Matteo for a moment, he jerked his thumb to point toward the outside. "Time to get out, kid. The rest of your feather is waiting for you." Picking up the water skin and tucking it in the back of his pants, Matteo followed the sergeant out to the training ground. It was early in the morning, and many of the other teams were gathered there, receiving their missions. Eric and Rose were there too, and he noticed a few fresh bruises on their faces, no doubt the result of whatever special training they had been put through by Sergeant Lore. Despite their rough appearance, both kids were happy to see him and greeted him warmly as he joined them. "You've missed a mission," Sergeant Lore said. "So here, I'm going to give you 2. Both of them must be complete within 3 days or you'll be punished again. This time, try not to kill anybody." Chuckling as if his joke had been hilarious, Sergeant Lore sauntered off, leaving Matteo looking at the 2 identical missions. "Pigs again?" Eric asked. Matteo nodded. "Yep, pigs again." Before heading out, the 3 went back to the barracks, where Rose and Eric explained what had happened after Matteo had been locked up in solitary confinement. Sergeant Lore had taken over their training, running them through brutal physical workouts and using his fists liberally when they weren't able to do what he asked. Part of Matteo had been afraid that going through such an experience because of him would have caused bitterness in Eric and Rose, but to his surprise, they seemed entirely fine with it. "I'm sorry," he said. "You wouldn't have had to suffer that if not for me." With a lopsided grin, Eric shrugged. "I'd rather go through what I did than get locked up by myself for 3 days. As far as I'm concerned, you got the worst end of it. I go crazy in there." "It wasn't a pleasant experience," Rose admitted, "but it's also not your fault. Besides, you taking the attention of the instructors allowed us to complete the rest of the plan." "Were you able to do it?" Matteo asked, his eyes widening in anticipation. "Yep," Eric said. "We took everything we weren't going to keep from the 2 feathers we looted and sold it back to the quartermaster. Though we only got 80% of what they were worth, we still might out like bandits. We were able to pay off the debt and get proper gear for ourselves. Check it out." Taking off his bag, Eric emptied it out on the bed. "This stuff's yours," he said, giving Matteo a dagger and a bunch of supplies. "On top of that, we had a talk among ourselves and decided to pick up a weapon." Noticing the challenging look in Eric's eyes, as if he was afraid Matteo might chide him for making a decision on his own, Matteo raised his eyebrows as if waiting in anticipation for what Eric would say. Looking around, Eric lifted the thin mattress and pulled a short bow out from underneath it. "We thought it was a good idea to get you a proper weapon," he said. "We had just enough to buy this bow and a dozen arrows. Rose is keeping the short sword." Eyes gleaming, Matteo ran his hand over the smooth bow. Though he wouldn't have chosen it, as in his opinion there were better things the points could have been spent on, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of a thrill in his heart as he handled it. "This is awesome," he said. "But what about you? Rose and I both have weapons now." "Oh, I don't want a weapon," Eric said, lifting his hands. "I'd rather stay as clear from the fighting as possible. I did keep an extra dagger, though." It was only then that Matteo noticed a second dagger poking out from behind Eric's back. "Well, thank you. I'm excited to learn how to use this bow," Matteo said, taking the quiver of arrows that Rose held out. "The kids must have gotten some advice," Corvus said, cocking his head as he looked over the bow. "There's no way they came up with this strategy themselves. I was going to suggest that you pick a bow as a weapon, since you've got such a good front-line fighter already. Being able to support from behind will be vital and act as a force multiplier. Additionally, your natural talents mean that with enough practice, you'll be a wizard with that thing. With me to teach you—" Ignoring Corvus's boasts, Matteo packed up all of his stuff, double-checking the supplies, before hooking the arrows onto his belt and slinging the bow over his shoulder. The others were already ready to go, and after one quick verbal check of all of their stuff, they headed out of the gorge, embarking on their new hunting missions. With 3 days to find 2 boars, Matteo and the others didn't have any time to waste. They followed the same path that they had taken the first time, walking single file but making sure to keep their eyes out for any threats. The last thing Matteo wanted was for a repeat of the excitement with the other feathers. He sincerely doubted any of the other feathers would be brave enough to ambush them, but that possibility couldn't be ruled out. Since they knew which way they were going, they arrived at the stream faster than on their first trip. But rather than head directly into the woods as they had before, Matteo brought them upstream, hoping to find another bush trail. After traveling for about 3 miles, he spotted a little path heading into the woods and sent Eric to check it out while he and Rose began to gather wood for a camp. Roughly 2 hours later, Eric returned with some good news.
"There's actually a whole family of pigs," he said. "It looks like a boar, a little bit smaller than the one we killed before, and 4 sows. There are also some little piglets as well."
"Let's target 2 of the sows," Matteo said after a moment of thought.
"Not the boar?" Rose asked. "If it's not as big as the other one, then it should be easier to kill."
"True, but if we leave the boar and some of the sows alive, they'll continue to reproduce," Matteo said. "On the other hand, if we take the boar down, it's more likely to reduce the pigs' overall numbers. And if we're going to be running this mission regularly, over any length of time, we'll want to make sure that there's plenty of boar to hunt." Chapter 22.
"I don't know that's going to matter that much for us," Eric said, scratching the back of his head. "It's not like boars reproduce that quickly."
"That's a fair point. But I don't think it matters particularly whether we bring in a male or a female pig. Taking down the sows will probably be a little bit easier."
"Will it, though?" Rose asked. "Won't the boar come to the sow's defense?"
"Huh. Yeah, I guess it probably will," Matteo said, his forehead furrowing. "I guess I didn't think about the fact that we would have to ward off the boar well."
"One option would be to dig a pit," Eric said, "or get some sort of trap that will keep the sows contained, separate them from the boar. If we do that, we should be able to isolate them well enough that we don't have to deal with the boar."
As the kids discussed their options, they set up their tents a little ways away from the stream. Thanks to the loot they had gathered from the other feathers, they had an extra tent, bringing the total up to 2, making it much more comfortable to sleep. They'd even talked about getting a 3rd tent, but since one of them would always be on watch, it didn't seem necessary. After deciding on a plan of attack, they settled down and had dinner around the fire they had started. They weren't planning on setting their traps until evening had truly fallen, so Matteo took his new short bow and walked a few steps into the woods to see if he could get the hang of it. Eric stayed at the camp, but Rose followed him, curious to see what he would do. After finding a good spot, he traced out 10 paces from a large tree and then spent a couple of minutes taking the arrow tips off of a few of the arrows. These he would use for practice. Feeling inexplicably nervous, he lifted the bow, knocked the arrow on the string, and then hesitated, trying to remember as much as he could about archery. He had read numerous books on combat and various martial techniques, but he had never read anything about shooting a bow. Somewhat at a loss, he looked back at Rose, who, understanding his conundrum, simply shrugged. "I've never shot a bow either," she said, "but I have seen other people shoot a bow, and they typically stand with their feet shoulder-width apart, their body turned sideways. Yes, like that. Then they lift the bow and draw the string back to their cheek before letting it go." Trying to follow her instructions as best as he could, Matteo pulled on the string, finding it surprisingly difficult to draw back to his cheek. Halfway through the motion, the string slipped from his fingers, and the arrow shot forward at an angle, missing the tree and vanishing into the woods. Rose giggled, clamping her hands over her mouth as Matteo turned to give her an exasperated look. Corvus was laughing too. The spirit crow was on a branch above Matteo's head, cackling with glee at Matteo's poor attempt to fire the bow. Instead of trying again, Matteo headed into the forest, looking for the arrow he had fired. Thankfully, the bow had only been half drawn, and he found the arrow around 25 feet past the tree.
Picking it up, he returned to his spot and tried to take up his stance again.
"While this is so pathetic it's humorous, it's almost too much for me to bear," Corvus said, spreading his wings and flying down from the tree to land on Mateo's shoulder. "You clearly have no talent for this, so if I don't get involved and teach you, you'll likely never learn. First, your stance is all wrong."
Taking a deep breath and trying to keep his temper in check, Mateo listened as Corvus rambled on, making adjustments to his stance, the way he held the bow, and the angle of his body. Rose stood behind him, watching with a curious expression as she saw Mateo twisting his body this way and that, almost as if he was trying to find the most comfortable position.
"Good. The foundation of archery is in the legs," Corvus said, hopping down to the ground and swatting at Mateo's foot with his wing. "You're still not quite far enough. Move your left foot over an inch. Other way. Good. Now, breathe in as you draw, and try to make the motion as smooth as possible. No hesitation as you pull back to your cheek. Then let your aim settle as you release your breath, becoming as still as stone."
Thinking through the instructions, Mateo nodded slightly and drew the bowstring, pulling it back to his cheek as smoothly as he could. He found that after a certain point the draw actually became slightly easier. So long as he put enough force behind his first pull, he was able to get it to his cheek. He had elected not to put an arrow on the string this first time, as he wanted to just get the motion down correctly. Holding his position for a moment as he let out his breath, Mateo imagined himself transforming into stone, remaining perfectly still. Then, at Corvus's command, he released the bowstring, hearing a pleasant twang as it snapped back to its starting position.
"Memorize this stance," Corvus said, "and then, when you feel like you've gotten it, move into a regular standing position, facing your target."
Closing his eyes, Mateo focused for a moment, locking his body's positioning into his memory. Then, straightening up, he turned to face his target.
"Nock your arrow."
With his eyes closed, Mateo felt as if Corvus's voice could have belonged to a drill sergeant. It was heavy and gruff, and carried a commanding sound that made him want to obey as fast as he could. Grabbing one of the tipless arrows, he brought it to the bowstring, fitting the groove onto the string, and then waited for Corvus's next command.
"Into your stance. Aim. Draw. Loose."
With each command, Mateo completed the action, first returning to his stance, then lifting his bow and drawing it as smoothly as he could. Letting out his breath, he aimed toward the tree, and then, just as his arm was starting to shake, he released the string. This time it flew true, heading straight for the tree that was 10 feet away and nailing it dead center.
"Wow, that was really good,"
Rose called from behind him, but Mateo was too focused to even hear her.
"Too slow," Corvus's voice barked. "Take 5 steps back, and begin again."
For the next hour, Mateo repeated the same actions over and over again, shooting each of the arrows at the tree before collecting them, moving back to his position and beginning again. In between each arrow, he stood up straight, facing the target as he waited for Corvus's commands. He would have continued, but after an hour of shooting the bow, the arm he used to draw the string had begun to tremble, and his fingers had started to bleed.
Mateo!
Snapped out of his trance by Rose, Mateo saw that she was looking down at his hand, and glancing down saw his fingertips were covered with blood.
Mateo, what are you doing? You're going to hurt yourself.
Her words shook the haze from Mateo's mind, and a faint pain began to filter through his fingers and up his arm. He had been so focused, so concentrated, that he hadn't even noticed the damage he was doing to his fingertips. Corvus didn't say anything, simply flying back up into the tree to perch on the branch and watch as Mateo sheepishly faced Rose.
"It's fine to practice," Rose said, "but if you practice so much that you can't actually shoot the bow when it comes time to do it, what use is it?"
"You're right, I'm sorry," Mateo said, hanging his head. Shaking her head, Rose helped him collect his arrows, and they went back to camp, where they found Eric whittling.
"While you two were playing in the woods, I made some stakes," he said. "I figured we can use them in whatever trap we come up with."
"That's a great idea," Mateo said, putting the bow down and crouching next to the pile of stakes. Most of them were so thin They would likely break after stabbing into a boar's skin, but there were a few that were thick enough that he thought they might work to pin the creatures in place with the right trap. That night, Matteo spent most of his watch drying the ends of the stakes over the coals in the fire, hoping to harden them into effective weapons. Though doubts still lingered in his mind about how effective they'd be, he pushed the thoughts out of his head when his watch was over and left Rose to look after the fire while he meditated. The night passed quietly, and Matteo felt like it had only been an instant since he closed his eyes when the first light of dawn filtered down through the leaves in the forest. Getting up, Matteo distributed breakfast. Then they packed up their camp and moved to the area where Eric had seen the small herd of boar. Once they spotted a suitable location, Eric and Rose began to hunt for food that the boars might like, while Matteo rigged up a trap using the stakes Eric had sharpened. He was about halfway through constructing his trap when he caught sight of Corvus shaking his head. "Something wrong?" he asked the spirit.
"Your trap could be way more effective," Corvus said.
Pausing, Matteo looked at it. He had set it up so that, when triggered, a branch with spikes protruding from it would whip sideways, hopefully slamming into the side of the boar and wounding it badly enough that it wouldn't be able to run away.
"You should be adding a second trap to spring after the first," Corvus said, "layering one trap on top of another. That is how to make traps really effective. All you have to do is put a few stakes in at an angle on the other side so that when the branch starts to move, if the boar jumps sideways, it'll get stuck. You can cover them with grass and brush so they're not immediately visible."
"You mean right here?" Matteo asked, pointing to a spot next to the tree.
"Yes. Put them in at about a 45-degree angle and set rocks on the other ends so that they're not just pushed over."
Though it took a bit longer, Matteo did as Corvus said and was just finishing up when Eric and Rose came back. They had found a number of mushrooms, which they piled up next to the tree.
"All right, let's see if this works," Matteo said,
and the three of them went to hide. It was still dark, and they passed the next few hours in silence. Just as it was starting to get light, they heard some grunting, and the small family of boar Eric had seen came trotting down the path. One of the young boar, barely bigger than a rabbit, must have smelled the mushrooms, and with a squeal it trotted over. Matteo didn't release the trap, as he was hoping for one of the larger boar to come over. After a moment, one of the sows, hearing the delighted squeals of the young pig, meandered over to see what all the fuss was about, letting out a happy snort when she saw the rapidly disappearing pile of mushrooms. Without any pretense, she shoved the small pig out of the way and began to chomp down on the mushrooms. This was the moment Matteo had been waiting for, and with a sharp yank on the rope, he released the trap. The branch that had been pulled back, no longer unfettered, snapped toward where the sow stood, and with a squeal, she did exactly as Corvus had said she would, jumping to the side as if she had been stung. Her heavy body slammed into the spikes on her left, causing them to sink deep into her body, and more importantly, stopping her momentum. The swinging branch slammed into her other side, the sharp spikes Matteo had tied on, driving into her flesh. Letting out a loud squeal, she began to thrash, snapping many of the spikes off as she sought her freedom. Letting out a shout, Rose rushed forward, her spear raised. Before she could reach the sow, there was a dreadful bellow, and the boar, who had been a few dozen steps down the path, pawed at the ground, and then began to charge. "Rose, watch out!" Matteo yelled, rising from where he had hidden. Without even thinking about it, he drew an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, took up his stance, pulled, aimed, and fired. The arrow, this one bearing a tip, flew through the air, piercing the boar's snout, causing blood to spray from the thick gash along the bottom of its jaw. Matteo had been hoping to hit it in the head, but the flesh wound only served to make the boar even madder. Thankfully, the unexpected attack caused it to slow, its head turning as it tried to find its attacker. This gave Rose enough time to get into her own stance, and with a shout, she lunged forward, her short sword slashing across the boar's face, leaving another thick gash. Shocked by the pain, the boar squealed and peeled away from her, clearly attempting to run. A second arrow slammed into it. Once again, Matteo scored a hit, though this time his arrow sunk deep into the boar's neck. He had been aiming for the boar's back legs, but its sudden turn had caused the arrow to pierce through the skin on its neck. A moment later, it was gone, dashing into the brush. Jumping up from where he had hidden, Eric ran after it. "I'll track it. You get the other one." Rose, who had been about to give chase, paused and turned, seeing that the sow was almost out of the trap. Before it could shake itself free, she fell on it, her sword slashing down on the back of its neck, severing its spine in 2 fierce blows. Mateo, after making sure Rose was all right, chased after Eric, and after a few hundred feet, found the young man standing behind a tree. The boar had collapsed only a few dozen feet away, but still wasn't dead. As the 2 boys watched, the boar thrashed about for a few minutes more before eventually stilling. Looking quite nervous, Eric carefully approached the boar, keeping a good distance as he poked its still body with one of his daggers. The boar didn't move, causing him to sigh in relief. "Wow, that bow is a great purchase," he said. "And good shots, by the way." "More luck than anything else," Mateo said. "I need a lot more practice." Chapter 23. Together they lifted the boar and carried it back to where Rose was. She had already begun butchering the sow, so Eric and Mateo began working on the boar. Mateo felt that they had been quite lucky to find a family of boar, rather than having to hunt them down individually, and suggested that rather than wait an extra day, they immediately head back. They only had to turn in the boar's skin, which meant they could keep the meat for themselves. By the time they had finished dressing the 2 pigs, it was mid-morning, so they started their fire and had an early lunch of boar steak. Once they were done eating, they headed back toward the gorge. The last time they had done this, they had been ambushed and someone had died. So it was with some nervousness that they walked down the path. Thankfully, nothing happened, and they were able to make it back to the gorge without incident. They still had time before their mission was up, so they spent the next day training, getting in as much practice as they could before their next mission. Slowly but surely, life settled into a regular rhythm. The days were filled with training and hunting missions, and in between every 2 hunting missions, Sergeant Lore would call their feather together, and would take a day to train them, instructing them in different sorts of survival skills before throwing them a new mission so that they could practice them. All of the feathers still in the gorge had begun to adapt, and many of those which had suffered in the beginning began to find their footing. It became less and less frequent that one of the feathers would be dragged away by the instructors. In addition to hunting, Sergeant Lore also taught them basic close combat skills, and even instructed each of them in the use of the weapon they had chosen. Eric began to learn knife techniques, while Rose practiced with her short sword. As for Mateo, after examining his shooting stance, Sergeant Lore just had him shoot 1,000 arrows. At first, Mateo couldn't complete the task in a single day, but as time trickled past, he became more and more efficient with it. His arms grew stronger, his breathing more stable, and almost 2 months after they had started the training, Mateo finally achieved his goal of shooting 1,000 arrows. At first, such intense practice had damaged the tips of his fingers, causing them to bleed, but every time they did, a hint of warmth would gush out of his root card, healing the cuts on his fingers. By the time he managed to shoot 1,000 successful shots, his fingers no longer bled, calloused by the endless pulling of his bowstring. Corvus sat on his shoulder, or stood on Mateo's head as he practiced, instructing him how to adjust his stance and aim properly. Mateo's excellent memory helped immensely, as he could correctly identify when his position matched with prior successful attempts. The sheer volume of arrows he shot began to leave their mark as well, as his body internalized both the stance and the motion. Corvus, however, wasn't content with Mateo standing in one place, firing shot after shot. "You're going to be on the battlefield, and the battlefield doesn't tolerate standing still. Only cowards hide in a group of archers. And what are you going to do if you're attacked while you're shooting? This time, I'll call out a direction. I want you to move that direction when you fire. Understand?" Nodding slightly, Mateo took up his stance, lifted his bow, and was about to loose an arrow when Corvus suddenly barked, "Back!" Trying to take a step back, Mateo stumbled, his arrow going wide of the target. Sergeant Lore saw the odd movement, but didn't say anything, choosing to maintain his silence and watch as Mateo stood up, dusted himself off, and tried again. This time it was a step to the left, and once again his arrow went wide. "What are you doing?
Sergeant Lore snapped, walking over. "I want 1,000 hits. The misses don't count." Turning to the sergeant, Matteo bowed. "Yes, sir. I just thought it might be good to train moving while firing." "Oh, you did you?" Sergeant Lore said, his eyes narrowing. With a heavy gaze, he stared down at Matteo for a long moment before nodding. "It's actually a great idea. Keep it up." Sweating slightly, Matteo took a deep breath and began to practice again. Listening for Corvus's commands, he missed the next 6 shots, but the 7th hit the edge of the target. At first, he could barely get 3 out of 5 shots, but the longer he practiced, the easier it was, and slowly but surely, his accuracy began to rise once more. Another week passed before Matteo felt as if he had it down. Once his accuracy had risen, Corvus began to run him through other types of training as well. Firing from a prone position, firing while jumping, firing while running, firing from a great distance, or firing from up close while dodging. His goal was always the same, 1,000 successful shots, and when he practiced, it was with such absolute focus that Sergeant Lore just left him alone. Rose was similar, as she already had the basics of swordsmanship down, and her family martial art included sword techniques that she could practice on her own. Eric, on the other hand, wasn't so fortunate, and the sergeant's attention fell squarely on him, causing him to complain bitterly whenever they were outside of Sergeant Lore's earshot. Watching him roll around in his bed one night, whining about how hard the sergeant was driving him, Matteo shrugged. "You're getting one-on-one attention," he said. "While you might not appreciate it now, you've been improving like crazy." That caused Eric to pause and sit up. "You think so?" he said. "Because I feel like I'm making no progress at all." "Why don't we test it?" "Test it? How are we going to do that?" Eric asked, looking rather nervous. Instead of answering, Matteo looked over at Rose, who was stretching on the ground next to her bed. "Rose, what do you say about some sparring?" "I think that's a great idea," Rose said with a wide smile. "It's been a little while since we've done any training together." Hold on, Eric exclaimed, holding up his hands. "I was practically beaten to death today by the sergeant, and you want me to spar her? You've got to be crazy." Cracking her knuckles, Rose walked over to his bed. "Are you getting out, or should I help you?" With a loud groan, Eric rolled out of his bed, letting his feet dangle over the side before sliding down to the floor like a flopping fish. Seeing that Rose was about to reach for him, he hurried to get up and followed Matteo and Rose out of the barracks, grumbling all the while. "I'll go first," Matteo said, stretching his arms. "How do you want to do it?" Rose asked. "Use your bow?" "No. Let's go barehanded." Even though his training with the bow had taken up most of his time, Matteo hadn't stopped his close combat training. Taking a deep breath, he got into his stance, facing off against Rose. It had been a few months since they had arrived at the gorge, and much of Rose's initial hesitancy had vanished, along with her chubby features. Now she was lean, and reminded Matteo of a sharp blade. "Come," she said, gesturing for him to attack. Even though he knew exactly how this was going to end, Matteo steeled himself and moved forward cautiously. Watching him, Rose frowned and lunged, clearly tired of waiting for him to approach. Seeing her closing in, Matteo struck with his left fist, attempting to slow her momentum, but she batted his hand aside like it was nothing, getting a grip on the inside of his elbow at the same time. Not wanting to lose control, Matteo tried to break her grip, but her other hand darted forward and grabbed the collar of his shirt. Taking a quick step back, Matteo twisted his body, hoping to throw her to the ground. But one of her legs wrapped around his waist, while her other slipped in between his legs, hitting the back of one of his knees as he twisted his body, causing him to fall to the ground. Once on the ground, Rose was like a snake, swiftly locking his joints and wrapping an arm around his neck. No matter how Matteo struggled, she seemed in full control of the situation, blocking each of his attempts to escape while slowly putting more and more pressure on him. He could feel his airway being cut off, and darkness started to creep in at the edges of his vision. Finally, just before he blacked out completely, Rose released her grip and rolled him over onto his stomach, where he lay coughing as air flooded back into his lungs. It took Matteo a good few minutes before he could stand up. Rose, on the other hand, was completely ready to go, and with a grin, she turned to Eric. "Weapons or no weapons?" she asked.
Matteo could only imagine how frustrated Eric felt right now, having just watched him being beaten with no chance to retaliate. "Weapons," Eric said with a resigned sigh. Walking over to where she had placed her short sword, Rose hooked it with her toe and tossed it into the air, grabbing the handle and whipping it around in a fierce arc. She kept her sheath on, and Eric did the same as he got out the 2 daggers he had been training with. By this time, Matteo had managed to get some semblance of awareness back, and he sat to the side, doing his best to breathe as he watched Rose and Eric face off. The fight started as he had expected it would, Eric dodging and retreating in the face of Rose's attacks. For a full 4 minutes, Rose chased Eric around the field, never managing to land a hit on him, growing more annoyed with each swing.
"Why don't you stand and face me?" she snapped, causing Eric to pull a face.
"Are you serious? You have a sword. I have daggers. How am I supposed to block your attacks? Running away is what I do."
"Yeah, we'll see if you can run away from this."
Shifting her stance, Rose suddenly accelerated, dashing to the right, her sword lifting over her shoulder as she got ready for a slash. Eric, seeing the move coming, dodged the opposite way, hoping to gain some distance. To his surprise, Rose's sword was heading for his left side. Matteo's eyes narrowed as he watched the attack. He had no idea how she had done it, but somehow Rose had managed to completely shift the velocity of her attack, feinting to one side before attacking from the other. The strike caught Eric completely off guard, and Matteo fully expected to hear a scream of pain as Rose's sword slammed into his ribs. Yet what happened next left his jaw on the floor. One of Eric's daggers jerked back, blocking the blow, while his body twisted at an impossibly sharp angle, deflecting the blow so it passed over him. At the same time, his other dagger stabbed toward the inside of Rose's thigh, knocking her off balance. As she stumbled backward, clearly favoring her leg, Eric hesitated. Corvus, who was watching from Matteo's shoulder, clicked his beak in disapproval.
"If he had followed up the attack, he could have won," Corvus said.
Matteo didn't doubt Corvus's words, as even he had been able to see that Rose's defenses were wide open. With a grimace, Rose brought her sword back in front of her body, sealing Eric's path of attack. Ignoring the large bruise spreading on the inside of her thigh, she lunged forward, her sword breaking through Eric's defenses and slamming into his chest. He went down and rolled over as Rose lifted her sword and slashed, landing a blow on his shoulder. "Ow! Ow! I give up! I give up!" Eric cried out. Hesitating for a moment, Rose drew back her sword and stepped back, her expression frustrated.
"Why didn't you keep attacking?"
she yelled as Eric slowly got up off the ground. Standing up, Matteo walked over. It looked like he was so shocked that he didn't know what to do, he said. "You're not wrong," Eric admitted. "I don't actually know what happened there. It was like my body just moved on its own." "Which is exactly what I was talking about when we were inside," Matteo said, his eyes bright. "Whether you know it or not, you're getting better. A couple of weeks ago, you wouldn't have been able to land a single blow on Rose, but if you two had been using sharp blades without the sheaths, you would have won that fight." Eric clearly couldn't believe it, but Rose nodded and began rolling up her pants. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Eric said, covering his eyes. "Oh, get over it," Rose snapped as she revealed the painful-looking bruise on the inside of her leg. "There's an artery here," she said, tracing her hand across the spot where Eric's dagger had landed. "Even hitting it with the sheath makes it hurt like crazy. If it had been an open blade, I'd be bleeding to death right now." "What? I'm sorry," Eric stammered, clearly unsettled by the idea. "Why are you sorry? It's a good thing," Rose replied. "Rose is right," Matteo added. "It's good you didn't do any permanent damage in a spar, but if you were fighting anybody else—" He didn't finish his statement, but the other two knew exactly what he was talking about. As unsettling as it was, they knew that their futures would not be peaceful. "Is the bruise going to slow you down?" Matteo asked Rose, watching as she pressed on it with her thumb. "No," she said. "I'll be fine." Though he hadn't won the fight, Eric's confidence had certainly been bolstered, and as their training continued, he began to gain more and more confidence, to the point that he threw himself into the training with Sergeant Lore, if not with enthusiasm, at least with a sort of desperate focus. Matteo, apart from continuing to practice with his bow, began spending more time trying to improve his close combat ability. Against Eric, he found he could usually win, as even though he wasn't quite as strong, he had an easier time remembering the various defense and attack patterns, allowing him to counter Eric's moves. Rose, however, continued to pummel him into the ground every time they trained. Matteo had thought that he was a fast learner, but when it came to physical skills, she left him in the dust, making him sometimes wonder if she was even human at all. She seemed to only have to do something once for it to be perfectly integrated in a future fight, and any ounce of shyness simply evaporated when she began to fight. Their days fell into endless repetition, training, sparring, and hunting. Until one day, after it had been a full 6 months since they first entered the gorge, Captain Bevan called all of the groups together. Matteo hadn't been paying much attention to the other feathers, and he was surprised when they gathered together to find that there were only 6 remaining. Chapter 24. Every single one of the feathers was kitted out in full gear, each youth carrying at least one weapon. They stood in their feathers, arranged on the training field, facing the captain as he began to speak. Congratulations to all of you. You've made it through the first part of training. As I mentioned way back at the beginning, all of this is to prepare you for the recruitment test, to see if you're even eligible to become an Iron Wing trainee. Today, I want to explain to you what will come next. In 10 days, we will start the next portion of your training, the card competition. A low murmur spread as the kids realized what the captain had said. Instead of calling for quiet, Captain Bevan smiled widely. You heard that correctly. This is a competition for ranked cards. As you know, the soldiers of the Iron Wing are not just soldiers. Each and every single one of them is a duelist. Rather than a murmur, what greeted the captain was absolute silence as each child waited for his next words with bated breath. And you all have an opportunity to join their ranks. The card competition is simple. Your feathers will compete against one another in a simulated mission. The feathers that wins will be given the opportunity to gain access to a set of cards. The better you do, the higher your position in the competition, the better the cards you'll have access to. Your instructors will have more information for you. I hope in 10 days to see all of you putting forth your full effort. That is all. Dismissed. Lost in thought, Matteo nearly missed Sergeant Lore beckoning for them to follow him. The team followed him to the edge of the training ground, where he stopped and turned around to face them. "What kind of questions do you have?" he asked. "This is your only opportunity to ask." Both Rose and Eric looked at Matteo, who thought for a moment before asking the first question. "Can you tell us what the competition will be, sir?" "No. You get instructions on the day of the actual competition," Sergeant Lore said. "I see. Then can you tell us what rank the cards are that will be used for rewards?" "Iron and bronze, with 1 silver for the first-place team," Sergeant Lore said. Seeing Matteo frowning, a flicker of amusement passed through Sergeant Lore's eyes. "May I ask what specific cards are being given out, sir?" "You'll have to wait and find out," Sergeant Lore said. "Now, any other questions?" Clearly, the sergeant didn't care to share any significant information with them, but Matteo still nodded. "Yes, sir, one more question. Can you suggest what we should prepare for this mission?" This time, Sergeant Lore smiled, and, as if he had known Matteo was going to ask that question, pulled a list from his pocket. He flicked the list at Matteo, who looked over it, quickly blinking. Though he only glanced at it, Matteo handed it back, and with a slightly bemused look, Sergeant Lore took it. There was a slight shimmer as silver energy appeared in the sergeant's hand, and the piece of paper crumpled into nothingness. "For the next 10 days, you have no missions. Train as you see fit," he said, then turned and walked away, leaving the 3 kids facing each other. "We could get a silver card," Eric hissed. "That's what it sounds like," Matteo said. but there's only one. The implications of what he was saying dawned on Eric, who suddenly didn't look nearly as excited.
I don't want it, Rose said, shaking her head.
What do you mean you don't want it? That's a silver card. You'd be a silver-ranked duelist,
Eric said with a frown.
Still, I don't want it,
Rose said, a stubborn set to her chin. Well, before we assign it, Matteo interrupted, we've got to earn it. I've got the list of things we need to prepare, which indirectly tells us what sort of mission we're going to be doing.
Oh? What do you mean?
Rose asked, looking at Matteo with curiosity. There's no camping gear. Everything is oriented toward a direct fight. My guess is that we're going to be competing via combat. However, given our team composition, my guess is that there will be some sort of objective we're all competing for. Unfortunately, it's not going to be possible to make a plan until we actually know what the mission is.
But what do we do for the next 10 days?
Eric asked. We train, Matteo said. What else? Let's get started. For the next week, at Matteo's direction, the three children did nothing but train, focusing on polishing their combat abilities during the day and training their stealth abilities at night. Though Matteo was the one relaying the orders, it was actually Corvus who had come up with the training plan, and he drove the kids harder than the sergeant ever had. By the 7th day, every single one of them was exhausted, but they still dragged themselves out of bed to run laps that morning. To their surprise, however, Matteo, with a strange look on his face, had them stop after only a few laps. Leading them through some light exercise, he had them all sit down to eat breakfast, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, Eric asked him what had come over him.
Don't tell me you're chickening out,
Eric said, staring at Matteo through narrowed eyes.
We've got a silver-ranked card to win.
If we keep pushing this hard, we'll be exhausted, Matteo said. We'll have a light day today and tomorrow, and then take the final day to rest before the mission starts off completely.
Isn't it enough just to rest for the final day?
No. What if the captain suddenly shows up and tells us that the mission is starting?
But he said it would be 10 days before we started.
People lie, and sometimes information on the battlefield isn't correct, Matteo said, closing his eyes. Warfare is based on deception, which means our opponent will always be trying to deceive us. That means the circumstances will change quickly. We need to be ready, just in case they do. Besides, at this point, what's an extra day of training going to do for us? I'd rather be in tip-top condition.
Well, I'm just glad to be able to rest,
Eric said, flopping down on his back. For the rest of the day, they only trained lightly, and Matteo spent most of the time meditating. The other kids had long grown used to him sitting around with his eyes closed during any downtime that they had, so they didn't think too much of it. The next day passed much the same way, and as they were getting dinner, the bell tolled over the gorge, summoning everyone to the training field. As soon as they heard it, Eric and Rose both looked at Matteo, who was staring toward the training field.
"Get your gear," he said.
Without a word, both Eric and Rose sprinted for the barracks, Matteo following close behind. Some of the other children were going the other direction and gave them strange looks as they passed by. At Matteo's insistence, all of their gear had been laid out already, and they grabbed it, buckling it on before heading to the training field. They were the last feather to arrive, and Captain Bevan glanced over them with a cold look in his eyes, though when he saw that they were wearing all of their gear, his expression turned slightly strange. "There's been a change of plans," he said, unable to resist glancing at Matteo, Eric, and Rose as he spoke, "and we will be starting the card competition tonight, rather than tomorrow. Form up and follow me." Panicked murmurs started to rise among the feathers, but they were silenced by the sight of Matteo, Eric, and Rose pushing through the gathered kids to take up their place behind the captain. "What are you all doing? I said fall in," the captain snapped, causing the other teams to quickly form up. The kids all followed Captain Bevan with the instructors trailing after them. They set out from the gorge, heading south, and marched for nearly 4 miles before the captain called for a stop. This was a part of the wilderness where Matteo and the others had never been before, but it looked very similar to the forest where they typically hunted for boar. The instructors, who had each been carrying bags, walked around and handed them out to the feathers they oversaw. The bag that Sergeant Lore handed to Rose had a wooden sword, 2 wooden daggers, and a quiver with 25 wooden-tipped arrows. "Anyone carrying a blade or another weapon, turn it into your instructor," Captain Bevan said, and reluctantly the kids complied. Hefting the wooden sword, Rose slashed it through the air a few times before nodding and sliding it into her belt.
"The weight's off, but it'll do," she said to Matteo, who was checking the arrows to ensure they were all straight.
"In the pack, you'll also find a map of the area. Each of your 6 squads will be assigned to a different location around the forest. You will find a flag there, marked with a different color. Memorize your flag, because you are not allowed to touch it. If you do, you will immediately be disqualified. In addition, there are 4 flags placed throughout the forest that are green in color. The objective of this mission is to gather as many flags as possible while protecting your own flag. How you do that is up to you. The competition will start once everyone has arrived at their flag. Remember, the more flags you have, the more likely you are to win and get a better ranked card. Am I clear?"
"Yes, sir," the kids responded before splitting up and heading toward the various locations marked on the map. Though Sergeant Lore hadn't come with them, Matteo had no doubt they were being observed. After examining the map for a few minutes, he gave it to Eric. "Do your best to memorize this," he said. They were approximately 45 minutes from their location, but Matteo didn't hurry, giving Eric and then Rose as much time to study the map as they could.
"Won't we get in trouble for delaying?"
Eric asked. "I don't think so," Matteo said. "Otherwise the captain wouldn't have worded it that way." "So, we're going to be competing against 6 other teams. How are we going to do that?" Rose asked. "What if they gang up on us?"
"They will," Matteo said. "It's almost guaranteed. I think it's pretty likely that most of the teams aren't even going to bother with their own flag. After all, we're not allowed to touch our flag, which makes guarding it incredibly difficult."
"So, what's our plan?" Eric asked.
"I think we should split up." "Are you serious? How's that going to help us?"
It was a moment before Matteo answered. "There are 6 teams. We're arranged in a rough circle. The fastest way to get to the other teams is to cut through the center of the circle. My guess is that the teams to the right and left of us are both going to try and avoid us, at least before they can hook up with another team."
"What do you mean?"
Rose asked, looking up from the map. "Well, think about it. If we go to the left or to the right, whichever team is there will have to face us by themselves, so they're more likely to avoid us by going away than heading toward us. The teams across from us will be worried that if they fight amongst themselves, they'll have to fight us last, and they'll lose. The mission is only going to last for 10 hours, which means people don't have time to wait around. So I think our best bet is to split up. Eric, you'll go to the right. Rose, you'll go to the left. Circle around to the other positions and see if you can grab their flags."
"What if we run into the other teams?"
Rose asked, handing the map back to Matteo, who gestured for her to give it to Eric. "Take them down. What else?"
"You're crazy if you think I'm going to find another team by myself,"
Eric said, stuffing the map into his coat.
"Then hide and steal their flag,"
Matteo said, rolling his eyes. "While the 2 of you do that, I'll be moving straight ahead. My goal will be to see if I can find one of the additional flags. Then if people are heading toward our flag, I'll mount a retreating defense. Once you guys have grabbed your flags, join up with me in the middle. Any questions?"
"Nope."
"No." "Then let's go." The 3 of them headed for the area where their flag was set up, and then split up, each taking their own path as Matteo had instructed. Though it made him nervous to operate without the others, Matteo knew that this was the only really good strategy. Rose was more than capable of beating a full feather into submission, so he wasn't worried about her running into the enemy. And Eric was way too cunning to be caught. Instead, it was Matteo himself who was the weak link in this situation. The fact that he had been given wooden-tipped arrows meant that the instructors didn't want casualties, which would severely reduce how threatening Matteo's attacks would be. And he found himself concerned that he would be the first to be taken out. Rather than trying to find his own flag, Matteo rushed through the woods, doing his best to keep his body low and his steps light. The entire map had been imprinted in his mind, and Matteo had a pretty good idea of where the flags might be. The closest spot was a wide-open meadow that sat in a bend in the stream that ran through the middle of the central area.
The meadow was at least 200 feet wide, and the river that surrounded it from 3 sides made it an easily defendable space. Keeping his eye out for the enemy, Matteo hurried along, keeping his bow and an arrow at hand. As he ran, he could feel his root card working to restore his energy, allowing him to set a much more aggressive pace than he otherwise would have. Though he didn't have Rose's combat awareness or Eric's stealth ability, Matteo was confident there wasn't anyone in the camp who could keep up with him in terms of recovery, and he planned to abuse that fact to its utmost in this competition. Chapter 25. Matteo arrived at the meadow from the south, pausing at the edge of the river that cut around it and kept himself hidden behind one of the trees, carefully scanning for any sign that the other teams had arrived. In the center of the meadow, he could see a short flag sticking up, confirming his guess that this was one of the 4 extra flag locations. Seeing no sign of the other teams, he carefully waded across the shallow creek, making sure to keep his bowstring well out of the water. The water was cold, piercingly so, but he suppressed the instinctive chatter of his teeth by gritting them tightly. Scrambling up the other bank, he kept low, creeping into the grass of the meadow. It was close to waist-high, allowing him to hide himself as he crept closer to the flag. He wanted to avoid being seen as much as possible, as it was quite likely that there were other teams on the way. One of the challenges with being in the grass was that while it was hard for Matteo to be seen by people at the edge of the meadow, it was hard for him to see as well. But he had an advantage. As Corvus wheeled overhead, he heard the crow spirit's gruff voice. "A team of 3 just broke the tree line to the northeast." That was where the meadow connected to the forest, and hearing this, Matteo stilled, not wanting to draw any attention to himself. With careful movements, he brought the arrow he held to his bowstring, his eyes fixed on the flag. "They've spread out into a triangle," Corvus reported, "with 1 heading for the flag, the other 2 guarding their escape route." "What's the distance?" Matteo asked. "They're about 40 feet apart." Doing some quick calculations, Matteo moved forward, creeping closer to the flag. He was close enough that he could have rushed over and grabbed it, probably before his opponent, but he had another plan in mind. The soft breeze caused the meadow grass to wave, and Matteo crouched down among the tall stalks, watching the flag carefully. He could see the top half of it, and as the seconds ticked by, he kept himself absolutely still, waiting until the member of the other team closed in. He saw a hand wrap around the flagpole and yank, pulling the flag out of the ground. Matteo waited for half a beat more, until his opponent had just started to turn. At that moment, he lunged up, his bowstring drawing back as he aimed and loosed the arrow in one smooth motion. Matteo had lost track of the number of arrows he had fired over the last few months, but it had been so many that he no longer thought about aiming. Instead, he seemed to have an instinctive understanding of how to point his bow and how the arrow that leapt from it would move. The gentle breeze blowing across the meadow caught his arrow, which he had aimed slightly to the side, causing it to drift as it zipped across the top of the grass. With unerring precision, the wooden-tipped arrow slammed into the back of the kid's shoulder, who had just grabbed the flag, causing him to let out a screech and drop it. Had it been a metal tip, it would have driven straight through, crippling the young boy for life. But, as it was, it only bruised him badly. That was enough, however, and he rapidly retreated, his arm hanging uselessly by his side. Matteo was already running, sprinting forward as fast as he could to get close to where the flag had fallen, another arrow appearing on his bow. His opponent's companions, hearing the commotion, had turned and begun to run forward, but Matteo was closer, and the sight of him sprinting across the field, his bow lifted in front of him with another arrow on it, sent the kid he had hit scrambling through the grass to get away. Skidding to a halt by the flag, Matteo grabbed it and the arrow that had fallen, then turned and ran with all his might. There was still close to 15 feet between him and the others, and an arrow at that range would have done a lot of damage, but Matteo focused on getting away. He ran as fast as he could to the edge of the meadow, scrambling down the bank and wading across the river to enter the forest. The other team got to the edge of the bank just as he had crossed, and as they slid down into the creek below, Matteo spun. He had tucked the flag into his belt, and now he drew an arrow, pointing at one of the 2 kids coming across the creek. Scared he would shoot, the kid dove to the side, splashing into the water, even as the other kid rushed toward Matteo. Matteo recognized them, of course, as 27 and 54, two of the kids who had been reorganized into a feather after they had made it through the first few weeks of training. Both were competent, and Matteo had nothing against them, but he also knew that in this game they were playing for keeps. Steeling his heart, he released his second shot, his arrow crossing the distance so quickly there was no time for 54 to react. The arrow slammed into 54's thigh, taking his leg out from under him and causing him to fall hard on the edge of the creek. Before he could get up, Matteo was on top of him, kicking him heavily in the chest as he tried to struggle up. The cold look in Matteo's eyes, combined with the reputation Matteo had around camp, must have intimidated 54, because he quickly threw up his hands over his head, yelling his surrender. Matteo quickly grabbed the fallen arrow, noting with some disappointment that the tip was showing a crack. With a glance at 27, who was sopping wet, having jumped to the side in the water, he scrambled up the bank and took off, running. Matteo's heart pounded as he headed through the woods. His ambush had gone well, at least as well as he could have expected. With one flag secured and one of the teams dealt with, Matteo headed for the next location he suspected a flag to be. This was a bit further out, and Matteo was almost certain the other teams would have either already retrieved the flag or would be in the midst of fighting for it. He was hoping for the latter, and sure enough, after swiftly crossing the forest, he heard faint shouts of people fighting. The location of this flag was a small hill dotted with trees that rose up out of the forest, and at its peak the flag leaned at an angle as not 2, but 3 teams fought over it. Seeing 9 kids tussling together, Matteo was surprised. One of the teams, it seemed, had come down from the northern side of the area, clearly intending to go for the furthest flag first before circling back around toward their own home base. Most of the teams seemed to have taken the same approach that Matteo and his feather had chosen, completely abandoning their own flag as they sought to grab other flags. It was a somewhat risky strategy, as there was always a chance they wouldn't be able to find the team who had taken their flag before the time was up. But it was better than being ganged up on, which would have been the inevitable outcome if they had just stuck around and tried to protect their own flag. As much as he didn't like the idea of having to fight uphill, Matteo paused at the bottom of the hill to try to work out the situation happening on top. The hill was only 100 feet high, barely more than a bump in the topography of the forest, but that was enough that it made it hard for him to see exactly what was going on. It looked like the 3 teams were focused more on fighting with one another than actually trying to get to the top. Though all of the kids had been receiving combat training, their moves were clumsy, and it looked more like a mad melee than anything else. One of the kids was wildly swinging his sword this way and that, causing friend and foe alike to scatter from his path. In no rush to enter the fray himself, Matteo waited and watched, looking for his opportunity. It came after one of the kids managed to throw off the boy who had been wrestling with him. He noticed that there was no one in between him and the flag, so he darted toward the summit. The other kids noticed immediately, and with yells gave chase, but they weren't quite close enough to stop him. Gasping for breath, the kid reached the top of the hill, and with a yell of triumph, reached out to grab the flag. His yell was interrupted by a hiss, and then a piercing pain stabbed into his leg, causing it to buckle under him, and he screamed and tumbled backward. He rolled back down the hill, colliding with a few of the kids chasing him. All of the kids had been focused on the flag. What had happened? It wasn't until one of them, looking around wildly, spotted Matteo calmly pulling an arrow from his quiver that they recognized the new threat. There were 8 kids still standing, each one on top of the hill, completely exposed. They all froze, not wanting to be Matteo's next target. He froze as well, standing there with his bow half raised, an arrow on the string. For a good minute, no one moved. Then, one of the kids near the top of the hill suddenly grabbed one of his opponents, pulling him in front like a shield as he began to back up toward the flag. With a terrified yell, the kid in front twisted, thrashing about with such force that he sent both of them tumbling down the hill. It had been a good idea, but the execution had been lacking. Again, stillness fell over the hill as the kids tried to figure out what to do. One of them, realizing that they needed to get down on the other side of the hill, away from Matteo and his arrows, started to run. Before he could get more than 3 feet, an arrow flew through the air, slamming into the small of his back. He dropped to the ground, groaning in pain, and started to crawl. Seeing that he could still move, the other children scattered, each desperately hoping Matteo wouldn't target them. The kids split, running to either side as they tried to circle around the hill. Rather than continue shooting, Matteo maintained his position. Dropping the arrow from the string, he pulled back the empty string and let it twang, the sound causing the kids to run even faster. It didn't take them long to scramble out of sight, leaving only the first kid Matteo had shot lying on the ground, groaning. In his tumble down the hill, his arm had slammed into a rock, and whether it was just badly bruised or broken, Matteo didn't know. Either way, the kid was clearly out of the fight for the moment. Matteo maintained his position, watching carefully as he guarded the flag against the 3 teams on the other side. Minutes ticked by, and soon half an hour had passed. The kids on the other side were clearly at a loss. None of them were foolish enough to try creeping up to the top of the hill to snatch the flag, because even if they got it, the other teams wouldn't let them go. On the other hand, without dealing with Matteo, their only option was to retreat, which none of them wanted to do. Finally, after 45 minutes had passed, Matteo noticed some movement in the forest on the other side of the hill. "Can you go up to the flag and see what's going on?" Matteo asked Corvus, cocking his head to the side. Corvus stared at Matteo for a second. "Isn't that cheating?" "Nothing is cheating when it comes to war," Matteo replied calmly. With a cackling laugh, Corvus spread his wings, launching himself up into the air. As before, the chain that connected them stretched, growing faint and ethereal as Corvus flapped his wings, carrying himself up to the flag. It didn't even wiggle as he landed on top of it and cast his eyes over the other side of the hill. "There are still 4 on this side," he said. With the one who had been taken down, that meant there were 4 others unaccounted for. Undoubtedly, they had crept down the hill and begun to circle, hoping to approach Matteo from both sides. Turning his head from one side to the other, Matteo looked for any sign of them, but couldn't spot anyone. That didn't mean they weren't close, however, so Matteo acted decisively, backing up further into the woods to give himself more room. The problem was, that would soon take him out of range of the top of the hill, a likely part of his opponent's plan. After backing up a dozen steps, Matteo began to move to the right, rotating around the hill while keeping an eye out for his opponents. Compared to when he had first come to the camp, his ability to move quietly through the woods had increased by leaps and bounds, allowing him to stay mostly hidden. He caught sight of his opponents at the same time they saw him, their eyes growing wide as they saw him step out from behind a tree. His bow was already half lifted, and instead of slowing, Matteo sped up, taking 2 rapid steps forward as a stone whizzed past the spot he had been standing. He fired as he moved, his arrow flying true, slamming into one kid's chest. There was only 15 feet separating them when they saw each other, and with a sharp cry, the kid went down, the arrow punching a bloody hole in his skin. The other kid darted for Matteo, sprinting forward as fast as he could, the dagger he held raised. Matteo could feel his heart pounding, adrenaline coursing through him as his hand dropped. Instead of grabbing another arrow, he gripped the handle of the dagger sheath next to his quiver and pulled it out, at the same time lifting his bow to block the stab heading toward his chest. Both of them were wielding wooden daggers, but Matteo had no desire to be stabbed, wooden dagger or not, and with a sweep of his bow, he knocked his opponent's stab aside. Every single one of his instincts was screaming at him to step back, to turn and run, but his training kicked in, forcing him forward. His opponent's ribs were wide open, but just as Matteo began to stab, the sight of 18's unmoving body flashed across his mind, and Matteo hesitated. That cost him dearly, however, as his opponent took the opportunity to launch a kick, driving his foot into Matteo's stomach and knocking him back. Chapter 26. Realizing that Matteo wasn't nearly as strong at close combat, his opponent drove forward with a fierce yell. Off balance still, Matteo barely blocked the second stab as Corvus let out a disapproving click. "Hesitation will get you killed, kid. You can moralize about it later." Matteo knew Corvus was right, but still, he couldn't help but hesitate. Despite all of the training, he hadn't been able to shake his indecision, and as he desperately blocked the incoming attacks, he realized he was in an increasingly dangerous situation. The kids who had been circling around from the other side must have heard the shouts, and now they came crashing through the woods, clearly aiming for Matteo. Realizing he was running out of time, Matteo threw himself at his opponent with renewed fury, catching a nasty stab to his ribs. Feeling a lancing pain in his side, Matteo was pretty sure one of his ribs was broken, but he bore with the pain as he slammed into his startled opponent. Both of them fell, and Matteo quickly scrambled up, sprinting off into the woods. He would have liked to have retrieved his arrow, but he didn't have time, as the kids rapidly closed in. Every step sent pain lancing through his ribs, but Matteo gritted his teeth and kept running, bearing with the pain, until he felt a faint warmth seeping out of his root card, starting to spread through his body. At first, he hadn't believed Corvus when the crow spirit had said his heart of iron card was actually good, but after 6 months of using it, he had come to realize just how amazing it was. Ever since he had unlocked Corvus' root card, the heat spread from the heart of iron faster and in a greater quantity. He'd only run 100 feet when he began to feel the pain in his rib lessen as the crack in his bone was knitted back together. On top of that, he could feel his mind sharpening, and the fatigue that should have been shrouding his body after a fierce fight and a rapid sprint through the woods began to recede. His opponents were still chasing behind him, and so Matteo began to angle his path, running around the hill where the flag stood. He could hear them crashing through the woods, and with Corvus flying overhead, giving him a play-by-play of the chase, he felt confident he'd be able to outpace them. Soon all of them were tired, though there was one persistent kid who had ever so slowly been gaining.
"The kid out front doesn't look like he's tired at all, and he's actually speeding up," Corvus said, winging low overhead as Matteo brushed past a tree and ducked under a hanging branch.
"That'd be 19, Matteo said, his breathing even. He probably has a card related to running. What's the distance between him and the closest other pursuer?"
30 feet or so.
Scanning the terrain ahead, Matteo did his best to increase his speed. A quick glance behind him showed that number 19 was doing the same. Passing between 2 trees that were only a few feet apart, Matteo ran for another 20 feet and then suddenly skidded to a halt. He turned around and dropped to one knee. With one smooth motion, he pulled an arrow from his quiver, set it on the string, and drew the bow, just as number 19 sped between the 2 trees he had passed through earlier. Letting out his breath, Matteo fired. The arrow crossed the distance between them too quickly for 19 to respond. The arrow impacted right above 19's knee, and with a scream, he fell to the forest floor, clutching at his leg. Matteo didn't wait to see the result of his shot. He had already turned and scrambled to his feet, sprinting forward once again. The card in his chest continued to thrum, sending waves of restorative power through him. The effect of the card had doubled since he had gained access to Corvus's root card, allowing Matteo to keep up a steady output of energy without fearing that he was going to exhaust himself. By this time, he had made nearly a complete loop around the hill, always keeping an eye on the peak. If he had been facing a unified group, it would have been hard to keep them from grabbing the flag. As it was, none of the 3 teams wanted the others to get the flag, so they were each keeping an eye on each other while also trying to pursue Matteo. This was exactly what Matteo was aiming for. Instead of continuing to circle the hill, he stopped, standing between 2 trees as he drew his bow, readying an arrow. The action was spotted by the kids who were still chasing him, and they quickly ducked behind trees, not wanting to be the lucky recipient of one of his uncannily accurate shots. Happy to play this sort of cat-and-mouse game, Matteo backed up, stepping behind one of the trees, and then dropping to the ground and shifting his position. He could hear the shouts as his opponents lost sight of him, but none of them rushed forward, afraid that he was waiting to ambush them when they got close. Matteo was further helped by the fact that the sun had begun to drop over the horizon, casting long shadows through the woods, making it harder to see. Normally for an archer, such a situation would be a disadvantage, but Matteo had an extra pair of eyes in Corvus, who seemed to be enjoying himself tremendously. As darkness shrouded the woods, the other team seemed to realize they were wasting too much time, and one of them began to retreat. The other 2 teams, after a hurried discussion, agreed to join forces to grab the flag before figuring out who would get to keep it later. This was the thing Matteo had been most worried about. If all of the kids rushed for the flag, there was no way he would be able to stop them all. Help came from an unexpected quarter, as the team who had withdrawn suddenly attacked again, targeting 2 of the kids who were by themselves, swiftly subduing them with their wooden swords. Now caught between Matteo, who was still hidden in the woods, and this new threat, and with only 3 people left, the night erupted into a fierce fight as the teams clashed against one another. Matteo, who had been waiting for this chance, darted up the hill, running as fast as he could, trusting that his heart of iron would help him maintain his speed even after sprinting up the hill. Too late. The teams who were fighting on the edge of the woods saw him moving up the hill. One of the kids tried to go after him, but when he saw Matteo stop and lift his bow, he quickly ran back into the shelter of the trees, allowing Matteo to advance to the top of the hill and grab the second flag. Matteo didn't wait around. He ran down the other side of the hill, maintaining a good pace as he ran toward the center of the battlefield. This was where he was supposed to meet up with Eric and Rose. When he finally got there, he saw a sight that left him dumbfounded. 6 kids were kneeling on the grass, their legs tucked under their butts and their hands raised in the air. None of them dared to move. Rose sat behind them, a long stick in her hands. In her belt were 4 flags, 1 green and 3 patterned. The children kneeling in front of her were all bruised, lumps on their heads and faces. Seeing Matteo walk out of the woods, she waved, and Matteo jogged over.
"How'd it go?"
Rose asked. "It went well," Matteo said, waving the 2 flags he had collected.
"You got 2? Great, that makes 6 then. Any sign of Eric?"
"No, not yet," Matteo said. "But since we have 6 flags, we should retreat toward our flag." Getting to her feet, Rose nodded and walked out in front of the 6 children who were kneeling in the middle of the field. At the sight of her, they all started trembling, and judging by the beating Rose had given them, Matteo couldn't blame them. Every time he saw Rose fight, he was more and more convinced that whatever root card she had gotten revolved around direct combat. The training she had received had only hastened how quickly she had improved, and even in her training spars against Sergeant Lore, the instructor was starting to have trouble containing her.
"Stay here, if you know what's good for you,"
Rose said, glaring at the 6 kids. Seeing them all nod frantically, she turned and followed Matteo. They headed into the woods, traveling directly south toward the position of their flag. This time, Matteo didn't move at quite as fast a pace, not wanting to tire Rose out too much just in case they did come across some opponents. Apart from their flag, there were only 3 other flags that could be grabbed, and even if Eric hadn't gotten any, Matteo was more than confident they'd be able to win. When he had come up with their plan, Matteo had been taking into account the little bits he knew about the other teams as well. He expected that the only team that was going to come after their flag at the beginning of the competition was the team Rose had headed directly toward. That team had been among the kids kneeling in the meadow, which meant that all 6 other teams had been accounted for. Arriving back at their flag, they saw it safely planted in the grass. Eric sitting in a tree nearby, chewing on a piece of grass. With a wide grin, he jumped down, waving the 3 flags he had captured. Laying them out, Matteo counted them. 6 patterned flags, plus their own, which had yet to be touched, and 4 green flags accounted for all of them. Slightly surprised, Matteo looked at the other 2 kids, who were both beaming. After a moment, Eric's smile slowly faded, and he looked up at the sky. "We still have a few hours before the test is done," he said. "What do we do if they all gang up and come and attack us?" "Then we run," Matteo said with a laugh. "But somehow, I doubt they will. And if they come in piecemeal, we can deal with them." For the next few hours, Matteo, Rose, and Eric kept watch by their flag. Only one other team showed up, and when they saw Rose standing out in front of the flag, they quickly retreated. Still, Matteo didn't drop his guard until a long whistle announced the end of the competition. They'd been instructed that once they heard the whistle, they were to head toward the original location where they had gotten their assignments. Over the next hour and a half, the kids straggled in. The number of glares sent toward Matteo and his team wasn't small, but he did his best to ignore them. He was slightly worried that such a dominating performance may have painted a target on their back. Considering what was at stake, Matteo decided that it wasn't worth worrying about. Captain Bevan looked over the gathered children, noticing who was injured and who wasn't. When Matteo turned in all of the flags they had gathered, Captain Bevan noticed that their flag wasn't among them.
"Where's your flag?"
he asked, his eyes narrowing.
"Don't tell me you weren't able to protect it."
"It's still in the same location, sir," Matteo said.
"Why didn't you bring it?"
"We're not allowed to touch it without being disqualified, sir." Sighing and rubbing his forehead, the captain waved Matteo away while he called one of the instructors over.
"Yes, sir," Sergeant Lohr said. "Were they able to protect their flag?" "Yes, sir," Sergeant Lohr said.
His face was impassive, but there was a pleased gleam in his eye.
"Fine, then we have our winner. You'll be awarded tomorrow. Let's form up and head back."
Falling in behind Sergeant Lohr, Matteo, Eric, and Rose could barely contain their excitement. Though they knew better than to talk on the way back, each of them was filled with thoughts of the cards they would receive the next day. That night, partly because he was too excited to sleep and partly because he was worried that some of the kids might try to take revenge on them during the night, Matteo stayed up to meditate, trusting Corvus to wake him if anyone approached. After spending some time thinking over his performance and assessing Eric and Rose's contributions, Matteo began to focus his attention inward, doing his best to complete the second link in the chain connecting him and Corvus. The first link was bright, polished black metal that gleamed as his attention passed over it. The second was darker, its exact details hidden still by a faint fog. Matteo was trying to uncover it, learning every single detail. Each chain appeared to be forged from a feather, bent round in a circle, and contained innumerable differences. Matteo started from the point where the second link connected to the first. It was an interesting sensation, almost like shining a beam of light in the darkness. Wherever Matteo moved his attention, the mist that surrounded the chain would recede, allowing him to see it more clearly. The first time he had done this, he had traced the chain the whole way to Corvus, but this time his focus was on completely illuminating each link before moving on to the next. He wasn't exactly sure why Corvus was having him do this, but after each meditation session, he had found his thoughts abnormally clear. So he continued. The night passed without incident, and the next morning the kids got up and headed for the training field. There they were met by not only Sergeant Lohr, but Captain Bevan, who gestured for them to follow without speaking and led them silently through the still quiet camp. When they passed the barracks, they could see the other kids starting to filter out, and more than a few envious looks were thrown their direction. Captain Bevan brought them to the quartermaster, who, after giving Matteo a long stare, sighed, shook his head, and brought them to the back room. There were 6 boxes laid out on the table, each holding a single card that glowed with unearthly light. Those in the top row were silver, those in the second bronze, and the dull glow of black iron sat in the third.
"Before you get too excited," Captain Bevan said, "you're each only allowed to pick a single card. 1 card can be picked from each row."
"Are we allowed to examine the cards first, sir?" Matteo asked. The captain shook his head.
"No. You'll have to rely on your luck."
That confused Matteo slightly, but he still took a deep breath and then looked at Eric and Rose, both of whom were staring back at him. Matteo could see the tension in Eric's eyes and the hesitation in Rose's, and he knew he had to be careful with what he said next. "I'm planning on taking an iron-ranked card," Matteo said, pointing to the rows of black cards. Chapter 27. That caught both Eric and Rose off guard, but before they could say anything, Matteo held up his hand and continued. "Back when I was in the bookstore, my master told me it's best not to take cards that are a higher rank than your root. If you do, the strain it will put on you will shorten your life." Though he didn't explicitly say what rank his root card was, both of the other kids could infer, and their gazes both turned sympathetic. "What about the two of you?" Matteo asked. Eric glanced at Rose, and then pointed at the first and second rows where the silver and bronze cards were.
"I can take either of them," he said.
"Then you take the silver," Rose replied quickly, "and I'll take the bronze card." With their decision made, Matteo turned to Captain Bevan and the quartermaster, who were watching them curiously.
"All right, if you've decided, you can make your selection,"
Captain Bevan said, nodding to Eric. Since it wasn't possible to tell what the cards did, Eric only hesitated for a moment before picking up the middle box and clutching it tightly to his chest. Rose was next, picking up the middle box in the bronze row. Matteo took a moment longer, examining each of the boxes in turn and keeping an eye on the quartermaster as he did. Unfortunately, the quartermaster's face was completely impassive, not giving away even a single hint as to which card was the best.
"Pick the one on the left," Corvus said.
Wondering if his crow spirit could see something that he couldn't, Matteo looked at the box closely, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Still, he followed Corvus's direction and picked up that box, peering in at the card inside.
"Well, what are you waiting for?"
Captain Bevan's voice cut through Matteo's thoughts.
"Aren't you going to open the cards?"
Eric was the first to do so, opening up the box and pulling the silver card out from it. He held the card up in front of his chest, and there was a flash of silver light as the card revealed its true form. Even though Eric couldn't read, simply activating the card was enough to allow him to understand what it did. A silver snake manifested briefly before darting toward his right arm, where it sank in.
"That's Viper Strike," Captain Bevan said with a happy nod. "A great card, and a good one for you as well, though its effectiveness will be reduced until you reach the silver rank. It shouldn't put too much strain on you, and it will infuse each of your attacks with a potent poison."
Though eager to try it out, Eric settled for staring at his hand in awe as Rose opened her box. The card she pulled out glowed with bright bronze light. Held up in front of her, it spun, accompanied by a loud roar and the ethereal prints of a large cat. Rather than heading toward her arm like the silver card had, this card sank, slipping into Rose's calf.
"Tiger Stride. Not bad, not bad," Captain Bevan said. "That card has a lot of uses, so take your time as you're discovering them."
Lifting her feet one at a time, Rose seemed to be adjusting to the difference the card had made, though she didn't say exactly what it was. Finally, it was Matteo's turn, and as everyone's eyes turned to him, he opened up the box containing the simple, iron-ranked card. Both of the other cards sounded powerful, and it was with a bleeding heart that Matteo pulled the black card from the box. While he had been able to rationalize that choosing the iron-ranked card was, in fact, the best for him, he found himself quite nervous. He had been hoping to hand-pick his arm and leg slots, as there was no way for him to change them once they were slotted. Taking a deep breath, he held the card up in front of his chest, watching as the dark light flashed across it. What appeared on the card was a simple fist, and without any fanfare, a black light shot from it, sinking into Matteo's right leg. Iron Physique. Increase your body's toughness. Matteo couldn't help but be disappointed. Both of the other kids had gotten incredibly cool-sounding cards, and his, in comparison, looked incredibly lame. The card was passive, and as such, had entered one of his leg slots. He looked at his hands, clenching them, but couldn't feel any sort of difference. Captain Bevan clearly wasn't sure what was going on either, because he stepped forward and grabbed Matteo's wrist.
"That's the Iron Physique card, right?"
"Yes, sir." A faint frown flashed across Captain Bevan's face, vanishing a moment later as he pressed his nail into Matteo's skin. With a sigh, he dropped Matteo's arm and stepped back.
"At the very least, it'll help you survive a little bit longer,"
he said, then waved the three kids out. Both Rose and Eric were incredibly excited about their cards, but it was clear they also felt bad at Matteo's horrible luck.
"Blind, blind, you're all blind," Corvus cackled, causing Matteo to frown and shoot a glance at him.
Since the other two were nearby, he didn't bother with the cackling bird, and the three of them headed back to the training ground, where they were met by Sergeant Lore.
"Welcome back," he said. "I trust that you are happy with your new cards. For the rest of today, I will be teaching you how to use them properly, and then tomorrow, proper training is going to begin. Come on, follow me."
For the next few hours, Sergeant Lore put them through their paces, and then, when they were good and tired, he let them rest for 20 minutes, as he explained more about how the cards worked.
As you know, cards are divided into 3 categories: the root card, which forms the base for your duelist abilities, and then active and passive cards. The root card, once set, is unchangeable. Active and passive cards, however, can be swapped out, though it is a little bit painful. Active cards have to be activated. They require concentration and energy. They typically have stronger effects as well. While on the other hand, passive cards require no upkeep and produce a steady effect. For example, Rose. You got Tiger Stride, right?
"Yes, sir," Rose said, standing up.
Have you noticed the difference in how you move?
"Sort of, sir," Rose replied, looking down at her feet. "It feels like my steps are a little bit lighter, but at the same time, they're more stable."
If you can master it, you'll also find that they're quieter and allow you to move faster, Sergeant Lore said. The higher rank a card, the more effect that it has. So where an iron-ranked card has a single effect, a bronze-ranked card will often have 2. In the case of Tiger Stride, you're looking at lightness and weight. At the end of the day, it's really just the ability to control how much pressure your foot puts on the ground. That's the first effect. The second is speed, allowing you to move faster than you otherwise would have. A silver-ranked card like Viper Strike typically has 3 effects. The first is the poison. The second is the speed of your hands, and the third is finger strength, allowing you to turn your hands into deadly weapons. However, while Tiger Stride doesn't require concentration or energy to maintain it, using Viper Strike is going to drain your energy. Does that make sense?
"Yes, sir. What about Iron Physique?" Eric asked, shooting a glance at Matteo, who had been sitting there quietly. Though he tried, Sergeant Lore couldn't quite keep the grimace from his face.
Iron Physique isn't one of the better cards, he said. All it does is make your body slightly harder. If it was a higher-ranked card, say Bronze Physique, Silver Physique, or even Gold Physique, it would give you an extra layer of armor. Unfortunately, Iron Physique just isn't that effective.
This was no more than Matteo expected, but he didn't despair. Instead, looking up at Sergeant Lore, he asked a question that had been on his mind for some time. "Sir, can you explain what a set bonus is?" The question caught Sergeant Lore off guard, and after giving Matteo a curious look, he nodded.
In every rank, there are specific cards that work better when used together, he said. These are unique cards there are only one of. A set bonus occurs when you get multiple cards from the same set together. So, for instance, the resonance between the cards improves the effect of each card. The bonus for such an effect is considerable, causing each card to act like it is a rank higher.
Thinking over what Sergeant Lore said, Matteo spoke slowly. "So, if I were to find an iron-ranked set, each of those iron-ranked cards would act like bronze-ranked cards?"
The nuances are more particular, Sergeant Lore replied, but yes. However, good luck. There's only one known iron-ranked set, and currently it's held by the commander of the Iron Wing Battalion. They say that a set isn't something you can find. It's only granted by the gods. I don't know where you heard about sets, but I wouldn't waste your time.
Thanking Sergeant Lore, Matteo fell silent. Once their training for the day was over, he headed back to the barracks to meditate.
"You look like you've got a burning question," Corvus said, landing on the bedpost.
With a faint frown, Matteo nodded. "Because of your root card,
Shouldn't both my root card and my iron physique card be acting like silver-ranked cards? After all, I have 3.
Greedy, aren't we? Corvus said, shaking his head. But you're not wrong. The problem is your soul isn't strong enough to sustain them. You're only iron-ranked, which means they won't grow beyond the bronze rank in effectiveness. Only when you get to bronze yourself will they become more effective.
Taking a deep breath, Matteo nodded. So in that regard, they're sort of in line with the way other cards work, right?
Exactly. Even though Eric has silver cards, they're not going to be as powerful as they would be if they were used by a silver-ranked duelist, since he's only in the iron rank too. But it's also going to be a lot easier for him to rank up than it will be for you. After all, he's got a silver-ranked root, and you don't.
I don't need you to remind me, Matteo mumbled, closing his eyes and beginning to focus on his meditation. Matteo would be lying if he had said there wasn't some frustration in his heart. He had long dreamed of being a duelist, but every one of those dreams had involved flying high as a silver, or maybe even gold-ranked duelist. Yet here he was, stuck at the very bottom, with the very worst of roots. On top of that, the skill he had picked up was practically useless for him. After all, his strength lay in understanding the flow of the battle and directing from afar. It would have been better if he had gotten something that could have been used for his archery, but instead he had gotten the practically worthless iron physique. Even with a set bonus, what good was a tough skin going to do for him? Being in combat at all would be a clear sign that he had failed as a strategist. Still, rather than let the thoughts overwhelm him, he did his best to keep them under control, focusing himself as he continued to meditate. The other kids didn't meditate, as it was common knowledge that simply possessing a root card would cause a duelist to continually grow stronger. If Matteo simply waited, however, the abysmal speed of his iron-ranked root would cause him to be stuck in the same rank for decades. So he spent every moment that he could spend meditating, trying desperately to improve his strength. As he got started with his meditation, he couldn't help but bring up his status. Name, Matteo. Race, human. Status, slave. Rank, iron. Root, heart of iron. Iron. Active, blank. Active, blank. Passive, iron physique. Iron. Passive, blank. Links, 1. Seeing a new entry on his status, Matteo grew curious. As he had already completed visualizing the first link in the chain connecting him to Corvus, he assumed that was what the link's line recorded. But there was no indication as to what it was actually for.
Try focusing on it, kid.
His eyes still closed, Matteo concentrated, as if he were going to begin his meditation. But instead of visualizing the chain, he focused on the line at the bottom of his status. Almost immediately, he felt a shiver, and knowledge flooded his mind. The link would allow him to connect his cards together, creating a set. This was the effect of Corvus' root card, and would improve the effect of Matteo's iron-ranked cards closer to bronze. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Matteo chose the only 2 cards he had, Heart of Iron and Iron Physique, and shivered once more. He could feel an ethereal connection forming in his body, linking the 2 cards together. Power passed between them along a thin black chain, causing each to shine brightly in his mind, a faint bronze glow illuminating them as their effects improved noticeably.
This is the power of my root card, Corvus said, and it will increase as the connection between us is strengthened.
Do you mean that the more links I get, the more cards I can add to the set?
Precisely. And the more cards in the set, the stronger the bonus.
The next morning, a new training regime started, at least for Matteo, Eric, and Rose. Rather than being given missions, Sergeant Lore gave them more dedicated hands-on training, even taking them out into the field to hunt and trap. After a week had gone by, he brought them to Captain Bevan, who looked them over.
Sergeant Lore says you're all ready to take the test, so pack up your things. He'll be taking you to the testing ground, where you'll join teams from the other camps."
This was the first time Matteo had heard there were other camps, but on reflection it made sense. After all, the attrition rate for kids coming out of this camp was very high. The other 6 feathers had gone back to regular training, and Matteo had no doubt they would be competing once again, with the winner being selected to take the recruitment test. After packing their few meager belongings, Sergeant Lore led them out of the gorge, and they began to make the long trip to the camp where the recruitment test would take place. As they traveled, Matteo looked around constantly, and soon had figured out where they were. There was a mountain range north of Darrenfor, with a particular peak that looked like one side had been shaved off, leaving it smooth and steep. It was visible from the city, and he saw it again here, allowing him to orient himself. He had long since memorized all of the maps of the continent, and so was able to estimate that they were about 50 miles north of the city. He gave no indication of this, of course, and didn't mention anything to the others, simply filing it away for future use. They continued into the mountains until they came to a wide valley. There they entered a larger camp, and Sergeant Lore brought them to a small building to register, where they were each given a simple token.
"This is your badge. You'll use it in the camp for identification, so don't lose it. You'll be housed in Tent 25 in the southern quadrant. Be ready for training tomorrow morning at sunup."
Following Sergeant Lore, they found their tent and dropped their stuff. Before he left, he patted each of them on the shoulder.
"Good luck in the test," he said. "And if you embarrass me, I'll hunt you down and kill you."
With those cheerful words, he left. By this point, Matteo and the others were all but immune to the threats of death the instructors liked to casually throw around, and after sitting down on their cots, they looked at each other. "What do we do now?" Rose asked, peeking out through the tent opening nervously. "We should get acquainted with the camp," Matteo replied, "and see if we can figure out how things are run." "That's a good idea," Eric said, getting his second dagger out of his pack and slipping it into his boot. They hadn't been warned about carrying weapons visibly, but they also hadn't seen anyone with more than a knife, and so, leaving their weapons behind except for their daggers, they ventured out of the tent to see what they could find in the camp. Chapter 28. The camp was large, but there didn't seem to be many people in it. Instead, the facilities were just spread out. Matteo saw multiple training grounds, a large building that seemed to be used as a mess hall, a quartermaster, a shop, and a few other buildings that looked like a jail and some administrative offices. The day was getting toward evening, so the kids returned to their tent. They noticed that in the time they had been away, another group had come to the tent next to theirs. This group was also a feather, comprised of 3 kids, 1 boy and 2 girls. They looked just as nervous as Matteo felt. They were clearly from a different training camp and watched Matteo and the others approach warily. The boy, who stood protectively in front of the 2 young women, stepped forward to greet Matteo as he got close. "Hello. Are you here for the test too?" It was sort of a dumb question, and from the way the young man's cheeks flushed, it was clear he knew that just as well as anyone else. Still, it wasn't a bad way of breaking the ice, so Matteo nodded. "We are. Did you just arrive?" This time it was the young man's turn to nod. "Yes, I'm 37. This is 35 and 39. As 37 introduced the 2 girls, Matteo looked over them curiously. 39 was tall and willowy, with soft brown hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. A few freckles were dotted across her nose, and her eyes were a startling bright green. 35 was smaller, and from the tense way she held herself seemed to be full of nervous energy. She was blonde, but her hair was cropped short, and she stared at Matteo from stormy blue eyes. Matteo wasn't sure if they were supposed to still use their numbers or not, but since the other feather did, he responded in kind. "I'm 13. This is 14 and 15. We just got here today as well. We were just looking around the camp a little bit." The whole time they were conversing, the members of the 2 teams were sizing each other up. Being able to come this far was a clear indication of the other party's skill, which immediately made them wary. On top of that, to have arrived at this camp meant that someone on the other team had a silver-ranked card. After all, that had been the prize for winning the card competition. If Matteo was honest, he would have expected that the other teams they met here would have been more wary. But then again, it was possible that 37 was only being friendly to try and gather information. After a few more minutes of small talk, the two teams split up, each returning to their own tent. As soon as they entered, Eric turned to say something to Matteo, but he quickly held up his finger, covering his lips. "We have to be up early tomorrow, so let's go to bed," he said. Though he was confused, Eric held his tongue and went and sat down on his cot. "Corvus, can you see what's happening out there?" Matteo asked, mumbling under his breath. With a nod, the crow spirit spread his wings and flew up into the air, passing through the tent. This wasn't the first time Matteo had seen Corvus phase through physical objects, and he still didn't quite understand how the bird spirit interacted with the real world. A moment later, Corvus's voice sounded in Matteo's head, almost as if it was filtering through the chain that connected them.
"The little one, 35. She's listening, outside your tent."
Matteo had guessed as much, and had even considered sending Eric out to do the same thing. Now he was glad that he hadn't, as it would have been quite awkward if they had met. After a moment, Corvus reported that 35 had retreated, and after a moment of thought, Matteo asked Corvus to follow her. He was curious as to whether he would be able to use the bird spirit to spy, so he sat cross-legged on his cot, straightened his back, and began to meditate. The other two were already used to this, so they ignored him as they got ready for bed. Matteo focused on the chain that connected him and Corvus, using his mental awareness to illuminate it one link at a time. He found that as soon as he closed his eyes, the first link appeared perfectly, even without him having to shift his attention to it. This seemed to be the primary benefit of the meditation that he had been doing. Once each link in the chain was firmly fixed in his mind, it took no effort for him to access it. Honing his focus, he carefully followed the chain one link at a time. Because of the distance stretched between them, it took him nearly 10 minutes before he managed to reach Corvus in the other tent, and by that time his breathing was heavy. As soon as he saw the crow, he felt his vision shift, nearly throwing him out of his meditative state. Instead of witnessing the mist-filled world of the chain, he was now staring at the inside of a tent that looked exactly like theirs. In fact, if it hadn't been for the sight of 37, 39, and 35 sitting on the floor talking quietly together, Matteo would have assumed that what he was seeing was his tent. There was a hazy quality to the air, as if something was interfering with the sight, and Matteo could barely hear the conversation that was going on.
"I'm telling you, that team is a problem."
It was 39 who spoke, her green eyes flashing brightly even as the rest of the scene was covered in a faint mist. With a sigh, 37 rubbed his forehead.
"Look, I'm not saying I don't believe you, Kira. I'm just trying to understand how a kid could have a gold root card. That shouldn't even be possible."
"I don't know either, but my eyes are never wrong. They have a gold, a silver, and—"
Here, number 39, Kira, paused, an odd expression covering her face.
"And what?" 35 asked impatiently. "What's the third?"
"I'm not sure. His card was strange. One minute it gave me the feeling of an iron-ranked card, and the next a bronze. It was like it was fluctuating."
35, who had been leaning forward in anticipation, rocked back, crossing her arms over her chest.
"What do you think, Vosh? Kira hasn't been wrong so far."
Number 37, whose name seemed to be Vosh, let out a long sigh and shook his head.
"I don't know, Lizzie, but I will say that 13 kid creeped me out. There was something about the way he looked at us that set my teeth on edge."
"Yeah, me too," Lizzie replied. "I went and listened at their tent, but they just went to bed. I didn't stay very long, as I didn't want to alert them. You know how good some kids' senses are."
"I think that was wise," Vosh said, rubbing his forehead. "Let's do this. We'll try to befriend them and hope we can get through this without conflict."
What if we can't? Kira asked, her bright eyes staring at the young man.
Vosh straightened his back, his eyes growing hard. Then we'll deal with them like we've dealt with everybody else, he said, swiping his thumb over his throat. But for now, we don't need to worry about it. Let's go to bed. With nothing left to see, Corvus retreated, and Matteo did as well, his mind snapping out of the scene and his eyes opening to find Rose and Eric staring at him. It was only then that Matteo realized he was drenched, big beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and seeping through his clothes on his chest and back. Taking a deep breath that somehow reminded him of Vosh, he coughed lightly and gave them a smile. "I'm fine," he said. "Are you sure? You don't look fine," Eric replied, withdrawing slightly. "Yes, I'm fine." Rose's gaze, which had been slightly concerned, grew calm, and after a moment of staring at Matteo, she came over to sit next to him. "Did you find something out?" she asked. In an instant, hundreds of thoughts passed through Matteo's mind as he tried to figure out what information to share. He had learned all sorts of things, but explaining how he knew them would be quite hard. To the others, it looked like he just paused before nodding. "Yes, the tall girl, 39. Her eyes are special. Did you notice how bright they were?" "Yeah, it was pretty surprising," Eric said. "Well, if my guess is correct, then her eyes will allow her to see other people's root cards. Not the specific card itself, but rather just the rank of it," Matteo mused. Noticing the troubled expression on both Rose and Eric's faces, he looked at each of them in turn. "Given that our opponent probably knows what rank we are, I think it's a good idea to share that information with each other." Eric immediately stood up, shaking his head. "No way." Matteo wasn't upset by Eric's refusal. After all, details about a duelist's root card were an incredibly private affair. As the 13 stratagems of the Crow outlined, to know one's enemy was to achieve victory. So it made sense that duelists would want to keep that information hidden. Even though Matteo trusted Eric and Rose, it was clear they had not yet reached the level of trust of being able to share such private information. Still, Matteo thought it a good idea, since they would be going up against other teams with all sorts of strange abilities. So he spoke first. "My root card is—" He hesitated for the briefest of moments. "Iron-ranked. But there's something a bit unique about it." Both Rose and Eric were unsurprised to hear Matteo declare the rank of his card. After all, he had practically admitted it back when they were selecting their rewards from the card competition. But now, hearing his follow-up, they looked at him curiously. "For certain reasons, my root card acts like a bronze-ranked card," Matteo said, causing the other two kids to stare at each other in shock. Both of them were sharp enough to remember the question Matteo had asked about card sets, and a suspicion began to form in their minds. If it was true, and Matteo actually had a set of cards, then he had just shared a secret with them more dangerous than any secret they had. Most duelists were loath to talk about their root card, for fear that someone might kill them and try to take it, and the secret that Matteo had just blurted out was enough to put a giant target on his back. Matteo didn't continue speaking, and instead just watched them carefully. This was a calculated risk on his part. He understood that. And a moment later, when Rose sat up straight and gathered her courage, he knew it had paid off. "I have a gold card," she said. Matteo already knew this, thanks to Kira spilling the secret in the other tent, but he still pretended to be surprised, his eyes opening wide as she continued. "It improves my coordination and my ability to learn fighting styles." That was in line with what Matteo had long suspected, and he gave her a grateful smile as she fell silent. "Thank you for sharing," he said, before turning to look at Eric, who had a disgruntled expression on his face. Both Matteo and Rose had shared their secrets, practically forcing Eric to share his as well. With an annoyed snort, he waved his hand. "I don't have anything nearly like you two. I've just got a silver card related to stealth." Again, this was in line with what Matteo had expected. "My card has to do with my recovery ability,"
he said. Eric's annoyed expression cleared up, transforming into excitement. I knew it! That's exactly what I guessed! Rose, isn't that what I guessed? Taken aback, Matteo saw Rose nod. Yes, that is what you guessed. When she saw Matteo looking at her, she blushed slightly. We were talking about how strange it was that every time you got wounded or beaten up, you were fine within a day or two. So we guessed that your root card had something to do with recovery. But the fact that it's a... Here she paused, not even wanting to say the words out loud. I mean, the fact that it's in the bronze rank was outside of my expectation. I thought you'd be at least silver. Me too, Eric said. After all, it seems a little bit strange that you'd heal so fast with just a bronze-ranked card. Though none of them had expected to spend their evening sharing information about their cards, they all felt a faint sense of camaraderie that hadn't existed before after sharing their secrets. After a bit more discussion, they lay down to go to sleep. Having mostly recovered from his exertion to spy on the other tent, Matteo began to meditate again, working on illuminating the second link in the chain. Even as he did, he could feel his rank strengthening as well. When he had first built a foundation, he had done so by focusing his attention on his root card through his status. This was the typical way that most duelists meditated, but it was also the most inefficient way, according to what Corvus had told him. Instead, he could do the same thing by visualizing the chain. This was in line with what Matteo had read about meditation techniques before. Many famous duelists had meditation techniques of their own, in which they would visualize a particular image, using it as a way to channel power into their root. There had never been any specific information in the books he had read, but now, as Matteo focused on understanding each link of the chain, he realized that this, in and of itself, was a cultivation method. The night passed swiftly, and out of instinct, all of the kids were up early. It was still dark when they stepped out of their tent, and a moment later they heard a rustling sound from beside them as Vosh and his feather stepped out of theirs. Seeing Matteo and the others, Vosh froze for a moment, and then lifted a hand, a wide smile on his face. "Good morning," he said, his voice annoyingly cheerful. Chapter 29. When Matteo, Rose, and Eric just stared at him, Kira covered her mouth and chuckled, while Lizzie sprouted a wide grin. "Don't worry," she said. "It's not just you. He makes us want to punch him as well." "Wait, you mean he's always that cheerful first thing in the morning?" Eric asked as Lizzie and Kira walked over, Vosh trailing sheepishly behind. "Unfortunately, yes," Lizzie said. "You're 14, right?" "Yeah, or Eric," Eric replied. "I just don't know if we're allowed to use our names here." "I don't know either, but my name's Lizzie. This is Kira." "Hi, Kira," Matteo said. "My name's Matteo, and this is Rose." "And I'm Vosh," Vosh said, sidling up to Matteo, who gave him a look and took a step away. "Do you know where it is we're supposed to gather?" Kira asked. "Yes, on one of the main training grounds," Matteo replied. "We're headed that direction now." Walking together, the two feathers soon arrived at the training ground, where they found half a dozen other feathers already gathered. Over the next 10 minutes, 7 more feathers arrived, for a total of 14, all showing up well before the first rays of sunlight dripped over the horizon to light up the morning sky.
"Glad to see you're not tardy."
The kids, who had been chatting quietly among themselves, were shocked to hear a heavy voice and looked around in confusion. That was when Matteo noticed a man standing among them. A dreadful feeling washed down his spine as he realized the man had been standing there the entire time. There was a strange force shrouding his body, however, and Matteo got the feeling that, if he willed it, they would simply forget the man's existence. Pretending to be unaware of the effect he was having on the kids, the man looked around, his eyes settling on Kira, who was the only child who didn't look surprised to see him. With a faint smile, he gave her a nod, and then turned and walked toward a platform set up on one side of the training ground. With a casual leap, he mounted the platform and then turned to face the gathered children.
Form up?
Immediately the teams fell into line, gathering into their feathers, creating 2 rows of 7 teams. Every single one of the children had already passed through the crucible that was their training camp, and after looking them over, the instructor nodded happily.
Looks like we have a lot of smart ones here today, which is good. You'll need that. My name is Instructor Marcus. I will be in charge of you for the next week, teaching you what you need to know about operating together. For the last 6 months, you've been operating in teams of 3. As I'm sure has been drilled into your heads, this is the base unit in the Iron Wing Battalion. Your feather is everything, but a bird doesn't fly with a single feather alone. Instead, it is more common that you will be working together in larger groups, called wings. Each wing consists of 14 feathers, as we have here now. Furthermore, 2 wings form a group, and a group plus the support staff that serve them form a company. All of the companies together form our Iron Wing Battalion. Every feather has a leader, and by now you should have identified who that leader is. In the same way, every wing has a leader as well. 1 feather is responsible for the other 13. Over the next 2 weeks, I will be observing you to determine who your leader will be for your test, so make sure you're doing your best. Now, we have lots to learn, so let's get started.
Much like the training Matteo and the others had gone through back in the gorge, the day started off with physical exercise. However, Instructor Marcus didn't push them too hard. Instead, he put them through their paces to ensure that no one would fall behind. Each and every one of the kids present was a duelist, which meant they had greater strength and stamina than any other child their age. Combined with the brutal physical training they had been going through for the last 6 months, they were all able to keep up with ease. After that, he brought them to the mess hall, where they sat at long tables and a steady stream of food was brought out for them to eat. They resembled a pack of ravenous wolves more than a group of children eating breakfast, as they shoved food in their mouths as fast as possible, but there was no end to the food piled on the table, and soon even the largest of them began to feel full. More than one of the children tucked bits of food away for later, but if the instructors saw it, they didn't say a thing. After 45 minutes, the kids got up from the benches and were brought out to the training field, where Instructor Marcus, assisted by a few other instructors, began to go over the operating procedures the Iron Wing Battalion used for group missions. This included information on basic strategies and a complete set of hand signs that they could use to communicate silently. Matteo watched with rapt attention, soaking in every single detail. Many of the kids around him started to lose focus after the first few hours, but he found all of this information fascinating and was completely locked in. After demonstrating the hand signs twice, Marcus began to test them. Instructors walked up and down the rows, and when the first child was selected to answer a question, one of the instructors stopped behind him.
"What does this symbol mean?"
Instructor Marcus asked, holding up a card that had a squiggle drawn on it. Caught off guard, the kid glanced at one of the other members of his feather, who looked just as blank as he did. The instructor behind him frowned and lifted the stick he carried, whacking the young man painfully across the shoulders and knocking him to the ground. With a tisk, Instructor Marcus shook his head and pulled out a different symbol, his eyes scanning over the gathered children.
"What's the use of me telling you information if you don't remember it?"
he asked.
"Do I have another volunteer?"
The symbol he was holding was one that he had spoken about halfway through his 4-hour lecture, and there was a general air of hesitation among the children, as each seemed to be praying they wouldn't be selected. Noticing Instructor Marcus' gaze drifting toward Eric, who had a panicked look on his face, Matteo quickly stood up. Seeing him stand, Instructor Marcus smiled thinly.
"Do you have an idea?"
he said. "Yes, sir. That's the symbol for an enemy storage facility that has been scouted but not raided, sir. It will typically be found on maps, but could also be marked on signs around the facility itself." Looking at the symbol, which was simply a circle with the number 197 in it, Instructor Marcus blinked before his gaze returned to Matteo.
"Yes. Thank you. That's right. You can sit down."
"Yes, sir." For the next hour, Instructor Marcus asked obscure questions about the material he had just gone over, and each child who answered wrong was swiftly punished by one of the instructors walking by. It served as a good reminder that they were still in the training camp, and by the time the session was done, many of the kids were lying on the ground, groaning. When it was finally done, the instructor clapped his hands, ordering everyone to their feet.
"This afternoon you'll have practical training," he said, "and the combat instructors will be waiting for you at the 3rd training ground. Before that, though, it's time for lunch."
The treatment they were receiving in the camp, though still hard, was miles apart from everything that they had experienced in the gorge. There, they had practically been starved, forced to forage for their own food. Here, however, they were given food liberally, though Matteo, remembering that there was going to be combat training after lunch, warned Eric and Rose not to eat until they were bursting. Once he was satisfied, Matteo took the remainder of his time before the afternoon session started to look around, memorizing the faces of each of the kids, as well as what feather they belonged to. There were some feathers that were incredibly standoffish, maintaining considerable distance between themselves and others whenever possible, while others were more social, mingling together while hiding ruthless looks behind smiling eyes. They had a different instructor for their combat training, and he had them line up once more as he began teaching them a simple martial kata. It was very similar to one Rose had taught Matteo and Eric months ago, so the 3 of them picked it up quickly. Rose especially caught the instructor's eye, and on more than one occasion Matteo saw him watching her intently as she executed perfect punches and kicks. Her form was crisp and explosive, causing it to stand out among the sloppy attempts the other kids executed. Matteo had no doubt there were other strong fighters among the children present, but it was clear that none of them had learned martial arts before, causing his feather to stand out. After practicing the kata for 2 hours, the instructor paired them off with other feathers, and they began sparring. This was the first time Matteo had ever practiced with anyone outside of his feather, and it was with some nervousness that he faced off against a wiry kid who was a few inches taller than him. There was a clear wariness in his opponent's eyes, but he must have seen the hesitation in Matteo's because he advanced confidently before suddenly leaping toward Matteo, intending to grapple him. Having drilled with Rose for the last 5 months, Matteo's response was instinctive. He burst forward, getting inside his opponent's reach, and his arm snapped out, landing a jab to the young man's mouth that knocked his head sideways, causing him to stumble as he landed. Planting his feet, Matteo twisted his right hand, hammering into his opponent's gut, causing him to double over. Stepping back and shoving the kid's shoulder to push him off balance, Matteo's leg swept his opponent's ankle, throwing him to the ground. Next to him, Eric had done nearly the same thing, while Rose had felled her opponent with a swift kick to his neck, knocking him out in one blow. Distancing himself as his opponent dragged himself up from the ground, Matteo lifted his hands again, but this time his opponent refused to come forward. Realizing that the instructor, along with many of the other kids, were watching him, Matteo gritted his teeth and took a step forward. When his opponent flinched, Matteo was caught off guard, but quickly realized what was going on. He remembered how disorienting it had been in his early days of fighting against Rose. Fighting against a structured attack pattern when you weren't familiar with it was beyond disorienting, as attacks seemed to come one after the other, leaving no room for any sort of response. Emboldened, he moved forward quickly, 2 steps to the right and 1 step to the left, causing his opponent to grow more bewildered. Matteo faked an attack, and when his opponent stretched out his arms to try and block, he grabbed the kid's wrist, quickly stepping forward and spinning. Of everything Rose had taught him, throws and grapples were his favorite, as they required the least amount of strength but benefited from his ability to mimic precise movements. With a whoosh, his opponent flew over his head, slamming into the ground hard enough to knock the wind out of him. "That's enough," the instructor said as Matteo pounced toward his downed opponent. For the next 3 hours, they continued to spar, rotating through different opponents. Matteo won more than he lost, but there were a few times when the strength and speed of his opponents overwhelmed him. In those cases, he did his best to protect himself while also memorizing their attack patterns. After their sparring session ended, they got dinner again, and then were given the evening off. The next few days passed much the same way, with instruction on procedures and strategy in the morning, and then combat training in the afternoon, with free time in the evening. After a few days of unarmed combat, they switched to using weapons, running through spears, swords, short axes, daggers, and even bows. That brought them to the end of the week, where, after their meal, Instructor Marcus informed them to pack up, as they would be leaving first thing in the morning for their test. Most evenings, after their meal during their free time, Matteo, Rose, and Eric had been doing their own practice, wanting to ensure that they remained in tip-top condition. Vosh, Kira, and Lizzie had joined them as well, following Matteo's instruction. Most of the other groups ignored them or gave them disdainful looks as they ran by, but Matteo and the others didn't let it bother them. The next morning, all the teams were up bright and early, their gear packed and on their backs as they lined up on the training ground. Instructor Marcus looked over them once, nodded, and then led the way silently, bringing them out of the camp and deeper into the wilderness. For 9 hours they marched, only taking a break once so that the kids could wolf down a bit of food. They were now deep in the mountains. After leaving the valley where the camp was located, and as they climbed up into a mountain pass, they entered a forest full of tall, old trees. Leading them north, up one of the steep slopes on the side of the pass, Instructor Marcus stopped in a wide clearing. After looking around for a few minutes, he nodded and gestured for the kids to gather up.
"We'll be building camp here," he said. "It's important to understand how to build camps, so for the next few days, that's what we'll be doing. We'll start with the most basic defensive structure. Everyone should have been issued a shovel or an axe. Those with axes, head to the woods with Instructor Kiefer. Everybody with a shovel, follow me."
By now, the kids were used to following instruction without question, and under the instructor's careful direction, a military camp sprang up from the ground. Despite the fact that they had been traveling for 9 hours without a break, all of the kids were fresh and ready to go. In fact, most of them felt like it had been quite an easy day. After all, they had only been walking or jogging along. The camp was relatively simple, with a trench dug on 3 sides of the camp and wooden spikes set at a 45-degree angle, aiming over the trench, set every 2 feet. The back of the camp was up against the mountain, where a large rock formation presented a solid wall. Once the camp was finished, the 14 feathers were divided into 2 groups of 7 that were arranged on either side of the instructor's tents. After that, each feather was given a different task, from patrolling to cooking dinner to dealing with the extra supplies that had been brought. Chapter 30. Matteo and his team were one of the feathers in charge of patrolling, and Matteo took the opportunity to get used to the surrounding terrain. They didn't go to bed until well after dark, and even then only got a few hours of sleep before they were woken up for their night patrol. This was the first time Matteo had gotten the chance to experience a soldier's life, and after the chaos and uncertainty of the training camps he had been thrown into, he found it quite refreshing. Cynically, he couldn't help but wonder if that was by design. After all, after the desperate scramble for survival they had experienced earlier, such structure was an incredibly welcome change, and would undoubtedly brand a certain level of loyalty into the hearts of the kids who experienced it. The next day, Instructor Marcus gathered everyone together. "There's still another week of training," he said. "During this time, you'll be learning more about how we operate in the field. After that, we'll have our test to see how much you've managed to retain. You've each been given your tasks. Begin carrying them out." For 2 days, the 14 feathers continued to operate as if they were a wing deployed to the field. They were sent to scout different locations, run through mock missions, and given surprise scenarios to see how they would react. On the 3rd day, however, when they were called together in the morning, Matteo noticed that the instructors had grim expressions on their faces. He wasn't the only one who had noticed, and all of the children quieted down as they waited for Instructor Marcus to speak. "A situation has arisen," the instructor said, looking around, "that requires all of the instructors to move. You will remain here, encamped, until we are back. It shouldn't take us longer than a day before we return, at which point we will resume the training. Though you'll be left alone, don't get any funny ideas." After Instructor Marcus's voice trailed off, every single one of the kids felt a stinging pain in their neck as the slave marks they carried activated. It was only for a moment, but even Matteo couldn't help but wince.
Many of the kids let out gasps as the pain washed over them before retreating.
"With me," Instructor Marcus said, and he and the other instructors swiftly left the camp, vanishing into the trees.
Matteo, along with the rest of the kids, looked around, thrown off by the sudden change. Then Matteo heard Corvus's cackle, and his mind sharpened. Tapping Rose on the shoulder, he gestured for her to follow and stepped out of line, immediately attracting all of the other kids' attention. Walking out in front of the group, he turned around, Rose mirroring his movements. Everyone knew who Matteo was, as he was the only one of them who hadn't been beaten by the instructors during their strategy and operations classes. The same was true for Rose, who was the undisputed champion of the week of combat training they had gone through. Seeing the two of them standing out front, a low murmur started to rise among the other kids, forcing Matteo to clap his hands. "Quiet, please," he said. Before he could continue, one of the other kids, a 16-year-old with a shock of blonde hair that stuck out in every direction, stepped forward. "Looks like you're trying to become the boss," he said, his eyes narrowing. "Why would we listen to you?" Giving the teenager a long look, Matteo jerked a thumb at Rose. "Because she'll beat your head in if you don't," he said. With a rueful look at Rose, who was nodding seriously, the teenager scratched his head and retreated back into his feather. "That's a good reason," he said, causing a bunch of the other kids around him to laugh. Matteo wasn't thrown off by the interruption, and was actually glad for it. Though they hadn't coordinated beforehand, it was very clear that the teenager had stepped forward intentionally, giving Matteo the space he needed to say his piece without interruption. With all eyes on him, Matteo stepped forward and raised his hands. "Look," he said, "I'm not looking to be in charge. None of us has been assigned the leader, which means that nobody can tell anybody else what to do. However, I do have some suggestions. We've all been assigned tasks by the instructors. I think we should keep doing them. After all, it's likely that we're all being observed still. If that's the case, then it wouldn't do for us to slack off and get caught with our pants down when the instructors do come back." That's it. That's all I wanted to say. "Oh, then that's fine." Again, it was the wild-haired teenager who spoke up, looking around as he did so. "We're fine with that, right?" A few of the people near him nodded, and that caught on, and soon all of the different feathers had agreed to continue performing their tasks. After the group had broken up, Matteo, flanked by Rose and Eric, walked over to where the wild-haired teenager stood. He only knew that his number was 75, but when he saw Matteo approach, he offered a handshake. "My name is Ben," he said, introducing Lars and Dolph, the two younger kids behind him. Matteo greeted them and introduced himself and his team. Before he could continue speaking, Vosh, who had been following close behind, trailed by Kira and Lizzie, forced his way into the circle. "Hi, I'm Vosh," he said, smiling widely. Slightly exasperated, Matteo coughed and took a small step back, allowing Kira and Lizzie to join them as well. Their three neighbors had stuck to Matteo and his team closely ever since they were first introduced, and after they had seen Matteo and Rose's performance during the trainings, they had begun hanging around at every opportunity. Eric and Lizzie seemed to have formed a fast friendship, and if Matteo wasn't careful, he would often find that Eric had wandered off to talk with her in some corner, smoothing his unruly hair with his fingers, only to have it pop back up again like it possessed a mind of its own. Ben greeted Vosh and the two girls, then turned back to Matteo. "What do you think about this?" he asked, referring to the fact that the instructors had left. Giving Ben a long look, Matteo shrugged. "What am I supposed to think about it?" he asked. "I don't know. I'm not the strategic genius," Ben said with a sly smile. "That'll be you, right?" "I think it's too early to tell," Matteo replied, not refuting Ben's words, which caused Ben considerable amusement. "I think we'll find out tomorrow what's really going on. But if I can make any recommendations, it would be that we increase our patrols tonight, just in case there's an incident." Matteo didn't know where it was coming from, but a faint sense of unease had started to build in him ever since the instructors had left, as if there was some sort of crisis steadily creeping closer. With a frown, he looked around the camp and then gestured to the rough wooden fence. "I think
We should increase our defenses as well, he said. But in order to do that, we'll need everybody's assistance. Thinking for a moment, Ben nodded. Fine. But if we want their assistance, then there's somebody else we have to talk to first. Matteo immediately knew who Ben was talking about. Among the 14 teams, there were 3 that stood out in particular. The first was Matteo's, as he and Rose completely dominated the training. The second was Ben's, as he was both the oldest child and one of the best fighters, on top of being quite eye-catching. The third was a wolfish young man of about 14 who bore the number 1. He was the only person present who could come even close to giving Rose a run for her money, and he had a vicious and taciturn air about him that caused others to walk lightly when they encountered him. With him were a pair of twins, equally quiet and quite small for their age. Both of them gave off the impression of mice, especially next to their wolf-like leader. But they had picked up all of the instruction quickly, and having sparred against them many times, Matteo knew better than to underestimate them in combat. Rather than dallying, Ben walked over to where one and the twins were standing. Immediately, all of the kids began to look in their direction, wondering if there was going to be a violent confrontation between them. Keeping his distance, Ben greeted the taciturn young man with a nod, and then jerked a thumb at Matteo, who had followed him over. "My name is Ben, and this is Matteo. What's your name?" Staring at Ben, and then at Matteo in turn, the wolfish young man spoke in a clipped voice. "Zell." "Well, Zell, Matteo here thinks something's wrong," Ben said bluntly. "He thinks we need to shore up our defenses and increase our patrols." An emotion resembling surprise flickered through Zell's eyes as he glanced at Matteo. "I thought I was the only one who sensed it," he said. "Sensed what?" Matteo asked, his forehead furrowing. "The smell of wolves. It's been on the wind and growing stronger." "There shouldn't be many wolves in this mountain range," Matteo said, his forehead creasing even further as he frowned. "Why wouldn't there be wolves here?" Ben asked. "Time of year," Matteo replied. "It's too hot," Zell said at the same time. "Needless to say, it's unusual," Matteo continued after exchanging glances with Zell, "and anything unusual has the potential to be dangerous." Closing his eyes to think for a moment, Matteo quickly came up with a plan. "Ben, can you organize some teams to strengthen our perimeter? Zell, can you pick out a couple of feathers to go on patrol to try to find out what's going on with the wolves and if they're going to be a threat?" Both boys looked at each other and then back at Matteo, nodding. "In the meantime, I'll make sure we organize our supplies and start figuring out a plan for defending, in case something bad does happen." "Hold on," Vosh said, stepping forward, his normal smile nowhere in sight. "You're talking as if something bad is going to happen. Just because there are more wolves than there should be in the mountain range, that doesn't mean anything. I don't think taking action on this little information is a good idea. What if it's just a waste of effort?" Seeing Ben frown, Matteo held up his hand. "Hold on," he said before Ben could lash out. "That's a fair question." Crouching, he began sketching in the dirt, forming a rudimentary map of the mountain range that they were in. "This is where we're located," he said, placing a rock in between 2 mountains. He added a line a short distance away. "This is the Empire's border," he said. "Do you know who lives on the other side?" Unsurprisingly, all of the kids shook their heads. "There are 6 major tribes of barbarians," Matteo explained, "and the Empire is unfriendly with all of them. One of the tribes, the Tursik, are known for a particular secret art." "Beast control," Kira blurted out, causing Matteo to look up at her and nod. "It just so happens that the Tursik live on the other side of that border, in the wilds, connected to this mountain range." Looking down at the crude map drawn in the dirt, Vosh swallowed. "You think there's a Tursik beastmaster out there?" he said. "I certainly hope not," Matteo replied, "because if there is, we're probably all dead. Proper beastmasters are gold-ranked duelists. I'm hoping that we're dealing with a few scouts instead. But if there is a beastmaster, maybe that explains why the instructors had to leave." Taking a deep breath, Ben crossed his arms over his chest. "We can't take the chance.
he said. "I've heard beastmasters can control thousands of animals at once." "Which is exactly why we need to strengthen the defenses," Matteo replied, standing up and brushing his hands off. "Zell, knowing that there may be a beastmaster out there, are you comfortable scouting still?" Zell didn't respond for a moment, his eyes cold as he stared down at the map, and then he gave a curt nod before turning and heading off to find some other teams to come with him. Ben followed suit, looking to recruit teams to go into the woods and cut more spikes for the defenses. Word quickly spread why they were doing it, and all of the teams began to pitch in, doing what they could to strengthen the camp. Beastmasters were a unique existence, shrouded in myth and hearsay, and the tales told of their feats were the stuff of legends. In one of the stories Matteo had heard during his time begging outside of a tavern, a single beastmaster had used a massive herd of over 1,000 elephants to completely flatten a mountain, paving a path through an impassable mountain range. There were even more stories about beastmasters who gathered beasts in quantities that surpassed the imagination, overrunning their enemies in an endless swarm. If there truly was a beastmaster operating in the mountains, Matteo didn't have any confidence they would be able to resist an attack, as only other gold-ranked duelists would be able to stop them. What they could do, however, was shore up their defenses and hope they could avoid the beastmaster's attention long enough for the instructors to return. Though he had no proof, Matteo was confident that Instructor Marcus was in the gold rank as well. But when facing a beastmaster, that didn't matter much, as even if the beastmaster and the instructor fought, the beasts under the beastmaster's control could still overrun their defenses. A sense of urgency shrouded the camp as the kids hurried to carry out their tasks, and after coming up with a basic defensive strategy, Matteo pitched in with the others. His main focus was improving the wall, so he had the kids cutting stakes, set them in between the others, closing the gaps as best as they could. A second row was set up behind the first at a slightly steeper angle to hopefully prevent wolves from jumping over. At the same time, Matteo directed some of the feathers to begin digging the trench wider, making sure to pitch in himself to help avoid complaints. With the defenses improved along the outer wall, Matteo asked for more stakes to be set inside the camp, creating a few defensive spots around the large fire pits, as well as in the back of the camp, near the large rocks. Chapter 31. By the time it was evening, all the kids were tired, but the camp defenses were much stronger, and everyone was quite pleased with their work. Rose, Kira, Lizzie, and a few others had taken up the task of cooking dinner for everyone, making big pots of soup and distributing hard bread to dip in it. Standing by the fire as he ate his soup, Matteo was just finishing up when he heard the chain rattle and saw Zell hurrying out of the woods with one of the twins beside him, the other laying on his back. Even from a distance, Matteo could tell she was bleeding badly from a wound on one of her dangling arms, causing his heart to jump in his chest. "Rose, grab some bandages. Ben, Vosh, let's go help him." Racing to the edge of the camp, Matteo met Zell, helping to lift Sora from his back. Sora's brother Seb hovered nervously in the background, and Matteo looked over the vicious gash on his sister's upper arm. "Wolves?" Matteo asked, trying to hold pressure on the wound. "Wolves," Zell said, his voice hard. "We encountered them 2 miles to the west, on the other side of the pass. There were 3 of them." "How'd you get away?" Crouching down next to Sora, Zell didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a still bloody dagger and began wiping the blade off. "Here are the bandages," Rose said, arriving with a bundle of fabric that she put down next to Matteo. "Thanks. Ben, Vosh, can you get everyone ready to defend against an attack? If we really are facing someone who can control beasts, it's pretty likely they have found our camp, or at least will soon." Pausing for a moment, Matteo pretended he hadn't noticed the stricken look in Zell's eyes. In his haste to get Sora back to camp, Zell and the twins had created a direct trail leading straight to the others, a trail magnified by the blood Sora had shed, as well as the wolf blood covering Zell's dagger. "Rose, help me out here," Matteo said as he grabbed one of the bandages. "Zell, Seb, you did great. Feathers live and die together, so it's good you brought Sora back to the camp." His words didn't ease Zell's grim expression. "If the wolves come, then they'll die," Matteo said firmly.
Let's focus on what we can control. After all, I might be totally wrong and they might not come at all. It was clear that none of the other kids believed that for a moment, and the atmosphere was tense as everyone hurried to make sure the defenses were all in place. After bandaging Sora, who was still unconscious, Mateo had Rose carry her to the large tent in the center of the camp and went to join Ben, Vosh, and Zell, who were talking nearby. "There are still 2 feathers who haven't come back yet," Ben said to Mateo as he walked over, "and if they get caught outside during an attack, it will be really dangerous for them." "Nothing we can do about that," Mateo said. "They'll need to make it on their own if they get caught out there." Glancing out at the shadows beginning to stretch out between the trees as the sun set behind the mountain, Mateo was about to continue when a distant howl cut through the air, causing everyone in the camp to freeze for a moment. A second, and then third, quickly followed, each one closer to the camp than the last. Taking a deep breath, Mateo looked at the other 3 young men. "Looks like we're not going to be lucky. Let's get the torches lit and get into position." With every moment that passed, the tension in the air seemed to grow, but that only made the kids quieter. If Mateo had to face this situation with the group who had first accompanied him when he had arrived in the gorge, there would have been panic. But each one of the children here had spent the last 6 months or longer surviving, and instead of fear, what filled them was a barely repressed savagery as they prepared to fight for their lives. Under Mateo's direction, they split up into 4 groups, each one responsible for guarding a direction. Mateo, Rose, and Eric led a few feathers at the front of the camp, with Rose taking the camp's single entrance, which was just wide enough for a single wolf to pass through. Zell took the left side of the camp with a few feathers, while Ben took the right side. 5 of the feathers were assigned to the center of camp, where they would stand by, ready to swap in to relieve the other feathers as they grew exhausted, as well as guard the back of the camp just in case the wolves tried to come in by jumping down from the rocky cliff. Each of the kids held their own weapons, as well as a long wooden spear cut from the forest around them. The camp was dark, no fires or torches lit at Mateo's direction, and as the moon rose, the shadows from the mountain behind them covered the camp in a blanket of gloom. Thankfully, the moonlight was strong, casting its silver rays into the edge of the forest, illuminating the gaps between the trees. Standing in the dark camp, the children were silent, their eyes slowly scanning over the edge of the forest. As nerve-wracking as it was to wait, Mateo found himself growing calmer as he watched the silent forest beyond the wall of stakes. A long howl echoed on the wind, drawing the kids' attention to the left, and a moment later another sounded from the right side of the camp, indicating they were surrounded. From where he stood 10 feet behind Rose, Mateo could see her clenched fists, pale around the knuckles from how tightly she squeezed them.
"They're getting close, kid."
The sound of the black chain rattled like a broken bell in Mateo's mind as he caught sight of the first wolf slipping through the trees. Bright eyes with an unearthly green glow illuminated a long snout and gleaming teeth as the beast slowly walked forward. It had thick, spiky fur that was unusually long along the ridge of its spine, and heavy, muscular shoulders tapered into a lean waist that gave the wolf a streamlined profile. As it stepped around a tree, its fierce gaze fixed on the dark camp ahead, another wolf emerged behind it, and then another, and another. An eerie silence covered the camp as more and more wolves appeared at the edge of the woods. But in some ways, their arrival brought some relief. Though the appearance of the wolves brought with them a very real sense of danger, it had been much more nerve-wracking to stare at the empty forest, imagining what terrors hid behind the tall trees. "Hold steady," Mateo said, the sound of his voice causing the wolves to pause slightly. "Remember the plan." The wall of stakes driven into the ground around the camp gave the children some level of comfort, though seeing the size of the wolves caused more than one of them to gulp. Outside of the makeshift wall was the trench they had dug, currently piled high with brush gathered from the edge of the forest and dumped inside, providing another barrier to hopefully make the wolves' footing unstable, preventing them from being able to leap over the spike wall. The recruits were 42 in number, though 6 of them still hadn't returned to the camp, causing a sinking feeling in Mateo's chest. And at first, Mateo was still hopeful they would outnumber the wolves,
but as more of the beasts crept out from between the trees, that hope slowly died. However, that soon became the least of his worries. He was doing his best to keep all of the wolves in sight when the hair on the back of his neck slowly stood up. From the way Rose tensed, it was clear she had sensed it as well, and on Mateo's right, he heard Zell let out a low growl. In the next moment, a figure stepped out from behind one of the trees, tall, dressed in a robe, open in front. With his hands held behind his back, a masked man strolled toward the camp. There was an odd magnetism to his presence, and Mateo found it almost impossible to tear his eyes away. At the same time, moonlight swirled around the man, almost as if it was unable to escape his orbit. The mask on his face was simple, carved into the head of a wolf with a golden moon set in the center of its forehead. The rest of the man's body was covered, from the hood on his head to the boots on his feet. Mateo couldn't see a single detail. The one thing he knew, however, was that this man was an enemy that none of them could hope to overcome. Mateo could sense unparalleled strength radiating from him, despite the fact that the man still hadn't released a shred of his aura. The wolves parted respectfully, their eyes never leaving the kids huddled together in the camp. With something akin to curiosity, the masked man looked around, examining the hastily erected defenses. The longer the silence dragged on, the tenser the situation became, until finally the masked man spoke, his words heavily accented. "One of you cubs killed my wolves. Throw them out to me, and I will let the rest of you be."
Rather than easing the tension, the man's words caused each of the kids to clench their weapons all the tighter. More than a few glances shot towards Zell, who trembled slightly, the fierce expression on his face never wavering. Sora was still recovering in the tent at the center of camp, and Seb, who was standing next to Zell, had trouble suppressing the moan that slipped from his lips. When none of the kids jumped to do as he said, the masked man's voice grew colder.
"If you are not willing to give him up, then all of you shall pay for his sin. I will count to 3, and then I will kill."
As soon as the word sounded, the wolves around the camp tensed, their hackles rising, low growls emanating from their throats as they bared their teeth, ready to leap forward and attack. In that moment, hundreds of thoughts scrambled through Mateo's head. He didn't know what rank the masked man was, as the aura around him appeared to Mateo as a gray fog that couldn't be seen through, a clear indication the man's strength far outstripped their own. But there were enough clues that Mateo had a good idea. First was his effortless control over the powerful wolves that surrounded the camp. The second was the golden moon etched on his wolf mask, and the third was the ease with which he held himself, clearly accustomed to wielding the power of life and death over others. From the reading he had done, Mateo knew that every increase in a duelist's rank would increase their strength explosively, and the higher in rank one rose, the greater the difference between levels. All of this led Mateo to believe that the man in front of them was a gold-ranked duelist. What was ironic was that even if he was only ranked silver, there was absolutely no chance the kids would be able to defeat him, as a silver-ranked duelist was more than capable of dealing with over 100 iron-ranked duelists, even without the wolves' participation. Considering that each of the wolves was close to the iron rank themselves in strength, it was obvious their situation was entirely hopeless. Hesitating for only a moment, Mateo suddenly spoke. "Stop him!" His words weren't for the masked man, but instead were for Rose. She was on the same page as Mateo, and she reacted instantly, stepping to the right to block Zell, who had abruptly rushed toward the camp wall. Despite his fierce expression, Zell clearly had loyalty baked into his bones. He too could feel that there were no other options, and so in that split second had made the decision to give himself up, hoping the enemy would stay true to his words. Mateo had no such illusions. It was clear from both his body language and speech that the masked man didn't care about any of them. If the masked man was a beastmaster, it would have been a simple matter for him to have overrun them with wolves without ever appearing, or he could have simply shown up and killed them himself without giving them a chance to fight back. Instead, he stepped forward with the absurd demand that they give up one of their own. His words were clearly aimed at undercutting the morale of all of the recruits present, and Matteo wasn't going to fall for it. Seeing Rose stop Zell from rushing out, the masked man's head tilted to the side slightly. But before he could speak, Matteo's voice sounded clearly in the night air. "We don't give up on our own," he said. The words were simple, but they seemed to ignite something in the children's hearts as each of them remembered the instruction they had received up until this point. As a large group, they had next to no cohesion. After all, they had just spent 6 months surviving in their feathers, competing against every other team for their very survival. But with Matteo's words, a thread of something began to awaken in their hearts. They certainly wouldn't give up on their feathers, but even beyond that, they belonged to something greater. Silently, Zell looked back at Matteo, who met his gaze calmly. "Take your positions," Matteo said, and without hesitation, Rose stepped back to block the entrance to the camp once more, her spear held in one hand and her short sword in the other. After a moment of staring, Zell returned to his position, his gaze still cold. Matteo had no idea what Zell was thinking, but he didn't care, as his full attention was fixed on the masked man.
"The choice of a fool," the masked man said. "Your companion was willing to sacrifice himself for you, to ensure your survival. To stop him has sealed your fate."
The man gave no visible command to attack, but the wolves all charged forward, howling as they raced towards the camp from all sides. Taking a deep breath, Matteo stepped back, his bow lifting, with it a sharp arrow. "Light," he said, and one of the teams behind him quickly lit a bundle of torches, one of which was thrust into a large bonfire that stood in front of the camp's central tent. As fire began to spring up, 2 of the other feathers, who were in reserve, lit their torches as well, flooding the camp with bright light. Chapter 32. At the same time, one of the wolves reached the pit, and without hesitation leapt, soaring through the air to try and get over the sharp stakes blocking its path. It had targeted the part of the makeshift wall nearest to Ben, and when he had seen it coming, Ben stepped forward with a shout, his wooden spear driving straight out over the top of the spikes to stab into the wolf's shoulder. The weight of the creature nearly knocked him over, but he planted his feet and jerked down. This redirected the wolf's momentum, causing it to drop early, not allowing it to clear the stakes. With a painful roar, it landed on the exposed stakes, one piercing through its ribs and going all the way through the wolf, while another ripped a long gash along the wolf's hindquarters. Stepping back to avoid the wolf's snapping maw, Ben pulled his makeshift spear free and then thrust it again, stabbing it deep into the wolf's mouth. Even as he did so, more wolves were leaping, attempting to breach the wall, even as the recruits stepped forward to intercept them. At the front of the camp, 2 large wolves raced for the opening where Rose stood, her spear and sword at the ready. Wielding the spear more like a lance, Rose didn't wait for them to leap for her. Instead, she surged forward as the first got to the camp's entrance. It had just tensed its body, its legs coiling as it prepared to leap, but Rose was faster, dashing forward and slashing down with her blade. Her sword cut through the thick muscles on the wolf's shoulder, forcing a yelp out of its throat as it tried to dodge to the side. It had already started to leap, however, and its shift in direction sent it further than it intended, causing it to land among the thick brush piled up in the trench. The second wolf arrived at that moment, choosing not to leap as it lunged, mouth wide open to try and bite Rose's arm. She took 2 quick steps back, her spear jabbing out at the creature's face, scoring a scratch along its snout. For a moment, everything was chaos, shouts and howls as the assault intensified. Standing a dozen feet behind Rose, Matteo took a deep breath, trying to keep his jumping heart as calm as possible as he surveyed the field. The flames grew behind him, warming his back and, more importantly, shedding bright light over the field. The purpose of the flame was twofold. It cast light into the surrounding area, increasing the recruits' ability to see their enemy. It also acted in the opposite regard for the wolves, who were staring into the fire rather than away from it, making it harder for them to pick out the individual recruits in the darkness. Taking a deep breath, Matteo drew the string on his bow, scanning for a target. For the briefest of moments, his eyes lingered on the masked man, who stood at the edge of the forest, watching calmly, his hands still behind his back as the assault got underway. Even as Matteo hesitated, he felt the man's eyes settle on him, and Matteo felt like he had been dropped into an icy pond in the middle of winter. The masked man's gaze carried a sense of weight that hit Matteo like a physical blow, causing Matteo to stagger backward a step as he tore his gaze away, his breathing rough.
"You have to be careful with those in realms above yours," Corvus's scratchy voice echoed in Matteo's head. "Their aura allows them to manifest mental pressure that they can use to completely lock down anyone in a lower rank. Focus instead on the wolves."
Ignoring the steadily rising dread in his heart, Matteo nodded grimly and picked a target from among the wolves who were fighting to get across the defensive line. He saw one of the recruits struggling against a wolf that had managed to wedge itself between two of the stakes and was now pushing forward, its heavy shoulders forcing the stakes aside. The recruit was doing his best to keep the wolf back, stabbing it in the head and shoulders over and over again, but the beast seemed to have gone mad as it snapped and bit, its claws scrabbling against the ground as it tried to force its way in. Once loosed, Matteo's arrow was nearly invisible in the darkness and stabbed deep into the wolf's eye, causing it to howl in pain as its head jerked back from the force. Recognizing the opportunity, the recruit lunged forward, abandoning his spear as he drew a long dagger that stabbed deep into the wolf's throat, the sharp edge of the iron blade cutting through its skin with ease. With one hand, the young man gripped the underside of the wolf's jaw, forcing its head back even further as his blade slashed right and left, blood spurting across his body as if splattered from a paintbrush. Jumping back, he picked up his spear again and gave Matteo a thankful nod. But Matteo had already moved on to other targets, watching carefully to see where the recruits needed help before sending swift arrows to aid them. He had just loosed his fourth arrow when he heard a grunt from Rose, and looking over, saw her driving her sword into the side of a shaggy wolf. There were already 3 dead or dying wolves at her feet, and it was clear that the pressure on her was substantial. Before she could recover her blade, another wolf jumped over, forcing her to roll to the side. She still had her spear, however, and a moment later a 5th wolf joined the growing pile. The fighting was fast and fierce, and the wolves that had originally matched the recruits in number didn't seem to be decreasing at all, despite nearly 20 of them lying dead around the camp. For each one that died, another materialized from the dark woods, dashing out to join their brethren. The entire time, the man in the wolf mask watched, completely impassive. No more than 3 minutes had gone by, but already Matteo could see that the recruits who had faced the first charge were beginning to flag. As tough as each of the kids were, this was the first time that any of them had faced mass battle, and the combination of the tension they felt beforehand and the sudden release as the two sides clashed against each other had caused them to expend more energy than they should have. Knowing that if any of the defenders grew tired, it would spell the end for their camp, Matteo ordered the feathers in reserve to switch places with those who were fighting. Each of the reserve teams was carrying torches, and as they ran forward, they threw the torches out into the darkness, targeting the trench that ran all the way around the camp before helping their comrades deal with the wolves still trying to struggle through the stake wall. As the torches landed, thick grass that had been sprinkled in the bottom of the trench quickly caught fire, sending a wall of flames racing around the camp. There were over a dozen wolves still tangled among the branches, and with yelps of fear they tried to escape, either running back to the forest or forcing their way into camp. A few were stuck on the stakes, or pinned in place by the recruits' spears, and as the flames licked higher, their fur began to light as well. The tangle of brush in the trench went up next, causing the flames to rise even higher. Matteo had no idea what the man in the wolf mask thought of the change on the battlefield, so he braced himself, ready for the gold-ranked duelist to step forward and deal with all of them himself. If the man did, Matteo estimated they would only be able to survive for a minute at most. So it was with considerable relief that he saw the masked man hadn't moved even an inch from where he originally stopped. Instead, a new wave of wolves raced out of the forest, refilling the numbers and even causing them to swell, until there appeared to be about 100 large wolves gathered. The flames burned fiercely, buying time for the recruits to regain some of their energy. Those who had been wounded retreated to rest at the back as other feathers took their places. Watching as the wolves in front of her retreated, Rose stepped back as well, taking a deep breath as she tried to calm her nerves. Zell and Ben each hurried over. The fierce expression on Zell's face had only grown stronger, and he had accounted for 3 wolves all by himself. Ben had only managed to kill 1, and was having trouble hiding the worry in his eyes as he spoke quietly to Matteo. "The fire isn't going to last long," he said. "What are we going to do?" With a little bit of exasperation, Matteo glanced at him and then shrugged. Instead of answering, he pulled back the string on his bow, loosing an arrow that zipped out into the night, nailing a wolf in the side of the head. The arrow sank in through its ear, piercing its brain and killing the creature instantly, causing the wolves around to let out howls as they jumped back. Slowly drawing another arrow from his quiver, he glanced at the others and then shrugged again. To his surprise, this caused Zell to laugh, the sound ringing clearer in the night. This was the first time that Matteo had ever heard Zell laugh, and the sound was filled with a strange mixture of relief and genuine humor. Ben stared at Matteo for a moment, and then suddenly laughed as well before patting Matteo on the shoulder and then strolling back over to the left side of the camp. As Zell turned away, he gave Matteo an appreciative nod. The 2 recruits' laughter had drawn everyone else's attention, and seeing everyone look in their direction, Rose lifted the sword she had recovered. "We hold out," she said, "and kill each one that comes." It wasn't much as far as inspirational speeches went, but it seemed to be exactly what the recruits needed to hear. A low murmur swept the camp, followed by chuckles, and then more laughs. Rather than thinking about it and making it complicated, this was the best plan. If the wolves came, they would kill them. After all, what other choice did they have? None of them had any desire to fight against an endless horde of wolves in the woods, and the instructors were nowhere in sight, so no matter how the situation was cut, they didn't have much choice but to fight. Contained in their laughter was a sense of grim savagery. Every single one of the recruits had gotten here through their relentless drive to survive, and they weren't about to roll over and play dead just because their situation had grown dangerous. Matteo, who had never once taken his eyes from the wolves outside the camp, saw a shift in their ranks that sent a chill down his spine. He wasn't exactly sure how he knew it, but in that moment he knew that an attack was about to commence. "Stay sharp. Here they come!" Even as his voice broke through the chatter, the wolves let out a long howl and launched themselves forward, braving the flames that surrounded the camp as they rushed to attack. Matteo wasn't sure if it was the reflection of the fire, but there was a certain redness to the glow that shrouded their eyes as they launched themselves into the spikes. This attack was more frenzied than the first, as the wolves used their numbers to try and overwhelm the defenders. Any hesitation the recruits had felt had been wiped away by Rose's words, and with a ferocity that matched the wolves, they drove their spears forward, fighting desperately against each of the beasts as they charged. In the midst of battle, everything seemed to happen all at once. Matteo, his concentration at its absolute peak, sent out arrow after arrow, each one targeting a wolf about to break through the wall. The twang of the bow in the night carried with it the scent of death, as every arrow he shot resulted in another dead wolf. Whether it died to his arrow, or his arrow distracted it enough that the recruit facing it could finish the job, Matteo didn't care one bit, only that each of his shots achieved maximum effect. The fiercest fighting was at the front of the camp, where Rose had abandoned her spear and picked up a second sword. She hacked and slashed, her body moving this way and that in a small, cramped space. Thankfully, it was hard for more than one wolf to attack her at a time, but the growing pile of wolves in front of her was a clear testament to just how much pressure she was under. After what seemed like an eternity, the wolves pulled back once more, causing many of the recruits to gasp in relief. The retreat sent warning bells ringing through Matteo's head, however, and with a hoarse voice he yelled, "Don't relax! They're coming again!" As if his words were prophetic, only a few seconds later another wave of wolves launched their attack, forcing the defenders to fight desperately once more. As the night wore on, the fighting continued, drenching the night in blood and violence. 6 times the wolves attacked, and 6 times they were repulsed, unable to make it past the camp's defenses. Since the first attack had begun, Matteo had never once ceased firing arrows. In one of the brief moments of rest between assaults, he noticed with some surprise that his fingers were fine. Previously, after this many shots, his fingers would have been a bloody mess. and though they would have recovered the following day, it would have been impossible for him to shoot this many shots consecutively. It only took him a moment of thought to realize what was going on. His Iron Physique card, which had strengthened his skin, gave his fingers just enough toughness that they weren't bothered by the bowstring, no matter how many times he drew it back. On top of that, he had felt his Heart of Iron card kicking in as well, restoring his flagging energy with every breath he took. The other recruits weren't quite as lucky, and many of them were growing absolutely exhausted. During a lull in the fighting, the leaders of a few of the feathers walked over to where Matteo, Rose, and Zell had all grouped up. "We can't keep this up," one of them said, shooting a dark glance across the trench, which was filled with dying embers, toward the wolves milling around at the edge of the forest. "I think we need to move." When Ben and Zell both looked at Matteo, he took a deep breath and shook his head. "No," he said, his voice firm. Chapter 33. The bright light of the bonfire was starting to fade as the fire died down, and the jumping flames caused their shadows to twist on the ground as if they were dancing. "What do you mean, no?" the other recruit said, staring at Matteo with narrowed eyes. "The wolves are endless. If we can't escape, they're going to overrun us. We've defended fine so far, but soon we're going to start losing people, and once that happens, it's going to be all downhill from there." "I don't think your assessment is wrong," Matteo said, calmly releasing an arrow and frowning when the wolf it had targeted jumped to the side at the last minute. The arrow stabbed deep into its hind legs, and from the way it yelped and dragged its legs away, it had clearly been crippled. Matteo had been hoping to eliminate it altogether, however, and wasn't pleased with the result. As he drew another arrow, he turned his attention back to the gathered recruits. "You're right that we can't last very much longer, but we're under orders." "Orders? What are you talking about?" "We were told to stay here," Matteo said, "and besides, you know just as well as I do that your chances of survival in the woods are 0. Even if we all leave together, we'll be overrun by the wolves and dragged off one by one until we're all dead. At least here, there's a chance that the instructors will be back before we've been eliminated." Though it was clear the recruit who had first spoken up wanted to argue, he didn't, as he knew full well that every word Matteo said was true. Lining up another shot, Matteo held it for a moment and then suddenly shifted his bow over a few inches before releasing his arrow. Looking around at the others, he reached for another arrow, only to find the quiver was empty. With a deep breath, he tossed it to the side, picking up one of the other quivers that lay at his feet and setting it up next to him for easy access. "There's no denying that we're caught between a rock and some really nasty sharp teeth," he said, "but we've been given orders, and so we'll carry them out. Besides, it's better to die here facing the enemy than in agony because we deserted." Seeing Matteo reach up to tap his neck even as he spoke, the other recruits all looked glum. None of them had forgotten, even for a moment, that they had been branded with slave marks that gave the instructors control over their life and death, but being reminded of it by Matteo forced them to confront the grim reality of their situation. "You should get back to the wall," Matteo said calmly, ignoring the frustrated looks on the others' faces. "There's another attack about to come." Once again, Matteo's words were proved right when, less than a minute later, the wolves sprinted forward, jumping over the ember-filled trench as they tried to break through the defenses for the 7th time. This time, whether it was because of their desperation or the defenders' exhaustion, they almost succeeded. One of the wolves, jumping at the wall to Rose's left, didn't manage to clear the wall and was impaled on the spikes. As it howled in pain and thrashed its body, its weight tore the stake stabbed through its chest to the side, creating a slight opening. Rose was busy dealing with the wolves assaulting the front of the camp, supported by a full feather who used their spears to help her avoid being overwhelmed. At the same time, Ben and his feather, who were fighting valiantly on the left, had drifted a bit further away, dealing with a group of 10 wolves trying to force their way through the wall. Matteo, just about to pull back his bowstring, had noticed the dying wolf, and was about to send an arrow to finish it off, when he saw 4 other wolves lock onto that spot in the wall and sprint forward. Realizing there was a gap for them to go through, Matteo grabbed 3 arrows from the quiver beside him, releasing them each in quick succession as he sprinted forward. He managed to knock 2 of the wolves into the ember-filled trench, but the other 2 made it across. one getting its hind legs stuck on the stakes, while the other landed on its dying companion before scrambling into the camp. Dropping his bow, Matteo pulled out his sword and let out a shout, hacking at the wolf's front paws. A slash took one leg out from under it, and a chop cut the beast deeply on the neck, nearly decapitating it. That wolf stumbled to the side, collapsing weakly as its blood gushed out. But there were two more wolves that had seen the opening and followed close behind, jumping across the trench into the gap, knowing that if they got across, there was no way he'd be able to deal with both of them. Matteo lunged forward, braving the snapping jaws of one of the wolves as he drove his sword deep into its chest. He barely maintained his grip on the blade as the wolf tumbled backward, nearly wrenching his weapon from his grip. The other wolf bit at Matteo's shoulder, and knowing he wouldn't be able to get his sword out in time, he did the only other thing he could think of and shoved his arm into the wolf's mouth as far as possible, trying to prevent it from snapping shut. He could feel the wolf's teeth biting deep and only stopping when they reached bone. Matteo just gritted his teeth and slammed the pommel of his sword into the side of the wolf's head, targeting its eye. A spurt of blood shot toward him, splattering across his cheek and neck, and without hesitating, Matteo struck again and was rewarded with a sharp crack as his blow shattered the wolf's jaw. The pain in his arm was nearly too much to bear, but with a heave, he threw the wolf to the side as it lost its grip and then kicked it aside, sending it tumbling into the trench to join its companions. By that time, Ben had seen his fight and had sent one of the feathers to plug the gap, allowing Matteo to retreat back to his original position, where he tore a strip from his ruined sleeve and wrapped his bleeding wounds tightly, all the while keeping a sharp eye on the defenses. Nearly all of the recruits were exhausted after the wolves' relentless assaults, and many of them had been wounded, some so badly they couldn't fight anymore. Sora, who had finally woken up, was tending to those taken out of the fight and dragged back from the defensive line, doing her best to stem their bleeding and wrap their wounds. Though there hadn't been any casualties yet, Matteo knew that at this rate it was inevitable and was just preparing himself for when the recruits began to fall, and fall they would. There was no doubt about that. With a quick glance up at the moon, Matteo estimated it was getting to be close to 3 a.m. The recruits hadn't slept since the previous night, and while that normally wouldn't have been an issue, the fierce fighting they had been through had drained them of any energy they had. Still, they had no choice but to fight on. More and more, however, Matteo's eyes were drifting toward the Beastmaster on the edge of the woods. Since the wolves began their assault, he hadn't shifted from his position once, his body remaining absolutely still as he stared at the camp, as if he was waiting for something. Without warning, the wolves suddenly began to pull back, retreating toward the forest edge as they had a dozen times before. This time, however, Matteo didn't detect another attack coming. Instead, his sixth sense screamed at him that an even greater danger was about to appear. "Rose, retreat!" Even as he screamed, Matteo knew it was too late. Rose, who had stood against the wolf's assault like an iron wall, never letting even one of them step past the gap in the camp's defenses, had been cleaning her swords as she watched the wolves pull back. As she heard Matteo's words, her body reacted on its own, and she threw herself backward. Yet even as her feet cleared the ground, a figure appeared in front of her. The masked man had moved from his position so quickly that not a single one of the recruits had seen it happen. 1 second, he stood in the same position he had always been, at the edge of the forest, and in the next, he stood in the entrance of the camp, one hand clutching Rose around the neck. With a strangled cry, Rose hacked at the man's arm, trying to cut herself free. But without even looking at her, his hand trembled, causing her body to vibrate fiercely, shaking her grip on her swords. As they began to drop to the ground, Matteo was already in motion. His arrow, the first of 3 arrows flying toward the masked man's face, targeted one of the eye holes in his mask. The second arrow shot toward his throat, while the third aimed at his waist. Though the arrows were fired so quickly they almost appeared to be shot at the same time, there was enough of a gap between them that the masked man could casually reach out and knock them aside. As he did, Zell and Ben both arrived, their attacks stabbing toward the masked man from both sides. Zell, who wielded 2 long daggers, drove in close, targeting the masked man's ribs and armpit, while on the other side, Ben let out a shout as he stabbed at their enemy's neck with his bloody spear.
"Humph,"
The man's voice was disdainful as his fingers pinched the head of the third arrow Matteo had fired, completely neutralizing the attack. Holding it between his fingers, a faint golden light shrouded the arrow, and he used it to block the spear strike. As the arrow encountered Ben's spear, the tip of the spear shattered into splinters, while the arrow was perfectly fine. The man's fingers blurred, and the arrow shot out, stabbing deep into Ben's shoulder, throwing him backward. At the same time, he took a step to the side as Zell's 2 daggers stabbed toward him. The move brought him just outside of Zell's reach, and the daggers slipped past with almost no room to spare. After dealing with Ben, the masked man's attention turned toward Zell, only to notice Matteo was charging toward him from the front. Eyes narrowing slightly behind the masked man kicked Zell away, causing him to cough up blood as his body tumbled head over heels. Matteo, who was charging forward, his sword drawn, knew that this wasn't a fight he could win. That didn't matter to him, however, as his concentration was fixed on his stab. He could feel in his mind the shaking of the chain, hear its rusty clatter, and the sound seemed to fill him with a bloody ferocity that didn't allow him to think about anything else. Having dealt with Zell, the wolf-masked man turned his attention to Matteo. Rose still clutched in one hand, her feet kicking as they hung in the air. "Foolish," the man said as he lifted his hand to slap at Matteo. At the last moment, however, instead of continuing with his attack, Matteo suddenly dropped to the ground, the momentum of his charge sending him tumbling past the gold-ranked duelist's legs. The masked man's strike had already started, but Matteo's abrupt move caused the man's hand to come down on empty air. Caught off guard, a dumbfounded expression flashed through the masked man's eyes. Still, he turned and lifted his foot to lash out with a kick, intending to kick Matteo into the trench outside the camp. Before he could unleash it, however, his body suddenly swayed as if struck, and he dropped Rose, vanishing and reappearing a few feet away, where he stared in absolute shock at Eric, who stood where the man had been a moment earlier, a bloody dagger clenched in his hands. Slowly, the wolf-masked man reached behind his back, and when he withdrew his hands, drops of crimson blood, tainted with a faint green energy, covered his fingers. He continued to stand there, staring at his hand as Eric took a shaky step back, trembling like a leaf in a windstorm. His head still spinning, Matteo got to his feet, and Rose, who was on the ground near Eric, clutched at her throat, coughing. Retrieving Rose's 2 swords, Matteo tossed one of them to Rose, who, after a few seconds, struggled to stand up, her breath still coming in ragged gasps. Clearly terrified, Eric looked at Matteo with an apologetic glance. "Sorry, I don't think it was deep enough." Matteo's face was white, though his eyes showed none of the fear that shrouded Eric. Despite pretending to ignore the threat of the gold-ranked duelist, Matteo had never once lessened his guard. He knew that the real danger they had to overcome that night was this masked enemy, and so after the first attack, he had asked Eric to remain hidden near the entrance to the camp, betting on the fact that the gold-masked man would try to take out Rose first. Ben and Zell had also been instructed on what to do if their enemy made a move. The plan had been simple: distract him long enough for Eric to land a strike with his silver-ranked card. Matteo knew better than anyone that there was next to no chance that Eric's poison ability would be able to actually harm the gold-ranked duelist. After all, even though it was a silver-ranked card, Eric's own strength was only iron. Zell circled from the right, while Ben, nursing his shoulder, which still had an arrow sticking out of it, gripped a new spear in his good arm as he circled from the left. Rose, Matteo, and Eric faced the Beastmaster from the front, while the rest of the feather spread out surrounding their enemy, while also guarding against another attack from the wolves that lurked near the edge of the forest. The Beastmaster was still staring at the blood on his fingers, though Matteo quickly noticed that the faint green energy mixed in with the crimson blood had faded away. Slowly, the Beastmaster's head rose. His eyes narrowed as he stared at each of the recruits in front of him in turn. His glare nearly knocked Eric over before it turned on Matteo, who felt his heart clench, freezing him in place. Chapter 34. When the Beastmaster looked at Rose, however, she actually took a step forward, putting herself in front of the other two as she got ready for the coming fight. Before she could launch her attack, however, there was a shout from the edge of the woods, and a moment later a group of instructors appeared between the kids and the Beastmaster. A moment later, Captain Bevan appeared behind him, causing the Beastmaster to spin around. Matteo didn't miss the faint shock that flashed across Captain Bevan's expression, or the flicker of his eyes as he looked past the Beastmaster at Rose, Eric, and Matteo. Heavy pressure shrouded the camp as Captain Bevan released his aura. This was the first time Matteo had ever experienced a gold duelist's aura, and it caused his lungs to seize in his chest, making it impossible for him to breathe. At the same time, the Beastmaster erupted with an aura of his own, the formless pressure rolling out to resist Captain Bevan. No words were exchanged, but after a tense moment, the Beastmaster's figure flickered and he vanished, moving so fast no one could see him except Captain Bevan, whose eyes tracked him into the woods. At some point, the wolves had retreated as well, and most of the recruits collapsed to the ground as Captain Bevan's aura retracted, vanishing as if it had never existed. Eric, who had fought the least, and yet in some regards done the most, collapsed onto his butt, gulping down air as if his life depended on it. Rose started to sag, and one of the instructors quickly grabbed her, noticing Captain Bevan looking around. Matteo, who felt like falling on the ground himself, gathered the dregs of his energy and stepped forward, straightening his shoulders as best he could as he saluted. "Sir, there are still 2 feathers who are out in the woods, unaccounted for. Of the 36 of us here, we have 35 wounded, 6 with critical injuries. No casualties." Captain Bevan's face was grim as Matteo made his report, but there was a curious emotion in the depths of his gaze. "Understood," he said. "Get some rest. We'll take it from here." Under the instructor's directions, the recruits all gathered together and each was handed a potion. Since Eric was the only one of them who hadn't been injured, he slipped the potion into his belt pouch and then helped Rose apply hers. The taste was bitter, dreadfully so, but it was better than continuing to bleed all over the place. Having used potions before, Matteo was familiar with their application, and after putting a few drops on his mangled arm, he chugged the rest. Soon, heat began to flow through his body, easing some of his discomfort before concentrating in his arm. He could feel the damaged muscle and skin beginning to repair itself. As he looked around, Matteo noticed he was in much better shape than most of the other kids, as his recovery ability had been operating the entire time. In almost complete silence, the instructors took care of the critically wounded and then gathered up the camp. It took them about 2 hours, and when they were done, Captain Bevan had returned with the 2 teams that had been scouting when the attack came. All 6 of them were badly wounded and bore haunted expressions, like many of the recruits in the camp. It was clear they had gone through a similar ordeal, and if he was honest, Matteo didn't envy them at all. He could only imagine that being stuck out in the woods, facing an endless horde of wolves, would actually have been less preferable than being stuck in the camp as waves of wolves attacked. With everyone gathered back together, Captain Bevan addressed the recruits. "Congratulations on making it to the end of the test," he said. Then chuckled quietly as the recruits all stared at him blankly. Matteo, who wasn't surprised at all, exchanged a glance with Ben and Zell. He had long had the suspicion that what they had just experienced was actually the test itself. The suspicion had only grown stronger when, after being wounded, the gold-ranked duelist hadn't killed them all then and there. The only reason Eric had even managed to wound the duelist was that the Beastmaster hadn't bothered to defend himself. If he had actually wanted to kill the recruits, he could have just overwhelmed all of them with his aura, exactly as Captain Bevan had done after appearing, and then eliminated them one by one without giving any of them the chance to do anything about it. Instead, he had watched carefully as the wolves attacked over and over again, always pulling back just before the defenses fell. The few times when something had happened to cause the defenses to be in danger, he had watched as the recruits dealt with the challenge, then pulled the wolves back to give them a moment to recover. Early on in the fight, Matteo had shared these observations with Ben and Zell, both of whom already had suspicions of their own. Sergeant Lore, who was standing behind Captain Bevan, smiled slightly when he saw the 3 recruits exchanging glances. "After another hour of rest, you'll pick up your bags and we'll head back to camp," Captain Bevan said. "Rest for the moment. Then we'll leave." The march back to camp was long and sapped every bit of energy out of all of the recruits, except for Matteo, whose root card was happily humming along, sending streams of energy into his body. Thanks to the potion, by the time they finally arrived back at camp, Matteo was in nearly perfect shape, physically at least. His brain was shrouded in deep mental exhaustion, though he was still better off than most of the other recruits, who moved more like zombies than the living. Back in the main camp, the Feathers were sent back to their tents, where they were allowed to rest for close to 24 hours. Most of them slept almost all day, waking only in the evening to stumble toward the mess hall for dinner. Matteo, who had a sneaking suspicion the test wasn't actually over yet, had Corvus wake him up after a few hours of sleep, just in time for breakfast, and after shaking Rose and Eric awake, forced them to come along. They were the only recruits at breakfast, but after noticing the impressed looks on the faces of the instructors who were serving them food, Matteo felt as if he had guessed right. Since they had been given the day to rest, Matteo let the others go back to sleep for a few more hours before getting up for lunch as well, and then repeating the process before dinner. Instead of taking a nap after lunch like Rose and Eric were planning to do, Matteo instead sat cross-legged outside his tent and closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the fight against the wolves. The battle had been fierce, terribly so, and the feeling of death had shrouded Matteo more than once. More than anything else, that had been the biggest drain on his energy.
"You did well, kid," Corvus said, flying down to the ground in front of Matteo.
"It was thanks to those 13 stratagems of yours," Matteo said, recalling the passage Corvus had recited to him months and months ago. "When surrounded by a superior force, with no chance for a clean escape, put your back against the wall so that your troops prefer death to flight, as in that situation there is nothing they may not achieve." Falling silent for a moment, Matteo let out a sigh and shook his head. "These words aren't right, you know."
"What do you mean they're not right?"
Corvus asked, his beady eyes narrowing as he gazed at Matteo. "If that Beastmaster really wanted to kill us, we would have been dead. Even though we had our backs against the wall, it doesn't matter when the gap in power is so large." With a cackle, Corvus bobbed his head up and down.
"It's true. Only power can fight power, and there are more than a few situations that are truly hopeless. The key is to make sure you're never in that situation in the first place, and if you are, well, you can only blame yourself."
With those comforting words, Matteo began to meditate, focusing on visualizing the chain that connected him and his crow spirit until it was time for dinner. This time, Matteo, Rose, and Eric weren't alone in the mess hall. Even as they sat down, Ben brought his feather to sit across from them. Zell brought Sora and Seb to sit on their right, and Vosh, Kira, and Lizzie sat to their left. Though each feather was still an independent unit, it was clear from the way more and more of the feathers sat together that their desperate defense had awoken in them a sense of camaraderie. After dinner had finished, Captain Bevan called all of the feathers together, his gaze raking over them.
"Congratulations," he said. "You have each passed the recruitment test of the Iron Wing Battalion. Each of you is now officially a trainee of the battalion."
Though none of the kids spoke, a sense of relief and elation bubbled up among them, and the excitement they felt was palpable. Even Matteo couldn't help but feel excited. It was strange, as he had never asked to be a member of the Iron Wing Battalion, and in fact still had no idea why his master had drugged him and thrown him into the training camp. Still, it was hard not to be excited, as he had spent the last 6 months desperately trying to survive by working toward this very goal. Noticing that even Eric was standing up a bit straighter, Matteo couldn't help but feel amused.
"Tomorrow morning your instructors will be sending you to the various units where you'll train. Ever since you arrived in this camp, we have been meticulously observing your feathers to help us determine exactly what it is each of you is good at. Given our observations, you have each been assigned different roles. Over the next few years you will receive further training, and once that training is complete, You will be deployed to the field as full members of the Iron Wing Battalion. Prepare your things and be ready to leave first thing tomorrow morning. Dismissed."
After saluting Captain Bevan, Matteo, Eric, and Rose headed back to their tent. But when they arrived there, they found Sergeant Lore standing outside.
"Come with me,"
he said, offering no other explanation. Without a word of protest, all three of them fell in, following quietly behind the sergeant, who led them in a circuitous route around the camp before bringing them to the central tent.
"The captain wants to speak with you,"
Sergeant Lore said, pulling back the tent flap. Stepping inside, Matteo saw Captain Bevan sitting at a small table. This was his first time inside the command tent, so he looked around with some curiosity. There was a table in the middle of the room where Captain Bevan sat, a pot of tea in front of him. The tent was separated by a curtain, blocking off a portion of one side, while on the other there was a stand with a sword, a spear, a set of daggers, and a beautiful-looking bow. Looking up as they came in, Captain Bevan smiled, waving for them to be at ease as they saluted.
"It is customary," he said, after giving each of the children a long look, "to give the feather that performs the best masterwork weapons. Your team has consistently performed the best out of this batch, and so I've prepared weapons here, and each of you may select one."
Eric's eyes gleamed immediately as he looked over at the beautiful-looking weapons on the rack. Seeing how excited he was, Captain Bevan laughed and gestured toward the rack.
"Go ahead and make your selection."
Rose selected the sword, which had clearly been picked for her, as it had a flower motif on the guard and pommel. The sword was 2.5 feet long, with a thin, springy blade. It was sharp on both edges, and a red tassel hung from the pommel. It came along with a sheath, which was also decorated with flowers, and as soon as Rose picked it up, it was clear she didn't want to put it down. Matteo chose the bow, which was made of black wood and carried a faintly sinister air. As soon as he had first seen it, Matteo knew this was the weapon of someone who hid in the darkness, using arrows to ambush others, which suited Matteo just fine. Eric had a little bit more trouble deciding what to choose between a pair of daggers and a long spear. Though he clearly liked the daggers, the spear would give him range in a fight, suiting his personality. Eventually, with a sigh and a longing look at the 7-foot spear, he picked up the daggers and stepped back to join the others. Captain Bevan, who had been drinking his tea as he watched them deliberate, looked over them for a moment before speaking.
"Each of these weapons is a masterwork weapon, and if treated well, could accompany you for the rest of your lives."
Matteo's eyes dropped to the dark surface of his bow, that seemed to absorb all the light that touched it. This wasn't his first time seeing a masterwork weapon, but it was his first time holding one, and he could immediately tell the difference between this and the bow he had been using up until this point. The advantage of masterwork weapons was that they were incredibly hard to break and never lost their effectiveness. A masterwork sword would never lose its edge, and a masterwork bow was almost impossible to snap. Such weapons cost an almost absurd amount of money, so the fact that the Iron Wing Battalion could give them out was beyond impressive.
"Normally, that would be the end of it,"
Captain Bevan said, his eyes flickering curiously.
"But I must admit that we're having a bit of a problem placing you."
Seeing the worried expressions on the three children's faces, the captain took a sip of his tea.
"It isn't that you aren't skilled. If you weren't skilled, you wouldn't have earned the masterwork weapons. No, the problem is that you're a bit too skilled. So far, the reports we've gotten have indicated that you have adapted to the environment of both the gorge and the training camp much faster than anybody else. Furthermore, it's clear that each of you excels in your own roles. Rose, your combat ability is tremendous, as evidenced by the 27 wolves you killed."
Matteo had known Rose had eliminated a significant number of wolves, but actually hearing the number caused his eyes to widen as he stared at her in surprise. Blushing, Rose lowered her head, bowing slightly toward the captain.
"And Eric, while there were other factors at play, you not only surprised your enemy, but actually managed to wound, however slightly, a gold-ranked duelist. The impressiveness of that achievement, considering your rank, cannot be overstated."
Looking almost like he was going to cry, Eric lifted his chin, clearly proud of himself. After giving the young man an approving nod, Captain Bevan's gaze turned to Matteo.
"And as for you, young man, your quick thinking and ability to command likely saved more than a few lives. Taken together, the performance of your feather was one of the best these training camps have ever seen. However, therein lies the problem as well. Your performances were so good that I have multiple departments clamoring to have you enter their ranks. In the last 24 hours, I've been threatened no less than 3 times by various commanders, each intent on acquiring you for their own teams."
Chapter 35. Rubbing his forehead, Captain Bevan stared at each of them in turn, exasperated.
"Had the 3 of you each had your own feather, this would be easy. But as it is, you're all together, putting a considerable amount of pressure on me to place you where you'll do the most good. Rather than arbitrarily decide it, I thought it would be good to get your opinions. The 3 departments that are most interested are the Blood Wing, which is the wing responsible for assassinating high-profile targets, the Tiger Wing, which forms the core assault group of the battalion, and the Dark Wing, responsible for gathering intel, planning missions, and assigning them to the various wings. Which of those 3 would you prefer to be assigned to?"
Matteo's forehead furrowed slightly as he puzzled over the question. It was clear that the 3 different wings would suit each of the 3 of them. Eric would be perfect for the Blood Wing, as his cards and personality were perfect for assassination. On the other hand, Rose would do much better in the Tiger Wing, which focused on direct combat. There, her abilities would undoubtedly shine. Of the 3, however, the Dark Wing was the most attractive to Matteo, as dealing with information played right into his strengths. Captain Bevan watched the 3 kids carefully as they looked at each other.
"You can talk among yourselves," he said. "Just pretend I'm not here."
While it was slightly awkward, considering the sense of pressure emanating from the captain, Matteo asked the other 2 what they thought. "I think the Tiger Wing's the best option," Rose said frankly, "but I know it's not going to suit either of you."
"I feel the same way," Eric said, scratching his nose. "Blood Wing sounds the best to me, but I'm willing to follow wherever you decide, Matteo."
"Me too," Rose said. "Whichever you think is best, that's where we'll go." Closing his eyes for a moment, Matteo didn't notice the peculiar expression on Captain Bevan's face as he watched the 3 kids interact. After a moment, Matteo's eyes opened and he faced the captain squarely. "Sir, do you mind if I ask a question?"
"Sure, go ahead,"
the captain said, waving his hand. "I wonder which wing the Beastmaster we faced in the mountains belongs to." The captain, who had just taken a sip of his tea when Matteo asked the question, choked, coughing into his arm before giving Matteo a hard look.
"What did you say?"
Though Matteo's heart was nearly beating out of his chest, he kept his face impassive. "The Beastmaster, sir. The one who was controlling the wolves. I wonder what wing he's associated with." When the captain hesitated, Matteo knew he had guessed correctly. There had been enough peculiarities with a masked man that Matteo had long suspected he was actually part of the Iron Wing army. The surprise he had seen in the captain's eyes when he had noticed the Beastmaster had been wounded had only furthered Matteo's suspicions, and now, seeing the captain struggle to answer his question, he was sure he was right. With a groan, Captain Bevan put his teacup down and looked over toward the curtain, which swished aside, revealing a man in his early 40s who stared straight at Matteo, considerable appreciation in his eyes. Though he wasn't wearing the wolf mask or the open-fronted robe, he was clearly the same man who had led the wolves to assault the recruits' camp the night before. From behind his back, he pulled out the mask, waving it in the air just in case the kids hadn't made the connection. He was holding a cup of tea in his other hand, and as he sauntered over to sit across from Captain Bevan, a pleased smile flitted across his face.
"I told you," he said. "I know a sharp one when I see him."
Eric and Rose, who were both out of the loop, looked in absolute shock at the middle-aged man, then at Matteo, then back at the middle-aged man.
"Do you know how much trouble I'm going to get into if you do this?"
Captain Bevan said, fixing the middle-aged man with a glare.
"I wasn't joking when I said the commanders of the 3 wings were all clamoring for these kids."
"Let them clamor," the middle-aged man said, his smile gaining a hint of savagery that reminded Matteo of one of the wolves that had surrounded them not so long ago.
"My name is Orsic,"
the man continued, turning his gaze to Matteo and the others,
"and I belong to the hidden wing. We're the ones who they call in when they have a problem no one else can solve. We're the ones who cause terror in the hearts of our enemies. The hidden wing operates differently than the rest of Iron Wing, and though we have feathers, we're trained to operate independently as well."
Reaching into his pocket, Orsic pulled 3 metal tokens out and tossed them onto the table, causing Captain Bevan to clench his teeth.
"Don't tell me you're going to go back on our bet now, are you?"
Orsic asked, raising his eyebrows when he saw the captain's reaction.
"This is not how you're supposed to recruit people," Captain Bevan hissed. "The commanders will skin me alive if they hear about this."
As the 2 captains argued back and forth, Matteo, Rose, and Eric just stood there, their eyes wide as they tried to make sense of what was going on. Finally, unable to win against Orsic, Captain Bevan stood up angrily, grabbing the 3 metal tokens, then handed one to each of the kids. He seemed quite unwilling to do so, but under Orsic's fierce gaze, it seemed he didn't have another choice. Matteo had just taken his token when there was a boom outside the tent that sounded like the earth was caving in. Seeing the teapot rattling, Matteo glanced over his shoulder as Captain Bevan rubbed his forehead and took his seat. The tent flap was thrown open, and an absolutely massive man strode in, his voice booming.
"Bevan, I thought I already told you I was taking this feather."
"That's funny. I could have sworn I said the same thing," said a voice that came from the man's shadow. With a frown, the massive man spun around, glaring at the woman who had appeared behind him, her expression as cold as a winter's morning. Sparks flew as the 2 of them glared at each other, neither backing down an inch. Just as it was looking as though a fight was about to break out, a 3rd person entered the tent. He was of slight build, with a pair of glasses perched on the end of his nose. He carried a ledger and a quill, and his long fingers were stained with ink.
"Neither of you are needed here,"
he said calmly, looking at the giant man and the cold-looking woman. Immediately, the already tense air grew positively molten, but before any of them could continue speaking, Captain Bevan coughed pointedly. Matteo, who had turned to look at the 3 newcomers, glanced back and was shocked to see that Orsic was no longer there. Instinctively, he looked down at the token in his hand and realized that it had a symbol carved on one side. A scroll and a dagger crossed over each other. A strange feeling rose in his heart, and as he glanced over at Rose and Eric, he saw them looking at their tokens as well. Rose's token bore the head of a tiger, while Eric's carried a blood drop and a dagger. Suddenly, Orsic's voice echoed in Matteo's head, and from the way Eric and Rose jerked, they must have heard it too.
"Do not speak of me, or of the hidden wing. I will contact you when it is time. For now, go and learn."
As the words faded, Matteo felt a faint burning sensation on the back of his neck, as if a new line had been added, and his heart clenched. Restraining the impulse to ask Corvus what was going on, Matteo saw the 3 newcomers turn and glare at Captain Bevan.
"What?"
the large man said. With a weary sigh, Captain Bevan rose to his feet and walked over to stand behind the 3 kids.
"We're going to train an all-purpose team," he said, "and we'll decide their final destination once their training is done. I've already handed out the tokens, and you can each take one of them with you. Whether you take them as disciples or not is up to you."
The scholarly-looking man stepped forward, adjusting his glasses on his face as he examined Matteo impassively.
"How long do we have?"
he asked. Thinking for a moment, Captain Bevan held up 2 fingers.
2 years. "Only 2? the big man said, his voice making the tent feel small. "Shouldn't we have 3 or 4?
Shaking his head, Captain Bevan returned to his seat.
"No, we have to present teams in the capital in 2 years."
Though his words were cryptic, all 3 of the adults knew exactly what he was talking about and didn't look even remotely happy about it. "Fine," the cold-faced woman said. Taking a small step forward, she vanished, reappearing at the same instant next to Eric, who jumped in surprise, or at least would have if she had not grabbed his shoulder in an iron grip. Without another word, the 2 of them disappeared from the tent. The big man was the next to move, grinning at Rose and gesturing for her to come along.
"We've only got 2 years," he said, "so we better get to it."
Looking at Matteo nervously, Rose went slightly pale when the man's giant hand fell on her shoulder, and they disappeared as well. "So theatrical," the scholar muttered under his breath, adjusting his glasses once more.
"Your name is Matteo. Is that right?"
"Yes, sir."
"I am Commander Telrin of the Dark Wing," the scholar said. "For the next 2 years, you will be training under me. Come."
Giving Captain Bevan a nod, Commander Telrin turned and walked out of the tent, not looking back to see if Matteo followed. After bowing to Captain Bevan, who just waved him off, rubbing his forehead as if he had a headache, Matteo hurried after Commander Telrin. As soon as he stepped outside, he felt a hand touch his shoulder, gripping it firmly. And the next moment, the world seemed to rush past Matteo, traveling so fast everything was but a blur. He knew that those of the gold rank had the ability to move quickly, but now experiencing it himself, he realized that he had underestimated just how fast they could be. In what seemed like minutes, they had arrived at the edge of the mountain range. Everything between the training camp and their new location was nothing but a blur. In front of them was a small stone tower, and it was here that Commander Telrin stopped and led Matteo up to the thick wooden door. The commander knocked, and after a moment the door swung open, despite the rusty hinges' protests.
"This is one of the Dark Tower's observation points," Commander Telrin said by way of introduction, before leading Matteo through the wide bottom floor, which looked to be a library of some sort, with thousands upon thousands of scrolls packed tightly on a few dozen shelves. Through a set of doors at the far end of the room, Matteo saw 3 people sitting at a table, scrolls spread out before them. When they saw Commander Telrin, they all jumped up, saluting quickly.
"Gorm, Bash, and Leggy,"
Captain Telrin said, pointing to each of the men in turn.
"This is the feather that operates this location. They're going to be teaching you the basics of what you need to know, so you'll be staying here for the next few months. I'll come get you in 3 months, to begin the second stage of your training."
Gorm, who seemed to be the leader of the feather, looked just as lost as Matteo. Without another word, Commander Telrin left, leaving Matteo standing there, holding his bow and staring at the 3 older men. All 3 of them were the very definition of the word old. Gorm must have been in his 80s, while Birch looked to be even older. Leggy was slightly younger, but his grizzled grey hair put him in his 70s at the very least. All 3 of them had hunched backs, no doubt from their many hours spent stooping over this table, sorting through information. With a sigh, Gorm waved for Matteo to join them.
"What's your name, soldier?"
Gorm asked, causing Matteo to sit up straight. "My name's Matteo, sir."
"Ha! You don't need to call me sir. I'm only a soldier, just like you."
"Not me,"
Leggy said. "I'm a sergeant." "A fact that you never ceased to remind us about," Gorm said, with displeasure clear in his voice. "But if you don't be quiet about it, I'll make you start doing the paperwork."
Though he wasn't quite sure why that was such a threat, Matteo was rather amused to see Leggy quiet right down. Birch, who had been squinting at Matteo through thick glasses, suddenly reached over the table and patted Matteo on the shoulder, his lips drawing back in a wide smile that revealed his almost complete lack of teeth. After seeing Birch pat Matteo on the shoulder, Gorm seemed to relax, as if a hidden worry had been resolved.
"You said your name is Matteo, right, kid? Well, welcome to Tower 988. Our primary task is collecting intel and sorting it into the relevant reports so that it can get where it needs to go. Now, from the look of it, You've been given just as much warning as we have that you were going to show up here. But don't worry, we'll teach you what you need to know. Come on, follow me and I'll show you around."
All three of the older men got up, and Matteo quickly followed suit. Birsch and Leggy both wandered off to do other things, while Gorm began to show Matteo around the tower. The tower had 3 levels, though one of them was underground. On the ground floor where Matteo had entered the building was the main records area, which is what Matteo had walked through with Commander Telrin, along with a general-purpose room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Upstairs were 6 bedrooms and the access to the roof, where there were hundreds of bird nests. Down below, in the basement, was a more secure room for use in case the tower was attacked, along with a considerable amount of storage space, currently packed with goods the tower supervisors needed. Chapter 36. It only took about 15 minutes for Gorm to show Matteo around, and after he did, he seemed to be at a bit of a loss as to what to do with the kid. Just then, Leggy, who walked with a limp, called Matteo over to help him carry some boxes up the stairs. Happy to comply, Matteo grabbed the 2 boxes Leggy had pointed to and brought them up.
"Put them on the table," Leggy said, limping over to sit down in one of the chairs.
Matteo put the 2 boxes on the table, and at Leggy's direction opened one of them up. Inside was a set of books, with no markings on the cover or spine.
"Those are codes," Leggy said with a smile. "Almost everything that comes in here is coded, so you'll need to learn a bit of ciphering. Typically, that's something you want to study in your free time, until you know them by heart, of course. But before you get into that, come with me. We're going to prep dinner."
By "we're going to prep dinner," Leggy actually meant that Matteo was going to prepare dinner. While Leggy sat on one of the chairs in the small kitchen telling him what to do, Matteo ran around, cooking a bit of stew, frying up some vegetables, and cutting large chunks of bread for their meal. When it was done, the 4 of them sat down together to eat. It was late in the evening, already after Matteo's dinner, but he still ate a few bites, sitting quietly as he listened to the other 3 talk. During a lull in the conversation, he couldn't help his curiosity. "Can I ask why you eat so late?" he said.
"More habit than anything," Gorm said, causing Leggy to nod along. "From 4 to 8 is our busiest time. I've prepared a place for you to sleep. It's one of the storage rooms upstairs, but we can clear it out, move the stuff into one of the other rooms. Originally, there were supposed to be 2 feathers operating each tower, but we don't see much action here. We're more of a relay station, though, so they haven't bothered to assign us any backup."
After dinner was done, Matteo helped Leggy clean the dishes, which really meant he just cleaned them himself while Leggy watched and made comments. Matteo was realizing very quickly that for the next 3 months he would likely be doing all of the menial labor in the tower, but he was already used to doing such things for his master back in Darrenfor. The next morning, after sleeping in a cramped room piled high with boxes and other miscellaneous junk, he got up early and went downstairs to begin preparing breakfast. There was something incredibly comforting about the routine of it, and even though he hadn't done it in close to 7 months, he very quickly fell back into the rhythm. By the time Leggy stumped his way down the stairs at close to 6 in the morning, breakfast was already ready. Bleary-eyed, Leggy stared at Matteo for a moment, then down at the breakfast.
"This is way too early," he said. "I mean, it's good for me, but the others rotate night shift, and this is way too much for me to eat."
Despite his complaints, he sat down and dug in, occasionally sneaking the odd glance at Matteo. It was clear he enjoyed the food from the way he practically inhaled everything on the table, but his words allowed Matteo to realize that the next time he'd have to prepare a smaller portion. Once breakfast was done, Matteo set about learning what life was like at Tower 988. The day was roughly split into 3 shifts, each one of the old men taking a single shift where they were the primary watcher. The role of the watcher was simple. They would remain in the enclosed area on the roof, watching for the birds that carried their messages to appear in the sky. Most of the time, their shifts passed by with a few messages, and after retrieving each message, they would send it down to the tower's main room. where whoever wasn't the active watcher would use the reference books to decode it, then determine what should be done with it. Much of the information was simply recorded on scrolls and stored, where it would be used for reference for their reports. Sometimes, however, the information would be rewritten using a new code and sent back up to the watcher, who would affix it to a bird and then send them on to another one of the watchtowers. Gorm was the one who normally dealt with the reports, and he could often be seen digging through scrolls looking for pieces of information to send back with the reports. Birsch was in charge of the birds, and spent a considerable amount of time feeding them, cleaning their roosts, and mumbling to himself in a language that no one apart from the birds seemed to be able to figure out. The birds themselves caught Matteo's eye the first time he saw them, and his shock didn't go unnoticed. Gorm, who was showing him the aviary on the roof, looked quite pleased and assumed that Matteo had recognized the species.
"That's right. Pure-blooded iron-wing crows. They're vicious buggers if you're not on their good side, and if I'm honest, I have no idea how they're trained. But they seem to understand that we're on their side, which is a good thing, too. If you run into a murder of them out in the wild, they'll strip your flesh in minutes."
Though Matteo knew full well what species of crow they were, and had read fairly extensively about them when he was young, the fact that they were used as messenger birds wasn't what had shocked him. Instead, it was that he had finally realized what species of crow Corvus was. Though Corvus's ethereal body at the end of the chain had some peculiarities, it was clear he was an iron-wing crow. But from the way he clicked his beak when the thought occurred to Matteo, it seemed he didn't agree.
"Not an iron-wing crow. The iron-wing crow." Corvus's grim voice echoed in Matteo's head. "These fledglings don't even deserve to bear the name."
The crows in their roosts all seemed to be observing Matteo carefully, and though Gorm was bragging about how well trained they were, he practically jumped out of his skin when a dozen of them suddenly spread their wings and flew down toward Matteo.
"Quick, get down!"
In the midst of shouting, Gorm froze, his eyes as wide as saucers as he saw the crows crowding around Matteo, using their wings to brush up against him.
"Emperor's beard, how did you do that?"
Matteo, who was frozen in place, afraid to accidentally disturb the crows, glanced at Gorm.
"Do what?"
he asked. He hadn't been able to tell from a distance, but every single one of these small birds was in the iron rank, much like the wolves he had fought only a few nights before. Though he was confident he could have fought off one or two of these crows, getting attacked by all of them simultaneously would have quickly spelled his death, so Matteo kept himself as still as possible. Frowning, Gorm let out a whistle, and a few of the crows that were brushing up against Matteo flew over to land on Gorm. The iron-winged crows covering Matteo calmed down, some of them standing in place as they preened their feathers, others looking at Matteo curiously, and occasionally picking at his clothes lightly with their beaks. A few other crows left, returning to their roosts, where they paid neither of the bird-covered people any mind. With another whistle, Gorm sent all of the remaining crows back to their roosts.
"I've never seen the crows get close to someone who didn't know the whistle," Gorm said, shaking his head. "Strange. Very strange."
It was currently Gorm's turn to take the watcher shift, and for the next 12 hours he explained to Matteo what the job entailed. There were 3 messages during that time, and when the crows that carried them arrived in the aviary, they tapped a small bell, sending a chime through the tower.
"That's in case nobody's up here," Gorm said, pointing at the bell.
After the first crow had arrived, 2 of the 3 messages were simply reports that needed to be filed, so Gorm sent them down into the tower, using a little box on a pulley system. Once it got down to Birsch below, the message was taken out, and the box was pulled back up to the aviary. The 3rd message was a request for a report, and after reading through it, Gorm tucked it into his pocket.
"I'll keep this," he said. "After my shift is done here, I can show you how we compile our reports."
2 hours later, Birsch came up to relieve them, clucking at the crows, who seemed quite happy to see him. Matteo followed Gorm down into the tower, and they went to the 1st floor, where Gorm began to explain how the library was laid out.
This request is from one of the Darkwing command centers. They're looking for topographical information and historical weather conditions," Gorm said. "Do you remember where the maps are? We're looking for T-43.
Matteo, who remembered everything, knew exactly where the maps were, and without hesitation walked straight over, picking T-43 off of the shelf. He brought it back and handed it to Gorm, who looked at him for a long moment and then said,
"Weather, G279 and 280.
Nodding, Matteo returned to the G-rack, pulled the 2 scrolls, and brought them back. Taking the 3 scrolls and the original request, Gorm laid them out on the long table, got a new piece of paper, and began to copy the relevant information over.
"Typically, what we'll do," he said, "is copy it out onto a piece of paper, and then we'll encrypt it with one of the codes. Have you learned how to determine which code is being used?"
"I haven't," Matteo said. "I got the chance to look through the encryption books, but I'm not sure about the keys yet."
"Ah, well, the keys are relatively simple," Gorm said, pointing at a massive tome that sat on the edge of the desk. "They're all in there. Now, I've been doing this for a long time, so I don't need to reference the book very often. But for most people in the Darkwing, that book of keys is their best friend. I'm sure you'll learn to love it as well."
Life in Tower 988 was quiet and slow, a drastic change from the often frantic training period Matteo had just gone through. After showing him the basics, Gorham, Bersh, and Leggy largely ignored him, each doing their own thing. Leggy was the most talkative, but even he seemed to appreciate long periods of complete silence. Matteo wasn't sure if it was simply a way of dealing with the remoteness of their location, but he would often see all of them sitting alone, staring out at the mountain. Needing something to do, Matteo took it upon himself to memorize both the encryption books and the key, and after 5 days of intensive study, he had been able to completely capture the information inside of them. The way the key worked was simple. There were close to 100 different ways the encryptions could be identified, and using a specific combination of those 100 marks, one could identify which specific key to apply to an encrypted message. Once he had a firm grasp on how to decipher the encrypted messages, Matteo turned his attention to the library and began reading through all of the records, starting with the first shelf and moving toward the back. At first, none of the 3 old men bothered with him. But as the days turned into a week, and then the weeks began to stretch, Gorm stopped him and asked him what he was doing. "I thought it would be faster to just memorize all the information," Matteo said. "That way I don't have to go reference it." Picking at his ear with his pinky, Gorm tilted his head as if he hadn't heard Matteo properly.
"Did you say you're memorizing?"
"Yes," Matteo said, gesturing to the scroll he was currently reading. "This information is mostly historical, so it's not like it's going to change. In that case, I figured just memorizing it is more efficient." Staring at the multiple bookshelves Matteo had already read through, Gorm scratched his head.
"Okay, if you say so,"
he said, clearly not believing Matteo had memorized anything, let alone everything. After that conversation, the 3 old men talked to Matteo even less, but it didn't bother him, as he figured this must have been the reason he had been sent here. Even though they were quiet, none of the 3 were unfriendly, and they took their job to teach Matteo the ways of running a tower seriously. At the end of his first month, they even had him start taking full shifts as a watcher. Matteo had assumed his shifts would be quiet, like they had been when he had shadowed one of the others. But as soon as he was alone in the aviary, something strange happened. Every single one of the crows stood up in its roost, shaking their feathers as they stared down at Matteo. Swallowing, Matteo started to take a step back, only to run into someone who was standing behind him. His heart jumped straight into his throat, but before he could shout, a hand landed on his shoulder.
"No need for that."
He recognized the voice instantly, and glancing behind him, he saw Orsic smiling at him. When the gold-rank duelist had appeared, Matteo had no idea, so he took a step back and saluted. Looking around, Captain Orsic nodded to himself and gestured for Matteo to sit. Perching himself on a windowsill of the aviary where the birds typically came and went, Orsic stared at Matteo. Even though there was a smile on his face, his eyes were abnormally sharp and carried more than a bit of danger as they bore into Matteo's mind.
I'm curious. How did you know I was the man in the mask?
Chapter 37. Swallowing to try and get his nervousness under control, Matteo held up 3 fingers. There were 3 things, he said. The first is that you stalled for time. The second is that you could have killed us almost immediately, but you didn't. You had the wolves maintain a rhythm during the battle, designed to wear us out rather than kill us. And third, the look on Captain Bevan's face when he saw that you were wounded wasn't the expression that one would have if an enemy was hurt.
And that's it?
Orsic asked. Well, there were 2 other things, Matteo said, but there were more feelings than anything else.
I'm interested in feelings. What were they?
Thinking for a moment to make sure he had the right words, Matteo reached up and tapped the iron wing badge he wore. I suspect that if it had been a real Beastmaster there, the instructors would have sacrificed all of us to kill him. After all, recruits can be replaced. Beastmasters cannot, or at least it's much harder. In my opinion, members of the Iron Wing Battalion would not have passed up an opportunity to eliminate one of their opponents. The smile on Orsic's face grew slightly, and a faintly amused expression appeared in his eyes.
And the second?
Closing his eyes for a moment, Matteo's hand extended, and he drew a small circle in the air, as if tracing his finger over it. There was a faint ring of liquid on the table across from Captain Bevan, where someone had placed down a teacup, and a drop had circled the bottom of the cup. That told me there was someone else in the tent when we arrived, and I just had a feeling it was you. What Matteo didn't say is that on his request, Corvus had stuck his head through the curtain and spotted Captain Orsic standing there. Nervously, Matteo kept his emotions as calm as possible as he met Orsic's gaze. He wasn't sure if the older man would believe him or not, but he figured unless Orsic could see Corvus, there was no way he'd be caught in a lie. For a long moment there was silence. Then Orsic nodded.
Feelings can often lead to unexpected results, he said. Now, since you've joined the Hidden Wing, it's time to learn more about it. I don't have very long, as I have a number of other stops to make, including visiting those little friends of yours. But I thought, if you want to get the most out of the next 2 years, it will be imperative that you understand what you are being trained for. So, pay attention.
Extending a finger, Captain Orsic glanced at one of the Iron Wing crows, who immediately jumped down from the roost it was in, gliding to land on his fingers. As he stroked it, he spoke to Matteo, his voice maintaining an almost hypnotic cadence.
The Iron Wing Battalion is divided into 3 groups, the Blood Wing, the Dark Wing, and the Tiger Wing. They are, respectively, assassination, strategy, and combat. However, that's only on the surface. There are also 2 additional groups, Hidden Wing, of which you are now a member, and the Judgment Wing, a group that enforces the rules within the Iron Wing Battalion. Both the Hidden Wing and Judgment Wing, unlike the 3 main wings, are composed of members of the other wings who simply bear an additional responsibility on top of their respective roles. The role of the Hidden Wing is simple. We make the impossible possible.
There was something about the way Orsic said the words that sent a thrill racing through Matteo, causing him to sit up straighter. Chuckling, Orsic nodded.
I thought that would catch your fancy. What do I mean, though, when I say we make the impossible possible? It's simple. We do, or figure out how to do, things that cannot be done. Members of the Hidden Wing are those who we believe have the potential to do the impossible. You and your friends are 3 such people. Unlike a typical wing, the command structure in the Hidden Wing is divided into 2 ranks, the Hidden and the Illuminated. You and your 2 friends are hidden, and you will remain hidden until you have completed an impossible task. At that point, you will enter the ranks of the Illuminated. As a Hidden, especially one so young, There is nothing for you to do in particular. Instead, your role is to learn and improve as much as possible. All of this preparation is in service of a single thing. If we should ever run into a problem that can be solved by your particular talents, you will be called upon. Should you succeed, your rank will rise. Until then, you will remain hidden.
Pausing for a moment, Captain Orsic leaned forward, his eyes intense as they drilled into Matteo.
Unless, in the presence of an illuminated, you are never to talk about the hidden wing. You'll know you're in the presence of an illuminated if they choose to reveal themselves. And this is how.
Lifting his finger that had been stroking the crow, Orsic pointed it at Matteo, and suddenly he felt the back of his neck prickle slightly, as his modified slave seal trembled. Matteo's complex feelings must have been visible on his face, because Orsic smiled and reached up to tap the back of his own neck.
One of the benefits of becoming illuminated, he said, is that the slave seal is removed. This is the only way to remove it.
Immediately Matteo's breathing quickened, causing Orsic to laugh again.
That's the kind of expression I like to see. Now, there isn't really anything else you need to know about the hidden wing. Just that we'll always be watching. Before I go, however, I'll allow you to ask one question. So choose carefully.
Matteo didn't need to choose carefully. He already knew exactly what he wanted to ask. "Can you teach me how to control animals?" he asked, staring at Orsic.
"Only the barbarians can control animals," Orsic said.
Matteo didn't respond and just stared at Orsic, who, after a moment, smiled ruefully and scratched his nose.
"I guess you wouldn't believe me if I told you it was the mask."
Matteo shook his head once as he continued to stare at Orsic.
"Fine. We'll count it as your recruitment bonus," Orsic said, smiling widely. "But I'll only show it to you once, and if you can't get it, we'll take it that you're not fated with it."
Jumping down from the windowsill, Orsic stretched his finger out and began to draw a pattern in the air. It was complicated, and he moved his finger quickly, only finishing after a full minute.
"That is the talisman you need," he said. "Beastmaster barbarians carve this talisman on their soul, allowing them to connect with the animals around them. With enough work, they can brand a second talisman on the animal's soul, allowing them to control it."
Lifting his finger once more, he once again drew in the air. This time, he only drew for approximately 20 seconds before he stopped.
Together, these talismans create a soul bond that gives whoever bears the master talisman control over the subordinate talisman. Before you ask, no, it doesn't work on humans. In fact, it doesn't even work on most animals. Only those who willingly submit to you can be bonded.
Stepping back, Orsic grinned.
"For the next 2 years, you'll be part of the Dark Wing," he said, "and there's an adventure waiting for you after that. Be careful, though. While the Dark Wing might seem peaceful, its depths are a lot scarier than either of the other two public wings."
With those cryptic words, Orsic simply vanished. When other gold-rank duelists had vanished, Matteo had always been able to feel the sensation of movement, as if they were simply moving too quickly to be seen. But Orsic was different. It was as if he had simply been erased from the world, coupled with the fact that, when he had first shown up, Matteo hadn't even noticed him. The back of Matteo's neck couldn't help but grow cold. Orsic's ability to hide was perfect, at least as far as Matteo was concerned. Taking a deep breath, Matteo slowly began to trace his finger on the table beside him, his eyes closing as he recalled the exact motions Orsic had traced out. After he had felt like he had fixed both patterns in his mind, he spoke to Corvus. "What do you think? Is this worth learning?" He had expected an immediate response, but Corvus seemed to genuinely be thinking about it, only replying after a long pause.
"I think it's up to you. This ability is tremendously powerful, but it takes a long time to nurture. Your growth will already be slow because of your iron-ranked root card. While adding the talisman to your soul is relatively simple, it will place further burden on you, making it that much more difficult to rank up.
Looking down at his hand and the finger that had been tracing the talisman out, Matteo's eyes narrowed. How much slower?
By at least a quarter. At the same time, this truly is a useful ability, Corvus said. Once mastered, there's nearly no limit to the number of creatures you can bond. More importantly, as the talisman is strengthened, it will give you the ability to see through your bond's eyes, hear through their ears, and even control them directly.
It was pretty obvious that Corvus wasn't going to tell Matteo what to do, so he spent some time thinking about it. As his shift was nearing its end, Matteo still hadn't made a decision when an iron-winged crow flew in through the window, tapping at the bell with its beak before hopping over to Matteo to get the grub he offered. Considering how sharp and hard the crow's beak was, Matteo found it astounding how it could pick up the grub without any damage to his hand. There was a tube attached to the crow's leg, and after pulling it out of its holder, he unscrewed the top and pulled a slip of paper out, blinking as he sorted through the various possible encryptions, quickly arriving at the correct one. The message was simply a request for information, so he tucked it in his pocket, intending to write a report later. Since he had a couple hours before the end of his shift, he continued to think about the talisman and whether it would be a good idea or not. He was leaning toward it, but at the same time was wary about slowing his progress down any further. Matteo was already done with visualizing the second link in the chain, and had begun on the third, meditating every night to make it clearer. The problem was, he would need at least 5 links in order to advance to the bronze rank, and each link seemed to be coming slower than the last. Worse still, Matteo knew that he would need more links for every subsequent rank that he wanted to advance, so adding a talisman, which would slow him down by a further 25%, would make his progress excruciatingly slow. The trade-off, however, was considerable. Matteo had been fascinated by Orsik's control of the wolves, and the thought of being able to control his own animals was incredibly enticing. Corvus, who had been watching Matteo quietly, as he often did, suddenly clicked his beak.
What are you hesitating for, kid? I can see that you want to do it, so why don't you just do it?
But that means my progression through the ranks is going to be even slower, Matteo said.
So find ways to speed it up, came the exasperated answer. Look, you could think about this issue forever, and you're never going to come to a decision. Sometimes you just have to pick. So just pick.
Corvus's words rattled around in Matteo's heart for a good long while before he slapped his hand on the table, his mind made up. You're right. Besides, what does it matter if my rank is lower? I'll rank up eventually. Just then, Birch, whose turn it was to take over, stuck his head up from the ladder that led into the aviary. He grumbled pleasantly at the crows and then nodded to Matteo, saying something in his incomprehensible language. I only got one message, Matteo said, taking it out and showing it to the old man. I'm going to take it down and fill out the report. Beaming, Birch nodded his head, patted Matteo on the shoulder, and then gave him a feather he had pulled out from his hair. Matteo was unsure what to do with it, but Birch looked so happy that he had taken it that he bowed his head. Thank you, he said. Still beaming, Birch took the feather back and then tucked it in Matteo's clothing before patting him on the shoulder again and heading for the roof, where the crows were watching him curiously. Heading downstairs, Matteo informed Gorm he had gotten a report request, then sat down at the table, pulling out a sheet of paper and getting the quill. This wasn't the first time Gorm had seen him fill out a report, but still, he kept looking over suspiciously as Matteo carefully filled out the paper. When Matteo was done, he put the quill back in the ink pot and pushed himself back from the table. Would you mind double-checking this? He asked Gorm. I'm going to run and get the relevant documents. Staring at the already completed report, Gorm's forehead furrowed as he read over it. A few minutes later, Matteo was back with the 4 relevant scrolls, and it didn't take Gorm long to double-check that the information in the report was accurate. Not only was it accurate, it had been replicated word for word. The first time this had happened, Gorm had been completely dumbfounded. By now he had realized that Matteo was just a freak.
"It's fine," he said with a sigh. "It's fine." The longer Matteo stayed at Tower 988, the more freedom he had, as the others had quickly realized he had mastered everything they had to teach him. Being a watcher was a fairly simple job, and due to Matteo's memory, he had absorbed it absurdly quickly. Even though he pitched in to help with Leggy's chores and took regular shifts with the others, watching the aviary and filling out reports, Matteo still had plenty of time on his hands. So he began to spend it exercising, practicing with his new bow, and meditating. From what he understood, he could add the talisman any time he wanted, but the best time to do it would be during a full moon, when the world's spirit power was at its highest. Matteo had never heard this idea, that the energy of the world waxed and waned with the cycles of the moon, until he had come across it in his readings from the Tower Library. After thinking about it for a while, however, it made sense to him, as he had always felt a sort of restlessness as the full moon approached. According to Corvus, this was because the moon acted as a mirror and stirred up the world's ambient spirit energy. Chapter 38. To keep from bothering the others, Matteo had taken to sitting outside of the tower to meditate, and about halfway through the second month, he was doing just that, meditating outside the tower as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The landscape was gorgeous, dyed in oranges and pinks, with bright blues in the sky creating a palette that reminded Matteo of pieces of candy that one might buy from the vendors lining the streets in Darrenford during the festivals. The thought was accompanied by a faint ache deep in his heart, but Matteo pushed it down and refocused his attention on what Corvus was talking about. "Are you saying the way people advance is incorrect?" "Yes. Advancing through passive absorption isn't efficient, and it leads to weakness at the higher ranks. Instead, visualization should be the focus. The object of your visualization matters a lot, and it goes faster when there's more spirit energy in your surroundings. Spirit energy is the thinnest where a lot of people live, so cities tend to be almost devoid of it. The wilderness is a little bit better, as the natural energy of the world fills the space. The best places, though, are holy grounds, places where, for one reason or another, there's a tremendous concentration of spirit energy. Once spirit energy gets thick enough, it will turn into mist, and then after that, into liquid. By channeling spirit energy into your body through your breath, you can use it to reinforce your meditation, and it will increase the speed at which you can complete your visualization." "And you're saying that's what I need if I want to draw this talisman?" "Yes, at least if you want to draw it quickly," Corvus said, cocking an eye at Matteo. "You could, of course, just visualize it into existence. That's how most people do it. But that will take forever, and you can't visualize both the talisman and the chain at the same time. On the other hand, it shouldn't take too much spirit energy to do it, as long as you find hallowed ground, which is a step down from holy ground. Meditating there for a couple of hours should do the trick." "How am I supposed to find hallowed ground, though?" Matteo asked. "Hallowed ground forms naturally. There are a couple of conditions, but most of the time it's in a hidden place or depression where there are three things. You need water, earth, and life. Typically that's going to be plant life, so you're looking for a place where there's a significant amount of vegetation around a pool or a river." Closing his eyes, Matteo began searching through his memories. Specifically, he was recalling all of the scrolls he had read that detailed the surrounding area. To his surprise, he found 4 different spots that had potential, combining all 3 of the qualifications Corvus had identified. There are some spots nearby. His eyes filling with excitement as he turned to look at the mountains that surrounded them. Some of them are pretty close, actually. Standing up, he brushed his pants off and headed into the tower. It was just about time to begin dinner prep, and though Leggy had said he was going to do it, Matteo pitched in to assist. After peeling some of the potatoes he had been handed, Matteo finally sighed. "Leggy?" "Yes?" "Are we allowed to go explore the mountains? I mean, are we allowed to leave the tower?"
The spoon Leggy was holding paused, hanging in the air in between the pot and his lips as he slowly turned his head to look at Matteo.
"Why would we want to leave the tower?" he asked, staring blankly at Matteo.
"I don't know. It just seems like it would be fun to go hiking," Matteo replied, slightly taken aback by Leggy's response. After staring at Matteo for a moment longer, Leggy shrugged and tasted the soup on his spoon. Putting his spoon down, he picked up a bowl that held the salt and took a pinch, dropping it into the pot. He seemed to be thinking deeply about Matteo's question and didn't actually answer until dinner had finished cooking and Gorm had joined them to eat.
"Gorm?" "Yes, Leggy. Matteo was wondering if there was any reason he couldn't go explore in the mountains."
Though Gorm's reaction wasn't quite as intense as Leggy's, he still frowned.
"Why would you want to do that?" he asked. "Don't you know how dangerous it is out there?"
"I mean, I do," Matteo said, "but it's just, don't take this in the wrong way, but it's sort of boring in the tower."
"Ah, that's true,"
Leggy said, slapping the table.
"It is boring in this tower. A fair point, Gorm replied, nodding as he shoveled potato soup into his mouth. Some of it spilled on his beard, but he didn't seem to mind. "This tower can be fairly boring, and considering how young you are, I imagine you want to stretch your legs. I've seen you doing your exercises and shooting your bow, so that does make sense." "Yeah, I don't see why not. There's no rule against exploring, but I will say that you'll want to be careful. Quite a few nasty creatures out in the mountains, much safer inside the tower."
Seeing that Leggy was nodding seriously, Matteo assured them he would be careful. Because of how the shift rotation went, every fourth day Matteo was off completely and didn't have to take a shift in the aviary as a watcher. It would be another 2 days until he had a day off. So Matteo began to prepare for his trip. He wasn't planning on being gone for more than a day, as the first location was within what appeared to him to be a 3-hour hike. However, he knew the mountains could be treacherous, so he prepared some food, ropes, and a number of other miscellaneous items, packing them into a bag he would carry with him. He also brought his quiver, 2 extra bundles of arrows, and his dagger, along with a tall walking stick that would help him as he climbed the mountains. On the morning of his day off, he had a hearty breakfast, and then, saying goodbye to Birch and Gorm, he headed out of the tower. He'd only gotten a few feet when he heard a voice calling down from above. It was Leggy, sticking his head out of the aviary.
"Are you going exploring?"
Leggy yelled down. "Only for a little bit," Matteo replied.
"Well, be safe, and don't do anything stupid,"
Leggy called out. Promising he wouldn't, Matteo turned and walked uphill, soon leaving the squat tower behind. A thin layer of fog blanketed the mountains, blocking the sun's rays and giving a chill to the air, wrapping around Matteo. He was dressed warmly enough, however, and knew that the sun would soon be victorious in its efforts to heat the world. With his walking stick in hand and his bow slung across his back within easy reach, Matteo began his trek toward the first spot he had identified as a potentially hallowed ground. Today's adventure wouldn't be very long, and though there was hope that he would find what he was looking for, he was treating this excursion more like a test run than anything else. It wasn't long until the short tower was lost in the haze behind him. Visibility wasn't great, and since Matteo was wary of losing his way in the fog, he made sure to keep a few of the mountain peaks in the distance as reference points. After he had hiked for 45 minutes, the fog started to fade, partly because Matteo was getting higher in altitude, and partly because of the relentless work of the sun's rays beaming down on the world. About that time, he found a path leading up the mountain he was trying to climb, and after pausing for a moment to recall the map he had memorized, he realized this was the path he was looking for. His target was a hollow he hoped was also a hallow, a place where spirit power naturally gathered. In the records, it was described as the beginnings of a small stream that would run down the mountain, eventually joining with a larger river below. At the head of the stream, one explorer had described a small depression, bright with flowers and green plants, where the air seemed fresher and every breath brought a feeling of energy to the body.
That sounded an awful lot like a place where there was a high concentration of spirit power, and Matteo was quite looking forward to finding it for himself. The path wound up the mountain, and more than once Matteo saw the hoof prints of mountain deer and the paw prints of what he thought might be foxes. This was a game trail, carved into the mountain by the local fauna as they sought the easiest path to climb up toward the peak. 15 minutes after he found the path, Matteo finally broke through the haze, and the world seemed to stretch forever in front of him. He had just come to a bend in the path, where it doubled back to climb higher up the mountain, and the sight laid out before him took his breath away. Mountains stretched into the distance, and the blue dome over his head seemed endless. It was as if the air had turned to liquid, cool and crisp, not yet saturated with the weight of the sun's heat. The landscape contained a million small details, and Matteo got the distinct impression that he could have stood in place forever, completely absorbed by the gorgeous sight in front of him. Taking another deep breath, he felt something stir in his chest, a thread of energy that was both ethereal and like lightning, causing his spirit to swell as if it had been pumped full of hot air, while at the same time easing the strain his muscles felt from the steep climb. Though he had his suspicions, Matteo still asked Corvus, who was resting on his shoulder, "What is that feeling? Is that spirit power?" "Yep, that's it."
Matteo had never felt this before, and after a moment of reflection realized it was because he had spent all of his early days in the city. According to what Corvus had said, cities, where people were gathered tightly together, lacked spirit power, while the wild, untamed areas of the world possessed much higher levels of it. Taking another deep breath, Matteo couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. It always struck him as amazing how being high up completely changed how the landscape looked. The second breath had still drawn in some spirit power, but it was thinner than the first time. After taking his third breath, Matteo could feel that the spirit power in the vicinity had been reduced to nothing. It wasn't gone, per se, but its concentration was so light that even if he breathed in 100 more times, he wouldn't gain even a fraction of the spirit power he had absorbed in that first breath. This must be why cities were so devoid of energy. With all of the people gathered together, it simply didn't have an opportunity to reform. With one last look out over the ruggedly beautiful mountains, Matteo turned and continued up the path, heading higher toward a band of trees around the top of the mountain. According to what he had researched, the hollow he was looking for existed closer to the top of the mountain, at the bottom edge of the forest that ran around it. From what he understood, he had another hour of hiking before he would arrive. But the good news was that this path he was on was supposed to lead all the way up to the hollow, meaning it should be easy to spot. The higher he got into the mountains, the thinner the air became, making it harder for him to catch his breath, but Matteo took his time. He had all day to explore and wasn't in any rush. Occasionally, in the distance, he caught sight of animals, mostly deer, nibbling at the sparse grass. Sometimes he would see rabbits, birds, and even mountain goats. The path was steep, but Matteo was in great shape, and with the help of his walking stick made good time, putting him at the edge of the forest within 45 minutes. The forest was filled with tall conifer trees, their trunks massive and their roots deep. The game trail he had been following vanished at the edge of the woods, splitting up into 1,000,000 small paths that wove between the large trees. The forest floor was blanketed with years of soft, needle-like leaves, and as Matteo wound his way past the trunks, he found the ground almost spongy underfoot. Turning to the south, he passed along the edge of the forest, making sure to keep close to it. Despite his excellent sense of direction, Matteo understood full well how easy it was to get lost in a place like a forest, especially when all of the trees looked the same as they did here. Out of habit, he moved silently, or as silently as he could, putting into practice everything Eric had taught him over the last few months. Though he wasn't as good as Eric, Matteo had come a long way, and after months of being forced to hunt for his own food in the wilderness surrounding the gorge, Matteo had gained a near-instinctive understanding of where to place his feet and how to move through brush to keep the noise to a minimum. It wasn't long until he heard the faint babble of a brook, causing his eyes to light up as he realized he was in the right place. The water was little more than a trickle, running through a furrow where the soft leaves and loose dirt had been washed away, revealing a small creek. The water danced across the pebbles that lined the bottom and was clear and cold as a glacier. Stooping, Matteo reached out and put a finger in the water, shivering as the cold water pulled the heat right out of his finger. His target was the head of the stream, so he began to hike up along it, making sure to stay far enough away from the bank that he didn't accidentally collapse it into the stream. The further up he got, the smaller it seemed to become, until it was little more than a series of rivulets cutting through the loam. Up ahead, he could see the trees had grown denser, and with considerable excitement, he picked up his pace. Chapter 39. To Matteo, it almost appeared that there was a forest within the forest. Thick trees, their leaves a bright green, crowded close together around a wide pool about 20 feet across. Though it wasn't deep, only about 18 inches at the most, the pool was teeming with life. With a single glance, Matteo saw dozens of fish swimming this way and that, as well as thick grass growing up from the bottom of the pool. A large log had fallen into the pool at one point, the bulk of it hanging over the pond where it provided shelter for the fish darting underneath it. And around the edges of the pond was thick grass and hundreds of flowers. However, even as Matteo took in the pretty sight, he couldn't help but frown. Much of the grass around the pool was trampled by boots, and the sense of life emanating from the pool was dim, not the sharp, energizing feeling Matteo had been hoping for.
"Looks like you're too late," Corvus said, flying off Matteo's shoulder to land on the large log hanging over the middle of the pond. "It seems somebody else has been here."
Matteo's sharp gaze scanned the edges of the pond. On top of footprints, it was clear that a few of the plants that ringed the pond had been harvested, some sort of fruit or flower taken from them, quite sloppily, too. As Matteo crouched down next to the plant to look at it, Corvus was eyeing the fish in the pond. Examining the leaves and stem of the plant, Matteo identified it as morning glow, a type of flower known for the medicinal properties of its flower petals and for containing a special dew that only appeared with the morning sun. From what he had read, the nectar morning glow flowers produced in the morning only lasted for 15 minutes before it would evaporate into the surroundings. But if it could be retrieved during that time, it was an incredibly helpful tonic that could actually improve the quality of other medicines.
"Looks like they grabbed everything," Corvus said. "In a place like this, I would have expected to find fish that carried some spirit power as well as plants, but whoever was here didn't miss anything."
After testing the log a few times to make sure it was safe, Matteo climbed up on it and walked out to where Corvus stood, looking down into the shallow pond below him. He could see the fish darting around, but Corvus was right. Given the amount of spirit power in the air, Matteo could detect it with every breath he took. He would have expected to have found larger fish, maybe even fish that contained threads of spirit power they had absorbed from their surroundings. Instead, there was not a single fish larger than a finger. The hollow was peaceful, but as Matteo sat down on the log, letting his feet dangle over the water and breathed in and out, he could feel the air, which had been charged with spirit power, returning to normal.
"This is a hollow," Corvus said, "but it's already been plundered. Normally the flowers around the bank would provide spirit power, infusing it into the air, keeping the ambient levels much higher. Even if you meditated there for an hour, you might not clear all of the spirit power. Without the flowers, however, the ambient levels of energy have returned to normal. This place can't help you."
Matteo already knew that, but hearing Corvus say it caused him to frown. After a moment he eased his frustration, taking a deep breath and nodding his head. "That's fine. There were still 3 other locations that had potential. This was a good test run to get used to the terrain." Rather than get up immediately, Matteo continued to sit on the log, getting out some of the food he had brought to eat. He let his crumbs fall into the pond, watching with interest as the small fish swarmed under his feet, fighting over the morsels. When he was finished, he brushed his fingers off, climbed back along the log, and returned to the bank. Before he left, he considered taking the morning glow flowers, digging them up by their roots and transplanting them closer to the tower, only rejecting the idea after recalling that morning glow required a particular environment in order to grow. He decided to leave them where they were and began the trek down the mountain. He followed the stream all the way to the edge of the forest and then hiked along it until he found the game trail that had brought him here. On his way down the mountain, he spotted a small herd of deer moving north along the face of the mountain, about 150 feet below his position. Crouching, he examined them for a moment, then unslung his bow from his back. On quiet feet, he crept off of the path, doing his best to keep himself low against the mountain to avoid being outlined against the sky. The herd was small, comprised of only about a dozen, and was led by 3 bucks, one of them immature and clearly only a couple of seasons old. Ducking behind some brush, Matteo watched through a gap as one of the older bucks lifted its head to look around, clearly alert for danger. Though Matteo hadn't seen the tracks of any predator big enough to kill a deer, the buck's behavior indicated to him there probably was something. Staying low, Matteo shifted toward a gap in the brush, his bow held at the ready and an arrow already on the string. Just before he shifted out from behind the tangled bush to try his shot, he saw the deer move. One moment they were standing still, grazing happily, and the next they all had taken off, trotting together further down the hill. They only moved around 50 feet, but that took them out of Matteo's easy range, making his shot much more difficult. Rather than get upset, Matteo calmly began to pick his way down the mountain, always trying to keep himself low against it. Because of how slowly he was moving, it took him nearly 10 minutes to get into position once more, and this time he didn't hesitate. Taking a focusing breath and then rising to his knees, he kept his bow taut as he aimed his arrow. His target was an older doe who didn't have a fawn nearby. There was a whoosh of wind as Matteo released the arrow, and a clear twang as the bowstring snapped back into its original position, launching the arrow at tremendous speeds. The sound carried clearly across the side of the mountain, causing the deer below to jump, but Matteo's arrow flew true, taking his target behind her right foreleg. With a squeal that sent the other deer sprinting along the mountain, the doe collapsed to the ground. Matteo, whose hand had immediately gone to his quiver, stood and rushed down the mountain as quickly as he could. The shot had pierced the deer's heart, tearing it open and ending her life almost instantly. Quite pleased with himself, Matteo retrieved his arrow and then began to field dress the deer. After collecting most of the meat and the deer's skin, he wrapped them up together and began the trek back toward Tower 988. He arrived about midway through the afternoon, and when Leggy opened the door, his face lit up.
"Is that deer meat?"
he said, staring at the bundle Matteo held out. "Yes, I saw a herd up the mountain," Matteo said, "and I thought we could use some fresh meat." Leggy was practically drooling and quickly grabbed it, hustling toward the kitchen. Fresh meat was a rarity in the tower, as they mostly got along on the shelf-stable food the Darkwing stocked them with. Every month, the wagon full of supplies would come bouncing across the rocky landscape, delivering enough food for the next month and a half. While they often had sausages, the thought of fresh venison steak was enticing, and by the time the smell of sizzling meat had filled the tower, Matteo was starving. When Matteo sat down with Gorm and Leggy to eat, the 2 old men were curious about his experience. He described his ascent of the mountain and how he had found the pool he was looking for. However, when he mentioned harvesting morning glow flowers, he noticed the concerned look that flashed across Gorm's face. Pausing his description of his adventure, he waited quietly for Gorm to speak.
"You said you saw tracks," Gorm asked, staring at Matteo intently. "What did they look like?"
"There were no specific tracks," Matteo said. "What I found was a lot of the grass and flowers had been crushed by boots. Clearly they were humans. Is something wrong?"
"Not wrong, per se," Gorm replied after thinking for a moment. "It's just there's been increased bandit activity in the mountains. Mostly they've kept clear of this area because they know our tower is here. But the fact that somebody harvested the flowers isn't a good sign.
What do you mean? Isn't it normal to harvest the flowers?
No, Leggy chimed in. Most hunters who run into morning glow will only take the nectar. After all, it takes 2.5 to 3 years to grow a new flower, whereas you can harvest the nectar every day during the right months. A lot of people will actually camp out for a week or more gathering morning glow dew every day until they have a few bottles of this stuff. It fetches a great price. The fact that somebody took the petals as well isn't a good sign, as it means they probably need them for making healing potions, and the only people who wouldn't be able to get healing potions are bandits who can't go into the local towns.
This was the first time Matteo had heard about any local towns, and the information caused him to straighten up. Are there towns around here? I thought we were in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, we are in the middle of nowhere. But there's a town about 4 days' travel east, and another 6 days' travel to the northwest, Gorm replied, peeking at Matteo from the corner of his eye as he cut a strip of steak and brought it to his mouth. We'll need to make a report, so I'll need you to repeat everything you said, Gorm said, after he had finished chewing. In fact, why don't you just do the report yourself?
Sure, I can do that, Matteo replied, helping himself to another piece of meat. For a few minutes, the three of them ate in silence, until Leggy, who had polished off 2 large steaks, pushed his plate back and rubbed his stomach happily. That was delicious, he said. I take it, though, that you didn't find what you were looking for. Instantly on guard, Matteo feigned an innocent expression. Oh, I was just going for a hike, he said, causing Leggy to laugh. The old man picked up his cup, drinking down the wine inside, then grabbed the bottle to fill it back up. Looking at Matteo over the top of his cup, he grinned. You don't have to play, kid. I'm 5 times your age. If I didn't know what you were up to, I might as well call myself senile. You're looking for a hallow, right? A place where you can improve your rank. Stricken, Matteo glanced at Gorm, who was staring back at him with an amused expression. Clearly he hadn't done as good a job hiding what he was going to be doing as he had thought. Though, after taking a moment to think about it, Matteo began to feel that his previous thoughts were rather foolish. After all, he had just been talking about morning glow and looking for specific locations in the mountains. On top of that, both Gorm and Leggy were members of the Darkwing. Dealing with information and making judgments was their business. Taking a deep breath, Matteo nodded. All right, you caught me, he said. I am trying to find a hallow. The 2 older men looked at each other as if they were having a conversation with their eyes, and then Leggy got up from the table and headed back into the library, while Gorm leaned forward. You found 4 spots in the local area, right? One by one, he listed them off, ending with a location Matteo had just been. Well, you'll find that all of them are about the same as the last. Places where you can find morning glow. But my guess is that if somebody harvested the morning glow where you just were, they've probably swiped it from everywhere. You're in luck, though, as there's a 5th spot, one that's much better hidden, a place we used to use back in the day. Just then, Leggy came back into the room, carrying a scroll. After pushing some of the dishes aside, he spread it out on the table, revealing a map with a number of notes on it. There's a hallow in a valley about a day's journey from here, he said, his finger tracing a path along the edge of the mountain from where their tower was located down to the south. The valley's pretty hard to find, as the entrance is little more than a crack in the mountain. The valley is a natural hallow, and of all of the spots you have picked out, this one's probably the most likely to still be active. After all, not many people know about it. The map Leggy was pointing to didn't actually show the valley they were talking about. Instead, Matteo found himself staring at 2 mountains that stood side by side. Seeing the hesitation on his face, Gorm chuckled and leaned forward. We stumbled across the valley many years ago. It's where the 3 of us ranked up. It's a valuable place, but only for those in the iron rank, so we can't use it anymore. For you, on the other hand, I think it'll be quite worthwhile. After you've used it and ranked up, maybe we'll report it and earn some credit. His words caused Mateo's eyes to sharpen, as he suddenly realized something. A huge amount of information flowed through this tower, sent in reports from all over the mountain range. That information was compiled, and relevant details were sent further up the chain, eventually arriving at the Dark Wing Command Center, where the information was parsed out and recorded to be used for missions and the like. Mateo had assumed that chain of information was always unbroken. Now, hearing Gorm and Leggy talk about the hidden valley and observing the sly expressions on their faces, it was clear that wasn't always the case. Chapter 40. Mateo remembered Orsic's words, that there was considerable depth and danger in the Dark Wing, and he felt as if he had just gotten a glimpse of it. In the grand scheme of things, hiding information like the valley wasn't so important, but if there had been other details that weren't reported or were glossed over, the effect could have been tremendous. Realizing he simply couldn't take everything at face value, Mateo silently memorized the lesson and then looked at the two old men. "This seems really valuable information," he said. "What do you want for it?" Laughing, Leggy rolled up the scroll and patted Mateo on the shoulder. "You already paid for it," he said. "This is the first time we've had deer in years. If you really feel like it's valuable, pick up another one on your way back." The ease with which he spoke caught Mateo off guard, and as he watched Leggy get up and return the scroll to the library, Mateo didn't know quite what to say. "The trip will take about 3 days, probably. A day to get there, half a day to find the place, and another day to get back. That means you'll be out on the mountain for 2 nights, Gorm said, slicing another piece of venison from his steak. "You'll need to make sure you pack food and a tent. We haven't used them in a good long while, so they're probably pretty dusty, but we have some tents in the supply closet. As for when you can go, you'll have to wait a few days until you're off rotation. We can cover it for you for the 2 days after your next break. How does that sound?" A warm feeling rose in Mateo's heart as he listened to Gorm speak, and it took him a moment to find his voice. "That sounds good. Thank you so much," he said, but Gorm just waved him off. Later that night, after Leggy had gone up for his shift in the aviary and Birch had come down to enjoy the steaks, Mateo spent a little bit of time outside, sitting against the tower, watching as the sun slowly dipped toward the horizon. It was a beautiful sight, one that brought a sense of peace to his soul. Mateo couldn't help but see hints of his master in Gorm, Birch, and Leggy, and even though the 3 old men largely ignored him, Mateo could feel the warmth of their care. Mateo found that his feelings about Master Solomon were complicated. There was still so much he didn't know about what had happened. He desperately wanted to trust that Master Solomon had done what he had for Mateo's good, but the little glimpses of memory that had stuck with him from his last encounter with Master Solomon had caused doubts to creep into his heart. With a long sigh, he pushed the thoughts out of his head and began to focus on his visualization. The second link in the chain had been completed over a month ago, and he had begun to diligently work on the third link in the chain. This had also caused him to run into a problem, as visualizing the second link had added to the number of links listed on his status sheet. His problem was that he didn't actually have a card to add to his set. Currently, the only 2 cards he had were Iron Physique and his root card, Heart of Iron. For whatever reason, Mateo couldn't add Corvus's root card to his set, even though its ability affected him as if it were his own. He wasn't quite sure where he was going to find another iron-ranked card, but rather than dwell on that problem, he focused instead on ranking up to bronze. Doing so would allow both of his cards to rank up as well, but the third chain was coming quite a bit slower than the first 2 chains had, and Mateo estimated it was going to take him almost a year to complete it. This was a massive jump from the few months that the second link had required, and underscored just how slow an iron-ranked root card accumulated spirit power. Mateo was realizing more and more just how important Hallows were, and so the fact that Gorm and the others had been willing to share information with him about a Hallow was even more impressive than he had originally believed.
For the next few days, Matteo spent the little bits of free time he had gathering supplies for his trip. Since he was going to be staying out overnight, he needed a tent, which he found buried deep under a pile of boxes in the basement storage area. Gorm had been right about the tents being dusty, and it looked like they hadn't been used in at least 10 years. Taking the one that had the fewest holes in it, no doubt put there by the rodents Matteo occasionally heard scampering around, he brought it outside and did his best to clean it off, even going so far as to set up the tent to try and air it out. He also found himself a sleeping roll and a blanket to add to his gear. He considered bringing some light pots and pans for his meals, but figured that he didn't need the extra weight, and he could just forage for food, as he had in the gorge. He also packed some hardtack, jerky, sausage, and a block of cheese, just in case he got stranded somewhere. Leggy had already talked to him about the path he would have to take to find the valley, and it included an area with some steep cliffs, so Matteo made sure he had 2 long lengths of rope, some climbing spikes, and a grappling hook. He got all of the gear from Birch, who was responsible for keeping up the outside of the tower, and would use it to rappel up and down the walls when they needed repair. When Matteo wasn't packing for his trip, he was taking shifts with the others, watching for messages, recording information, and writing reports. He'd also been learning how to command the iron-wing crows, memorizing the specific whistle patterns the watchers used to direct them. The iron-wing crows clearly liked him, and thanks to his eidetic memory, Matteo found himself taking naturally to commanding them. Of the 3 old men, Birch was without a doubt the most adept. But while the iron-wing crows seemed to understand him implicitly, to humans his speech was practically incomprehensible, so Matteo mainly learned from Gorm and Leggy. As the day of his departure got closer, Matteo found himself growing more and more excited. He had begun to range out from the tower, never leaving, always staying within a mile, and during these trips he would hunt, bringing fresh game back for everyone to enjoy. The addition of meat to their normal meals brought a sense of excitement to the tower the others clearly hadn't felt in years, and it was with some concern that they saw Matteo off when the day for his departure finally came. The plan was for him to be back within 3 days, but he had brought enough food with him for a week just in case something happened. Waving goodbye, Matteo headed south. The morning was clear, and visibility was good for miles, so even when he had traveled for almost 2 hours, Matteo could see the tiny gray stone tower in the distance behind him. Pausing, he took a deep breath and waved, even though he was positive no one from the tower could see him. The path curved around the mountain, and as he continued, Matteo felt as if he was on top of the world. To his east, the land fell away into foothills, and then stretched into a great plain that expanded into the distance. This was the home of the barbarians, or at least some of them. Most members of the Empire believed that the barbarians were nothing but savages, fierce warriors who preyed on the weak, pillaging everywhere they went. Matteo knew better. He had read enough books and talked with Master Solomon often enough to understand that while the barbarians were fierce warriors, they were really no different from the members of the Empire. They just had different cultures, different ways of living, and a different understanding of life and death. Recalling some of the more philosophical discussions he had had with Master Solomon as they talked about the differences of the various people groups on the continent, Matteo couldn't escape a feeling of longing that rose in his heart. Silently, he vowed to himself that one day he would go and explore those lands, getting to know the barbarians and their way of life, coming to see and understand why they lived as they did. After another hour of travel, the path narrowed, and the slope on the eastern side of the mountain grew steeper, eventually turning into a sheer cliff that dropped off hundreds and hundreds of feet. Matteo wasn't sure what had caused the mountain to have such a steep cliff, but he knew that falling would all but guarantee his death. Resolving not to do that, he examined the path that snaked its way along the cliff. Leggy had indicated that the cliff path was largely safe, though it had been years since he or Gorm had been on it. With another look over the edge, Matteo took a deep breath and then got out one of the ropes, tying it around him under his arms. The other end was attached securely to the grappling hook, and Matteo kept it ready just in case he needed to use it.
With his walking stick in one hand to provide some stability and the grappling hook in the other, Matteo began carefully walking along the edge of the cliff. There were points when the path shrank to little more than 1.5 feet wide, and when he got to these spots, Matteo would take off his bag and loop it around his staff to help him support the weight. Then, turning sideways, he would edge carefully along the wall, keeping his face toward the cliff. He figured that way, if he fell, he'd be able to hopefully hook the grappling hook on the edge of the cliff and stop himself from falling. Though his footing was stable, the tension of 100-foot drop behind him brought great strain, and by the time he had made it across the first of the narrow parts of the path, Matteo's breathing was heavy. Once on the other side, he took a moment to rest. Thankfully, the cliff path had widened out, and he was able to sit, taking out a piece of jerky to chew on it slowly as he sipped some water and regained his bearings. He still had 3 more such sections to cross before he was all the way to the other side, and as he knew he didn't have time to waste, he got up after a few minutes and headed toward the next narrow section. Here he did the same as he had done before and carefully inched his way across. Everything went well until he came to the last of the narrow sections of the cliff path. By this time, he was quite eager to be done with this whole thing, and his shirt was soaked through with sweat. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his heart, he stepped onto the narrow section of the path and began, inch by inch, shuffling his way across. He had made it just over halfway when something caught his eye. In the rock in front of him were dozens of thumb-sized holes, and as he looked from the corner of his eye, Matteo saw a large wasp squeeze its way out of the hole. This was the first time Matteo had ever seen an insect that big. But noticing their red and green striped pattern, he immediately froze. These were blood venom wasps, fierce and dangerous creatures that moved in massive swarms. They carried a venom lethal enough that a few stings could stop the heart of a bull. Matteo, halfway across the narrow shelf on the cliff, realized that the only way across was to pass in front of the blood venom wasps' holes, which undoubtedly led to their nest. Wasps in general were fiercely territorial, and Matteo stayed as still as he possibly could, not wanting to antagonize the one that had just crawled out of the hole. It seemed to pause for a moment when it looked in Matteo's direction, and then, with a buzz, flew into the air, circling around his head. Matteo had never stayed so still in his life. The hum of the wasp's wings sounded like thunder in his ears, competing with his heartbeat to drown his thoughts. The wasp clearly didn't like him, zipping this way and that as it stared at him with a threatening glare before alighting on his bag. It stayed there for a full 2 minutes, as Matteo, hardly daring to breathe, prayed for it to go away. Finally it did, buzzing into one of the holes in the wall. While this was the only blood-venom wasp Matteo had seen, he didn't doubt there were others nearby, and racked his brain for a solution to how he was going to cross this area. Finally, a thought came to him, and with a deep breath, Matteo glanced down. He thought there were enough places to hold on that he could probably lower himself onto the cliff below, and then slowly crawl sideways until he was past this dangerous area. The wasp holes didn't seem to extend for more than 12 feet, which would take him back onto the wider portion of the path. But the thought of having to hang onto the cliff wall with nothing but empty air for hundreds of feet below him made Matteo's skin crawl. With a deep breath, closing his eyes, Matteo rehearsed his plan in his mind a few times, and then carefully began to lower himself down, using his bag as a weight on the path to balance. He still had the rope and grappling hook wrapped around him, and that gave him an added sense of security as he gripped the edge of the cliff and let his feet slide off. Even though Matteo hadn't done a lot of rock climbing during his time in the gorge, he was in fantastic shape, so it wasn't too hard for him to hold himself on the edge of the cliff. He planted the grappling hook with his left hand, stretching out as far as he could before hooking it on the edge of the cliff and pulling down, sinking it into the ground. Then he slowly lowered his weight further, continuing to search for holds with his hands and feet until he found something that felt stable. Then ever so slowly, he shifted his weight, putting more of it on the grappling hook and his left hand and left foot, while his right foot and right hand began to search for holds as well. Chapter 41. Once he was hanging on the cliff, Matteo reached up and shifted the grappling hook over, always trying to keep it above his head or slightly to his left. It was excruciatingly slow work, but Matteo knew that rushing was likely to cause a problem, and any problem would almost certainly lead to his death. It took him a few minutes to stabilize himself after shifting the grappling hook each time, and twice Matteo had to freeze as more wasps zipped out of the holes in the cliff to try and figure out where the sounds were coming from. Matteo had made it about half the distance and was just considering whether it was worth continuing on or going up to the path when he heard a cry behind him and, glancing over his shoulder, saw a vulture flying in the air. Matteo wasn't exactly sure what it was about the vulture, but as soon as he saw it, he knew that his troubles had just multiplied. He was almost twice the bird's size, but from the way it was eyeing him, Matteo got the distinct impression it was about to attack. It was likely the vulture had seen animals fall from the cliff before, maybe goats or deer or other mountain creatures, and if it could disrupt him, then no doubt it would be able to enjoy a feast a few short moments later after his body splattered against the ground below. Licking his lips, Matteo watched as the vulture circled once more before suddenly letting out a loud screech and flying toward him. As Matteo was hanging onto the cliff with both hands, he had no way to defend himself, and all he could do was duck his head down, hoping to protect his neck from the vulture's sharp talons. The bird fell like a stone, slamming into Matteo's back, one of its legs getting tangled in Matteo's backpack strap. He felt a sharp claw scratching his skin on his back, and was surprised to find that the vulture had trouble raking him. This was undoubtedly thanks to his Iron Physique card, which flared every time the vulture struck. Panicking, the vulture flapped its wings, smacking Matteo in the head and causing him to nearly lose his grip on the cliff. Loud shrieks ripped from the vulture's throat as it pecked at his head, managing to leave a bloody cut across his scalp. Realizing he had to do something, Matteo let go of the wall with his right hand, grabbing the vulture and throwing it to the side. Doing so caused him to slip, and as his foot came off its hold, his body lurched down, slamming into the wall as he reached the end of the short rope wrapped around him. Desperately, he scrabbled for a hold on the cliff, afraid that the grappling hook might be torn free at any moment. The vulture, dazed from slamming into the cliff, flapped its wings as it began to rise, letting out a furious shriek that was answered almost immediately by a thunderous roar of buzzing wings as first dozens and then hundreds of blood-venom wasps poured out of the holes in the cliff above. Knowing he had no time to waste, Matteo lunged upward, grabbing the edge of the cliff and hauling himself up onto the path. He could hear the terrified shriek of the vulture, and a glance over his shoulder showed that its body was completely covered in wasps biting and stinging it. Even as he watched, the side of the vulture's head began to swell as the blood venom the wasps carried caused a reaction inside of its body. There was a popping sound, and blood sprayed as the large boil that had formed exploded. All across the vulture's body, the same thing was happening, and no matter how it flapped its wings, it couldn't escape the speed of the wasps. Matteo didn't stick around to find out how the fight ended, instead scrambling away on his hands and knees until he could begin to run, sprinting down the path despite the fact that there was still a sheer drop on his left. A few of the wasps came after him, though the mass majority of them seemed to be content attacking the vulture, and hearing the buzz behind him, Matteo found a new level of speed. Thankfully, the path began to widen out, rising up as the cliff ended. Sometimes running, sometimes scrambling, Matteo suddenly felt one of the wasps land on his shoulder, and jerking to the side, he tumbled to the ground. Looking up, he saw that there was actually only one wasp behind him, and when it shot toward him, he unslung his bag and swung it as hard as he could, swatting the wasp aside. It landed on the ground, buzzing fiercely but clearly stunned. Just as Matteo was about to stomp on it, Corvus's voice cut across his mind, causing him to pause. "Don't kill it. If you do, the hive will hunt you down and never stop chasing you. When dealing with blood-venom wasps, you can't get any of their blood on you. Otherwise, the hive will never leave you alone." Shuddering at the close call, Matteo took off running again, heading further south, away from the terrifying nest. He ran for over an hour until exhaustion caused him to slow. The wasp had long since stopped chasing him, so Matteo took a deep breath and sat down, resting from his mad dash across the mountain. He could feel his heart of iron working diligently to restore his energy. It only took him a few minutes before his breathing calmed. His legs were still a little shaky, but he had survived, and that was what was important. Double-checking to make sure he still had all of his things, Matteo untied the rope around his chest, coiled it back up, and put it in his bag. He was going to have to pass back the same way or take a 3-day detour around the other side of the mountain. Shaking his head, Matteo decided to leave that problem for the future and turned his attention instead to where he was, a bit over a day away from the mountain where the valley was located. Picking up his walking stick, he returned to his trek. As Matteo traveled through the mountains, he kept an eye out for small game, specifically looking for some rabbits that he might be able to kill to add to his meal. He also looked for streams, wanting to make sure he could refill his water when necessary. A few hours later, he had found a small warren of rabbits, and 3 quick shots from his bow had landed him dinner for that evening. He stopped by a wide rock that poked out of the side of the mountain and, gathering some wood, built a fire to cook his skinned rabbits over. Matteo's training over the last half of a year had taught him not to be picky about the food he was eating, and despite the fact that he didn't have any salt or spices, he picked the rabbits clean and discarded their bones in the fire. He was wary of sleeping out in the open, but also didn't want to take time to set up his tent, so he dozed for a couple of hours, waking any time one of the creatures creeping through the night got close. Part of him had fully expected to wake up facing the jaws of a wolf, a bear, or a wildcat, but at about 2 a.m. he found himself roused, so he packed up his things and headed on. Though it was night, both the moon and the stars cast bright light over the mountain, making it easy for him to travel, and the morning sun was just sending its warm rays over the horizon when he arrived at the mountain where the valley was located. The mountain in front of him was tall, 7,000 feet at its peak according to the map he had read before setting off, but the place Matteo was looking for was only about halfway up it. According to the way Leggy had described it, there was a crack in the side of the mountain. The problem was that finding it would likely be a chore. Taking a moment to rest, Matteo ate some food and gazed up at the mountain, memorizing the topography even as he matched it to what he remembered from the map. There were a couple of places he could see from where he stood, large stone outcroppings that cast shadows upon the side of the mountain, and it was here that he would search. Once he was done eating, Matteo packed his things, picked up his stick, and began the slow hike up the side of the mountain. Part of the problem was that much of this mountain was covered in trees, obscuring both the large rock outcroppings and presenting no clear path to climb the mountain. Multiple times he was forced to detour or even backtrack as he would come to impassable parts of the slope he hadn't noticed because of the thick tree cover that had blocked his view. Thankfully he had Corvus, who could fly up above the trees and give him a clearer sense of direction. It took him 4 hours to arrive at the first outcropping, and after searching all around it, Matteo was sure this was not the entrance. He had discovered a deep crack in one of the rocks, but after following it for some length, it narrowed to a point, blocking his way forward. After crawling back out, he picked up his pack and headed for the next one. More than once in his trek through the woods, he came upon signs of bear, wild pig, and even cougar, though the footprint of the latter was quite old. The bear markings, scratches high up on a tree, on the other hand, were only a few days old at the most, causing Matteo to slow down and take his time as he moved through the woods. The last thing he needed to do was to surprise a bear and get his head slapped clean off. It took him another 4 hours to get to the next outcropping of rocks he had noticed, and once again he began to meticulously search the area, looking for the crack that might lead to the hidden hollow. Matteo wasn't exactly sure how a valley could exist on the side of the mountain like this, but he trusted that Gorb and Leggy weren't sending him on a wild goose chase. Though, after he arrived at the third outcropping and failed to find the entrance they had mentioned, he did begin to wonder. Frustrated, he stopped for lunch, and then began to climb up the mountain again, heading toward the peak. Leggy had told him the story of how they had discovered it coming down the mountain, and so Matteo decided to attempt to replicate what the older men had experienced many years ago. Twice he had to stop, hiding as wildlife passed by. The first time, it was a boar that snuffed around, clearly able to smell traces of his scent as he hid in a tree above its head. Eventually, however, the boar grew bored and trotted off to try to find something fun to eat. The second time was when Matteo spotted a bear, a huge, hulking brute of a thing that, on its hind legs, would easily stand 11 feet tall. Thankfully, the bear was almost half a mile away and upwind. Knowing that bear eyesight wasn't too good, Matteo stayed absolutely still, his body half concealed behind a tree as he waited until the bear waddled off into the trees. Relaxing his grip on his bow, Matteo let out a sigh of relief and continued his climb. His goal was the top of the tree line, where the ground began to show signs of frost, which eventually transformed into powdery white snow that capped the top of this mountain. From what Leggy had described, they had turned back once they reached the tree line, orienting themselves with two of the mountains in the distance and heading down the mountain in a straight line between them. After taking a moment to line himself up with the two mountains Leggy had described, Matteo looked at the path before him. Though still covered with thick trees, because of the angle of them, Matteo found himself suddenly able to see another outcropping of rock. It had been invisible from where Matteo had looked before, and he realized that the path he had taken on the mountain had caused him to miss it. Excited, he began to pick his way down the mountainside, moving carefully to avoid tumbling down the steep slope. The descent took an hour and a half, and he finally arrived at the outcropping. The sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon. Almost immediately, Matteo saw what he was looking for. A long gash cut in the rock that led toward the side of the mountain. Before he entered it, Matteo looked around, trying to see if there was any sign of beasts inside. After all, having seen the large bear stomping around in the woods, Matteo was worried that if he entered it and came face to face with such a creature, he wouldn't even have a chance to blink before he was dead. Matteo didn't notice anything in particular, and so, after fortifying his courage, he began to scoot through the crack. It was dark, as the light didn't reach very deep into it, and soon Matteo was crawling forward in the pitch black. Eventually, however, he started to see a faint glimmer up ahead. As he got closer, he realized it was a phosphorescent mushroom growing in the wall. After the first was a second, and then a third, and then a fourth, casting little pools of light across Matteo's journey. Leggy had mentioned just how long the crack was, and sure enough, it wasn't until 2 hours later that Matteo finally squeezed out of it and into a world he could hardly imagine. He found himself standing in front of a rock that protruded at the edge of a wide meadow. The sun had lost its fight with the night, and the last streaks of pink were fleeing from the sky above. Looking around, he realized he was standing in a depression on the backside of the mountain. Cliffs rose all around him, towering over the trees that were themselves at least 60 feet tall. In the distance, Matteo could hear the sound of water rushing, undoubtedly a waterfall that fell from one of the cliffs into this hidden valley below. A single breath brought with it an intense feeling of energy, causing Matteo to realize he truly had stumbled into a treasure. Chapter 42. Despite the growing darkness, there was a vivid quality to the world Matteo had entered. The grass was bright and green, the dark pine needles full of life. Flowers bloomed here and there, scattered across the valley like a patchwork quilt. Taking another deep breath, he noticed that the level of spirit power had barely decreased at all. As he moved forward, it returned to its saturated state.
"This is a good place," Corvus said, looking around. "A great place, in fact."
Nearly overwhelmed with what he was seeing, Matteo could only nod. It truly was a great place. Shouldering his pack, Matteo began to explore the hidden valley, looking to see if he could spot the actual hallow. Gorm had described the hallow they had found as a small cave, set on the far end of the valley, opposite the entrance that Matteo had come through. Keeping as quiet as he could, as was his habit, Matteo moved through the virgin woods, looking around and taking in the astonishing sights. Everything he looked at seemed to carry a sense of harmony, blending in seamlessly as if it had always been here, granting the valley a certain timeless quality that caused Matteo's mind to whirl. However, it didn't take long before Matteo stopped and looked around, his eyes slowly narrowing as he realized something was wrong. Unslinging his bow, he pulled an arrow from his quiver and readied it.
"I was wondering how long it would take you to notice," Corvus said, cackling.
What Matteo had finally come to realize was that there were no signs of animals anywhere in the valley. Furthermore, there weren't any birds either. Walking through the woods, especially a forest like this one, Matteo would have expected to see some squirrels and a few birds, if nothing else, but this forest was eerily silent. No birds, no small animals, nothing. The only reason he hadn't noticed it immediately was the sense of peace that covered the whole valley, lulling him into a false sense of security. Keeping his bow ready, Matteo began to creep forward once more, continuing to head for the other side of the valley. He had gone another 600 feet when he suddenly saw the bushes in front of him rustle and paused, crouching down behind a tree and keeping himself completely still. After a moment, a creature popped out, looking around casually as it hopped into the clearing Matteo had been about to enter. It had the body of a weasel, but the hind legs of a rabbit and a set of curled horns on its head that looked like they belonged to a mountain goat. Matteo had to stifle a gasp as he recognized the creature immediately. This was an Eru, an animal thought to be extinct, hunted for its horns and the fact that it was a natural card holder. According to a book Matteo had read, certain creatures had a chance of naturally manifesting a card. Though manifesting a card was rare, cards were valuable enough that the Eru had all been hunted out of existence, at least outside of this valley. Matteo watched, holding his breath, as a second Eru emerged, and then a third, and a fourth, and a fifth, each one hopping out after the other, looking completely relaxed as they nibbled on the clover that blanketed the clearing. Matteo, on the other hand, wasn't relaxed at all, as he had just noticed the presence of another creature, this one in the trees above the Eru's head. It was a long green python with 6 small wing-like appendages growing out of its back near its head. Currently, these appendages were completely still, and the snake's eyes were fixed on the Eru beneath it. But Matteo knew it would be but a moment before the small wings began to wave, fluttering in the motion that gave the flutter serpent its name. Just like the Eru, flutter serpents were also extinct, or at least that's what the books had said. Also like the Eru, this was another mythical creature that naturally carried a card. The books had never said what the cards actually were, just that these creatures possessed them, or at least had the chance to, and they were incredibly valuable. With bated breath, Matteo watched as the flutter serpent suddenly shifted, the wings on its neck vibrating fiercely as it shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Its tail was wrapped around the tree as it extended its head all the way to the ground 15 feet below, moving so fast there was no time for the Eru to respond. Its mouth closed over the back of the Eru it had targeted, its fangs sinking deep into the smaller creature's body, causing it to let out a fierce shriek. Immediately, the flutter serpent pulled back, carrying the Eru into the air as it lifted its prey off the ground. The other 4 Eru let out shrieks as well, causing the spirit power in the area to surge. As soon as it did, 3 things happened all at once. The first is that the Eru that had been bitten flashed with black light, the source being the other 4 Eru standing on the ground below. At the same time, the other 4 Eru all attacked, their bodies leaping through the air toward the flutter serpent, which twisted its body this way and that to try and avoid the attacks. The black light that surged over all 5 Eru caused their bodies to swell, growing heavier and stronger. Originally, the creatures had only been approximately 2 feet long and maybe 10 inches high at the head. Now, however, all 5 of them grew to the size of small ponies, their horns slamming into the flutter serpent even as it tried to bend itself out of the way. Despite the fierceness of their attacks, the Eru couldn't keep the flutter serpent from hauling its now giant prey up into the tree. With a shriek that sent a chill down Matteo's spine, the 4 Eru turned and charged toward the tree where the serpent was hiding. One after another, they slammed into the trunk, causing deep cracking sounds to emanate across the hidden valley. When the 4th Eru slammed into the trunk and bounced away, the tree toppled over, coming to the ground with a tremendous crash, pinning the snake that had been wrapped around one of its branches against the ground. Furious, the flutter snake tried to free itself, but before it could, the Eru had pounced upon it, pummeling it into a fine paste.
As the flutter serpent, unable to escape from the trampling, finally breathed its last, a bronze card seemed to materialize above it, causing Matteo to breathe in sharply. This was what the stories had talked about, a naturally formed card. A deep feeling of desire welled up in Matteo's heart, but after considering how viciously the hero had attacked, Matteo didn't fancy his chances. All he could do was watch as the card slowly vanished, as if it had drifted apart into a million bits of spirit power that fused with the surroundings. The Iru, including the one that had finally worked itself free of the snake's fangs, set upon the snake, chewing its body apart and devouring it, bones and all, until there was nothing remaining. Then, as if they had no cares in the world, the black light that drifted over their skin faded, and one by one they returned to their normal size, hopping this way and that as they nibbled at the clover.
"You need that card."
Corvus's words nearly caused Matteo to choke, and he shot an incredulous glare at the spirit crow.
"You don't have to get it now,"
Corvus said, a hint of disdain flashing through his eyes as he stared back at Matteo.
"But you will need it."
"I think I'd rather avoid the murder bunnies, thank you," Matteo muttered under his breath as he began to back away from the clearing, moving even more carefully than before. As he made his way through the woods, he realized exactly why there were no other animals. The flutter serpent had the ability to fly for limited distances, making it a perfect predator against birds. On the other hand, the Iru were omnivores and had no doubt completely eliminated all the small creatures that would have otherwise lived. In such a small area as this, it wasn't long before Matteo saw the other end of the valley. There, he spotted a sight that caused him to pause once again. A hastily thrown-together shack stood against the cliff wall, approximately where the cave should have been. There had been no shack in Leggy and Gorm's story, and the sight of it caused a hint of concern to bloom in Matteo's heart. It had never occurred to him that he might find other people in this location, but from the cooking fire outside of the shack and the stack of unwashed dishes, it was clear this place was in use. There were no lights on in the hut, and since it was nighttime, Matteo thought that whoever occupied it might be sleeping. He had been traveling since 2 a.m, so he thought some sleep might not be a bad idea. Creeping into the forest, Matteo found a spot where he could observe the shack. After asking Corvus to watch for flutter serpents, he closed his eyes to try and get a few hours of sleep. The sound of a door opening woke him, and Matteo's hands immediately went to his bow and the arrow he had placed on its string the night before. He heard some mumbled voices, and then 2 men walked out of the hut. The sun had risen some time ago, and as Matteo assessed its position in the sky, he realized he had slept for nearly 8 hours. The thickness of the spirit power in this valley carried with it that strange, peaceful feeling that had lulled him into a deeper sleep than he had intended. Thankfully, he had Corvus, who could watch for him, as the spirit crow didn't need sleep himself. Gathering his thoughts back to the present, Matteo examined the 2 men who had come out of the shack. Both were dressed roughly, with heavy boots and thick canvas pants, with large leather patches sewn over top. One of them wore a vest with the same leather patchwork, while the other was bare-chested, with a wide belt that held 4 knives running across his chest. Looking at their unshaven faces and hearing the way they cursed, Matteo grimaced. These were undoubtedly bandits. Probably the bandits Gorham had mentioned. The 2 bandits stood in the door of the shack for a moment, talking together. They were too far away for Matteo to hear clearly, so he crept forward, moving slowly to avoid alerting them. When he got close, he sat behind a tree, closing his eyes and focusing on his hearing, which allowed the bandits' conversation to drift into his ears.
"Boss has been gone for 2 weeks, I'm telling you, which means he's either got a huge haul or he's half dead. Either way, we'll be able to take him."
The second voice, sounding much more nervous than the first, was high-pitched and reedy.
"Are you sure? The boss is pretty strong."
"He might be strong, but against the 2 of us, he'll be dead before he knows what hit him. All we have to do is go to the entrance of the valley and wait there, and we can ambush him when he comes in."
After arguing for a bit more, the bandit with the reedy voice was finally convinced, and the two bandits set off, heading past Matteo into the woods. As they left, Matteo caught a glimpse of them and saw that the bandit with the vest was holding a bag. After they had gone, Matteo stood up and hurried toward the shack. He wasn't sure if there were other people inside or not, but if there weren't, then now was the perfect time to explore it. Never imagining that someone was hiding nearby, the bandits hadn't bothered to even close the door. Matteo crept closer, slinging his bow on his back and pulling his dagger from its sheath. If he was going to be fighting in a closed space, the bow would just be unwieldy. When he got to the door, he paused and listened, hearing nothing but silence. Before he entered, he closed his eyes, counting to 5 slowly before stepping swiftly through the door. When he opened his eyes, they didn't take as long to adjust to the darkness, allowing his eyes to sweep the room. It was an absolute mess, but there was no one in sight, which brought relief to Matteo's pounding heart. The room was simple, with a table shoved in one corner and a dresser in another. There were 4 beds, 2 of which showed signs of recent use, and a door leading to a small room attached on the side, and a hallway heading back toward the cliff. That was what Matteo was most interested in, and as he crept toward it, stepping over trash that littered the floor, he could feel the spirit power in the air growing thicker. It was a subtle thing, but every breath brought in rich energy with it, and soon he found himself at the entrance to a small cave. The cave consisted of a passage that led back about 30 feet, turning slightly, so the entrance wasn't visible from the back of the cave. The further in he went, the stronger the spirit power became, until, as he stepped around a tall stalagmite that thrust up from the floor, nearly reaching the ceiling, Matteo realized there was a small pool of water, glimmering in a naturally formed basin at the back of the cave. At least he thought it was water. That belief lasted until he got close enough to touch it, when he suddenly realized that what he was looking at was incredibly dense spirit power. So dense that it hadn't just manifested in mist, but had actually gone a step further, transforming into liquid that dripped from the ceiling into this pool.
"Kid, you hit the jackpot,"
Corvus said.
"That's a lot of spirit water, enough to manifest your talisman and more."
Licking his lips, Matteo had to agree. This was a wealth of spirit power. But when he began to reach for his water canteen to try and fill it up, Corvus stopped him.
"If you do that, it'll just dissipate," Corvus said. "There's only one way to use it. You sit down in the middle of it and begin to meditate, visualizing what it is you want to manifest."
Chapter 43. Standing in the dark cave, staring at the glowing pool of condensed spirit power, Matteo found himself hesitant, but Corvus urged him on.
"We don't know how much time you have, so you better get started. From the sound of it, those bandits are going to be ambushing their boss, and they don't know if he'll be coming today or not. So my guess is we'll have the better part of a day before they return. It's going to take you at least that long to manifest the talisman. So, if that's what you want to do, you need to start now."
"Wasn't I supposed to wait for the full moon?"
"No need. The concentration of spirit power here is so high, you'll barely be able to handle it. If we wait for the full moon, you'll do more harm than good. Now, stop wasting time and get in."
Trusting that Corvus knew what he was talking about, Matteo took off his pack, placing it at the side, along with his bow and quiver. The stick was placed on one side of the pool and the dagger on the other. Matteo undid his laces on his boots, pulled them off, and then stripped his pants off, following Corvus' directions to sit cross-legged in the pool. The thick spirit power didn't feel like water, as Matteo had expected, and instead felt almost like a thick cotton. As soon as it touched his skin, however, it began to seep into his body, causing him to tremble.
"Hurry up!"
Sensing the urgency in Corvus' tone, Matteo banished all thoughts from his head, closing his eyes, resting his hands palm-side up on his knees, and began his meditation, focusing his mind on the talisman Orsic had drawn out for him. Ever since he had seen it, Matteo had meticulously practiced copying it down, memorizing the completed shape. Now, as he began to meditate, he focused on willing it into existence. At first, there was nothing, and then the spirit power surrounding Matteo began to surge into him. He could feel it being drawn through his pores into his body, ethereal spirals that raced up toward his chest. It brought with it a bone-piercing cold, but Matteo did his best to relax his posture and breathe deeply, allowing the sensation to simply exist while he drew the increasingly thick energy toward his heart. At the same time, in his mind he fixed the image of the talisman before his mind's eye, focusing all of his attention on it. When the spirit power began to reach his heart, he saw something change. A faint glimmer of white light appeared along the lines of the talisman. It looked as if silver dust had been sprinkled upon it, winking like stars as more energy rushed into it. Matteo sat there, breathing in and out, doing his best to keep all of his concentration focused, even as the energy continued to rush into him. He couldn't help but falter at times. His mind was starting to lose sight of the talisman under the relentless onslaught of the spirit power. The cold had become so severe that Matteo was worried his legs had frozen. He had long since lost feeling in his toes, and the chill was beginning to creep up toward his waist and spine. "Focus, kid!" Corvus's voice cracked like a whip across Matteo's mind. With a short, explosive breath, he brought himself back in line. Anyone else likely would have failed. During that brief moment of drifting, the talisman had grown blurry in Matteo's mind, the energy it contained beginning to spread and meld together. Matteo's memory was perfect, however, and as he overlaid the talisman on top of the energy once again, it snapped back into focus. All sense of time vanished, and Matteo felt as if he had been sitting in this same place forever. His body fused to the ground like one of the giant stalagmites that surrounded him. He felt as old as the earth, connected intrinsically to his surroundings. The talisman grew clearer and clearer, even as Matteo's body began to tremble from the chill. What Corvus and Orzik hadn't told him was that carving a talisman into one's soul was a task only performed by silver-ranked duelists. The strain it put on the body was simply too much for a lower-ranked duelist to bear. Matteo had no concept of this, and was so focused that he didn't notice the cracks beginning to appear on his legs where thick spirit power was continuing to surge in. The cracks were smaller than they should have been, thanks to the toughness of Matteo's skin. Even as his skin tore, the card in his heart flashed, borrowing traces of the spirit power rushing into his body to repair the wounds. Still, the damage continued to pile up. Little by little, at the same time, it crept upward until it reached his waist. It was as if he was being devoured from below. His body shredded, starting at his feet. As the pain grew stronger, Matteo also grew more focused, drawing the spirit power up faster and faster. The talisman was almost complete, and just before it solidified, Corvus' voice sounded in Matteo's head. "Brand the talisman in your heart, next to your root card." For the briefest of moments, Matteo had no idea what Corvus was talking about. But then, as if the crow spirit's words had contained some hidden truth, his instincts rose. With a thought, Matteo controlled the talisman, drawing it into his heart, where his root card hovered. When he arrived there, however, he realized there wasn't room for both his root card and the talisman. Before he could ask Corvus about it, the chain connected to his chest rattled. One of the links he had visualized suddenly appeared. It spun, extending as it did so, into a thin, black chain. With a clank that shook his mind, one end of the chain attached itself to the corner of his root card, the other connecting itself to the talisman. Light flashed as the spirit power, still pouring into Matteo's body, fused the ends of the chain into the card and talisman, permanently connecting them together. "You don't have time to rest," Corvus's words filled Matteo's heart. "There's only a bit of the spirit power left, and you don't want to waste it." Knowing exactly what to do, Matteo left the talisman hanging next to his root card and began to focus all of his attention on the chain connecting him and Corvus. Unlike the talisman, this meditation was much easier, and the spirit power swirling through his body began to grow calmer. It channeled into the third link on the chain, pulling the mist back and revealing the intricate details that covered it. Matteo could already tell that the majority of the spirit power surrounding him was gone, and that what remained wouldn't be enough to fully light up the third link. But he would at least get close. and considering he had managed to form the talisman, he felt more than happy with his gains. Suddenly, a faint sound filtered into his ears. A loud thud echoed back through the cave, followed by a cursing voice, the muffled thump of someone being kicked, and a painful groan. Realizing that he was out of time, Matteo jumped up, or at least tried to. His legs were in terrible shape from the rapid absorption of the thick spirit power, and it was only now that the pain truly registered in his mind, causing him to hiss. Clenching his jaw and keeping his lips shut, Matteo stifled the moan that rose from his chest. The skin on his legs was tattered, but even as he took a breath, the remnant bits of spirit power in the pool began to heal him. What had once been a thick pool of spirit power was now little more than a puddle. Even without Matteo's direct attention, the spirit power was being sucked into his body, but since he wasn't filtering it into the talisman or using it to improve his understanding of the third link, it instead spread throughout his body, nourishing his muscles and infiltrating his bones. Though it still carried a chill, Matteo could feel his legs beginning to warm up once more, and despite the pain he was feeling, he slowly began to get up, gripping his dagger in one hand and his staff in the other. He felt as if he hadn't used his legs in years, and feeling returned slowly, bringing with it the sensation of pins and needles. There was another muffled shout from inside the shack. Without Matteo needing to say anything, Corvus took wing, flying toward the entrance of the cave to see what was going on. Matteo felt as if he was bursting with energy, so he closed his eyes and focused on the chain connecting him and Corvus. Every time he did this, it got easier and easier. It wasn't long before Matteo began to see what the crow spirit was observing. In the shack in front of the cave where Matteo was hiding, he saw 3 people, all clearly bandits. The first was the burly man Matteo had seen this morning. He still wasn't wearing a shirt, but his belt of daggers was nowhere to be seen. He was currently curled up on the floor, bleeding from a dozen wounds that covered his body and groaning as one of the other men kicked him in the side. The bandit doing the kicking was mean-looking, his scraggly goatee and wiry frame reminding Matteo of a rat. In between kicks, he would look over at the third bandit, a man who gave off a strong aura, so strong that Matteo couldn't see through it, causing him to swallow nervously. This must be the bandit leader, and he was currently looking around with a grim expression. A large bag had been dropped just inside the door, carrying the scent of morning glow. The bandit leader walked over to the doorway that led to the small room, checking it to see if it was locked or not. When the handle opened easily, a thunderous expression flashed across his face, and he threw the door open, striding inside. There was more muffled cursing, and a moment later he stormed back out. Shooting a glare at the shirtless bandit curled up on the floor, he walked to the door.
"Watch him closely,"
he said, jabbing a finger at the bandit on the ground.
"Yes, boss."
Taking a deep breath, the man walked out of the shack, and after a moment, Corvus followed him, flying out through the open door and perching on a nearby tree. He saw the bandit leader heading into the woods, and Matteo realized his best opportunity to escape had probably come. The vision in his head shattered as his eyes opened, and with a deep breath of his own, Matteo picked up his bag, tying it securely on his back. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up his bow, getting out one of his arrows, and ever so quietly eased around the corner, looking down the cave's tunnel toward the shack. From where he crouched, he could see the edge of the cave's entrance, but he couldn't see the rat-like bandit. With careful steps he moved forward, making sure not to disturb any of the small pebbles scattered across the ground. At the same time, his bow rose, and the arrow on it was drawn back. Matteo did his best to control his breathing, forcing himself into calm, long breaths as one foot slowly inched in front of the other. As he moved forward, more and more of the interior of the shack was revealed, and on the 4th step he suddenly saw the rat-like bandit, who was currently leaning over his former companion, searching his pockets. Some 6th sense must have alerted the scrawny bandit, because he suddenly looked up, his eyes going wide as they locked onto Matteo. Matteo was just as startled as the bandit was, but his instinct wasn't to yell, and instead he released his arrow. There was a loud zip, reminding Matteo of a swarm of angry blood-venom wasps, along with a sharp twang of the bowstring. Before any sound could make it out of the bandit's mouth, the iron-tipped arrow punched straight through the front of his face. The force of the shot was so great that the arrow carried the bandit back half a dozen feet, where his body slammed into the shack's wall, causing it to tremble. Not even waiting to see the result of his shot, Matteo had already started moving forward, his bow slung onto his shoulder and his dagger drawn as he headed for his opponent. By the time he made it to the entrance of the cave, it was clear the scrawny bandit was dead. But as Matteo headed for the door, he heard Corvus' voice.
"You've got enemies incoming."
Realizing that if he walked out of the front door of the shack, he would be running into the bandit leader, Matteo skidded to a stop and turned toward one of the shack's windows on the side of the structure. As he did so, he saw the scrawny bandit's corpse, and two things caught his eye. The first was a leather case that sat along the bandit's leg, and the second was a black iron card, materializing above the bandit's chest. Stooping, Matteo used his dagger to cut the case free. He had no idea what was in it, but since the card wasn't fully formed, he thought it was worth taking. As he stood up, the iron card finished forming and Matteo grabbed it, sprinting for the window on the side of the building.
"He's 20 feet away and coming fast."
Matteo had never been so thankful for Corvus in his life. The ability to see what was going on outside of the building would likely be the thing that saved him. Sliding the window open, Matteo jumped out, making sure to stay close to the wall, and closed it quietly behind him.
"He's at the door, waiting for half a second more."
Matteo started running, hoping he had timed it right. A glance to the side as he cleared the corner of the shack showed the door starting to swing closed, and Matteo turned up his speed, running as fast as he possibly could into the forest. As soon as he had a little bit of distance between him and the shack, he crouched and shifted directions. A dozen times in the next 20 minutes he changed his direction, trying to make his tracks as hard as possible to follow while still maintaining speed. Corvus, who was flying above the forest behind him, suddenly clicked his beak.
"He's coming after you, and he looks mad."
Swallowing, Matteo abandoned his attempt to hide his trail and instead ran as fast as he possibly could. As he did, his mind carefully catalogued all of the things he was carrying, trying to decide what he needed to keep and what he didn't. Slowing to a jog, he opened up his bag and pulled out the jerky, stuffing it into his pouch. He took his water and his weapons as well, before tossing his bag and everything it carried under some brush. Though he hated to part with all of his stuff, he was already worried about his ability to outrun the chasing bandit, and rather than weigh himself down, he would rather put all of his effort into escaping. Chapter 44. According to Corvus, the bandit leader was heading north as fast as possible. Matteo could only assume that was where the valley's main entrance was. Matteo was hoping he'd be able to slip out of the valley through the crack he had used to enter, avoiding the bandit's pursuit. He maintained a steady pace as he ran through the forest, occasionally getting updates from Corvus, the last of which caused his heart to sink.
"You've got trouble, kid. The bandit leader just met up with two others, one of whom looks like a tracker."
That was the worst possible news Matteo could have gotten, but he didn't panic, keeping himself calm as he continued to move toward the valley's exit. If his pursuers truly had a tracker, especially one who had a card related to it, it was unlikely Matteo would be able to shake them off, which meant his options were to either outrun them or eliminate them. The problem was that Matteo knew he was outranked by the bandit leader, and it was possible the other bandits would outrank him as well. The scrawny bandit, who had fallen to his arrow, had been iron-ranked, as evidenced by the card he had dropped. However, the bandit leader was clearly a good bit stronger than that, meaning Matteo was likely to come out on the wrong end of any direct confrontation.
"Matteo, they've locked onto you, and they're closing quickly. At the speed they're moving, they'll probably catch up in about 15 minutes.
Matteo felt like every time Corvus spoke, the news got worse and worse. If the tracker had been able to lock onto him from such a distance, it was clear it was a card-based ability. That made it even less likely Matteo would be able to shake them, and it meant that unless he had a way to slow them down, he would be forced into what was almost certainly an unwinnable battle. Wishing he had Rose and Eric with him, Matteo did his best to bury his negative thoughts and instead focus on what he could do. He was getting close to the passage that would take him out of the valley, but from what Corvus was saying, his pursuers would catch up with him right before he would be able to slip away. His mind turned, searching for a solution. After a moment, a daring plan appeared in his head, and Matteo began looking for an appropriate place to carry out his plan. Luck must have favored him, as he found a small clearing around 1,000 feet north of the passage. More importantly, there were half a dozen Iru hopping around in the middle of it. Slowing down so as not to disturb them, Matteo hid on one side of the meadow, doing his best to keep the meadow, and more importantly the Iru, between him and his opponents. He had arrived just in time, as 2 minutes later Corvus came winging back into sight. "You've got a minute, kid." There was a certain glee hidden in Corvus's voice, as if the thought of the coming fight excited the spirit bird. Doing his best to ignore the bloodlust filtering through the chain that connected them, Matteo took a deep breath and got out 4 arrows. 3 he gripped loosely in the fingers of his bow hand, while the 4th was readied. He was crouched behind a tree, with clear sight of the entire meadow. He was about to take a tremendous gamble, and a sense of nervousness and excitement made his heart feel like it might beat out of his chest. It wasn't long before the bandits came into view. The one in front was a tall, stooped man whose arms hung abnormally long. There was a sort of wolfish look to his features, and his head slowly swung back and forth as if he was smelling the air. Behind him was the bandit leader, and for the first time Matteo got a really good look at him. Bright red curly hair that hung to his shoulders, a thick square jaw, and a heavy scar on his cheeks gave him a very distinct look. A longsword was sheathed at his side, and he walked with the calm confidence of experience. Trailing him was a large man with a relatively blank expression that contrasted strongly with the 2 razor-sharp axes he carried. All of a sudden, Matteo didn't feel nearly as good about his plan, and silently regretted not taking his chances with a crack in the earth that would take him outside the valley. It was too late to change tactics, however, and so, taking a deep breath, Matteo drew his arrow. "Let's hope this works," he muttered under his breath as he released the arrow. The long-armed bandit seemed to hear something, because he looked up as Matteo's arrow flew across the meadow. Matteo knew that most duelists, especially those who had lived lives of danger, had an uncanny ability to sense danger before it arrived, and that's why he hadn't targeted any of the bandits. Instead, his arrow zipped through the air, slamming into the horns of one of the Iru between him and the bandits, sending it tumbling head over heels toward them. The little creatures were abnormally tough, however, and despite its horn cracking, the Iru didn't immediately die. The bandits, who had just gotten to the edge of the meadow, shouted in surprise as the Iru tumbled in their direction. The noise caused the other Iru to look up, and for a moment everything seemed to pause. That pause felt like the longest moment of Matteo's life, and he desperately prayed that his bet would pay off. When he heard the shriek rising from the Iru and saw a wave of dark spirit power rushing over them, he knew that it had. The tiny bunnies began to swell, their bodies growing until their heads were as high as the bandits' waists. Powerful hind legs pounded against the ground, launching them forward with incredible speed as they lowered their heads to attack. Matteo had already turned, beginning to retreat, even as the bandits tried to defend themselves. The long-armed tracker, who had been at the front, lifted his hands, revealing a pair of clawed gauntlets that he crossed in front of him to block as the first Iru smashed into him like a battering ram. He had managed to brace himself in time, and so only staggered back a few feet, but before he could stabilize his stance, the second Iru slammed into him, and with a curse he was sent tumbling head over heels. The large barbarian, wielding dual axes, let out a shout, a fierce expression covering his face as he charged forward, hacking down at the wounded Iru. His first attack left a large gash on the Iru's side, and with a furious squeal it leapt into the air, its legs twisting and kicking out, slamming into the large bandit's thigh like a pair of pistons. The large bandit's legs were swept out from under him, causing his second attack to miss as he face-planted on the ground. Swearing fiercely, the bandit leader drew his sword, dodging to the side at the same time as one of the Iru flew through the air toward him. Bronze energy swirled around his arm, and his longsword darted forward, the sharp tip of the blade stabbing deep into the Iru's shoulder, causing blood to spray. By this time, the long-armed tracker had managed to get back to his feet and charged forward, tearing at one of the Iru, the sharp claws of his gauntlet raking across its face. It darted backward, trying to escape him, but the tracker leapt forward, intent on not giving it the space to charge once more. Just as his feet left the ground, however, there was a sharp, zipping sound, and the hairs on the back of the tracker's neck stood up, as if he had been struck by lightning. From the corner of his eye, he saw a black dot, and with a desperate lurch, he spun his body in midair, bringing up his left gauntlet to block the arrow aimed for his head. The iron-tipped arrow, shot from a masterwork bow, was moving so swiftly it pierced through his gauntlet, causing him to scream in agony as the arrow went through his hand, stopping only a few inches from his face. Before he could land, however, he felt a sharp, piercing pain in his chest as the second arrow Matteo had fired followed immediately after the first. The tracker had missed it completely because his hand was in front of his face, blocking his vision, and the second arrow pierced through his chest, tearing apart his lungs in the process. His body slammed into the ground, dyeing the grass red. A moment later, the Iru were on top of him, tearing at him with their horns and smashing into him with their feet. Though Matteo still had 2 more arrows, he saw the bandit leader beginning to look his direction, so he kept them, turning and running as fast as he could through the woods as he made his way toward the passage that led to the outside world. When he got there, he didn't hesitate, crouching down and slipping under the large rock. He wished there was some way to block up the entrance, but afraid the bandit leader would abandon the fight with the Iru and chase after him, he felt he didn't have time. As fast as he could, he scrambled through the narrow passage, ignoring the rough stone that tore at his skin in his haste. His iron physique helped greatly in this regard, and things that would have left cuts or long scratches on his skin were little more than an annoyance. Despite his haste, Matteo didn't forget to grab each of the bioluminescent mushrooms that dotted the passage, pulling them from the walls and the cracks they grew out of, and stuffing them in his pockets, hoping that casting the passage into darkness would make it all the more difficult for his opponents to follow. The one saving grace was that some of the passages were quite small. While Matteo could freely navigate them, the much larger bandits would likely have a tremendously difficult time. By the time he reached the other entrance, Matteo had begun to calm down. When he had first gotten the Heart of Iron card, he had been quite disappointed. It wasn't flashy, and on the surface its impact seemed minimal, but the longer he had it, and the more situations he got into, the more clearly Matteo realized Corvus was right. The card didn't just provide a steady stream of healing for him, though it certainly did that. It also provided spirit power, erasing his fatigue and rejuvenating his muscles, allowing him to operate at a higher base level for longer. The most important thing it did, however, was renew his mind, allowing him to avoid overexerting himself when in periods of great stress. The calming effect it carried gave him increased clarity and mental acuity. These 3 things together, the rejuvenation of his body, mind, and spirit, combined to let him operate at a pace others would find exhausting. Even when he did grow exhausted, a few moments of rest were all he needed before he had enough strength to keep going. This effect had only grown more pronounced with the linking of a second card, and Matteo was starting to realize that despite being stuck with iron-ranked cards, his future growth potential was tremendous. After he got to the other end of the tunnel, Matteo crawled out onto the large rock outcropping and discarded all of the mushrooms he had gathered. After taking a moment to stabilize his breathing, he jumped down from the rocks and began a controlled descent, moving at a fast walk as he headed down the mountain. Even as he did, he examined the map of the mountain in his mind, trying to pick the shortest route that would lead him back to the cliff. Matteo's hope was that the bandits would lose track of him, but he had a nagging feeling in the back of his mind that it wouldn't be that easy. Though he had managed to ambush them, Matteo had lost his greatest advantage, surprise, and he was sure his next encounter with the bandits wouldn't go so smoothly. Still, he wasn't afraid. All sorts of plans came to mind as he moved through the woods. But at the moment, his greatest priority was gaining as much distance as he could. While the main entrance to the valley wasn't marked on the map Matteo had examined, he could approximate where it was based on the topography, and unfortunately, the path he needed to take to get back to the tower ran past it. His main concern was that the bandits would leave through the main entrance of the valley, inadvertently cutting him off. He also had the option of going around the mountain the other direction, which would add a few days to his trip.
but after a moment of consideration, he rejected that thought. If the bandits had the ability to track him, Matteo knew his best chance of survival was getting back to Tower 988. The bandit leader appeared to be in the bronze level from the color of the spirit power he had activated, but it was possible he was only using a bronze card and was actually ranked higher. As he traveled down the mountain, Matteo thought of the 2 items he had grabbed when running out of the shack. The first was a leather case, about a foot long and 7 inches wide. Opening it up, Matteo saw a long, thin handle, along with 6 darts. The darts were comprised of a tip, a glass vial, and a tail, and Matteo recognized them as being made for delivering poison. 3 of the darts were filled, containing a murky green substance, while the other 3 were empty. Gripping the protruding handle, Matteo pulled a small crossbow out of the case. This was a hand crossbow, a favorite tool of assassins. Carefully putting it back in the case, Matteo tied the case to his belt with an easy reach. This wasn't a weapon that could be used quickly, as after pulling out the crossbow, it needed to be set and loaded. But he could imagine quite a few situations when such a device would come in handy, so he thought it was worth carrying with him. The other item he had grabbed was an iron-ranked card that he had stuffed in his pocket. He pulled it out, looking at the shiny black rectangle, indecision sprouting in his heart. The card was blank, giving Matteo no information about what it could possibly be. The only way it would reveal its secrets is if he slotted it into his deck, or took it to an appraiser to get it examined. But considering he was in the middle of nowhere and the closest appraiser was probably at least 4 days away, Matteo was really only left with one option if he wanted to know what the card did. Chapter 45. For most duelists, this wouldn't be a problem at all. They could simply slot the card, determine if it was one they wanted to use, and then remove it if it wasn't. For Matteo, however, it was an incredible gamble. If he chose to use this card, he would be stuck with whatever it was. Taking a deep breath, he glanced up at Corvus, who was flying overhead. "What do you think?" he asked. "Should I use this card?" With a quick turn of his wings, Corvus flew down, landing on Matteo's shoulder, his beady red eyes looking at the blank black card in Matteo's hand. "Yes, but it's probably not going to help you much," Corvus said, his grating voice carrying a hint of amusement. "In fact, it won't help you at all if you have to fight against the bandits. But it is a card you'll need." A suspicion crossed Matteo's mind, and after turning the card over in his hand, he glanced at Corvus. It wouldn't happen to be one of the Iru's cards, would it? "That's exactly what it is," Corvus cackled. "If that's not a stroke of fortune, I don't know what is." Rather than growing happy, Matteo's expression fell. His close observation of the Iru's ability had given him some clues, and he thought he knew why Corvus was saying it wouldn't be helpful for him to slot it right now. When they activated their abilities, their power flowed out to the other Iru and their surroundings, stacking together to cause them to grow much larger and more powerful. It was likely that this ability didn't actually affect the individual using it, but instead improved the abilities of the people around them. Still, Corvus had said he was going to need it, and rather than carry it around in his pocket where it might be lost, Matteo thought it was better to slot it. Taking a deep breath, Matteo pressed the card to his chest, watching as his deck opened up to accept it. He could see his root card, with a talisman attached by a black chain. Another black chain extended down to his iron physique card, causing both of the cards to shimmer with a faint bronze energy. His new card spun for a moment, and then settled into one of his arm slots, indicating it was an active card, an ability he would need to activate in order to use. With a flash of light, the card revealed itself, allowing Matteo to see the ability it contained. Name, Matteo. Race, human. Status, slave. Rank, iron. Root, heart of iron, iron plus. Active, Iru's resonance, iron. Active, blank. Passive, iron physique, iron plus. Passive, blank. Links, 2.
Iru's resonance. Each ally within 10 feet of you gains a marginal increase in strength and speed. Though Matteo hadn't guessed the abilities of the card exactly, it was in line with what he had expected, so he wasn't too disappointed. At the same time, he genuinely wondered why Corvus had said he needed it, and when he asked as much, Corvus clicked his beak.
"Of all the cards you possess," he said, "this may be genuinely the most terrifying. Imagine the difference a card like this could show on the battlefield."
Though the Spirit Crow didn't say anything else, Matteo didn't need him to. As he jogged through the forest that covered the mountain, his mind began to imagine what would have happened if he had had his card during any of the fights that Rose, Eric, and he had participated in. Their defense against Orzic's wolves would have gone quite a bit easier, and it was clear from his observation of the Iru that such an ability could stack. What really caught Matteo's imagination was that the combination of Iru's resonance and his heart of iron would allow him to keep the ability active far longer than should normally be possible. Unlike passive abilities, active abilities constantly drained the user's spirit power, eventually deactivating when their spirit power ran dry. Matteo's spirit energy wasn't truly endless, but the fact that it was constantly refilled meant he would be able to keep his ability active far longer than normal. That didn't solve his immediate problem, however, of being chased by angry bandits who would likely be able to remove his head with very little effort. Matteo was under no illusions that the Iru might have beaten the bandits, and so fully expected that the last 2 bandits would be after him soon, if they weren't already. Tossing the matter of how to use his new card to the back of his mind, Matteo pushed forward, increasing his speed as he finally got to the foot of the mountain and found the path that would take him back to Tower 988. The last time he had made this journey, he had slept for a few hours in the middle of it, but this time he pushed through, keeping a steady pace as he jogged up the path. He didn't want to exhaust himself, but he also knew he couldn't dally. Corvus, rather than ride on Matteo's shoulder as he was wont to do, turned lazy circles in the air above him, keeping an eye out for the enemy. All night Matteo ran, relying on his route card to keep himself going, even when his exhaustion grew overwhelming. Occasionally, he would slow to a walk, breathing deeply as he took that time to try and recharge as much as possible. Along the way, he found himself chuckling, as he realized that his Iron Physique card had likely helped him avoid terrible blisters on his feet. Normally, this amount of running would have caused his feet to swell and form large, painful blisters, as he had back in the gorge during his training. Thanks to his Iron Physique card, however, his skin was tougher, and the faint trickle of spirit power that ran through it made it practically impossible for him to get blisters. He made good time, but just as the sun was starting to rise over the horizon, he heard the words that he had been dreading.
"They're about 3 miles away, kid. You might want to pick up the pace."
Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Matteo nodded and sped up. The one saving grace was that he had managed to get past them and avoided being cut off. According to Corvus, the bandits were heading for the trail he was on, and once they reached it, would undoubtedly begin to move faster. Now was not the time to save energy, so Matteo moved as fast as he could, running up the path. He was about half an hour away from the dangerous cliff section of the path, where he had nearly fallen to his death only a few days before. He had been putting a lot of thought into how he was going to get past it, and though his plan carried considerable risk, Matteo knew he didn't have any other options. Doing his best to keep his pace steady, he pushed toward the cliff path. Ideally, he'd be able to arrive well before the bandits, but that was unlikely. Sure enough, once they hit the path, Corvus reported that they had started to accelerate, closing in on him little by little. The morning air was perfectly clear, dashing Matteo's hopes that it would be foggy, allowing him to avoid being spotted. A glance over his shoulder revealed 2 tiny figures in the distance. They had undoubtedly seen him as well, as they sped up, intent on catching him. Though he had managed to kill the tracker, it seemed that whatever ability the tracker had been using hadn't yet faded, allowing the bandits to lock onto his position, even as he was moving. Breathing heavily, Matteo finally came to the cliff area. It appeared peaceful, just as it had before, but Matteo knew better than anyone that the peace could shatter in an instant, transforming into a deadly swarm of blood-venom wasps. He had already discarded both the rope and the grappling hook he had carried back in the valley, so his trip across the cliff face would undoubtedly be fraught. His hope was to avoid the wasps, but to do so would require Matteo to slow down, which would give the bandits time to catch up. The worst situation would be if he was still on the cliff face when the bandits arrived, so Matteo didn't wait long, walking onto the path as far as he could before it began to get narrow. Since the path was only about 18 inches wide, it was too narrow for him to simply sprint across, so he began shuffling across the narrow gap. He made it past the first section, and soon arrived at the second, freezing when the blood-venom wasps began to appear from their holes. As he watched them buzz around, doubt began to creep into Matteo's mind about the plan he had come up with. He felt that it was quite risky, but considering his guaranteed fate if the bandits caught up to him, he wasn't sure he had any other choice. There was no time to waste, so instead of continuing to think about it, Matteo pulled one of the darts from the case at his side and opened it up, popping the feathered tail off. He carefully stuck the sharp point in the ground at his feet, being exceptionally careful to avoid getting any of the poison on his skin. A faint, acrid scent spread through the air, and immediately the blood-venom wasps began to buzz excitedly, darting this way and that as they tried to find the source of the smell. The closer they got to the vial, the faster and faster they moved, until there was a swirling storm of buzzing wings. A few even landed on Matteo, who kept absolutely still, not daring to think what would happen if they randomly decided to sting him. Thankfully, the poison held their attention, and when the first one found it, its wings vibrated at a slightly different frequency, causing the rest of the blood-venom wasps to dart over. They crowded around together, pushing each other aside as they tried to dip their mandibles into the poison. What seemed like a lifetime ago, Matteo had run across an entry in a book about the blood-venom wasps, and one of the things that he learned was that unlike most animals, the blood-venom wasp was all but immune to poison. One of their favorite things to do was collect poisonous material that they could refine into the venom that filled their stingers. Matteo had no idea how strong the poison in the vials was, but he hoped it was strong enough to keep the blood wasp's attention for a good while. He had already taken the second dart out, and with careful fingers he opened it up. Immediately, more wasps, which had not managed to squeeze into the swarm around the first vial, zeroed in on the second one. Holding it out at a distance, Matteo carefully moved to the side and then placed it down on the ground. More and more of the blood-venom wasps swarmed around it, allowing Matteo to slip away. He tried to move in a smooth and non-threatening manner, though he had no idea what constituted non-threatening in the blood-venom wasp's eyes. He only had one more of the poison vials, and there were still a few wasps here and there in his path, but all he could do was say a quiet prayer and move as quickly as he could along the face of the cliff. For a nerve-wracking few seconds, he was in the midst of the wasps, and a few even hovered around him for a moment, forcing him to freeze in place. Thankfully, they moved off after staring at him, and he was able to continue, finally reaching the other side of the narrow path. The entire experience was incredibly nerve-wracking, and Matteo felt as if his legs might give out as he stumbled onto the wide, flat ground that lay beyond the cliff. Sitting down heavily, he tried to catch his breath, feeling the cool mountain air against his sweat-slicked clothes. The first part of his plan had been completed, and had thankfully gone well. But he wasn't out of trouble yet. The two bandits were approaching quickly, and though Matteo had a faint hope in his heart that the cliff path would stop them, he knew it was probably a vain hope. Having regathered as much of his energy as he could afford to, Matteo stood and brushed off his pants, before beginning to run once more. There was a small rise along the path, and after Matteo had crossed it and knew he was out of sight from the cliff, he stopped and turned around. Getting out one of his arrows, he took out the other vial and, using a bit of twine, attached them together. Keeping low to the ground, he carefully peeked over the hill and saw that the bandits had stopped on the other side of the narrow cliff path. They could clearly see the buzzing blood-venom wasps, but after only hesitating for a minute, the large, muscular bandit with 2 axes began to walk forward. As he did, he let out a shout, and a layer of bronze energy expanded around him, forming the shape of a bell. Matteo had never seen or heard of such an ability, but he assumed that it was defensive, with the goal of blocking the wasps from getting close. Sure enough, the wasps, annoyed by the intrusion into their territory, darted over, intending to sting the bandit to death. The wasps only bounced off the shield that surrounded him, Realizing that his original plan wasn't going to work, Matteo quickly amended it and swapped out his arrows for a regular one. He drew his bow, waiting until the bandit had stepped onto the narrow path, then fired. Originally, his plan had been to target the bandit himself, but recognizing that he probably wouldn't be able to get through the bronze spirit power shell, Matteo shifted his aim to the bandit's feet, aiming for the moment when the bandit took a step. The arrow landed first, cutting into the earth with a thud, and a moment later, the bandit stepped on the arrow, causing his balance to shake. Jerking in surprise, the bandit wavered, his body twisting as he tried to maintain his balance. A second arrow slammed into the shield that surrounded him, pushing him further off balance, and suddenly he slipped, starting to fall down from the ledge. With a yell, he twisted around, and the 2 axes he carried hacked into the cliff face. Matteo, who had started to turn his attention to the bandit leader, watched in shock as the 2 axes dug deep into the cliff, tearing furrows in it that eventually brought the bandit to a stop, halting his fall only 15 feet below the edge of the ledge. Such a quick reaction had been completely outside Matteo's expectation, and he saw the bandit looking over at him with an angry shout. The only saving grace had been that the bandit had been forced to deactivate the defensive shell to avoid being pushed away from the wall. Realizing he wasn't going to be able to deal with both bandits, Matteo made a quick decision, grabbing the arrow with the venom on the end. He could see the bandit leader starting to sprint across the narrow path, but Matteo kept his focus on the bandit who had fallen and was now beginning to climb his way back up, using his axes to dig into the wall. Chapter 46. Matteo's arrow shot out, arriving in front of the bandit a moment later. With a roar, the bandit wrenched one of his axes from the wall and hacked at the arrow, the sharp edge of his axe cutting through the arrow tip. Had it been a normal arrow, this would have blocked it completely. But as it was, his blow shattered the glass vial, splashing poison all over him. Instantly, the blood venom wasps went wild, swarming toward him to try and get a taste of the poison. He let out a shriek, which only infuriated the blood venom wasps, and as he thrashed around, he accidentally crushed one of them. As much as Matteo wanted to stay and see the result of the fight, he knew he couldn't. The leader was almost all the way across the path, thanks to all of the blood venom wasps being distracted by the other bandit. Turning, Matteo held his bow tight as he began to run, sprinting for all he was worth down the hill to try and gain as much distance as he could. He was way too far from the tower to even have a hope of reaching it before the bandit leader caught up, but he figured that getting closer was better than trying to fight his opponent here. Plus, he was hoping that a mad dash would drain at least some of his opponent's energy, giving him a slight advantage in a long, drawn-out fight. The bandit leader, whose face was set in a fierce scowl, didn't even glance at his companion as he chased after Matteo. Corvus overhead kept Matteo up to date, and it soon became apparent to the young man that his opponent was considerably faster than he was. The distance between them continued to shrink, and a few times Matteo considered turning to try and fire an arrow and maybe catch his enemy off guard. After remembering the speed with which the bandit leader had dodged the Iru's attack, however, Matteo abandoned the thought and just kept running. The path was relatively smooth, but as Matteo ran, he could feel the fatigue starting to set in. Still he ran, his breath coming in gasps as he charged up a long slope, then down the other side. Faintly, in the distance, he could see a tiny gray dot set against the greenery of the mountain. If he didn't know better, he would have assumed it was just another one of the rocks that dotted the landscape. That was Tower 988. By this point, the bandit leader was only 50 feet behind him, and Matteo knew his frantic escape was finished. Doing his best to shield the motion with his body, Matteo grabbed an arrow, slipping it onto the bowstring, and then, with one motion, he dove forward, spinning in the air as he did so, drawing the bow to its full range and firing an arrow back at his pursuer. He did manage to catch the bandit leader off guard, but the man responded with blinding speed, his sword lifting in the air to meet the arrow even as he sidestepped. The arrow struck the edge of the bandit's blade, causing a loud ding as the blade vibrated rapidly. The obstruction knocked the arrow off to one side, and the bandit's slight shift to the other side caused it to tear past his shoulder, missing him completely. Matteo, who was still in the air, was already pulling another arrow out of his quiver, landing in a crouch as he slid backward across the rough ground. Surging forward with explosive speed, the bandit stabbed toward Matteo, but the second arrow had already left Matteo's bowstring, forcing the man to dodge once again. Matteo dodged as well, ducking and rolling to the side as the bandit's follow-up attack tore through the air where his head had just been a moment before. Jumping up, Matteo abandoned his bow, grabbing his staff with one hand and holding his dagger in the other as he faced the bandit leader. His chest heaved as he sucked down air, watching his opponent carefully. This was the first time the bandit leader had gotten a chance to see who he had been chasing, and a faint sense of disbelief mixed with the anger in his expression as he stared at the young man in front of him. Matteo was only 14, barely a teenager, and his slight build made him look scrawny rather than powerful. Yet this kid had eliminated the bandits' entire team, using traps and ambushes to take them out one by one. The disbelief began to turn into fury, and through gritted teeth the bandits swore at Matteo. Matteo paid no attention to the insults. Every ounce of his attention focused on his opponent's movements. The angrier the bandit leader grew, the greater the aura around him appeared, coloring the air with a faint bronze shimmer as he abruptly charged, slashing fiercely at Matteo. Knowing he would only get a few moments, Matteo blocked with his staff, and, unsurprisingly, the bandit leader's long sword sliced straight through it. Matteo had ducked at the same time, and the sword cut through the staff at an angle, shearing it off cleanly. Matteo lunged forward, his dagger aiming for the bandit's leg, intending to slice through his calf. With a faint sneer on his face, the bandit simply moved his leg to the side, drawing it out of Matteo's reach. But Matteo wasn't done. The staff that he had held in his hand to block the sword blow had been transformed into a sharp spike, which he now drove into the bandit's stomach with an overhand blow, treating it as a makeshift dagger. The wood splintered as it slammed into the bandit's skin, and while it was unable to pierce through the spirit power that defended him, Matteo managed to tear a bloody gash along the bandit's side. Immediately, he let go of the stake and threw himself backward. As fast as he was moving, Matteo still wasn't able to avoid the kick that lashed out at his head, and though he managed to get his head out of the way, it still struck his shoulder, sending him tumbling head over heels down the path. He felt like he had been rammed by an Eru, and as his vision spun, Matteo felt all of his senses screaming at him that he was in danger. Desperately hoping he had picked the right direction, Matteo got his hands under him and scrambled to the side as the bandit's longsword came hacking down, piercing deep into the ground where he had just landed. Matteo could feel his shoulder aching, and from the difficulty he had moving his arm, he thought it might be dislocated. Mercifully, he had managed to retain his grip on his dagger, and as another sword attack whistled toward him, he lifted it to block, hoping to provide at least some resistance. The blades clashed, throwing Matteo back once again, and he heard a sharp crack as a chunk of his dagger was carved out, flying away into the woods. Managing to get his feet under him, Matteo forced his swimming vision into focus, blinking his eyes as he stared at the bandit leader who was stalking toward him, his expression carrying the promise of murder. Matteo's root card was working as hard as it could, but he had simply spent too much energy, and his strength was rapidly vanishing. A terrible sense of frustration shrouded him as he realized that he had come as far as his abilities could take him. The gap between ranks was simply too high. Although Matteo had managed to survive far longer than he had any right to, he knew the end was coming. He had been knocked from the path by one of the attacks. Now, as he staggered to his feet, he found a pine forest behind him. In desperation, he turned and lunged into it, dodging around a tree as the bandit leader let out a roar and hacked at him with his longsword. Shrouded in spirit power, the sword tore through the tree like it was paper, sending the tree crashing down as Matteo ran for his life. He only made it a few feet, however, before his legs gave out and he tumbled to the ground, scraping his arms painfully against the exposed roots of an old pine. Before he could struggle to his feet, the bandit leader stood over him, his sword raised.
"It was a good try, kid,"
the bandit snarled, and his sword rose slightly as he prepared to bring it down. Before he could, a sound ripped across the mountain, piercing through both of them and causing a terrifying shiver to run through their bodies. It was a whistle, clear and distinct, that rose and fell in an eerie pattern. As it faded, so too did every sound, until the entire mountain range was shrouded in absolute silence. Standing over Matteo, the bandit leader was frozen in place, his fierce expression slowly transforming into an expression of pure terror. Matteo had no idea what the sound was, but before he could scramble away, he felt a faint tension lock onto him, as if someone's vision had locked onto him from a great distance. Then came the flutter of wings, a familiar rustling as crows began to alight on the branches of the trees that surrounded them. Heavy, fierce-looking beaks, thick, powerful wings, and gleaming claws, the iron-winged crows landed one after another. Without a word, the bandit leader's sword slowly lowered, and he swallowed heavily as the crow's beady eyes followed him. Slowly he began to back up, one step at a time as he retreated from the forest. Matteo, though glad he had managed to survive the bandits' assault, could feel trepidation growing in his heart. These were not the tame crows used in the tower, but a wild variety, known for being murderously territorial. This pinewood was no doubt one of their roosts. The bandit, who had made it to the edge of the forest, hesitated for a moment, casting one glance at Matteo. Even as he did so, the crows shifted, their feathers rustling, and without another thought, the bandit leader turned to flee. Matteo was too tired to flee, and knew that if the iron-winged crows wanted him dead, that was it. Before the bandit leader got more than a dozen feet, one of the crows let out a loud caw, and the others responded, filling the air with a cacophony of sound. They launched themselves from their branches, heavy wings beating the air furiously as they shot toward the bandit leader. Realizing they were coming, he let out a loud shout and spun around, his sword hacking at the first one, which dodged out of the way with a shift of its wings. A moment later, the swarm of crows hit the bandit, and Matteo watched with growing terror as they tore him apart. If Matteo was right, the bandit leader was a bronze-ranked duelist, and the spirit power circulating through his body should have provided him with a natural defense, but the crows didn't seem to care, their claws tearing through him with no resistance. Heavy beaks tore chunks of flesh from his body, and as their wings battered him into a pulp, his shout turned into a scream, and then silence in less than a minute, leaving little more than a ragged skeleton behind. Over his corpse, a card appeared, revealing a bronze glow as it turned slowly in place. But even that was torn to pieces a moment later as the crows squabbled over his bones. The largest of the crows beat off the others to grab the dead bandit's longsword, gripping it tightly in its claws as it flew back through the pine forest to land in front of Matteo. For a moment it stared at him, and the crows, which had returned to the trees around Matteo, began to call. It was an odd experience for Matteo to have his life firmly in the claws of a creature like the massive crow in front of him, and for a moment all Matteo could imagine was that the bird would step forward and strike, its beak tearing into his body. But then, the crow cocked its head to the side, as if it was listening to something. A gleam flashed past its eye, and its head darted forward, moving too fast for Matteo to respond. It pecked straight through his clothing, and then withdrew without touching his skin. In shock, Matteo could only stare at the feather in the crow's mouth. This was the feather Birch had tucked into his clothing weeks ago, and at the sight of it, all of the crows fell silent. Ever since Birch had given him the feather, Matteo had continued to tuck it into his shirt every time he changed. He wasn't sure why, but it had just become an automatic habit, one that had likely just saved his life. It was hard to read the look in the big crow's eyes, but after a moment it slowly moved its head forward, releasing the feather to fall onto Matteo's legs. Slowly sitting up, Matteo took the feather in his fingers. He could see that all of the crows were watching it, their eyes tracking its every move, all except for the large crow, which grabbed the sword in his talons and tossed it to Matteo, as if he was saying it was for him, letting out another loud call that was echoed raucously by the rest of the crows. They all took wing, flying away in a large cloud, leaving Matteo staring breathlessly at them from the floor of the pine forest. A gleaming silver sword was all that remained of the bandit leader, and when Matteo finally had enough strength to struggle to his feet, he picked it up. He was still holding the feather, and as he stared at it, Birch's silly face appeared in his mind, along with the dreadful whistle he had heard. Limping out of the forest, Matteo picked up the scattered arrows he had dropped and found his bow, his eyes occasionally returning to the sky, now empty. He had no idea where the iron-winged crows had come from, though he knew they lived all over the mountain, and though he had known they were dangerous, the sight of them casually tearing apart a bronze-ranked duelist with no apparent effort left him shaken. It was a long hike back to Tower 988, considering his condition, but even as he walked, his heart of iron card spread spirit power throughout his body, healing his bruises and cuts and washing away his fatigue. By the time he arrived back at the tower, he was feeling much better, though he looked terrible. As he got close, he saw someone stick their head out of the aviary and recognized Birch's wide, toothless grin. The old man waved happily at him and then pulled his head back in the window, undoubtedly returning his attention to the birds he was caring for. When he got to the door and lifted his hand to knock, Matteo suddenly paused, a feeling of warmth surging through him as he heard the faint whistle from the top of the tower. Taking a deep breath, he knocked, and a moment later the door opened, letting him into the library. He met Leggy in the main room, carrying food out to the table. It was 3 hours past when lunch should have been, and Matteo felt a hint of warmth in his heart.
"Wow, you look rough," Leggy said. "Why don't you go wash up? Then come get something to eat. I'm sure you're hungry after your adventure."
Nodding, Matteo went upstairs to his room and grabbed some clothes before heading to the bathroom to take a quick bath. Someone had heated up the water already, and the warm feeling in Matteo's heart grew. As he washed the dirt, blood, and sweat from his body, Matteo couldn't help but think about the last 8 months. His life had been thrown into chaos. It was hard to shake the feeling of abandonment Matteo felt when he thought about his master. As sharp as those feelings had been initially, Matteo found they had begun to blunt as time passed. Even now the faces of Rose and Eric appeared in his mind, giving him a sense of belonging and purpose. Scrubbing his arms, he wondered how the two of them were doing, and what they would be like when he saw them again next. Then there were Gorm, Birch, and Leggy, the 3 old men who took care of this tower and took care of him. Though they feigned indifference, their actions proved otherwise, and Matteo had to admit that the result was a deep feeling of belonging that had taken root in his heart. Not wanting to leave Leggy waiting too long, he finished up his bath and changed into his clean clothes, not forgetting to tuck the feather inside his shirt as he had so many times before. There was a small bronze mirror in the bathroom, and as Matteo stared into it, he saw a face that was both familiar and strange. The face of a young man who had faced death, and, thanks to his own efforts and those of his companions, had emerged victorious. There was much that Matteo still had to discover, much he wanted to explore, and a fierce will burned in his eyes. Slowly, a wide smile spread across his lips as he thought about all the future held. But for now, what he really wanted was something to eat. To be continued. This